The notorious Erdal of the village was finally getting married, and all the villagers were eagerly waiting for a chance to laugh at his family's expense. However, after the wedding, it seemed as if he had become a completely different person, no longer gambling or running around idly, but instead shouldering the responsibility of providing for his household. Little did anyone know, on the eve of his wedding, the man's body had already been taken over by a new soul. Liu Haifeng, who had fallen into a sewer while drunk, woke up utterly confused in an unfamiliar environment. Still half drunk, he stumbled through life and ended up marrying a beautiful bride without even realizing what had happened. At 30 years old and still single back in his old life, Liu Haifeng couldn't help but think, this is absolutely amazing. After briefly enjoying the warmth of his wife's embrace, he looked around at their bare, nearly empty home, determined to give his wife and unborn son a better life. He gritted his teeth and threw himself back into hard work. It was the year 1980, a golden era of reform and opening up in China. The national economy was booming, riding the crest of historic change. In such times, as long as one dared to dream and act, even a pig could soar on the wind. And so, Liu Haifeng started small, selling ice lollies, then candied haws, hatching eggs, raising chicks, selling steam buns, tea eggs, cold noodles, cold rice vermicelli, and don't forget beer and barbecue. His little stall grew into a big shop, which then expanded into multiple branches. Chapter 1. This is too unrealistic. A moonless night, dark and windy. Woof, woof, woof. Beneath the cover of darkness lay a peaceful little village. It was already deep into the night. Not a single light shone from any house. The watchdog of some household, startled by a noise, kept barking incessantly. At the corner of an earthen wall lay a drunken man, reeking of alcohol. If not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, anyone who didn't know better might have mistaken him for a corpse. Who knows how long past the drunkard's limbs twitched slightly, then he groaned in pain. After a while, the man groped around wildly, finally using the wall to steady himself as he swayed unsteadily to his feet. Liu Haifeng blinked his blurry eyes, squinting at the pitch-black surroundings. Unable to see clearly, he shook his head, straining his eyes to make out his environment. But still drunk, his mind wasn't quite clear. After struggling for a while, everything before him remained a blur. He couldn't even figure out where he was. Still, he vaguely remembered that he had been on his way back to his rented apartment. Now, living in an apartment complex? This doesn't look like it at all. Oh, right, I remember. I fell into a sewer. Huh, do I really have that bad luck? Damn, what happened after that? And where am I now? This doesn't look like a sewer either. He reached out, but instead of touching concrete, he grabbed a handful of dirt. He shook his head again, feeling a throbbing pain in his skull that made Wang Ming wince. Too dizzy to stand, he simply plopped back down, leaning against the wall and catching his breath. After a moment, the wind blew, making his head hurt even more, but it also helped clear his mind somewhat. Only now did he remember that he hadn't actually gotten home yet. Ouch, how'd I end up lying here? Where's this place? And my forehead, did I bang it somewhere? Damn, this hurts like hell. Falling into a sewer and hitting his forehead? He wasn't handsome to begin with. What if he got disfigured? Why was today so unlucky? Truly rotten luck. With his mind clearer, Liu Haifeng finally had time to look around. But this place didn't resemble the alley he thought he'd passed through earlier. In fact, Liu Haifeng began to suspect he wasn't even in the same location anymore, perhaps not even in the city. His reasoning? City streetlights, unless there was a power outage, were always bright, shining like daylight, even in the dead of night. Nothing like this pitch-black darkness. So, what the hell? Can drinking get you thrown out of the city? Liu Haifeng felt utterly confused. How could falling into a sewer transport him somewhere else? Was he still drunk? Or had the water in the sewer washed him away to another place? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, how could he explain being here? But when he felt his clothes, he quickly dismissed the idea they weren't wet. So what the hell was going on? Had he been kidnapped? The thought sent a jolt of fear through him. Thinking of the horror stories about organ harvesting, even his muddled brain snapped into sharper focus. Yet, this theory was soon discarded too. He had frantically checked his body and found only a bump on his forehead from the impact, no other obvious wounds. His hands and feet weren't bound, clearly wasn't being held against his will. So, what the hell was happening? He shifted his butt to sit more comfortably. Before his foggy mind could think further, it felt as if something exploded inside his hiata. Wave of pain hit, and he passed out again, eyes rolling back. Not long after, when Liu Haifeng opened his eyes again, staring at the dark surroundings, a complex expression flashed across his face. Damn it all to hell, This is too unreal. Honestly, as an ordinary guy, he never expected that something straight out a novel like transmigration could actually happen to him. That's right, transmigration. But to confirm it, he raised his hand and slapped himself twice hard. Immediately, he regretted it. What the hell was he doing? Wincing, he gently touched his stinging cheek. It hurt. It definitely wasn't a dream. If that's the case, then the memories that flooded his mind earlier weren't a dream either. During his unconsciousness, he had absorbed the memories of another person also named Liu Haifeng. It was from these memories that he realized he had transmigrated. According to this man's memories, the current year was 1980, over 40 years before his own time. Holding his throbbing head, Liu Haifeng racked his brains but couldn't figure out what kind of dumb luck he had to be able to travel 40 years into the past. He couldn't even win a consolation prize in the lottery. Normally, how could someone like him pull off a transmigration? This was absolutely absurd. But if transmigration was possible, could anything be more ridiculous than that? His heart was complicated. Transmigration was an extraordinary encounter few could experience. Yet, comparing his previous life with the reality described in these memories, he almost wished he hadn't transmigrated. Before, he was a chef, not highly paid, but at least food and drink weren't an issue. But after transmigrating, based on the original owner's memories, his family's conditions weren't exactly starving, but they lived on coarse food and plain tea. Plus, there was his miserly mother who wouldn't let them eat meat except during busy farming seasons or holidays. How could Wang Ming, whose palate had been spoiled working in a kitchen, accept this? Even more importantly, his savings. He had worked himself to death, saving over 300,000 yuan, and now he hadn't even had a chance to spend it before ending up here. Who could understand his inner suffering? There's a saying, people suffer in life because they don't have money. People suffer in death because they haven't spent their money. So, what the hell was his situation? Alive, with savings, but no way to spend them? And he wondered what had become of his future self. Was there any chance of returning? And how devastated must his parents be? Thinking of his family, Liu Haifeng felt a pang of sadness. Maybe without him, they wouldn't feel much loss. In that family, he always felt unnecessary. They kept pressuring him to marry, forcing him to hide away in another city, afraid to go home. So why bother feeling sad? Recalling the original owner's cause of death, Liu Haifeng was speechless. What kind of terrible luck did this guy have? Just getting drunk, stumbling home, lost his footing, hit his head on a wall, and just like that, he died. Could anything be more ridiculous? Yet, reflecting on his own experience, Liu Haifeng grimaced. There actually was something even more absurd, him falling into a sewer. If nothing had happened, he probably wouldn't have ended up here either. Thinking back to his sewer incident, he had walked that road countless times. He could have walked it blindfolded before. But tonight, something went wrong. He remembered staggering. Wait, wasn't there no manhole cover? Which son of a bitch stole it? That's incredibly despicable. Cursing his misfortune in his heart for a long time, venting his frustration, he then started worrying about his current predicament. What should he do now? Go back? How? He didn't even know how he'd gotten here these past few years. Should he just stay here? After thinking for a long time without reaching any conclusion, he gritted his teeth and decided to take things as they came, first seeing how things unfolded before making any plans. After aimlessly pondering for a while, he felt his head spinning badly. The spot on his forehead hurt terribly when he touched it. Winced. It was already swollen huge. He hoped it wouldn't scar. According to the original owner's memories, this body's appearance wasn't bad at all. Looking at the pitch-black surroundings, though he didn't believe in ghosts, perhaps due to psychological suggestion scaring himself, he still felt uncomfortable staying in such darkness. He groped his way up, beginning to stagger toward the direction of home in his memories. He didn't want to sleep on the street. After wandering around the village for a long time, he finally found the door of the house in his memory. But when he reached out to push it, he discovered it was locked from the inside. Damn it, this is truly ridiculous. There's a big live person outside, and not a single person inside noticed? Sure, the original owner was a bit of a bastard, but this treatment? Locking the door, what are they guarding against? Feeling a bit indignant, he was just about to knock loudly, but then thought. He had just taken over the original owner's body. Meeting the family now would seem strange, wouldn't it? Besides, he hadn't prepared himself for how to interact with them yet. But at that moment, due to the alcohol and exhaustion from barely making it this far, his vision blurred again, dizziness intensified, his head throbbed. He took a deep breath, preparing to sit on the doorstep and rest, but his legs gave way. He stumbled forward, kneeling at the doorstep. Then his head spun, bumped against the door, and in a daze, he just fell asleep right there. Before passing out, he vaguely remembered forgetting something important. Marriage. But who's getting married? Chapter 2. Married already? Old age brings light sleep, and today was an important day. Mrs. Liu woke up before dawn. Seeing her husband still sound asleep, she nudged him. When he woke up, she said, "You don't know what day it is. Get up quickly." Mr. Liu woke up groggily, looked at his wife, then noticed there wasn't a sliver of light coming through the door crack. He felt reluctant, but remembering today's significance, he gathered himself and sat up after a moment. Thinking of his youngest son's wedding, Mr. Liu felt a surge of emotion. Finally getting this kid married off. After that, dividing the property among the three brothers, his duty as a father would be complete. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of relief. Seeing his wife getting dressed to leave, he reminded her, "Wake up the fourth one first. Today he's the groom, can't sleep in. Tell him to get up and clean himself up." "I know, do I need you to tell me?" "You get up too. I'll go open the main gate first. The helpers will be arriving soon. Don't let everyone arrive, and find our gate still closed, that would be embarrassing." Creak. As the courtyard gate opened, a figure rolled in, startling Mrs. Liu. "Oh my, who is this? Sitting at my doorstep early in the morning, without a word, scared me half to death." Her voice was full of post-shock complaint. "What's wrong? What happened?" Mr. Liu, still dressing, stretched his neck to ask upon hearing the noise. "There's someone sitting at our doorstep. This early in the morning, I don't know who it is. When I opened the door, he rolled right in, scared me stiff. Helpers don't need to come this early, do they?" Mrs. Liu leaned on the gate, patting her chest. She'd been terrified such a sudden scare nearly made her soul flee. Just about to curse, but looking at the figure on the ground, she swallowed her words. This person? And these clothes? Why do they look so much like our fourth son? She bent down, turned the person over, and when she saw his face clearly, a surge of anger immediately rose. She knew this son was usually irresponsible, but didn't he know what day it was? On his wedding day. He gets completely drunk. How are they supposed to conduct the ceremony? Isn't this asking for ridicule? Glancing outside, seeing no one, she quickly shut the gate. She felt frightened. Thank goodness she woke up early, otherwise, if the villagers saw, who knows how much they'd mock their family. The more she thought, the angrier she became. Looking at her fourth son, snoring on the ground, she grabbed his ear and twisted it to a 180-degree angle. Liu Haifeng was sleeping soundly when suddenly his ears seared with pain. Before his eyes could open, his teeth clenched. "Ow, ow. It hurts. Who is it? Let go. My ear's gonna fall off. You know it hurts? Look at what you've done. What kind of mess is this? I thought you behaved for 2 days, but look at you." Following the force twisting his ear, he scrambled to his feet. Staring at the furious old woman before him, Liu Haifeng was bewildered. "Who is this? Yanking my ear first thing in the morning? And how did she get in?" Seeing her fourth son awake, Mrs. Liu didn't let go but twisted even harder. "Look at what you've done. At your age, aren't you ashamed? You don't care about yourself, but I still have pride. How can your father and I hold our heads up in a village like this? Thank goodness I woke up early. Otherwise, if passers-by saw you sleeping at your own doorstep on your big day, and you better confess honestly, where were you last night? Which bastard took you out again? Knowing you have to pick up your bride today, they still got you drunk like this. I bet they didn't have good intentions. Tell me, was it Lou Sanwa and those guys again? I've told you countless times those aren't good people. Stay away from them. You just won't listen. Didn't I warn you yesterday? Told you not to go out carousing. Did you treat my words as if they were blowing in the wind?" Mrs. Liu's angry tirade woke up many others in the house. The eldest couple were getting dressed. Luda looked at the window and sighed. This fourth brother really is something. Will he ever grow up? In the second house, the children were all awakened, rubbing their eyes and mumbling. "Dad, Mom, what's going on outside? Is Grandma scolding someone again?" Liu Lauer quickened his pace, turning back to quietly calm the kids to keep sleeping. His wife, Su Guifei, sneered. "What else? Must be your fourth uncle causing trouble again." Liu Lauer hushed her in a low voice. "Shut up. Say less. Can't you see mother's in a rage? When you go out later, don't stir up trouble." With that, he opened the door and left. Seeing her husband gone, Su Guifei sniffed lightly, muttering under her breath. "Am I wrong? Always chasing cats and dogs, hanging out with shady characters." In the courtyard, finally freeing his ear, Liu Haifeng, bleary-eyed, stared at the sturdy old woman chattering nonstop before him, his forehead covered in question marks. Who is this? Looking around at the crowd gathering in the yard, Liu Haifeng belatedly remembered Etta had transmigrated. These must be the original owner's family. How? Should he face them? Help needed urgently, very anxious. Tell me, at your age, why can't you just let your old mother have some peace? Knowing today is your wedding day, you still went out drinking. Why didn't you just die drunk outside? And your so-called friends, none of them, are good people. Look at this stench of alcohol. How are you supposed to go pick up your bride later? Aren't you just begging for ridicule? Mr. Liu was furious at this sight. This disobedient son acting up was bad enough, but pulling this stunt on such an important day? The more he thought, the angrier he got. Immediately, he turned to look for a stick. Liu Haifeng's head was still spinning, his reaction sluggish. Listening to Mrs. Liu's constant scolding, his expression appeared somewhat blank, didn't know how to respond. Just as Liu Haifeng was using his limited brain power to figure out how to break the deadlock, his backside was already struck by a stick. His body acted before his mind could perhaps an instinctive reaction of this body. Liu Haifeng shot forward, then began running around the courtyard. Mr. Liu chased after him with a long stick. Seeing the kid dodging skillfully, making it impossible to land a hit, he quickly called for help from his other two sons. Dare you run? Dare, you two pin this disobedient son down. Today I'll break his legs. Hearing this, the two elder brothers exchanged glances. Looking at their enraged father and their mother fuming with anger, they wanted to chant, but didn't dare speak. Liu Haifeng glanced back at the old man, chasing fast behind him, inwardly cursing. What the hell is going on? Woken from a good sleep by having his ear twisted, then getting hit on the butt, Thad, he not run fast. That old man behind him, looking like he wanted to eat him alive, might have beaten him to death. Mrs. Liu took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. Today was a happy occasion, no should happen. The commotion just now had already been heard by neighbors. If this continued, they'd be laughed at. All right, old man, we have important things to do today. If you beat him and leave him injured, won't that cause even more ridicule? Panting heavily, Mr. Liu slowly stopped upon hearing his wife's words, though his glare at Liu Haifeng remained venomous. Huff, you little bastard, if you don't bring your bride back safely today, I'll break your damn legs. Liu Haifeng was exhausted too. Being drunk, he hadn't rested well, and after running, he felt weak all over, his head even dizzier. But what kind of wine did the original owner drink? It hadn't worn off after a whole night. Could he have bought fake alcohol? Seeing Liu Haifeng like this, Mrs. Liu was so angry her teeth itched. Truly mud that can't be plastered on a wall. But no matter how angry she was, she couldn't just ignore him, especially not on such an important day. Quickly go change clothes and wash up. Look at yourself, today is a happy day. Are you planning to go to your future in-laws like this? Be careful they don't beat you out with sticks when they see you. Mr. Liu glared fiercely at his day's fourth son. Haven't you gone yet? The helpers will be here soon. Are you going to stand in the courtyard, letting people laugh at you? Seeing the household finally calm down, the two elder brothers breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing their younger brother unwell, they half supported, half led Liu Haifeng into his room. Having slept poorly the night before, and with the crisis over, Liu Haifeng felt every step was like walking on cotton. As time passed, the courtyard gradually became lively. Helpers and spectators arrived, and in no time, the small yard was packed full. Liu Haifeng, the groom tobe, allowed the incoming relatives to fuss over him, merely trying to maintain a smile. The journey for the wedding procession was quite far, so Mr. Liu had specially rented the brigade's only tractor, not only impressive, but convenient. Liu Haifeng felt like a puppet, being pushed and pulled by these people. The villagers naturally noticed Liu Haifeng's condition. Though they said nothing to Mrs. Liu's face, privately they criticized fourth son Liu as unreliable. Mr. and Mrs. Liu saw this too, feeling deeply embarrassed. Yet they were helpless, so much time had passed, and this rascal still hadn't sobered up. How much had he drunk last night? And that huge bump on his head was truly bringing shame to the family. Even when it was time to depart, Liu Haifeng was still the same. Enraged, Mrs. Liu slapped the back of his head twice, making Liu Haifeng lurch forward. Stand properly. What kind of posture is that? You're about to fetch your bride. With you looking like this, how can you possibly bring a wife home? I'm telling you, if you cause any more trouble today, don't even bother coming back. Rubbing the back of his head, Liu Haifeng felt stars dancing before his eyes. Seeing her son's bewildered face, Mrs. Liu felt intense frustration. But with things as they were, seeing no hope from Liu Haifeng, she could only instruct the young men going along to help more. Soon, the auspicious hour arrived. Watching the tractor gradually disappear into the distance, Mr. and Mrs. Liu's hearts were filled with worry, fearing they wouldn't be able to bring the daughter-in-law home. On the way to fetch the bride, the tractor's bumps made his stomach, already unsettled, churn violently. Having eaten nothing in the morning, Liu Haifeng's face turned green. When they arrived and got off, Liu Haifeng's legs were as weak as noodles. Without someone supporting him, he would have collapsed to the ground. Hearing faint mocking laughter around him, Liu Haifeng gritted his teeth, struggling to appear normal. However, the jolting ride, though unpleasant, unexpectedly cleared his head somewhat. Forcing a smile, Combined with his naturally handsome looks, he actually appeared somewhat presentable to outsiders. But this was only to outsiders. Family knew family matters. Liu Haifeng felt he could barely hold on. Looking at the equally crowded gate, whether due to lingering drunkenness or not, he felt no nervousness. It was as if the marriage wasn't about him. He confidently led the way forward. After enduring teasing and challenges, who knows how long passed suddenly, a soft, calloused hand was placed in his. Feeling it, Liu Haifeng finally snapped to reality. He had just gotten married? This was too fast, wasn't it? Only his second day after transmigration, not even familiar with his surroundings, and now he's been given a wife? This felt even less real than a dream. Oh, you're holding hands now. Quick, carry her. Amidst the crowd's cheers, Liu Haifeng was almost asleep. His eyes fluttered, and he had to pinch his thigh hard to stay awake. Unfamiliar with the procedures, he just followed the chaotic shouts around him. Mr. and Mrs. Wang frowned at the sight of their new son-in-law, secretly regretting. Could this man be trusted? He looked like he hadn't slept all night. They'd heard from the accompanying guests that Liu Haifeng was excited, drank some wine to build courage, but had poor tolerance, leaving his mind fuzzy. But this sounded more like an excuse. Who gets themselves drunk on their wedding day, fetching a bride? Who are they fooling? But it was too late to say anything now. They could only watch with worry as the tractor roared away. The sound of firecrackers, the crowd's cheers, the noisy drinking games, and children's cries, all kinds of noise filled Liu Haifeng's brain, making him even more confused than he already was. Finally, with the help of his eldest brother and other relatives, he managed to complete hosting the guests. After being escorted into the bridal chamber and the door closed behind him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He shook his head, trying to clear his mind. Looking at the bride sitting on the edge of the Kong, covered by a red veil, Liu Haifeng felt his heart pounding. After all that had happened, if he still thought he was dreaming, he'd truly be an idiot. With a racing heart and trembling hands, he licked his dry lips and walked unsteadily toward the bride. Inside, the bride Wang Qian's heart was also pounding, thinking of what was about to happen next. Chapter 3. The wedding night. Liu Haifeng, fighting against drowsiness, gently lifted the bride's veil according to tradition. As he beheld his blushing bride, who dared not meet his gaze, he felt an inner tumult akin to a gopher's frantic cries. In the depths of the original owner's memories, he recalled having met the bride once before. And though he had found her appealing then, she now appeared even more exquisite. Truly a remarkable fortune. He expressed profound gratitude to the heavens. For not only had he been granted a second chance at life, but he had also acquired a bride of unparalleled beauty, a true blessing. The bride appeared to be in her early 20s, her cherubic face adorned with a delicate cherry-red mouth. At this moment, she shyly bit her lip, revealing a hint of a smile reminiscent of a blooming flower. Her cheeks were tinged with a soft blush, akin to peach blossoms unfurling in spring, vibrant and alluring. Her eyes conveyed a blend of happiness and nervousness, frequently darting away from his gaze like a timid fawn. As Liu Haifeng approached her, Wang Qian's heart raced like a drum. Her hands trembled slightly, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. Observing the bride's careful appraisal of him, he noted the innocence and charm in her every move. A smile graced Liu Haifeng's lips, but within, he was exuberantly exclaiming, "What a windfall!" Clearing his throat, he stammered, "Are you hungry? Would you like to eat something first?" Wang Qian, blushing furiously, was taken aback that even in such an intimate moment, he was concerned about her well-being. She gently shook her head. "I am not hungry. My mother brought some food in earlier, and I had a little bit." Her voice was so soft, it was almost a whisper, laced with shyness. That's good. Liu Haifeng was nearly at a loss for words. Overwhelmed by excitement at marrying such a lovely girl for the first time in his life, he intended to find a topic to ease the atmosphere. But as words danced on the tip of his tongue, they eluded him, and his head grew increasingly dizzy, causing him to feel a rising panic. He inwardly scolded himself for his ineptitude. Noticing Liu Haifeng's nervousness, Wang Qian couldn't help but stifle a giggle, her lips curving into a smile. This radiant expression momentarily rendered Liu Haifeng speechless. "What are you staring at?" Wang Qian, feeling even more bashful under his unwavering gaze, shot him an embarrassed glance. Unbeknownst to her, that very look only intensified her allure in Liu Haifeng's eyes. Well, haha, it's getting late. Shall we, rest?" he stuttered. At that moment, Liu Haifeng could no longer restrain himself. He stepped forward, wrapped his arms around her, and gently laid her down on the bedding, leaning in to kiss her. However, in that instant, Whether due to anxiety or a lack of oxygen, he succumbed to dizziness and fainted, much to his own astonishment. Wang Qian, her cheeks flushed crimson, had initially closed her eyes in shy anticipation. After waiting in silence for what felt like an eternity, she finally opened her eyes, only to be stunned. After all her mental preparation, she had expected something to happen, yet this was all that transpired? Gazing at the man who had fallen into a deep slumber, she pressed her lips together, feeling quite disheartened. On such a joyous occasion, the night of their wedding, it was disappointing to find him reeking of alcohol. Her delicate brows furrowed in distaste. She found the scent utterly repugnant. She attempted to nudge him gently, but he lay as still as a corpse, unresponsive to her efforts. Only when she ascertained that he was truly in a stupor did she seize the opportunity to scrutinize the man who had just become her husband. During their previous blind date, she had been too shy to examine him closely, but tonight, she had ample time to admire the man she had chosen at first glance. From his tightly shut brows to his prominent nose, her satisfaction grew with each detail she observed. It was indeed his handsome visage that had captured her attention when the matchmaker had introduced them. However, her gaze fell upon the bruise on his forehead, concealed by his hair, and she couldn't help but reach out to touch it. In his dreams, Liu Haifeng furrowed his brow, and Wang Qian felt a pang of sympathy. What had happened to him? Or had he bumped his head? Yet, in the midst of this tense atmosphere, she quickly cast the matter aside. Looking at the man with closed eyes, she pondered that from this day forth, he belonged to her. She glanced at his lips, her thoughts racing, and mustered the courage to give herself a pep talk. Today was their wedding night. Although their consummation had not yet occurred, a secret kiss should be harmless, shouldn't it? After much mental preparation, and convinced that he would not awaken, she boldly leaned in and pressed her lips against his. The moment their lips touched, an indescribable sensation surged within her, and just as she prepared to deepen the kiss, she noticed him stir. Alarmed, she quickly pulled away. Her face flushed crimson as she scrambled off the bed, gasping for breath. Her heart raced in fear of being discovered. Thankfully, he merely turned over. Yet when he instinctively licked his lips, her already rosy cheeks flushed even deeper, resembling a ripe peach. Observing that he showed no further reaction, she exhaled in relief, her heart pounding with exhilaration. After giving herself a gentle pat on the face, she marveled at her own audacity. Was it not a bit brazen to behave so shortly after their marriage? What if others found out? Bah, he was her husband, legally bound. With a certificate, she could kiss him if she wished. What business did outsiders have in her affairs? Reassuring herself, she surveyed the cramped room, finally taking the time to inspect her surroundings. She noticed a basin of water that had been prepared earlier. After a moment's thought, she retrieved a towel and wrung it out, then approached the slumbering Liu Haifeng, suppressing her embarrassment as she carefully removed his shoes and jacket. She wiped his face, but decided against tending to any other areas, not wanting to appear lewd. After a flurry of activity, a combination of anxiety and shyness left her breathless. She then tidied herself up, glancing at the man on the bed, turned off the lamp, and with a surge of courage, slipped off her outer garments. Blushing, she lay beside Liu Haifeng. Having never shared a bed with a man before, Wang Qian found it difficult to fall asleep. Listening to his rhythmic snoring, she felt somewhat dazed. Had she truly just gotten married? The wedding was hastily arranged, leaving Wang Qian without the chance to inquire about her new husband's reliability, nor to gauge the compatibility with her sisters-in-law. Thoughts of her parents-in-law also crowded her mind, leading her to a restless slumber that only descended upon her in the wee hours of the night. The following day, before dawn broke, Wang Qian awoke, her mind fraught with concerns. It was the first day of her marriage, and as her mother had advised, she felt compelled to demonstrate diligence. However, her movements startled Liu Haifeng, who was still in the throes of sleep. Their eyes met, and an awkwardness enveloped them. Their hasty union had left them with scant knowledge of one another. Prior to the wedding, they had exchanged little more than pleasantries during their brief courtship. Now, lying together on the same bed, they were at a loss for words. Observing the blush creeping onto Wang Qian's cheeks, Liu Haifeng felt it was his duty as a man to initiate a conversation to bridge the gap between them. Yet, upon reflection, he concluded that there was no better way to dissolve their unfamiliarity than through their marital intimacy. Summoning his courage, he wrapped his arms around her waist. This sudden movement startled Wang Qian, causing her heart to race with a mix of anticipation and trepidation as she cautiously stole glances at him. Acutely aware of the implications of their proximity, The fluttering in her chest was both exhilarating and daunting, tinged with an indescribable sense of expectation. Liu Haifeng found her furtive glances amusing and could not suppress a soft chuckle. The sight of her shyly lowering her gaze, her cheeks aflame, stirred within him a desire to protect her and ensure her lifelong happiness. Suppressing his own exhilaration, Liu Haifeng tenderly pulled her closer. Overwhelmed by the intoxicating sensations coursing through him, Wang Qian, her face flushed, attempted to remind him that dawn was approaching, yet the intensity of their shared moment grew, prompting an involuntary soft sigh to escape her lips. Realizing the implications of her own sound, she quickly covered her mouth, her cheeks burning even hotter. As she trembled in his embrace, her flushed face and averted gaze, imbued with a hint of allure, rendered Liu Haifeng unable to restrain himself any longer. He swiftly turned and pressed himself against her. As daylight began to break, the household stirred with activity. The second daughter-in-law, busy with her morning routine, glanced at the closed door of the fourth room with a hint of disdain. How could it be that, despite having one sloth in the house, they had welcomed another in the form of a new bride? Surely, it was too late for her to still be in bed, waiting for someone to cater to her. Chapter 4. The first day of marriage. By the time Liu Haifeng emerged from the room, an hour had passed. After their intimate encounters, he noted that Wang Qian was beginning to tire, and considering it was her first time, he reluctantly decided to let her rest. He intended for her to sleep a bit longer, but Wang Qian resolutely refused, insisting that a new bride could not afford to linger in bed on her first day. Unable to dissuade her, Liu Haifeng acquiesced. Despite their earlier escapades, he felt invigorated and spirited. Stepping into the courtyard, Liu Haifeng set down the ceramic basin adorned with red auspicious characters, stretched lazily, and gazed at the few white clouds drifting in the exceptionally azure sky, feeling a rare sense of relaxation. He then glanced at his wife, who was struggling to ease her discomfort, and a flicker of amusement danced in his heart, though he dared not display it on his face, lest it disturb their evening's rest. As a caring husband, noticing her fatigue and limited mobility, he attentively fetched water for her to rinse her mouth and wash her face. Due to yesterday's banquet, only a small amount of water remained in the large water tank. And after the morning rituals of the family, the tank was nearly empty by the time Liu Haifeng and his wife needed to use it. Reflecting on the convenience of running water from a past life, he felt a hint of discomfort with the current situation, how inconvenient it was. Prioritizing his wife's needs, he carelessly splashed some water on his own face, deeming it sufficient. After freshening up, Liu Haifeng guided his wife into the kitchen, having noticed the rising smoke, a sign that someone was already busy inside. For her first meal as a new bride, he intended to help her familiarize herself with the kitchen tasks. Upon entering, he found an elderly woman squatting by the earthen stove. Despite her dark hair, deep furrows etched her forehead, revealing a life of constant worry. Yet her complexion appeared surprisingly healthy. Drawing upon the memories of his predecessor, he recognized her as Lu Mu, his mother. Lu Mu and Lu Fu had married young, a necessity during a time of famine when her family married her off early to reduce the burden of feeding one mouth. Remarkably, Lu Mu bore her first son, Lu Weigua, at 18, followed by Lu Weimin at 20, and then Lu Lanlan at 22, before finally giving birth to Liu Haifeng nearly a decade later. Now 53. Her robust physique suggested that in the realm of farm labor, he would struggle to keep pace with her. Though her temperament was somewhat irritable and prone to sharp rebukes, she managed the household with remarkable order, never showing favoritism. After a moment of contemplation, realizing he would need to live on in this identity, he steeled himself. Calling out mother felt somewhat awkward, as it was strange to address a stranger so intimately. Despite his determination, the son from 40 years in the future found it hard to utter the word. However, as the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. Once he summoned the courage to call her mother, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over him. Looking at the elderly woman before him, he accepted the responsibilities that came with this new identity, determined not to shirk them. He considered it a form of compensation for the original owner of this life. For had he not perished, the beautiful wife standing beside him would not have been his to claim. It was only right that he should care for his mother in her twilight years. Lu Mu glanced at her son with a sidelong look, her expression unchanged as she acknowledged him with a nonchalant HM. She sensed the subtle change in her youngest son, but attributed it merely to lingering embarrassment from the previous day's events. Thus she paid it little mind. Her attention was entirely focused on her daughter-in-law beside her son, as that was what truly warranted her concern. As for the fourth son, recalling the gossip from yesterday among the villagers, it was fortunate she hadn't chastised him. How could she possibly afford him a pleasant countenance? However, upon observing her daughter-in-law behind her son, her expression transformed instantaneously. Xiao Qian, do rise. Do not be anxious. How have you been resting? Are you adapting to the household environment? That rascal hasn't bullied you, has he? If he dares to mistreat you in the future, just inform me, and I shall deal with him accordingly. Wang Qian, feeling shy, gazed down at her hands clasped together, and upon hearing such words, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. From her current perspective, this mother-in-law seemed amiable. No, he hasn't bullied me. He has been quite good to me. Although she said this, memories of the morning's commotion warmed her heart, and her legs felt somewhat weak. Unaware of her daughter-in-law's inner turmoil, Lu Mu merely assumed she was shy and paid little mind to it, believing that such initial awkwardness would dissipate in a few days once they became more familiar. The two conversed quite harmoniously, and the more Lu Mu observed, the more she cherished her new daughter-in-law, sincerely reflecting that her fourth son had indeed struck gold. Watching the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law interact, Liu Haifeng felt somewhat superfluous and could not help but lament the stark contrast in treatment. Wang Qian noted the amount of rice Lu Mu was adding to the pot and began to calculate the family's appetite. Mother, having just entered the household, I'm unsure how much rice to cook, but I can take charge of the vegetables. What did we have for breakfast? With the lifelong affairs of her fourth son finally resolved, Lu Mu was in high spirits, her tone gentler than usual, especially in the presence of her new daughter-in-law. Given the heat, leftovers would not keep well, and since they had distributed the food from yesterday's banquet to relatives who had come to help, only a piece of meat remained in the house. Let's use this to prepare a dish today. It's better than letting it spoil. Liu Haifeng, standing by, listened to the exchange between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law without intervening as his wife took the initiative. Typically, the kitchen duties were shared among his elder and second sisters alongside their mother, but today, they were likely dispatched to the fields by Lu Mu. It was evident that the vegetables were meant for the new daughter-in-law to cook, a customary practice to evaluate her culinary skills. Looking at the piece of meat Lu Mu held, he recalled that pork was only about 9 mao per jin at present. Yet even such a modest quantity was treated as a precious commodity, with families tightening their belts and refraining from excessive consumption. Who could afford to be wasteful during ordinary days? Reminiscing about the information he had retained, Liu Haifeng was eager to familiarize himself with the customs of this era. For having resolved to stay and live well, he could not afford to reveal any flaws. Meanwhile, Wang Qian took the piece of meat, weighing it lightly in her hands, estimating it to be around 1 jin. Remembering what the matchmaker had shared about the family's circumstances prior to her marriage, she surmised that with so many mouths to feed, such a small amount of meat would yield only a few slices per person. Mother, surely we have some pickled vegetables at home? How about we chop half of the meat to make a sauerkraut porridge? We can save the other half for lunch to prepare a dish of sauerkraut and vermicelli. Although their family was not affluent, being nestled against the mountains allowed them to indulge in the occasional wild delicacies. Wang Qian believed her culinary skills with meat were commendable. The new bride organized everything with remarkable efficiency, which greatly pleased Lu Mu. You've done well with the sauerkraut. Proceed as you see fit. Observing the diligent efforts of the new bride, Lu Mu's gaze fell upon the fourth son, who resembled a wooden post, and found him exceedingly bothersome. What are you staring at? Hurry up and tend to the fire for your wife. Can't you see? What else can you possibly do? Liu Haifeng, inexplicably chastised, wore a forlorn expression, wondering whom he had offended. However, recognizing Lu Mu's authority in the household, he resigned himself to the situation and settled on a wooden stump by the earthen stove, preparing to light the fire. Truth be told, he was quite adept at this task, having grown up in the countryside in his previous life, where such chores were common. Chapter 5. Lu Mu's contemplation. Noticing that the fourth son, usually so obstinate, was unusually quiet, Lu Mu felt a wave of nostalgia. The youngest child of their generation, he had always been robust and fair-skinned, doted upon by his grandfather since birth. Despite the family's modest means, this boy enjoyed a daily egg, much to the envy of his older siblings. In their youth, they often lamented their grandfather's favoritism, but as they matured, they ceased their complaints. Furthermore, this boy had little interest in academics, frequently sneaking out to play instead of attending school, resulting in his limited literacy, barely able to recognize a few characters. He had not even completed elementary education. After dropping out, he spent his days mingling with a rough crowd, engaging in brawls, or parading around with pets. When asked to help with chores, he would either complain of back pain or leg aches, finding fault with everything. His grandfather's indulgence led him to visit the fields less often than the eldest children. As for his reputation, it was well known, not just within 100 miles, but throughout the surrounding villages. His name was infamous. When his grandfather passed away, Lu Mu felt the moment had finally arrived to discipline her youngest son. Yet, as anticipated, the more she tried to correct him, the more rebellious he became, often responding with disdain. Had it not been for the fear of his father's reprimands, Lu Mu shuddered to think of what he might have become. 2 years prior, during the labor points allocation, they could still compel him to earn some points. But with this year's reforms at Lu Jiawan, which divided land among households and mandated self-sufficiency, he had become utterly negligent about household chores. They had scolded and punished him. Yet nothing seemed to work. This brought Lu Mu to ponder another issue. Since the reforms, many families in the village had begun to quarrel over property division. And this situation was mirrored in her own household. Take, for instance, the 2 daughters-in-law of the eldest and second sons. Although they usually whispered complaints under their breath, their true intentions were clear to Lu Mu and her husband. They wished for the 4th son to leave home and were eager to divide the family. It was common knowledge. However, allowing such matters to fester was not conducive. The village had seen its share of disputes resulting from family divisions, with brothers turning against each other and physical confrontations occurring. Such occurrences were absolutely intolerable to Lu Mu and her husband. However, if they were to separate, with the current state of the 4th son idling away his days, one cannot simply watch him starve, can one? This matter troubled her to the point of sleepless nights. Ultimately, in desperation, she sought the assistance of a matchmaker to propose a marriage for him with a woman from the mountains. She recalled the old adage that men mature and take on responsibility once they marry and have children. Even the most reckless would not stray too far from the path of decency. It was one thing for her to endure hunger intermittently, but surely one must tend to one's wife and children. Could one truly bear to witness them suffer from cold and hunger? With this thought in mind, she resolved to find a strong and capable bride for him. She had heard that the 4th son's prospective bride was not only beautiful, but also industrious and efficient in her tasks, coming from a family of diligent individuals. Upon hearing this news from the matchmaker, she hurried to the young woman's family to propose, fearing that she might be too late and that someone else might seize the opportunity. To this end, she promised that once the marriage took place, the families would separate, allowing the young couple to live their own lives without interference from the in-laws. This decision stemmed from her concern that the future in-laws might inquire into her son's reputation. She wished to swiftly resolve the matter, fearing that the engagement might fall through. To her surprise, the 4th son's bride was quite decisive, agreeing to the union after just one meeting. This delighted her immensely, and she quickly arranged for a favorable wedding date, opting for the soonest auspicious day. The haste of the arrangement left the couple, especially the 4th son, somewhat bewildered, as they were thrust into marriage without fully grasping the situation. Reflecting on this, Lu's mother felt a sense of pride in her efficiency, believing that it was perfectly acceptable to marry first and understand each other later. After all, her generation had done just that. Liu Haifeng, catching a glimpse of his mother's enigmatic smile, was immediately filled with questions. What could she possibly be thinking? Noticing the 4th son's expression of utter confusion, Lu's mother raised an eyebrow. What are you staring at? Pay attention to the stove. Why are you burning such a large fire? It's a waste of firewood. Although her younger son had just married and deserved a bit of leeway in front of his new wife, the events of the previous day left Lu's mother with a sense of irritation. On the wedding day, the 4th son had drunk excessively, leading her to wonder if there was anyone in the vicinity capable of more outrageous behavior than his. Observing her son's agitated demeanor, Liu Haifeng felt a sense of despair. Was this truly how one reacted? The reasons behind her feelings were not entirely lost on him. Having glimpsed the memories of the original owner of this body, he too felt a sense of disarray. The original owner was no paragon of virtue, spending his days in frivolity, drinking, gambling, and occasionally engaging in fights, living off his family without contributing. If it weren't for the presence of a beautiful wife, Liu Haifeng might have contemplated hanging himself from a beam in hopes of returning to his former life. After reprimanding his son, he turned to observe his daughter-in-law busily working at the stove, nodding in satisfaction. Considering the current situation, it seems satisfactory. However, she ought to observe for a few more days to ensure it is genuine. Otherwise, if the fourth son's wife turns out to be lazy as well, she cannot fathom how the couple would manage their lives moving forward. In every household, pickling some sauerkraut is customary. Liu's mother is quite skilled in this art. When Wang Qian opened a jar, the pungent sour aroma surged forth, causing Liu Haifeng, who was seated by the stove, to glance over frequently. Mother, the scent of this sauerkraut is intense. Just the smell makes one's mouth water. Previously, I had attempted to make some at my family home, but I could not ascertain where I went wrong. The pickled vegetables either turned out too soft or lacked sufficient sourness, never achieving this delightful flavor. Receiving such praise, Liu's mother beamed with joy. She relished compliments. This batch of sauerkraut wasn't made perfectly. I shall teach you when I make it next time, so you can learn as well. In the future, as you both build your life together, this will be a household staple, and it would be wise to make some yourselves. As Liu's sister-in-law approached the kitchen door, she overheard the fourth son's wife flattering Liu's mother, which ignited a sense of urgency within her. With the impending division of the family, she realized that she could not afford to lose favor. Thus, she entered the kitchen, rolled up her sleeves, and inquired, "What are we cooking today? I just returned from the fields a bit late. Is there anything I can assist with?" Observing this enthusiastic woman, Wang Qian repeatedly waved her hands. No, everything is already prepared and just waiting to be cooked. This morning, we are stir-frying pork with sauerkraut to accompany rice. Liu's mother looked at her eldest daughter-in-law with confusion. "Didn't I ask you to go to the fields? How come you are back?" She then introduced Wang Qian. "This is your sister-in-law, Ma Rulan." Wang Qian promptly extended her greetings. Su's sister-in-law glanced at the young and beautiful Wang Qian, feeling a twinge of jealousy, yet she smiled and spoke. "Mother, I'm just here to lend a hand. Father saw both of us going out, so he sent me back to assist, saying he didn't want you to tire yourself too much. You truly are beautiful, sister-in-law. Even I, as a woman, cannot help but feel envious. The fourth son is indeed fortunate." She laughed. "Today, we shall put you to work, allowing us to savor the flavors from your side." "Not at all, sister-in-law, you are not lacking in beauty either." "Oh, I am far from it. I work in the fields often. Just look at how dark my skin has become from the sun. Unlike you, look at your complexion. It is so fair." Upon hearing this, Wang Qian's expression soured. What does she mean by that? It sounds as if she implies I do not work in the fields. Just because my skin is fair does not mean I don't get tanned. Can I be blamed for that? Liu's mother, overhearing her eldest daughter-in-law's remark, could not help but cast a disapproving glance, thinking to herself, if you cannot speak properly, it would be better to remain silent. Liu's sister-in-law felt somewhat bewildered, only later realizing the implications of her words. "Oh dear, look at my mouth. Sister-in-law, that was not my intention. I was merely complimenting your fair skin. I am quite clumsy with words. Please do not take offense." Noticing that she did not seem to be lying, Wang Qian's expression softened, and she smiled, joining in the light-hearted banter. Chapter 6. Fetching water. Liu Haifeng sat nearby, tending to the fire, while also straining to listen to the conversation among the three women. The newlywed bride is often vulnerable to mistreatment. He had initially intended to support his wife when necessary, yet the current atmosphere seems rather pleasant. Upon hearing a discussion about skin, Liu Haifeng cast a fleeting glance at his wife, and memories of their affectionate mornings stirred something within him. He couldn't help but think of her silky skin and delicate waist, the fullness that eluded his grasp, and he swallowed hard, forcing himself to maintain composure. He dared not dwell on such thoughts, lest he become overwhelmed by desire. Sister-in-law Su was secretly vexed by her earlier slip of the tongue, yet upon observing the radiant smile of her sister-in-law, she felt reassured that her words were not entirely misplaced. After all, those who toil in the fields cannot be expected to retain such porcelain-like fairness. However, she understood that such musings should remain unspoken. In an effort to restore her image in her mother-in-law's eyes, she quickly offered, "Mother, the kitchen is rather warm. Perhaps you might prefer to sit in the living room for a while. My sister-in-law and I can manage here." Delighted by her daughter-in-law's suggestion, Liu's mother readily agreed. The cramped kitchen, filled with 4 people, made even turning around a challenge, and with the stove still ablaze, the air felt stifling. "You all must keep an eye on the porridge. It will soon be ready. I shall head to the fields to call the men back for water, as we have nearly exhausted our supply this morning." It seems everyone has overlooked the need to leave someone behind to fetch water, rushing off to the fields instead. At these words, sister-in-law Liu instinctively turned to glance at her brother-in-law, who was tending the fire. Following her gaze, Lu's mother noticed Liu Haifeng, who was listening intently nearby. A thought crossed her mind regarding the fourth son, but she hesitated. His lazy disposition often led him to cut corners, and she worried whether their wooden buckets could withstand his negligence if assigned to fetch water. Yet, considering that he was now married, it was time for him to step up. Fetching water should not pose a challenge for him. Sister-in-law Liu, noticing her mother-in-law's uncertainty, encouraged, "Let the fourth son go. It is not a particularly arduous task. Now that he has a family, he should adapt to chores like fetching water and chopping wood. Otherwise, how will they manage their lives together? We surely cannot expect my sister-in-law to fetch water. Not to mention that she will also need to work in the fields in the future. Fetching water is but a small task in comparison. Wouldn't you agree, mother?" The customs of the Liu family dictate that women do not fetch water, especially with so many men around. With this thought in mind, Lu's mother resolved her hesitation and called for Liu Haifeng to fetch water. Observing his sister-in-law's meddling, Liu Haifeng rolled his eyes inwardly. According to the memories of his predecessor, both his sister-in-law and second sister-in-law had long harbored disdain for him, believing he contributed little to the household and merely consumed resources without offering help, which led to their sarcastic remarks. In contrast to the more straightforward second sister-in-law, the eldest sister-in-law appeared quite articulate, yet Liu Haifeng found her to be exceedingly hypocritical, calculating in her every word. What was he pondering? Shouldn't he hasten to fetch water? Noticing the fourth son lost in thought, Lu's mother urged him to move. Although the eldest daughter-in-law harbors some personal thoughts, she spoke a truth. Once a family is established, if one cannot adapt now, will they truly expect the daughter-in-law to fetch water when the couple eventually separates? This precedent must not be set. The purpose of selecting this daughter-in-law is to ensure she can manage the fourth son. She does not wish to see her youngest son wandering aimlessly, resembling a lord, neglecting his responsibilities. Casting a glance at the somewhat smug eldest sister-in-law, he felt a reluctance in his heart, yet he found it unwise to oppose his mother, especially in the presence of his wife. He did not want to leave her with the impression of being indolent. Although he desired to effect some changes, such alterations must occur within the confines of his established persona. Otherwise, too abrupt a shift could easily arouse suspicion. After contemplating the tone of the original persona, he feigned considerable impatience and remarked, All right, what is the hurry? It's merely fetching water. As if anyone couldn't do that. Didn't we just start a fire? Lu's mother retorted, With so many people, do you expect only you to tend the fire? Hurry along now, don't dawdle. Can't you see dinner is being prepared? We are waiting for water, so move quickly. Reluctantly, Liu Haifeng glanced at his wife before taking up a yoke and 2 wooden buckets, trudging towards the back of the house. Once outside, he finally felt he could drop the pretense. Reflecting on the earlier scene, he realized that the expressions on everyone's faces had not suggested any awareness of his charade, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. It appeared that to maintain his facade without collapsing it entirely, he needed to effectuate changes swiftly. Otherwise, mimicking others would indeed become a tiresome endeavor. According to his memory, not far behind the old house, there was a well where the family sourced their water. After sending the fourth son outside, Lu's mother then called upon the 2 daughters-in-law to prepare the meal while she went to the fields to summon the laborers back. The weather was sweltering, and everyone set out to work in the fields at dawn, returning only for breakfast, which made the labor a bit more bearable. After all, the fields were no more than a 10-minute walk from home. Noticing her mother-in-law's departure, the eldest sister-in-law, seeing only herself and her sister-in-law remaining in the house, began to subtly assert her position within the household, often adopting a didactic tone. With a large family, when cooking porridge, one must add some sweet potatoes, otherwise, it would not suffice. Similarly, when stir-frying, one should be mindful of the salt and oil. Every bit saved counts. As we are not a wealthy family, and there is no need to be extravagant in our cooking. As for the porridge, our parents prefer it well cooked, so it must be simmered longer. We are less particular, as long as it is cooked through. Wang Qian, though aware of the underlying tone, chose not to take offense. The eldest sister-in-law's remarks held some truth, considering every household was in a similar situation. Despite the recent division of property, everyone's circumstances remained modest. She herself had eaten similarly during her time at her parental home. Moreover, having porridge to drink was quite fortunate, as she recalled years when her belly often went hungry, and her siblings would forage for wild fruits whenever they had the chance. While she nodded in agreement, she swiftly began chopping meat and vegetables. She was quite adept in the kitchen and planned to showcase her culinary skills today for her in-laws to appreciate. Sister Liu gazed at her dutiful siblings and was suddenly overcome with a sense of unfulfillment. Her gentle tone inadvertently made her appear rather aggressive. Yet, this also highlighted the formidable nature of the fourth daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, Liu Haifeng, carrying 2 empty buckets, approached the well, only to find it devoid of company. Perhaps due to unfortunate timing, he hung the buckets on the hook and lowered them into the well, tugging at the rope a few times. Sensing they should be full before he began to turn the crank beside him. The creaking sound evoked a nostalgic remembrance of his childhood, when he would accompany his mother to fetch water. Lost in thought, Liu Haifeng fell silent, pondering the fate of his family and whether his parents could ever accept his abrupt departure from life. However, a smile suddenly graced his lips. He was not particularly concerned about his parents, for he had an elder brother. At nearly 30 and still unmarried, his brother's family was blissfully complete, blessed with both sons and daughters, alleviating any worries about his parents lacking grandchildren. Furthermore, his elder brother would be there to provide for their parents in their old age, sparing him from such concerns. Despite this, tears began to trickle down his smiling face. His parents often pressured him to marry, and though he had occasionally fled for a year or two to escape the relentless matchmaking, his roots remained firmly planted there. If he ever yearned for his parents, he could always return for a visit. Yet, at this moment, a profound unease settled within him. Remembering the last time he saw his parents, with their graying hair, filled him with sorrow. After a while, he managed to regain his composure. It was futile to dwell on such thoughts. He had perpetually evaded the pressure to marry, and now that he could no longer see them, shedding tears seemed pretentious. With this realization, he found amusement in his own predicament. Yet, the reality remained. Overthinking was pointless, and embracing the present was far more advisable, especially since he was now a married man. With thoughts of his wife, Liu Haifeng hastened his actions, eager to return home and ensure she was not mistreated. As he drew up the water, the reflection allowed him to see his own face clearly for the first time. To his surprise, he found himself quite handsome. Particularly, his complexion mirrored that of his wife, both possessing a fair skin tone. Otherwise, with his penchant for outdoor escapades, he would have surely tanned by now. There were, however, imperfections, such as the swelling on his forehead, which had yet to subside, indicating a few more days of recovery. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of pride. In his previous life, he was not unattractive, but rather an inconspicuous presence amidst the crowd. In this life, fortune had bestowed upon him a fine visage. Should he ever find himself in dire straits, he could certainly rely on his fair complexion to pursue a life of ease as a pretty boy. Reflecting on his height, standing at 6 feet tall, he stood out in an era where the average height hovered around 5 feet 6 inches. This was advantageous. He was tall, handsome, and wealthy. If only he were affluent, he would embody the trifecta. Perhaps he could even consider rebranding himself as Liu Gao Shuai. With his spirits lifted, he entertained himself for a moment before hastily deciding to return home, still mindful of his beloved wife. However, though anxiety gnawed at his heart, as Liu Haifeng hoisted the 2 buckets of water, he involuntarily donned a mask of agony. For him, lifting these buckets was not an insurmountable challenge. Yet for one unaccustomed to such labor, the weight of the yoke pressing upon his shoulders was rather unbearable. Although he had engaged in this task in a past life, the years of absence had rendered him somewhat unfit for the sudden endeavor. Wobbling along, he could not discern how much water had spilled, and upon finally returning home, he touched his shoulder, feeling it swollen. Was it not excruciatingly painful? Chapter 7. Sarcastic banter. Darling, I'm home. The 2 women in the kitchen, alerted by the commotion outside, peeked out to investigate. Upon seeing that his wife appeared unscathed, Liu Haifeng breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that his sister-in-law might take advantage of his absence to cast sarcastic remarks. Observing Liu Haifeng's concern for her, Wang Qian felt a wave of sweetness. Despite her earlier calm demeanor, she still felt a twinge of uncertainty in this new household. Now, seeing the man with whom she shared an intimate bond, her heart relaxed considerably. Sister-in-law Liu chuckled at the sight of the fourth brother's grimacing expression, then glanced at the bucket of water, secretly scoffing. Half a bucket? Is this all? He making it seem as if he's on the verge of collapse from the task. What a pampered fellow he is. Not particularly fond of her younger brother-in-law, she feigned concern, saying, "Oh, the fourth brother is back. How is it? Was fetching water an easy task?" The discomfort you feel now is merely due to your lack of practice. You must train more. Otherwise, how will you manage once you and your wife start your life together? Moreover, I propose that the water-fetching duties be entrusted to you from now on. It will provide you with the necessary practice, ensuring a steadier hand in the future. And let me tell you, there are techniques to this task. When your elder brother returns, make sure to ask him to teach you. Also, try to venture out less and assist with household chores more. You are far sturdier than your elder brother, yet when it comes to work, hearing his sister-in-law's sarcastic remarks, Liu Haifeng frowned. This woman was indeed meddling far too much. Wang Qian could no longer tolerate it. Who was she to belittle her husband while elevating her own? She interjected. What is the matter? Is it too much for you? If you're not accustomed to it, just fetch less water, fill only half the bucket. It's no rush. You can make multiple trips. She had discerned that her husband was not cut out for such labor, and fetching water seemed a task better suited to her. Observing Liu Haifeng grimacing in pain, she felt a mixture of sympathy and amusement, yet a nagging thought crept in. Did this man appear somewhat unreliable? And her sister-in-law's words hinted at a past where her husband may have been absent more often than not. She hoped it was merely her overthinking. As Liu Haifeng basked in the gentle concern of his wife, warmth enveloped him. This was the essence of having a spouse. And he suddenly felt an unexpected surge of happiness. Yet, casting a glance at his sister-in-law, Liu Haifeng found no affable expression for her. He was a man who believed in settling scores before nightfall. Sister-in-law, we ought to heed our mother's words more closely. If one cannot articulate well, it is better to remain silent. As the elder sister-in-law, do you not think you are overstepping your bounds? Look around. Who among the elder sisters-in-law dares to reprimand their younger brothers? Perhaps I should consult with my elder brother upon his return. Liu's elder sister-in-law felt a surge of anger when she encountered the rebuttal from the fourth brother. What do you mean by that? I offered you my advice out of goodwill, and this is how you perceive me? What wrong have I committed? Is it merely because I spoke a few words to you? Must you address your elder sister-in-law with such a tone? Moreover, am I mistaken in my observations? Look at your physique. You appear more robust than your elder brother, yet the moment you are asked to work, you start to complain. Cease this nonsense. I am not interested in your thoughts. However, you ought to concern yourself less with my affairs. Our parents have not uttered a word. So what gives you the right to speak? Liu Haifeng chuckled derisively, advising him to keep his mouth shut if he cannot articulate himself properly. Out of respect for my elder brother, I do not wish to quarrel with you, but do not provoke me, or you shall regret it. Hearing the threat from the fourth brother, and considering his usual demeanor, Liu's elder sister-in-law felt a twinge of unease. Looking at his stern expression, she hesitated to voice her thoughts. Observing the now subdued elder sister-in-law, Liu Haifeng let out a cold snort. Based on his recollection, she was one who preyed on the weak. Thus, one must never show weakness in her presence, lest she perceive you as easy prey. He then turned to his wife, his face lighting up with a smile, embodying a chameleon of emotions. My dear, showcase your talents to them. As for everything else, do not concern yourself. If there are words that do not sit well with you, simply disregard them, for they cannot harm us in the slightest. The her referred to was clear to everyone present. Liu's elder sister-in-law gritted her teeth in frustration, yet she found herself powerless against this younger brother who bore a striking resemblance to a rogue. Furthermore, this matter was not within her jurisdiction. Her previous remarks had already crossed the line. Should their mother-in-law become aware, it would surely tarnish her reputation, especially with the impending division of the family. Perhaps it would be wiser to let him bask in his fleeting triumph for a few more days. Just wait. Your days of ease are drawing to a close. I shall relish in watching your downfall. Upon hearing Liu Haifeng's words, Wang Qian stifled a chuckle, secretly amused by how adept he was at rendering the elder sister-in-law speechless. His concern for her well-being warmed her heart. In these modern times, encountering a man who stands up for her and defends her at every turn is indeed a rarity. Many households witness their wives bear grievances without a thought for their perspective. Seeing his wife smile, Liu Haifeng was momentarily taken aback. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Moreover, his wife was exceptionally beautiful, accustomed to the era of protein powder and cosmetics. He found a fresh allure in his wife's natural appearance, reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the water. Noticing his unwavering gaze upon her, Wang Qian bashfully touched her face and shot him a playful glare. Fool, hurry and fetch some water. The meal is nearly ready. With a chuckle, Liu Haifeng turned towards the door, glancing back 3 times. Observing the couple's flirtatious exchange, Lu Dazhao felt a pang of envy. Her heart heavy with the dog food they were serving. How shameless they were, unabashed in broad daylight. Returning to the kitchen, Wang Qian's cheeks were still tinged with a blush. She gently fanned herself before immersing herself in her tasks. The vegetables had already been chopped, and now she awaited the moment to sauté them. Noticing the fire in the stove was rather fierce, she withdrew a couple of twigs to temper the flames before pouring in the oil and adding the minced meat. Although Dazhao had advised her to use less oil and salt, she reasoned that one must have flavor to sustain energy during labor, particularly with salt. A deficiency would not only dull the taste, but also leave one feeling weak. Regrettably, she had learned from her earlier conversation with Dazhao that there were many children at home, which meant she could not add too many chili peppers. However, she had a solution. She would add some soybean paste, which was quite salty. A little extra would enhance the dish's flavor, and she could even forego adding salt. Meanwhile, as the meal was being prepared, the family members who had gone to the fields returned home. Liu Haifeng, panting and weary from making 4 trips, finally filled the water tank. Breakfast was simple: stir-fried minced meat with pickled vegetables, accompanied by a dish of bok choy and sweet potato porridge. After washing up, Liu Haifeng came to assist in bringing the dishes to the table. She inhaled the aroma of the stir-fried meat and pickled vegetables, a smile blossoming on her face. "This smells delightful. I had no idea Xiao Qian was such a talented cook. Even before tasting it, I'm nearly drooling. It seems that Erseo and I may soon find ourselves out of a job. With skills like these, Xiao Qian is undoubtedly the family's master chef." Wang Qian merely smiled at this remark, choosing not to engage further. She was no fool. Liu Haifeng splashed water on his face and sat down beside his wife, dismissing Erseo's words as if they were inconsequential. Such individuals deserved no courtesy, otherwise they would surely take advantage. Seeing this, Liu Erseo said nothing more. She was merely testing the waters. If it succeeded, everyone would be happy and she would have it easier. If not, there was no real loss. Chapter 8. Flourishing branches and leaves with a large family. When mealtime arrived, the long dining table filled quickly with people. Observing this lively gathering, Liu Haifeng couldn't help but marvel at the bustling household. Once everyone was seated, he began to introduce his wife to each family member. Wang Qian listened with a smile, her eyes carefully appraising her new family, uncertain of how well they would get along in the days to come. Liu's parents needed no introduction. Liu Dazhao, Liu Weigua, and his wife Ma Rilon were present, blessed with 1 son and 2 daughters. Their eldest son, Liu Yuan, aged 8, was a mischievous little rascal, while their second daughter, Liu Jing, 7, was aptly named, appearing sweet and obedient. Their youngest daughter, Liu Huan, was just 5 years old. Liu Er, Liu Weiman, and his wife, Su Hohat, had 2 sons and a daughter, perfectly mirroring the composition of the elder brother's family. Liu Yu, the eldest son, is 7 years old this year. His second daughter, Liu Shi, is 5, and the youngest son, Liu Gui, is merely 3. As for the third sister's family, they made an appearance yesterday, only to leave shortly after the meal. Liu Haifeng recalled that the original owner did not seem particularly fond of her, so he merely mentioned her to his wife without going into detail. The people present were not surprised. To be frank, apart from Liu father and Liu mother, the others did not share a close relationship with the third daughter of the Liu family. Once the introductions were complete, Liu Fu, as the head of the family, gestured for everyone to begin eating. Upon hearing that they could eat, the younger children immediately sprang into action. Liu Yuan, the 8-year-old nephew, eagerly scooped up minced meat and pickled vegetables into his bowl, while the other children followed suit. Noticing that his wife had yet to pick up her chopsticks, Liu Haifeng, aware of her discomfort, took the initiative. He deftly served some food onto her plate before filling his own bowl, then returned the serving dish to its place. This maneuver left Wang Qian utterly astonished. "Fourth uncle, what are you doing? My mother said not to touch the dishes on the table. How can we eat like this?" She protested. "Humph, I do as I please. You little one dare to lecture your fourth uncle?" He retorted playfully. "Hurry and eat. If you don't, your younger siblings will snatch it all away." With so many family members, mealtime resembled a battlefield. Those who were slow to act might end up with nothing. Noticing his wife watching him, he smiled and reassured her, "Ignore those little rascals. They're all rather mischievous. Just enjoy your meal and take what you fancy. No need to be overly formal. We have few rules at home, so relax." Wang Qian smiled and nodded, secretly amused. It was quite entertaining to see this man compete with children for food. Liu Erseo, cradling her youngest son, glanced at Liu Haifeng and his wife, subtly insinuating, "Fourth, you rose quite early today. I heard you even fetched water." Indeed, having a wife changes a man. Typically, you wouldn't be seen until mealtime. But today you not only arrived early but even filled the water tank. Liu mother, sipping her porridge, shot a glare at Liu Erseo, who was stirring up trouble. Liu Haifeng, unfazed by his second sister-in-law's antics, chose to ignore her. After all, she was merely a clown, unworthy of his attention. Moreover, according to the original owner's memories, ever since this second sister-in-law entered the family, she often regarded him with disdain. Unlike the elder sister-in-law's subtle sarcasm, this one was quite straightforward, openly expressing her contempt for her idle brother-in-law, feeling emboldened by having borne two sons. Perhaps it was the perspective of an outsider. But having witnessed the original owner's recollections, he recognized that neither the elder nor the second sister-in-law had truly crossed the line. Overall, they were not bad people. They simply disapproved of the original owner's idleness, which Liu Haifeng deemed quite natural. Were he in their position, he would not have treated the original owner with kindness either. After all, the idle and indolent are often looked down upon, and that is an undeniable truth. Upon hearing the words of the second sister-in-law, Wang Qian glanced up at her partner. Noticing his lack of expression, she discerned that he was not particularly concerned, and thus chose to remain silent. After all, she had only just arrived and was still unfamiliar with the family's dynamics. It was prudent to speak less at this juncture. Liu Yuan, holding a bowl, stood without taking a seat, stretching his neck to search for minced meat with his chopsticks, poking around the dish indiscriminately. Liu's elder sister-in-law, unable to contain her disapproval, struck his hand with her chopsticks, her eyes filled with disdain. "Eat properly. Why are you poking around? Do you wish to leave your saliva for others? And with such tiny morsels, how many can you possibly pick up?" Seeing her elder brother being scolded, Liu could hardly contain his laughter, his trembling hands spilling porridge from his bowl. For this, Liu's second sister-in-law also gave him a sharp rap on the back of his head. "Stop laughing at others and pay attention to yourself. Can't you see you've spilled porridge everywhere? What a waste. Can you not make things more manageable for me?" Witnessing their two brothers being reprimanded, the remaining siblings exchanged quiet chuckles. With many children present, mealtime was a cacophony. Liu Haifeng felt somewhat out of place, but, considering that his wife had just arrived, he remained patient to help her acclimate to the surroundings. After finishing breakfast, with little work left in the fields and the heat rising, everyone settled down to rest at home. The children swiftly vanished after their meal, leaving Liu Haifeng feeling somewhat bored. Observing his wife tidying up the house and arranging her dowry from the previous day, he intended to assist her but was promptly shooed away. Understanding that she sought to occupy herself to pass the time, he refrained from intervening, though this left him feeling somewhat idle, bored and restless. He contemplated a visit to the town. Despite possessing the memories of the previous owner, he yearned to witness this era's world firsthand. Born in 1996, he had only heard snippets of life in this time from the elders, and his curiosity compelled him to explore the present and discern how it differed from their tales. As he strolled along the village path, taking in the surroundings, he could not suppress his reflections. The mud houses, low and squat, while not dilapidated, were far from ideal. Additionally, most households lacked gardens, with only the occasional glimpse of a woven bamboo fence. He recalled that in his childhood, virtually every home in his village boasted tall courtyard walls, a stark contrast to the almost open feel of the current landscape. Approaching the village entrance, Liu Haifeng surveyed his surroundings when he unexpectedly encountered a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure. As he pondered how to greet this person, the approaching individual's eyes brightened upon spotting him. "Fengge, where are you off to? I was just about to look for you." The speaker, somewhat slender with a wheatish complexion and a cropped hairstyle, appeared quite spirited, standing just over 5 feet 7 inches tall. Upon delving into the original owner's memories, it became evident that this individual was Liu Wang, a steadfast companion from childhood. The two had grown up together, and due to the original owner's timid nature and Liu's name, which included the character for prosperous, the original owner affectionately referred to him as Dogsy. This whimsical nickname had become a habit over time, leading to a mix of amusement and exasperation at the original owner's choice of moniker. "Ah, Dogsy, you've come looking for me. Is there something on your mind?" In an effort to conceal his identity as no longer the original owner, Liu Haifeng endeavored to mimic the original owner's manner of speaking. He had already devised a plan to gradually alter the perception others held of him. Though he understood that he must tread lightly, any abrupt changes could easily raise suspicions among those familiar with him. He had formulated an excuse for any inquiries that might arise, stating that he had recently married, and thus, it was only natural for him to experience personal growth. This rationale would not attract undue scrutiny. The impetus for this transformation was, of course, to evade the impending crackdown that was widely anticipated. While he may not recall every significant event, this particular situation was known to every individual from the later generations. It is crucial to understand that during certain periods, even minor infractions could lead to severe consequences. One misstep could result in dire repercussions. "Hey, I'm not up to much, just bored at home. So I thought I'd chat with you, Brother Feng," Dogsy said, scratching the back of his head with an endearing smile. "By the way, where are you headed? Shouldn't you be at home with your wife?" "No need. Your sister-in-law is adjusting quite well," Liu Haifeng replied. "Coincidentally, I too find staying at home rather dull and was planning to take a stroll in town. Since you're here, why not join me? It would be nice to have some company along the way to share a few stories and ease the tedium." "Sure. I have nothing else to do anyway. So let's go together," Dogsy exclaimed. "I initially thought you'd be home with your wife after your wedding. I was even considering stopping by your house for a visit. But since you're out, we can enjoy some leisure time together." Liu Haifeng was not surprised by Dogsy's agreement, as the original owner's memories revealed that this lad had always been his shadow, following his lead in every endeavor. The reason for this loyalty was evident. Liu Haifeng's robust physique and prowess in brawling provided a sense of security for Lu Wang, who had grown up without a father and was often bullied. Following Liu Haifeng imbued him with confidence. Furthermore, their shared upbringing fostered an unbreakable bond, making their friendship all the more profound. With their arms draped over each other's shoulders, the two made their way toward the town. "Brother Feng, I thought once you got married, you'd stay home more. I didn't expect you to be just the same as before," Dogsy remarked. "Of course. Do you even know who your brother Feng is?" "Just one woman. Can she really keep me confined?" Liu Haifeng retorted with a grin. "A few words, and she is already completely under my thumb. Let me tell you, when you eventually marry, the first thing you must do is make it clear who holds the authority at home." Absolutely, Brother Feng is indeed formidable. Chapter 9. A penny can stymie a hero. Lu Jiawan was not far from the town, and within half an hour of their banter, the two arrived at their destination. In the span of just half an hour, through subtle inquiries, Liu Haifeng gained a certain understanding of Lu Wang. Coupled with his recollections, he deemed this individual to be quite capable, possessing a straightforward character, valuing loyalty, and, most importantly, being obedient. For someone newly arrived in this unfamiliar environment, Lu Wang presented himself as a significant ally under the current circumstances. Of course, despite having memories for comparison, Liu Haifeng had only just met him, and the true nature of this person warranted further observation. As early summer began to unfold, the two had walked for half an hour, feeling both hot and fatigued. They sought refuge in a shaded area for a brief respite before meandering about. Xinglong Town, with a reasonably sized area, boasted a few factories, albeit small in scale. Along with residential buildings, some early private constructions, a primary and secondary school, and a main street at the town center. After an hour of exploration, they had seen most of what the town had to offer. At that moment, Liu Haifeng stood at the entrance of a primary school, observing the chattering children within. Lost in thought, "What are you pondering, Brother Feng?" Lu Wang, standing beside him, was sweating profusely, occasionally wiping his forehead with his sleeve. Liu Haifeng gently shook his head, dabbed at the sweat trickling down his chin, and lifted his hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sun, exhaling a hot breath. "Come, let me treat you to some ice pops." Upon hearing this, Lu Wang's face lit up with joy. After walking for so long, his throat felt parched, and he had intended to suggest a break, but this unexpected delight caught him off guard. When it came to such treats, he was instantly invigorated. The ice pops were to be purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative, and the two sauntered in that direction. Along the way, Liu Haifeng instinctively glanced around, but failed to spot whom he hoped to see, his gaze flickering momentarily. Arriving at the cooperative, they ordered 2 ice pops. And as soon as they received them, Lu Wang eagerly took a bite. "Ah, this is refreshing." His words were somewhat muffled as he chewed. Observing Lu Wang's enthusiastic consumption, Liu Haifeng couldn't help but chuckle. However, after moistening his parched lips, he strolled along, feeling the heat and sweat on his brow. Holding the chilled ice pop in his hand, he too felt an overwhelming urge to indulge, realizing that he wasn't much different from this young man. Shaking his head, he reached into his pockets to retrieve some money, only for his smile to falter in an instant. Oh no, how can I be this unlucky? He rummaged through his left and right pockets, then searched his shirt pocket, yet found nothing but emptiness. Damn it! Reflecting on the situation, he smacked his forehead. He distinctly remembered having money earlier. However, after an intimate morning with his wife, he had removed his trousers, and when putting them back on, he had been wearing the pair from their wedding day, which had absorbed some alcohol. His wife had offered to wash them, and he had obliged, resulting in him wearing a different pair. Looking at Lu Wang, who was still savoring his ice pop, Liu Haifeng felt a wave of embarrassment as he fidgeted with his pockets. This was quite awkward. Clearing his throat, he glanced at the cashier, who was eyeing him expectantly, but he hesitated to speak. After all, this person had accompanied him. It would be rather inappropriate to expect someone else to foot the bill for an ice pop. However, dear comrade, please hurry up. An ice cream costs 4 cents. For 2, it amounts to 8 cents. Who among you will settle the bill? The impatient salesgirl began to urge them. Had she not seen that these two were adults, and given Liu Haifeng's striking good looks, she would never have believed he would abscond without paying. Yet, at this moment, doubts crept in. Could it be that they were merely here to swindle ice cream? Beside them, Liu Hao, nearly finished with his own ice cream, turned to glance over, his eyes filled with confusion. As the salesgirl pressed further, Liu Haifeng, with no other option, reluctantly revealed the truth. Ahem, well, Dogsy, do you have any money on you? I rushed out today and left my cash at home after changing my trousers. Look, could you please cover this for now? When we return, I'll reimburse you. I promised to treat today, but alas, I find myself without a single cent. Liu Haifeng's face was awash with embarrassment. Just 8 cents. And he had thought it quite a bargain. Yet, here he was, utterly broke. What a shameful predicament. Upon hearing this, Lu Wang's expression shifted to one of understanding. Oh, I see. It's merely 2 ice creams. What is the fuss? Whoever pays is of little consequence. Since you, Brother Feng, forgot your money, we can settle it next time. What is there to repay? We share a bond, don't we? While saying this, Lu Wang rummaged through his pockets. However, after a thorough search, he too was left dumbfounded. 3 coins, a 5-cent piece and 2 1-cent coins, totaling 7 cents. They exchanged bewildered glances, both momentarily stunned. After a lengthy pause, Liu Haifeng gazed at the meager sum in Lu Wang's hand, then at the unopened ice cream in his own, and promptly resolved to return it. Thank goodness he held his tongue, otherwise, it might have become notorious that 2 grown men could not procure a mere ice cream due to a lack of a single cent, unable to mask the awkwardness. Liu Haifeng resorted to coughing to ease the tension. Ha ha ha. Miss, oh no, comrade, I haven't eaten this yet. Would it be possible for me to return it? I left in such a rush today and forgot my money. Under the salesgirl's scrutinizing gaze, Liu Haifeng's voice dwindled, and he felt an overwhelming desire to vanish into a mouse hole. What on earth was happening? As the saying goes, a single cent can thwart even a hero. Here they were, just 1 cent short for 2 ice creams, and yet neither of the 2 men could produce it. Observing Liu Haifeng in negotiations, Lu Wang grew anxious. How could this be? He distinctly remembered bringing 20 cents when he left. How could he now be reduced to a handful of coins? Upon reflection, he recalled that he had lost some money while playing cards a few days prior. Slapping his forehead, Lu Wang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Having boasted only to be struck down by reality, the atmosphere had become decidedly awkward, with many patrons in the cooperative society casting curious glances their way, eager to witness the unfolding drama. At that moment, Liu Haifeng, who was holding an ice cream and contemplating a refund, suddenly stumbled upon a coin in the corner of another pocket. A wave of joy washed over his face as he extracted a 2-cent coin. His heart lightened. With his 2 cents combined with the dog's 7 cents, they could afford 2 ice creams now. Subsequently, he counted out 6 cents from Lu Wang's hand, adding his 2 cents, and handed them to the vendor. After giving Lu Wang a reassuring pat on the shoulder, he hastily made his way towards the exit. Aware of the peculiar gazes directed at him, he felt somewhat thick-skinned, yet could not withstand the weight of so many odd stares, prompting a swift exit. Lu Wang, taken aback by Liu Haifeng's swift and decisive actions, soon regained his composure and awkwardly glanced around. Noticing the many curious eyes upon him, he scratched the back of his head and offered a sheepish smile before quickly turning to follow Liu Haifeng outside. As the two departed, The people inside the cooperative began to gossip in hushed tones. The young lady who had just sold them the ice cream couldn't help but curl her lip at their retreating figures, muttering under her breath, "Paupers. Can't even afford an ice cream at their age." Meanwhile, a distance away, Liu Haifeng and Lu Wang, panting, took refuge beneath a large tree. Liu Haifeng gazed at the ice cream in his hand, his mind racing back to the embarrassing scene they had just endured. He cursed under his breath, regretting his decision to indulge in ice cream. If only he had checked his pockets beforehand, he could have avoided such humiliation. Yet, it was too late for regrets. The memory of those inquisitive eyes still made his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Observing Lu Wang, who had seemingly returned to his usual demeanor, Liu Haifeng felt a twinge of admiration. Lu Wang's thick skin surpassed his own. Despite the recent incident, he had bounced back as if nothing had happened. "Impressive," Lu Wang remarked. "Such things have happened before. Embarrassment lasts but a moment. After that, one must carry on without letting it affect their mood." "Quite impressive indeed," Liu Haifeng replied. Chapter 10. Back to the mountains. Having grown accustomed to a life where payments were made effortlessly via mobile devices, Liu Haifeng never considered carrying cash. Now, having barely revived from his former life, he found himself flummoxed over a mere few cents for an ice cream. Reflecting on the original owner's hidden savings, he realized the urgency to find a means of earning money. As the saying goes, money begets courage. Without it, one cannot speak with conviction. Being a man now with a wife, he felt the weight of responsibility to provide for his family, though it was possible to survive by tilling the land. Having grown up in a rural setting, he was all too familiar with the hardships of farming. It was a life spent facing the dirt, relying on the whims of weather throughout the seasons, becoming sunburned and weary, and at the end of the year, barely making ends meet. Liu Haifeng recalled laboring for over a decade, but had long forgotten how to farm. As for the original owner, he was too indolent to even step into the fields, let alone possess any agricultural skills. Even fetching water was a struggle for him. Could such a spirit, combined with this body, truly be suited for farming? He had no intention of returning to the fields. Furthermore, he desired to ensure his wife remained fair-skinned. So how could he possibly expect her to toil in the fields? Accustomed to the conveniences of modern appliances such as washing machines, refrigerators, and large televisions, one cannot help but reflect on the vast emptiness of one's own abode. Having endured the hardships of poverty, Liu Haifeng sat beneath a grand tree, nibbling on an ice pop, lost in contemplation. The foremost thought occupying his mind was the urgent need to secure a livelihood, since he harbored no desire to toil the land. He must possess the means to support himself and his wife. Otherwise, what fate awaited them in the not-so-distant future when they would be forced to part ways and fend for themselves? Noticing the fluctuating expressions on Liu Haifeng's face, Lu Wang, crouched nearby, scratched his head in bewilderment. "Brother Feng, what are you pondering? Still brooding over what happened earlier? Honestly, what is there to dwell upon? This isn't the first time we've faced embarrassment. We've encountered worse situations before, so there's no need to hold on to it." Liu Haifeng could only shake his head at such shameless remarks. Truth be told, Lu Wang had initially been quite innocent, but he had been led astray by the antics of the previous owner of this life. What nonsense was he now spouting? "Buddy, what are your thoughts on the earlier incident?" "Thoughts?" Lu Wang's eyes reflected a foolish confusion, leaving him at a loss for words. Observing the naive glimmer in Lu Wang's eyes, Liu Haifeng smacked his forehead, realizing he had erred in posing that question. "I won't beat around the bush any longer. The recent events have imparted a crucial lesson. A single penny can thwart even the most valiant of heroes. Do you wish to confront such circumstances again? We must change. Do you understand? Previously, we wandered aimlessly like rascals. That could be excused, but now that I am married and you are no longer a child, it is high time we focused on earning a living and providing for our families. Would you not agree?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wang fell into deep thought, for his situation was scarcely more favorable than that of his brother. With 3 elderly dependents at home, he was the sole heir. Observing Lu Wang's contemplation, Liu Haifeng nodded in satisfaction, sensing there was still hope for him. Consider this: while land has been allocated for individual cultivation, how much can a farmer truly earn after a year of labor? The meager earnings hardly suffice for anything substantial. Our nation is undergoing reform and opening up. I've heard that cities like Yancheng are thriving. Having spoken at length and finished the last bite of his ice pop, Liu Haifeng felt he had conveyed enough. In essence, he posed one crucial question: do you wish to lead a better life? Lu Wang, who had been feeling dizzy from the lengthy discourse, perked up at that final question. Yes, of course. However, his enthusiasm soon waned. Brother Feng, to be candid, you are aware of my family's situation. I lost my father at a young age, and I understand the grueling nature of farm work. I have always followed you around, timid and clumsy, lacking your sharp intellect. I am uncertain of how to achieve a good life. Enough with the self-pity. All you need to focus on is your desire for a better life. The rest is my responsibility as your elder brother. Upon hearing this, Lu Wang's face lit up with a smile. He knew that his brother would not forget him when fortune smiled upon them. Throughout their lives, Liu Haifeng had always defended him against bullies, included him in joyful escapades, and shared his treats. Lu Wang cherished these memories and vowed that he would repay his brother's kindness when the opportunity arose. Brother Feng, if you have any thoughts, feel free to act upon them. I am here to support you. Should you require my assistance in any matter, do not hesitate to speak up. I shall undoubtedly fulfill my obligation. All right, my good brother, remember this. As long as I, Liu Haifeng, have a morsel to eat, you shall never go hungry. With a pat on Lu Wang's shoulder, Liu Haifeng appeared invigorated. They say the 1980s were the best and the easiest time to earn money at this moment. If one possesses courage, any endeavor can yield profit. He could hardly believe that, with the foresight of future generations, one could not find a pathway to wealth. Contemplating his observations from the town earlier that day, a vague idea flickered in his mind, yet it was not yet fully formed, so he refrained from sharing it. Planning to visit the county when time permitted to further contemplate his strategy, Lu Wang was moved, his eyes glistening with emotion, as a cool breeze calmed the atmosphere. Liu Haifeng noticed the somewhat ambiguous gaze from this younger brother, causing him to shudder involuntarily. What was going on? Why was he looking at me like that? I'm not some mountain spirit. Quickly stepping back to create distance, he met Lu Wang's puzzled gaze and offered an awkward smile. Well, it's getting late, and we have no money on us. It would be wise to head home early, wouldn't you agree? While Lu Wang felt the peculiar intensity of Brother Feng's gaze, he shrugged it off and nodded in agreement. The return journey took another half hour. Upon entering the village, the two parted ways. Arriving home, Liu Haifeng found that dinner was just being served. As the saying goes, it is better to arrive at the right moment than too early. After washing his hands, he was ready to dine. Wife, I'm back. Hearing Liu Haifeng call out for his wife publicly, Wang Qian felt her face flush under the scrutiny of those around them. Why does he look at this unrefined man before her? Wang Qian's gaze darted nervously around, akin to a startled deer. In that fleeting moment, her shyness blossomed like a flower timidly unfurling, coloring her cheeks. A hint of bashfulness sparkled in her eyes, reminiscent of the morning sun filtering through delicate curtains, soft and warm. Lowering her head slightly, her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, seemingly attempting to conceal her flushed face. What's wrong? Is there anything inappropriate? You are my wife. What is wrong with me calling you that? Observing his wife's alluring visage, Liu Haifeng felt that had they not been in public, he would have rushed over to embrace her and steal a kiss. Truth be told, he found it somewhat puzzling that his wife, emerging from the mountains, could possess such exquisite beauty. How fortunate he was to have encountered such a gem. Was this a reward from the heavens? Without a golden finger, was he simply bestowed with a lovely wife? Well, he graciously accepted this beginner's gift. Meanwhile, Liu Erseo, witnessing the couple's public display of affection, felt a pang of jealousy. Oh dear, some people are just so fortunate, sleeping in until dawn, doing no work, and returning home to a meal, unlike us, toiling day in and day out. How was your morning? Did anyone bully you? Sitting beside his wife at the dining table, he opened his mouth to inquire. The implication of his words was unmistakable. He ignored the sarcastic remarks from his sister-in-law, placing a piece of meat into his wife's bowl. Meeting her slightly bashful gaze, he caught sight of his elder sister-in-law's rolling eyes and couldn't help but smile smugly, thinking, "You are all merely envious." Wang Qian shook her head, indicating that no one was bullying her. Liu Haifeng felt a sense of relief. He was concerned that his elder sisters-in-law would torment his wife in his absence. Seeing this, the elder sister-in-law began to sulk. Oh dear, the fourth one. All right, elder sister-in-law. Spare us your comments. I know you're feeling sour, but there's no need to always seek attention. Too weary to listen to their idle chatter. Liu Haifeng directly interrupted his sister-in-law's tirade. Infuriated, she saw her husband eating indifferently and not coming to her defense, prompting her to discreetly pinch him under the table. Liu Dazhang inhaled sharply, though he managed to keep a neutral expression. It was not that he was unwilling to speak, but he found himself caught between his younger brother and his wife, unsure of how to navigate the situation. Moreover, it was his wife who had initiated the provocation. Chapter 11. The division of the family. Watching this scene unfold, Lu Mu felt a headache coming on. Was it impossible for them to remain quiet for even a day? She tapped her chopsticks against the table. Enough. Even with meat and vegetables, you cannot keep your mouth shut, can you? If you keep arguing, none of you will eat. Just get out. After dinner, the old man observed as, under his wife's direction, the three daughters-in-law swiftly tidied the table. He then tapped his pipe, drawing everyone's attention. Seeing the old man knocking on the table, Wang Qian assumed it was a matter for the men, so she picked up her dishes, intending to wash them in the kitchen. However, Liu Haifeng stopped her. Put those down. Today, it's the elder sister-in-law's turn to wash the dishes. Don't try to take over. We have a family rule. Each person takes a turn. You should learn this well. Father has something to discuss, so sit down and listen. Besides, it's not wise to rush into chores right after eating. It's bad for your stomach. Hearing this from her husband warmed Wang Qian's heart. From the current situation, it was evident that she had married a good man who thought of her in every aspect, aligning perfectly with her dreams of a future partner. Yet, Liu Haifeng could not contain her dissatisfaction and immediately launched into a debate. No, the fourth one. Protecting your wife shouldn't be done this way. I just washed the dishes yesterday. Today it should be your wife's turn. And don't use the excuse that your wife is newly married and doesn't know how to do this. Even an unmarried woman must have done this at her family home, right? At her words, Wang Qian's expression soured slightly. She wanted to retort, but, noticing the displeasure on her in-laws' faces, she hesitated, not wanting to put her husband in a difficult position. Just as she was about to rise, Liu Haifeng firmly pulled her back down. Don't worry about it. Just sit here quietly. He then turned to his sister-in-law. As for what you said, today it was indeed the elder sister-in-law's turn to cook and wash the dishes, especially since my wife made breakfast this morning. Hearing their argument resume, Lu Mu felt her headache intensifying. Was this never-ending? Silence, everyone. Today, we shall begin anew in succession, starting with the eldest. The fourth family is only just married into us and is still unfamiliar with the household. As sisters-in-law, you two should show some consideration, declared the matriarch. Lu Er, even if you harbor grievances, you must keep them to yourself. Lu Da, with a slight grimace, had hoped for a moment of respite, only to find that the burden of responsibility still fell upon her shoulders. How tiresome. Observing the household, Lu Lao felt increasingly resolute about the necessity of separating the families. As the tree branches out, failing to do so might lead to an even more chaotic situation. The existing discord between the two daughters-in-law was already taxing. And should the fourth daughter-in-law become accustomed to the household and join in, how would life proceed? Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he instructed his partner to send the children out to play and then firmly shut the door before speaking slowly. As I have previously stated, once we marry off the fourth son, we will separate the families. I trust you remember this. Now, let's discuss our thoughts on the matter. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present varied greatly, with Lu Da and Lu Er displaying the most joy, though they tried to suppress their excitement. The corners of their mouths betrayed their true feelings. Lu Da stood to the side, gripping her trousers tightly. She had long awaited this moment. She had contemplated separation for quite some time, yet such sentiments were not for her as a daughter-in-law to vocalize. Her previous subtle disruptions were intended to convey her thoughts to the matriarch. A glance at her sister-in-law revealed a similar expression, indicating they shared a common perspective. At this moment, Lu Er could scarcely contain her elation. If anyone in the family desired separation, it was undoubtedly her. For ages, she had disapproved of the fourth son, who lounged around idly and contributed nothing to the household, a quintessential example of wasted potential. The matriarch had suggested that marriage would bring about a change. But in Lu Er's eyes, such individuals were beyond redemption. What difference would marrying make? Thus, she believed that an early separation was the best course of action. Otherwise, living together would surely drive her to illness. Once separated, the fourth son could indulge in his whims as he pleased, so long as he did not disturb her. She could then retreat behind closed doors to enjoy her life, a delightful prospect. Many families in the village had already separated, and she had long envied those who thrived in their independent lives. Now, it was finally her turn. This matter must not encounter any unforeseen complications. Su Lao Da and Su Lao Er were quite opposed to the idea of separation. After all these years of mutual support, why disrupt the harmony? Yet, considering their wives' desires, they refrained from voicing their dissent. They were well aware of their wives' envy towards others, which had been echoed in their ears for quite some time. With the prospect of their father's decision looming, they found themselves reluctant to oppose, fearing the ensuing turmoil. Exchanging glances, both men were filled with inner conflict. Lu Lao observed the expressions of his sons and daughters-in-law, recognizing their silence as a sign of their thoughts. With a quiet sigh, he retrieved an account book. Since you remained silent, allow me to speak on your behalf. All of you brothers have already established families, aside from the youngest, who is just married. The eldest and the second have children who are growing up and will soon be seeking spouses themselves. Hence, it is no longer appropriate for us to reside under the same roof. Looking outside, I see numerous families in the village have already divided their households. If that is the case, we might as well follow suit. Our family currently resides in an old house that was built during your grandfather's marriage, a ramshackle dwelling that has stood for many years. At that time, no one anticipated such a large family, leading to a house too small for our needs. Now that your children are maturing, it is indeed unsuitable for us to continue living in the old residence, prompting me to consider constructing a new home for you. Upon hearing this, joy illuminated the faces of all present. Old Lu interjected, stating that we had applied for a homestead some years ago, a matter that had long been settled. However, I refrained from mentioning it earlier, as the youngest had yet to wed. Now, I share this with you to keep you informed. The location is not far from the old house, situated at the village entrance. At this revelation, Lu's wife could no longer contain herself. Father, how many new houses are we planning to build? Surely, a few will be necessary to accommodate everyone. The children are all growing up. Although she did not finish her sentence, she hoped her family would grasp her intent. After all, the old house comprises merely 4 habitable rooms. The main dwelling faces south, with the grandparents occupying the central room, the family's quarters on the left, the kitchen on the right, and the east and west rooms housing the second and youngest sons, respectively. With such limited space, the increasing number of children poses a challenge. Had it not been for the makeshift wooden beds constructed in their respective rooms over the past 2 years, the existing small bed could hardly accommodate so many individuals. Moreover, as the children grow, boys and girls must be separated, only able to use a curtain for privacy, which is merely a temporary solution. As time passes, we must consider the inevitable. Without separate rooms, how could a boy ever find a suitable match? It is unreasonable to expect newlyweds to share quarters with their in-laws. With the eldest now 8 years old, my worries have reached a point where I can hardly eat. Thus, my primary concern regarding the division of households is the issue of housing. Who wouldn't desire to live in a new home? Having a separate space would allow for independence and the joys of creating one's own life, a truly liberating experience. Lu, smoking his pipe, did not respond to his daughter-in-law, but instead surveyed his sons, pondering before speaking. Who among you wishes to remain in the old house? Chapter 12. The division of households too. As Lu's words hung in the air, the eldest son, feeling a twinge of discomfort, quickly interjected. Father, we are the main household. It is only right, both morally and logically, for us to live with you and mother. According to our customs, when you both age and require care, it will be our responsibility to provide for you. Seeing her husband speak without consulting her first, Lu's wife anxiously pinched him under the table. It was not that she was unwilling to care for her in-laws. After all, they were still relatively young, robust, and capable of hard work. If they lived together, they could share the burdens of the household. However, the allure of a new home was undeniable. Who wouldn't want to reside in one? Who wouldn't desire a life free from external control? She too yearns for her own little existence. Lu, the eldest, surprisingly, has neglected his wife's feelings. As the eldest son, the division of the family was already quite distressing for him. If he were to disregard his parents now, how could he maintain his dignity in the eyes of others? Witnessing her husband's indifference, Lu, the eldest's wife, fell silent, her expression dark and brooding. Seeing Lu, the eldest, take a stance, Lu, the second, hastily interjected. Father, if the family finances are insufficient, we might as well allocate funds for the fourth to construct a separate abode. Previously, a promise was made to the fourth's in-laws that after marriage, they would separate and build a new home for the couple to live independently. It would be prudent to prioritize their needs for now. Moreover, once the fourth's family relocates, all the children could reside with them. And since he enjoys the best rapport with the eldest, he began to hesitate about moving out. especially now that he sees the eldest intends to remain in the ancestral home. Gripped by pain in his feet, Liu II clenched his teeth and cast a glance at his wife, choosing to ignore her. Liu's mother observed the entire scene, feeling a twinge of disappointment. She prided herself on being impartial towards her sons and daughters-in-law, yet now, observing the two daughters-in-law, she felt utterly disheartened and found herself at a loss for words. Liu Haifeng pulled his wife to sit beside him, watching the unfolding dynamics on the table, unable to suppress a smirk. However, each individual harbors their own thoughts, making it difficult to ascertain right from wrong. Even he had his own reservations. With both elder brothers having expressed their views, remaining silent would be somewhat inappropriate. Father, if finances are tight, perhaps we could postpone the construction for a couple of years? As for Xiao Qian's family, I can discuss it when we visit. After all, building a house is a significant undertaking, and I believe my father-in-law will understand. Upon finishing his statement, Liu Haifeng glanced at his wife. Wang Qian nodded, her expression devoid of displeasure. Considering the current circumstances, it seemed wise to align with her husband's perspective. Although her mother-in-law had previously promised to build a new house for them to live separately, practicality must prevail. Furthermore, while the two sisters-in-law might not be the easiest to get along with, her in-laws appeared quite agreeable, and her mother-in-law had not imposed any strict rules upon her. Regarding the new home, they had only recently married and had no children, thus their need in this regard was not pressing. Now that everyone had voiced their opinions, and given her husband's assertion, she naturally felt inclined to concur. Moreover, observing the expressions of her sisters-in-law hinted that this matter would undoubtedly stir up more conflict later. Satisfied, Liu Haifeng nodded. As the saying goes, harmony between husband and wife is essential, and where could one find such a supportive spouse? Truth be told, he too had his own considerations. At this stage, he contemplated whether he could earn some money externally. If a new house were built, he would be left with only his wife at home, especially since they lived at the village's entrance. Without a man to oversee the household, any mishap might go unnoticed. It would be wiser to stay with his parents. At least in his absence, they could look after one another. Of course, Liu Haifeng entertained another thought as well. Living away from home would grant him greater freedom. After all, one is not the original owner. In the presence of these family members, one must mimic the lifestyle habits of the original owner, as many habits are ingrained from childhood. Abruptly altering such habits can easily raise suspicions. Were one residing in a new home, facing a newlywed wife, one could act freely without the need for concealment. However, given the current circumstances, temporarily staying in the old home is more advantageous. Upon hearing the fourth brother's remarks, Liu's mother rolled her eyes in exasperation. They had already made agreements with the in-laws. How could they go back on their word now? How would they face the in-laws in the future? Would this not be akin to slapping their own faces? Forget it. When Xiao Qian's family proposed marriage, we had already reached an understanding. Now, if we were to backtrack, what would the in-laws think of us? Frankly, I have no desire to live with you either. After all the trouble of marrying you a wife, I do not wish to further burden myself with your affairs. Otherwise, with your troublesome nature, I fear both your father and I might not live as long. Hearing his mother's blunt remarks, Liu Haifeng felt a wave of embarrassment. How could such words be spoken in front of his wife? Why could they not be discussed privately? Wang Qian stifled a laugh. Yet, this interruption lightened the previously tense atmosphere within the home. Liu's father gazed at his three sons, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This confirmed that his teachings were not in vain. Although he felt some dissatisfaction with the wives of his eldest and second sons, those matters were to be handled by the eldest and second sons themselves, and as a father-in-law, he could not voice his opinions. Observing the entire family, he decided to speak plainly without any pretense. As for money, it is not much, but there is enough to build a small house for each family, one brick house per household. If that is insufficient, you may need to find your own solutions or contribute your private funds to the construction. If your private funds are inadequate, we can wait until you earn more. After all, your mother and I have saved just enough over the years to build one house for each of you. Do not expect more. Upon hearing their father's words, Liu Haifeng clearly noticed his two sisters-in-law exhale in relief. Hiring relatives for labor would suffice. Purchasing some cigarettes, liquor, and meat to entertain them would be ample. After these expenses, the remaining money in the household would likely be minimal. Although he hadn't calculated precisely, each family should still receive around 80 yuan. I am informing you of this now, so you have an idea. That amount will certainly not suffice for adding another room. If you wish to contribute more, come to me, but this matter must be addressed promptly, as I still need to find workers. Observing the eager expressions of his eldest brother and second brother's wives, Liu's mother scoffed quietly, knowing that these two likely had a considerable amount of private funds. Liu Laotu then discussed the timeline for commencing construction and how the labor would be organized before dismissing everyone. Returning to his own room, Liu Haifeng removed his shoes and lay on the bed, contemplating how to earn money quickly. Wang Qian, noticing her husband's vacant stare at the ceiling, initially assumed he was pondering the house repairs. After a moment's thought, she approached the chest, opened it, and retrieved an object wrapped in a handkerchief from beneath some clothes. As Liu Haifeng gazed at the money before him, his mind was awash with questions. Sensing the uncertainty in her husband's eyes, Wang Qian bit her lip. This is my dowry. You provided 200 yuan as the betrothal gift, and my mother contributed an additional 100 yuan for emergencies. We need to renovate our new home, and my father suggested I could use this money for that purpose. I'm not sure how much you have on hand, but if it's not enough, feel free to use this. Looking at the woman holding the money, Liu Haifeng felt a complex mix of emotions. What a foolish woman, he thought. Who among newlywed brides would offer up their savings so readily? Did she not realize the implications of this gesture? This was her last line of defense. How many brides in the future would act so selflessly? He reached out, pulling her down onto his lap, and embraced her, kissing her deeply until Wang Qian, breathless, lightly pounded his chest with her small fists, prompting him to release her. Gazing at Liu Haifeng with sultry eyes, Wang Qian felt the warmth radiating from his body, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Did you have no shame in broad daylight? Seeing her flustered reaction, Liu Haifeng could hardly contain his laughter. What do you think? His words carried a suggestive undertone. Embarrassed, Wang Qian pinched him playfully. After a moment of playful banter, she sensed Liu Haifeng's rising desire, her face reddening as she scrambled off him. You should hurry and wash up. Just smell yourself, you're reeking. As Wang Qian regarded her alluring husband, Liu Haifeng felt an internal fire igniting, threatening to consume him if not quelled soon. After regaining some composure, he swiftly rolled out of bed, shedding his clothes until he was clad only in his underpants. He grabbed a basin from the floor, tossed a towel into it, and hurried towards the vegetable garden at the back, where a bathing enclosure awaited him. Watching the hurried man, Wang Qian recalled the earlier moments and wondered if he was about to engage in mischief again. The memory of the morning's escapade left her feeling dizzy with embarrassment. How brazen of him to act so wantonly in broad daylight. Yet, amidst her shyness, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. Why was she feeling this way? Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. Surely, she would not entertain such notions. Chapter 13. Fooling the children. The sweltering heat made boiling water unnecessary. A simple basin of water sufficed for the backyard. Upon arrival, Liu Haifeng discovered several unruly boys from the big house and the second house, all frolicking about in their nakedness. Aren't you all going out to play? Being all boys, there was little to feel shy about. Liu Haifeng squeezed into a spot and began washing himself. The moment play was mentioned, the boys erupted into chatter. It's too hot to go outside. We'd surely faint in the sun. Exactly. My mother said we shouldn't go out in the blazing sun. I'm already dark enough as it is. If I get any darker, I want to even be visible by candlelight at night. Liu Haifeng chuckled at this, observing the boys closely. Indeed, without the moonlight, one might struggle to see anyone at night. Yet, this was the nature of children today, always running about. It would be strange if they didn't get sun-kissed. Uncle, how is it that your skin is so fair? Do you have any secrets? The children gazed in wonder at Uncle's radiant complexion. In response to Liu Yuan's question, Liu Haifeng pondered for a moment, his eyes twinkling mischievously as he decided to tease them, primarily to see if he could stir up some trouble for his sisters-in-law. Ah, you've asked the right person. Let me tell you, the method is quite simple. Just eat more eggs. Really? Is that true, Uncle? Liu Yuan inquired with a face full of curiosity. Of course it is. Think back to when your great-grandfather was alive. Didn't he always give me eggs to eat? Just look at a boiled egg. Its exterior is smooth and white, and now glance at my skin. Doesn't it resemble the egg? Upon hearing this, the children exchanged glances, casting doubtful looks at Liu Haifeng. Uncle, you wouldn't be tricking us, would you? Exactly, Uncle. I've never heard that eating eggs could make your skin fairer. Seeing the skepticism in the children's eyes, Liu Haifeng puffed out his chest proudly and said, Look at my sturdy physique. That is all thanks to eggs. Don't you think my older brothers aren't as tall or robust as I am? Their skin is certainly not as fair, right? Do you understand why? Heh, it's all because I ate a lot of eggs as a child. As he spun this tale, Liu Haifeng noticed the children's expressions gradually shift to conviction. And he couldn't help but smile slyly. And if you don't believe me, feel my skin and see if it isn't as smooth as an egg. At this invitation, the three children rushed over eagerly. As they touched his thigh, Liu Haifeng suddenly felt a pang of regret for having made such a statement. All right. Just a quick touch is enough. Why are you hugging me? It's sweltering out. Aren't you hot? Wow, it really does feel just like an egg. The children exclaimed, as if they had stumbled upon a new discovery. I've made up my mind. From now on, I will eat eggs every day and strive to grow tall, strong, and fair like Uncle. Liu proclaimed with determination. Seeing the boy's eager expression, Liu Haifeng chuckled inwardly. His fair complexion was innate, just like his wife's. No amount of sun could darken it. As for the children eating eggs, he thought of his sisters-in-law as frugality and mused, dream on. You should hurry up and get some sleep. If you dare to make a fuss, you'll get a good spanking. Yet, considering the children's personalities, Liu Haifeng couldn't help but chuckle cunningly. After today's little ruse, he anticipated that his sisters-in-law might soon grow weary of their antics, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. Are you done yet? Why are you dilly-dallying? You haven't even finished your homework, and all you do is play. Luda's voice echoed from the front room. Almost done. Liu Yuan replied, turning back to continue discussing the merits of eating eggs. Seeing this, Liu Haifeng's smile widened, but with thoughts of his own responsibilities, he hastened his actions. He still needed to return home and engage in a spirited debate with his wife, leaving little time for such childish games. As he pondered the names of the little ones at home, a mild headache began to set in. Were it not for the original owner's memories, he would have struggled to remember the chaotic assortment of names. Liu Yuan, Liu Gui, along with three little girls, all bearing single-character names, made it easy to mix them up. This led him to reflect on the elderly man in the household. It was one thing for the old man to lack education, but it was quite another for him to adopt the naming conventions of the cultured. What could be done? He had his methods, purchasing a book and selecting a character for each child from it. After finishing his morning wash, Liu Haifeng hurriedly carried his basin toward his room. The sun hung high in the sky, and the weather was scarcely conducive to going out. He felt today should be a day of rest, a time to gather his strength, postponing any matters until tomorrow. With his mind preoccupied, he pushed open the door to his room, feeling buoyant with anticipation. However, the beauty of his thoughts was met with the starkness of reality. Just as he prepared to embrace his wife, she firmly refused, citing that daylight was not suitable for such endeavors. Frustrated, he thought, how is it that after all my efforts to clean myself, you would deny me this? He initially considered being forceful, but seeing his wife on the verge of tears, Liu Haifeng reluctantly halted his advance, fearing that if he angered her, he might not receive any affection that night. A significant loss indeed. Yet, as he lay on the bed, the more he thought about it, the more he felt cheated. Noticing his wife mending clothes, his heart ached with desire, and he could no longer contain himself. He rose and pulled her onto the bed with him. Hey, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to wait until evening? She exclaimed, her voice laced with anxiety. She was apprehensive that, with her in-laws and siblings around, any noise would be disastrous. Last night, he had been inebriated and slept like a log. He had thought they were merely catching up on their wedding night. But now was different, with his wife casting wary glances at him. Liu Haifeng felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. So you're just going to stoke the fire without any intention of extinguishing it, huh? Look at what you've done. Just when I had managed to suppress my urges, seeing you has reignited them. You're not giving me anything. But can I at least indulge a little? He added. Seeing Liu Haifeng's eager demeanor, Wang Qian felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. How shameless he was to flaunt himself before her. You're insufferable. Always picking on me, she murmured under her breath. Let go of me. I still have things to do. She struggled to break free, but Liu Haifeng held on tightly. Observing her pouting lips and darting eyes, avoiding his gaze, brought a smile to his face. I want to let go unless you satisfy me. Otherwise, you can forget about accomplishing anything today. Indeed, Liu Haifeng had taken shamelessness to an extreme. Wang Qian gritted her teeth in frustration, but found herself powerless against him. She pinched him a couple of times, yet he merely grinned through the pain, refusing to release her. Ultimately, With no other options, she resigned herself to lying on the bed, allowing him to tease her. When she finally ceased her protests, Liu Haifeng felt elated. Having something, even if just for a playful interaction, was better than nothing. However, he soon regretted it, realizing that in the end, it was he who would bear the discomfort. After several pleas that proved fruitless, he found himself exasperated, gazing at her eyes, which sparkled enticingly. Yet she stubbornly uttered a resolute refusal, her lips pressed tightly together. Wang Qian retorted, "Do not even entertain the thought. You have already paid a hefty price. What more do you desire?" The culmination of a day spent in restraint led to a night of fervent passion, where Wang Qian's entreaties fell on deaf ears. In a desperate attempt to reciprocate the earlier rejection, Liu Haifeng persisted through the night. Observing his wife, utterly exhausted, he felt a pang of compassion and tenderly kissed away the tears at the corners of her eyes, his heart aching for the toll it had taken on her. He wondered if she would harbor resentment upon waking the next day. Yet, having crossed that threshold, regret seemed futile. Given another chance, he would undoubtedly pursue her once more. For the allure was simply irresistible, particularly when she stifled her soft gasps, a thought that ignited a familiar heat within him. Nevertheless, witnessing her fragile state quelled his desires. Rising quietly, he prepared some water for her and tidied up before contentedly curling up beside her to sleep. Chapter 14. The country bumpkin enters the city the next day. Despite the late hours of their previous night's revelry, Liu Haifeng awoke early, his mind restless with thoughts. Seeing his wife still in slumber, he chose not to disturb her, knowing how fatigued she was from the night prior. After freshening up, he began rummaging through their belongings. His heart sank upon discovering a meager sum of merely $12.60. What could one accomplish with such a paltry amount? Yet, having something was better than nothing, especially as it was inherited from the previous owner. After a brief visit to the restroom, he returned to the courtyard only to find his wife had risen. Noticing her displeasure, Liu Haifeng's smile faltered. He offered a plethora of reassurances, nearly resorting to a written guarantee to alleviate her discomfort. Observing her biting her lip, struggling to mask her discontent, he felt a twinge of regret. Clearly, the previous night had indeed exhausted her, and if he had known, he would have been more considerate today. He understood the importance of harmonious nourishment. Before stepping out, he reluctantly pulled his unwilling wife aside for a few words, then set off towards the door. "Where are you going? Will you return by noon?" Wang Qian watched as he turned to leave, anxiety creeping in as memories of yesterday's rumors surfaced in her mind. Glancing back at her expression, Liu Haifeng deduced that someone had likely whispered ill tidings into her ear. He intended to offer some clarification but hesitated, pondering the previous owner's unsavory actions, rendering him uncertain of how to defend himself. "Do not overthink it. I am merely going out to attend to some matters. As for noon, it is uncertain. I likely will not return. Take care of yourself at home. If anyone bothers you, stand your ground. Do not hold back. Remember, I am here for you. Then, please return early. I will be waiting at home for you." Wang Qian wished to voice her concerns, yet as they had only recently wed, she lacked the audacity that Liu Haifeng possessed. With a flushed face, she uttered those bold words, feeling that speaking so openly in front of everyone was exceedingly audacious. After finishing her statement, she hurried back to her room. Liu Haifeng, taken aback by his wife's daring remarks, stood frozen for a moment before a smile crept onto his lips, feeling content. Who would not desire to be missed by someone at home while out and about? Liu Erseo leaned against the doorframe, her eyes nearly rolling to the heavens at the couple's unabashed demeanor, reflecting on how her child had persistently demanded eggs since yesterday morning. She felt a surge of anger, suspecting that the fourth brother was deliberately provoking her. How shameless! To utter such words in broad daylight. Was there no sense of shame? Although her words were softly spoken, Liu Haifeng still caught wind of them. He glared at Erseo, stating, "If you're envious, you might as well speak to my second brother. There's no need for such sour remarks. Should I hear you gossip again, I won't be so forgiving. Out of respect for my second brother, I've chosen to ignore you, yet you seem to be growing bolder." Feeling a twinge of apprehension at Liu Haifeng's fierce expression, Liu Erseo swallowed her retort and decided against further confrontation, scoffing as she turned to retreat to her room. Once she was inside, Liu Haifeng let out a huff and stepped outside, calling for Lu Wang. The two of them linked arms and made their way toward the village outskirts, as Liu Haifeng intended to venture into the county for some inquiries. As they walked, he felt the meager contents of his pocket and grimaced. It was disheartening to realize that, despite being an adult, his savings were so scant. What could he accomplish with such a paltry sum? The money his wife had given him the previous day remained untouched, as he believed a man should not rely on his wife's dowry. Upon arriving in town, they decided to take a vehicle to the county, for walking would take nearly 2 hours under the blazing sun. Surely, by the time they arrived, they would feel utterly drained. After paying for their tickets, they soon departed. However, as he surveyed the crowded vehicle filled with chickens and ducks, Liu Haifeng was overwhelmed by the unpleasant odor that made him gag. The roads were riddled with potholes, resulting in a bumpy half-hour ride that nearly induced him to vomit upon disembarking. Lu Wang, sitting beside him, shared his discomfort, as he rarely traveled by vehicle. The stagnant air inside the carriage carried a foul stench, and only after they exited did he feel a sense of relief. "Never again will I endure such a wretched ride," he declared, shaking his head. Liu Haifeng, observing Lu Wang's disdainful expression, felt somewhat uplifted. As the saying goes, joy shared is joy doubled, sorrow shared is sorrow halved. At least he had company in their plight. Enough complaining. "One day we shall earn enough to buy ourselves a small car to drive back," Liu Haifeng proclaimed. Lu Wang, however, remained skeptical, thinking to himself that luxury vehicles were not within the reach of ordinary folk, outside of state-owned enterprises who possessed private cars. It was absurd. Such grandiose dreams warranted a more grounded approach. As a loyal subordinate, though his inner thoughts remain unspoken, he adeptly flatters his elder brother. Observing the two unsophisticated country bumpkins, one cannot help but notice their attire, which elicits disdainful expressions from their fellow travelers who overhear their boastful chatter. Where did these naive fools come from? Their arrogant claims lack any semblance of credibility, and their ignorance is painfully evident. How embarrassing! Unbeknownst to them, they are the subject of ridicule, yet feeling uncomfortable. They seek refuge in a shaded spot to catch their breath. Finding shelter beneath a roof to escape the sun, they slump down, lacking the desire for conversation. After a while, feeling sufficiently rested, Lu Wang's face glows with excitement as he gazes upon the unfamiliar county town. "Brother Feng, where are we headed?" The bustling county, far more vibrant than their hometown, fills the naive Lu Wang with both thrill and confusion. Liu Haifeng, equally inexperienced, shares his excitement while observing the throngs of people, convinced he has made the right choice. However, lacking prior experience in the county, he too feels uncertain about their next steps. As the elder brother, he must not show hesitation, so after feeling ready, he gestures for Lu Wang to follow. With their purpose in mind, they navigate towards populous areas, primarily the bus station, schools, residential buildings, and factories. As for being lost, in this simple era, a few spoken words would suffice to find any destination. They wander about, exploring the sights and sounds of the city, embodying the quintessential rural newcomers. Ignoring the curious glances directed at them, they remain unbothered, as a mere gaze holds no consequence. After more than 2 hours of exploration, they finally cover the significant locations. Squatting by the roadside, one of them enjoys an ice pop. Observing the bustling street and reflecting on their recent experiences, Liu Haifeng begins to grasp the essence of this era. Chapter 15. Wholesale ice pops under the scorching sun. After a long day of wandering, both appear somewhat disheveled, each savoring an ice pop at the roadside. Watching Lu Wang indulge happily, Liu Haifeng feels a twinge of embarrassment. His companion has accompanied him, yet he could only afford ice pops, neglecting even a soda, which makes him seem rather stingy. Alas, he sighs, for he is impoverished. To maintain his pride, he pats Lu Wang on the shoulder and earnestly declares, "Dogsy, I feel somewhat remiss today. In this sweltering heat, you've accompanied me, and all I can offer you is an ice pop. Just wait. Once I start earning, I promise to treat you to ice cream and sodas." Lu Wang dismisses his concerns with a wave of his hand, content with what he has, harboring no complaints. "Brother Feng, you're being too dramatic. We are brothers. There's no need for such formality. If you keep speaking this way, I might just get upset. All right, good brother. This camaraderie is commendable, showing true loyalty." The sweltering heat, compounded by a day of exhausting walking, left the two men languidly slumped on the steps, observing the ebb and flow of the bustling crowd below. Reflecting on the sights and sounds of the past 2 hours, Liu Haifeng couldn't help but marvel at the enduring presence of clever minds throughout history. After such a brief period since the reform and opening up, some astute individuals had already begun to venture into new endeavors. not far from where they sat. A restaurant was undergoing renovations, and Liu Haifeng felt a twinge of envy as he watched the workers coming and going. He pondered when he might have the capital to open his own establishment. With a mere 12 yuan in his pocket, he sighed deeply, realizing the arduous journey ahead. He had considered borrowing money from others as seed capital, but reflecting on his own less than stellar reputation, he dismissed the notion. Even he wouldn't lend money to someone like himself. Yet, in these times, opportunities for making money abounded for those willing to take risks, regardless of the goods sold. The nation was experiencing rapid development, and the economy was on the rise. It wouldn't be long before the title of 10,000 yuan household became commonplace. Casting aside a stick he had been holding, Liu Haifeng suddenly felt a surge of ambition. If fate had brought him to this moment, he was determined to make something of himself, at the very least. Not to live as aimlessly as he had in his previous life. With his capabilities, he believed that achieving a comfortable life for his family should not be an insurmountable task. Coughing lightly, Lu Wang observed his elder brother's sudden change in demeanor. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, bewildered by the transformation. What had come over him? Since earlier, his expression had been as if he had witnessed a dying workshop. Yet now he seemed inexplicably invigorated. Come on, Dogsy. Let us take another stroll. I have some thoughts to verify, Liu Haifeng declared. Sure thing. Lu Wang followed closely behind, ready to accompany his brother wherever he led. Next, Liu Haifeng spent a significant sum on a pack of cigarettes. Wincing at the expense as he exited the supply and marketing cooperative and headed straight towards the figure he had spotted earlier. Popsicles. Selling popsicles, he called out, spotting the vendor ahead. He handed a cigarette to Lu Wang and lit one for himself before slowly approaching the stall. Brother, let's have 2 popsicles, he requested. Watching his brother's back, Lu Wang stared at the cigarette in his hand, astonished. Was he truly willing to smoke such an expensive brand? Had the sun risen in the west? Would his sister-in-law cause a scene when they returned home? Moreover, hadn't they already indulged in popsicles earlier? Why buy more? Though perplexed by his brother's actions, Lu Wang felt a surge of joy at the prospect of more popsicles. In this sweltering heat, the single popsicle they had earlier had barely quenched his thirst. Another one would be just perfect. As Liu Haifeng savored his popsicle and chatted amiably with the vendor, exchanging stories as if they were long-lost brothers, he quickly gathered the information he sought. After bidding farewell to the vendor, Liu Haifeng signaled for Lu Wang to follow him towards their destination. Lu Gu, where are we headed? Lu Wang inquired, hurrying to keep pace. Let us visit the ice pop wholesale store. I intend to procure some ice pops to sell. What do you think? For the time being, I have not conceived of any other lucrative business ventures. He had just engaged in a brief conversation with the ice pop vendor, and already several customers had arrived. On such a scorching day, it stands to reason that these treats should sell remarkably well. Sell ice pops? Lu Wang appeared perplexed, wondering how this sudden entrepreneurial notion had materialized. However, regaining his composure, he declared with resolve, Brother Feng, just tell me what to do. I am entirely at your service. He believed in the wisdom of his mother. A fool should speak less and act more, and it is prudent to follow the lead of the astute. Very well. Rest assured, I shall not lead you astray. Upon arriving at the wholesale store, they sought out the manager, employing the familiar method of offering cigarettes to foster camaraderie. Such is the straightforward and unrefined nature of communication among men. After clarifying the process, Liu Haifeng spent 8 yuan to purchase 2 boxes for the ice pops, and then, at a mere 3 cents per piece, ordered over 100 ice pops, neatly packed into the boxes. He also handed a cigarette to the worker responsible for packing the pops, requesting 2 ropes to secure the boxes, which they then strapped onto their backs, ensuring everything was in order before exiting the wholesale establishment. Thus, every last cent of their initial capital was spent. As they embarked on their entrepreneurial journey, Liu Haifeng felt a twinge of uncertainty. Despite his boastful demeanor, he had merely been an honest and diligent cook in his previous life. Brother Feng, where shall we sell these? Liu Haifeng gazed at the sun overhead, pondering for a moment before deciding to position themselves at the entrance of the factory. During their earlier stroll, he had noticed that no one was selling ice pops in that vicinity, indicating a lack of competition, which should bode well for their business. With lunchtime approaching, factory workers would soon be finishing their shifts, and selling along that route seemed perfectly timed. Come, follow me. As they made their way, the duo began to shout, initially feeling somewhat awkward, yet both possessed thick skins. After a few calls, they gradually found their rhythm. Before long, their business commenced. selling 2 ice pops for a profit of 10 cents, which exhilarated them. They stopped to serve anyone who showed interest. Their selling price was higher than that in town, at 5 cents per ice pop, while their purchasing price was 3 cents, yielding a profit of 2 cents per item. Since Lu Wang lacked capital, Liu Haifeng had employed his good brother to assist, offering compensation of 1 yuan per day. While this may seem modest, it amounted to 30 yuan over the course of a month, which was not inferior to the wages of some factory workers. Moreover, he bore no financial risk, making it a suitable endeavor for Lu Wang, who had no capital. As they sold ice pops along their route to the factory entrance, Liu Haifeng observed others whizzing by on bicycles, filled with envy at the thought of when he might join the ranks of the bicycle owners. Moreover, having a bicycle would facilitate the procurement of ice pops, allowing them to be securely fastened to the rear seat, making transportation effortless. However, contemplating the price of a bicycle, he sighed and shook his head, deciding to dismiss the thought. In these times, a bicycle was considered a significant possession, and in their entire village, only a few households owned one. As the two individuals walked along, they sold their wares, and by the time they reached the entrance of the factory, they had remarkably sold a dozen or so. Liu Haifeng was aware that these items were popular during the summer, yet he was taken aback by the unexpected success of the venture. Glancing up at the scorching sun overhead, he found it understandable, in such heat, even he would be compelled to purchase 2 for himself if he had the means. Noticing that no one had yet emerged from the factory, he deduced that it was still too early for the shift to end. Thus he decided to set down the box beneath a large tree near the entrance. Brother Foam, there's no one here. Why have we come? Chapter 16. A prosperous beginning. With a slight ache in his shoulders, Liu Haifeng rubbed them and stretched. The ice pops, along with the box, weighed around 20 pounds. Carrying them for a short duration was manageable, but prolonged exposure to the weight, coupled with the pressure of the straps, was beginning to take its toll. Hearing Lu Wang's perplexed voice, he smiled enigmatically. Just wait. There may not be many people now, but prepare yourself mentally. We wouldn't want to be flustered and disorganized later. Although Lu Wang was confused, he trusted his elder brother's judgment and refrained from questioning further. Liu Haifeng observed the security guard in the distance and decided, "You stay here and keep an eye on our box while I go greet some folks." Lu Wang nodded, admiring his brother's audacity as Liu Haifeng's figure gradually receded. Brother Feng was truly impressive, possessing the courage to engage with the security personnel. He himself felt weak in the knees at the mere sight of them, too intimidated to even attempt to strike up a conversation. Individuals like them, who were somewhat nefarious, dreaded encounters with the police and security. Inside the security office, 2 personnel were on duty. Liu Haifeng knocked on the door, and as the guard's puzzled expression met his, he produced a cigarette and extended it toward him. A middle-aged man accepted the cigarette, looking at Liu Haifeng with curiosity. "Comrade, who are you looking for?" "Ha ha ha, my good sir, I'm not looking for anyone. I merely came to say hello. I'm selling ice pops, right beneath that tree at the entrance." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man understood the intent behind Liu Haifeng's visit. It was a friendly overture. His demeanor softened considerably as he lit the cigarette and took a deep drag, then smiled back at Liu Haifeng. "It's fine. As long as you don't enter the factory grounds to sell, I assure you that no one will chase you away. You need not worry." It was often said that one should not offend those with a friendly demeanor, especially when they offer such fine cigarettes. Liu Haifeng felt a surge of joy at this assurance, for that was precisely what he sought. After all, he intended to frequent this spot in the future. "Thank you, my good sir. Fortunately, the current national policies have changed. In the past, simply selling goods on the street would have led to immediate arrest. A few years ago, private trade was illegal. Pursuing a capitalist path would result in severe repercussions, including labor reform or even more dire consequences. China is a society built on relationships. In order to conduct business more effectively, Liu Haifeng engaged in casual conversation and shared cigarettes, aiming to establish familiarity. "Is this venture profitable?" inquired a younger man nearby, curiosity evident in his tone. "To be frank, I only commenced this venture today. The profitability remains uncertain, yet I have already invested over a dozen yuan. Should I incur losses, it would indeed be disheartening." After a brief conversation, the cacophony from within the factory grew increasingly louder, signaling the end of the workday. Upon inquiring, I confirmed this and bid farewell to the 2 guards, hastily returning to my stall. I prepared myself, for the workers would soon emerge. There was no need for panic. I would simply collect payment for the popsicles as I had done earlier on the street. Over time, I gradually comprehended Liu Haifeng's intentions. He aimed to cater to the factory workers. How astute. Rest assured, Brother Feng, I have everything under control. As they conversed, figures began to appear at the factory entrance. Upon seeing the workers exit, Liu Haifeng called out enthusiastically, "Popsicles for sale. Refreshing popsicles to beat the heat." As the crowd trickled out, curiosity piqued at the sound of his voice. Having toiled through the morning in the sweltering heat, many were inclined to purchase a popsicle to cool off, especially after a long day with little appetite for lunch. Observing the gathering of women, Liu Haifeng's smile radiated with optimism. It seemed he would enjoy a successful opening. Once a few individuals approached, it was inevitable that, in true Chinese fashion, others would follow, drawn to the commotion. Among the crowd, at least a few would be unable to resist reaching for their wallets. "Comrade, how much for a popsicle? Comrade, how old are you? Where's your home? Are you married?" Among the group of women, some were eager to buy popsicles, while others were captivated by Liu Haifeng's appealing appearance, leading to a lively exchange of chatter. Liu Haifeng, rather than displaying impatience, responded to each inquiry with earnestness. After all, customers are akin to royalty, and each one represented a potential sale. Moreover, he felt a sense of pride as he touched his own face, realizing that a handsome visage indeed garners attention wherever he roams. It was evident that society often judges by appearances, reflecting on his previous life, where his looks went unnoticed in a crowd. He chuckled at the irony of once deriding others as pretty boys, only to find himself in that very position now. As he collected payments and handed out popsicles, deftly answering customer questions, both he and his companion were busily engrossed, leaving no time even to wipe the sweat from their brows. Watching the increasing throng of customers, Liu Haifeng's smile broadened. He had chosen the largest factory in the county, rumored to employ nearly 1,000 workers. It appeared that his decision was indeed astute. Having previously sold a wave of popsicles, both felt a sense of assurance, remaining composed despite the bustling activity. In no time, the 2 boxes containing over 100 popsicles were entirely sold out, with the majority of buyers being young ladies and a few older women, while only a handful were older men. "Apologies, everyone, but the ice pops have sold out. If you wish to indulge, please arrive earlier next time." Upon hearing this, those who missed out felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet seeing Liu Haifeng's sincere demeanor and the smile upon his face, they refrained from voicing their grievances, especially with so many eyes upon them. After delivering the announcement, the 2 of them hoisted the box and departed, their pockets jingling with coins, their spirits somewhat elevated. However, amidst the throng, it was impractical to ascertain the exact earnings. They sought refuge in a secluded alley, finding a quiet corner. Once they ensured the coast was clear, they emptied their pockets onto the box. Beholding the substantial pile of coins, albeit composed of mere cents and dimes, the sight was nonetheless striking. Liu Haifeng remained relatively composed, while Lu Wang's face radiated excitement, his words tumbling over one another in a flurry. "Brother, money, it's all money. So much money." Gazing at their first earnings in this realm, Liu Haifeng felt a swell of accomplishment. Yet, in the presence of his brother, he feigned indifference, waving his hand dismissively. All right, calm down. This is just the beginning. Don't let the size of the pile deceive you. There isn't much here." Listening to his elder brother boast, Lu Wang looked at him with admiration. Truly, the elder brother was remarkable, unperturbed by such a large sum. He was indeed impressive. Once their excitement settled, they began to count the money, pennies, nickels, dimes, and quarters. Despite the modest amount, they spent a considerable time tallying. This was largely due to Lu Wang, who, witnessing such a bounty of small change for the first time, insisted on counting it multiple times, even when he had already done so. Seeing his brother so animated, Liu Haifeng chose not to intervene. If Lu Wang found joy in counting, so be it. Meanwhile, he sat alone, nibbling on a damaged ice pop as he reflected. They had invested 8 yuan in 2 boxes for the ice pops, an essential expenditure that could not be avoided. After purchasing the boxes, they were left with just over 4 yuan. The wholesale price for each ice pop was 3 cents, and they had procured over 100, which seemed somewhat pricey. However, since these treats were not produced in the county and had to be transported from the city, the price was reasonable. Considering the 4-cent ice pops he had enjoyed in town, they seemed quite affordable in retrospect. As the calculations concluded, they had sold a total of 72 yuan and 22 cents, with a few ice pops broken and deemed unsellable, which they simply consumed themselves. Ultimately, this meant they had spent 4 yuan and 40 cents on over 140 ice pops, yielding a profit of 2 yuan and 82 cents. Upon tallying the figures, Liu Haifeng felt a surge of excitement. Do not underestimate this modest sum of just under 3 yuan. It represented the culmination of time and effort. From sourcing the goods to selling them took merely a little over an hour. Even though they benefited from the crowd leaving the factory, earning nearly 3 yuan in just over an hour was remarkable. How much could one earn in a day? This was the harbinger of prosperous business, a rhythm that promised great fortune. Though the calculations were simplistic, if one were to earn 5 yuan daily, that would amount to 150 yuan in a month. Consider the meager wages of factory workers today. Damn it. No wonder future generations proclaim that this is the most prosperous era for making money. As long as one is bold enough to take the lead, it becomes difficult not to earn. Of course, these are merely his musings, for there are many insurmountable factors, such as the possibility of rain, or perhaps other circumstances, like the obligation to visit his mother-in-law tomorrow and accompany his wife back to her family, which would prevent him from earning in the city. Such contingencies could indeed diminish his income. Moreover, with a monthly salary of 30 yuan for his good friend, it seems that even this humble sum surpasses what a factory worker might earn in a month. Chapter 17. My voice is hoarse from shouting. The sun shines high, marking the mealtime. Having set out early in the morning, both men are now quite hungry after a busy morning. After counting their earnings, they shouldered their box and headed for a meal. They entered a noodle shop, a public-private partnership, as many tailor shops, noodle houses, and factory eateries were nationalized after the founding of the nation, and this establishment was no exception. When the bowls of beef noodles arrived, the aroma wafted enticingly through the air. Wow, this smells amazing. Brother Feng, you must try it. The flavor is truly invigorating. Lu Wang, unable to contain his eagerness, immediately began to devour the noodles. After a morning of hard work, he could no longer resist such fragrant beef noodles. Adding a dash of vinegar and chili, Liu Haifeng took a bite and nodded in approval. The culinary skill was indeed commendable. The two men spent 1 yuan 20, reducing their freshly earned 2 yuan 80 by half. It was a bit painful to think about, yet since today marked the opening of their business, it was only fitting to celebrate with a meal. Nonetheless, he began to ponder how they would manage dinner later. Otherwise, wouldn't their daily earnings simply be consumed? What was the point of all this toil? However, upon reflection, it seemed they would still make some profit, merely a question of how much. After their meal, the two did not rest, but hurriedly set off to procure more goods. Having finally found a profitable avenue, they could not afford to be lazy. With the weather warming up, it was the perfect time for selling popsicles, an affordable and refreshing treat suitable for all ages, promising an exceptional business opportunity. They exchanged all their remaining money for popsicles and swiftly made their way towards the factory entrance, intending to sell around the factory again, as it was now time for workers to commence their shifts, ensuring a good business. Indeed, as Liu Haifeng had anticipated, among the workers passing by his stall, at least 2 or 3 out of 10 would make a purchase. After securing 2 popsicles and offering a small bribe to the security personnel, he settled under a large tree, waiting for customers to arrive. An hour later, having received another 200 popsicles, they had already sold 60 or 70 of them. As the crowd thinned, Lu Wang appeared anxious. Brother Feng, what shall we do if no one comes? We still have so many popsicles left. Will we be able to sell them all? Don't fret just yet. Let me think. We will sell them all. It's merely a matter of how quickly. As he gazed at the remaining 100 or so popsicles, Liu Haifeng pondered for a moment before deciding to traverse the streets like those vendors in the county town. This was an inevitable course of action. The factory workers were presumably engrossed in their tasks and could not abandon their posts, resulting in no customers for his popsicles. Let us head over to the residential building and give it a try. If that proves fruitless, we can venture near the school. After all, it is the first day, and we cannot ascertain how well they will sell. We must explore our options. All right then, let us hasten. On such a sweltering day, I dread that these popsicles may melt, he remarked. Hearing this, Liu Haifeng chuckled, aware of his companion's concern about incurring losses. Do not worry. They will not melt anytime soon. Otherwise, what do you think this box is for? It is designed precisely for such circumstances. As they chatted and walked, they initially headed towards the residential building. Life seldom unfolds smoothly. Despite their vociferous calls, they only managed to sell a meager dozen over the course of half an hour. The earnings were scant, yet the exertion left them utterly exhausted. wiping the sweat from his brow and feeling the ropes digging painfully into his shoulders. Liu Haifeng sought refuge in a shaded spot and sat down heavily. Goodness, carrying this load without a bicycle is truly arduous. A mere few dozen pounds on my back is manageable for a short while, but after some time, it feels as though my waist may give out. As he sat massaging his back, he muttered curses under his breath. Who can argue with that? If we had sold a good number, this toil would be worthwhile. But the current reality is that we have hardly sold any popsicles, and we are thoroughly worn out. This venture feels like a loss. Noticing his elder brother resting, Lu Wang promptly set down his own box, having also borne the weight for an extended period. His feet and legs ached, his shoulders throbbed, and his throat was nearly hoarse from shouting. Seeing his brother in discomfort brought Liu Haifeng some solace. Sharing the burden allowed him to find some amusement to lighten his spirits. Enough lamentation, it serves no purpose. We must muster our strength and strive diligently, aiming to acquire a bicycle soon, which would alleviate our efforts. Moreover, let us not remain idle. We should indulge in as many popsicles as we can from our stock. After all, we are the vendors, and we cannot neglect our own appetites. With that, he opened the box and retrieved one for Lu Wang and himself. Taking a bite, the icy sweetness provided a refreshing reprieve for their parched throats. After devouring a couple of popsicles and resting briefly, they set off towards the school once more. Business improved considerably in that area compared to the residential building. After several hours, they managed to sell around 50 popsicles. When the students were dismissed, they experienced another surge in sales. Calculating the time, they quickened their pace back to the wholesale section to procure more popsicles, then hurried towards the factory entrance. This time, the business was thriving. As he had anticipated, many individuals who had eaten in the factory cafeteria had not returned home, and upon finishing their shifts, they emerged in greater numbers than during the midday rush. How could business not flourish under such circumstances? As the workers were nearing the end of their day, 2 boxes of ice pops were sold out once again. Observing the sky, the two hurriedly made their way to the wholesale department. After offering 2 cigarettes as a token of gratitude, they successfully stored another 2 boxes of ice pops there. They needed to catch the last bus, and carrying the 2 wooden boxes was quite inconvenient, especially since they would have to bring them back during their next visit, which would only add to their troubles. After a half-hour bus ride back to the town, they walked for another half-hour to return to their village. By this time, both were visibly fatigued, having toiled under the sun all day. Although they earned some money, the effort was arduous. Liu Haifeng handed Lu Wang $1 to send him home and kept the remaining money for himself as he returned to his own house. Upon entering, he realized that it was already quite late, likely around 7 o'clock. During summer, the sun sets later, but had it been winter, he might have struggled to see the path. Stepping into the yard, he encountered his mother, and upon seeing her sullen expression, he felt a pang of dread. Indeed, Lu's mother, noticing her son returning home at such a late hour, felt her anger surging. She had hoped that after marrying, he would be more responsible, but it seemed he remained unchanged. Why are you home so late? Where have you been wandering? Liu Haifeng sheepishly scratched his head, his mind racing as he fabricated a hasty excuse. I went to help Lu Wang sell eggs. Yes, selling eggs. He explained that his mother had asked him to take the collected eggs to sell, and since he had a good relationship with Lu Wang, he felt obliged to assist. Nonsense. Can selling eggs take all day? Were you at Tiananmen Square selling them? Do you think I'm foolish? She retorted. It's only a half-hour journey to the town. If you walked briskly, you could easily make a round trip in less than an hour. Were you crawling on the road? Her voice conveyed that she saw through his flimsy story. Huh. How could you call it crawling? Besides, I never said we sold them in town. We went to the county instead. My mother suggested we check the prices there because gathering eggs isn't easy, and we wanted to sell them at a higher price. Surely, you understand that, Liu Haifeng desperately countered, knowing he might not fool his mother, but feeling the need for an excuse nonetheless. His mother raised an eyebrow, glaring at him. Your words would only deceive a ghost. What difference does it make where the eggs are sold? You went to the county, and just listen to yourself. Doesn't that sound remorseful? The extra money from a trip to the county probably doesn't even cover your transportation costs. Mother, I assure you, it's all true. Be quiet. Look at yourself now. I thought marrying you would settle you down, but it seems only yesterday you were calm, and today you're back to your old ways. You're an adult now, yet you still waste your time frivolously instead of learning something worthwhile. Can't you spare me some worry? What will you do when your father and I are no longer around? Now that you have a wife, shouldn't you think of her? Can you truly bear to leave her alone at home? At present, the house is undergoing renovations, and in a few days, you all must vacate. Given your current predicament, how will you two manage in the future? Listening to her mother's incessant inquiries, Liu Haifeng felt a pang of shame on his face, yet internally, he remained somewhat indifferent, acknowledging her intentions were for his benefit. However, perhaps the bond was not as deep as it should have been. Although he had promised to care for the original owner's parents, his sentiments were complicated, primarily due to their brief acquaintance, which prevented any genuine connection from forming. He had previously read numerous novels where protagonists, upon traversing into another realm, embraced the parents of the original owners as their own without any psychological burden. Yet, when faced with such a reality himself, he found it difficult to articulate the feelings that arose within him, an inexplicable sense of resistance. Reflecting on this, Liu Haifeng suddenly felt a twinge of coldness in his heart. After all, he was inhabiting another's body. What are you thinking? Have you been listening to me? His mother's voice, weary from her heartfelt admonitions, cut through his reverie. It seemed her words had fallen on deaf ears, as he appeared lost in thought. Observing the disappointment in his mother's gaze, guilt washed over him, prompting him to nervously touch his nose. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to speak the truth. Mother, actually, I went to the county today in search of work. However, upon seeing the skepticism etched on her face, Liu Haifeng felt a sharp pang of frustration. How could he be doubted by his own mother? This predicament was entirely due to the original owner's lackluster reputation. If he spoke a falsehood, it would not suffice. Yet, if he spoke the truth, it would be met with disbelief. It was quite absurd. He initially considered retrieving the small change in his pocket to validate his words, but as he glanced at the gathering family members, particularly his sisters-in-law's scrutinizing looks, he quickly abandoned the notion. Although they were not particularly gossipy, the current state of their relationship was tenuous at best. If they were to spread rumors, his business endeavors would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Under the present circumstances, he preferred to amass wealth quietly. The fewer people who knew of his entrepreneurial pursuits, the better. Thus, he withdrew his hand from his pocket. What then could he do to prove himself? After some thought, he decided to resort to the original owner's previous methods, playing the rogue and disregarding his mother's lectures, adopting the attitude of a stubborn pig that fears no boiling water. Turning to his wife, who was observing him with a furrowed brow, Liu Haifeng forced a carefree smile. Wife, I'm hungry. Did you save me any food? Wang Qian pursed her lips and remained silent. Witnessing his son's shameless demeanor, Liu's mother felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Perhaps it was best to let it go. After all, he had married, and any issues could be left for his wife to handle. She, as a mother, had grown too old to manage everything. There's a bowl of rice, kept warm for you on the stove. You can serve yourself. He waved his hand dismissively and turned to enter the house, truly wishing to avoid the sight of this troublesome son any longer. Upon seeing his mother leave, Liu Haifeng also exhaled with relief, believing that this ordeal had finally passed. Glancing at the gathered onlookers, in an unexpectedly jovial mood, he cracked a joke. Why are you all staring at me? Are you planning to welcome me? Hearing Liu Haifeng's shameless remark, Liu Erseo, who had anticipated a dreadful fate for the fourth son today, turned on her heel in anger, muttering something under her breath that the crowd could not quite catch, but she certainly looked displeased. Observing this, Liu Haifeng felt compelled to chase after her, wondering what exactly had provoked her ire. However, the onlookers were accustomed to such scenes, and seeing that there was nothing of entertainment left, they grew weary of lingering in the courtyard. The sky was darkening, prompting everyone to return indoors. Liu Haifeng intended to have a word with his wife, yet she too turned away, appearing slightly upset. He had planned to comfort her, but as the rumbling of his stomach persisted, he shrugged and headed to the kitchen first. As he sat on the threshold of the kitchen, devouring his meal from a bowl, Lu Fu, having completed his rounds, returned. Spotting his youngest son finally eating after disappearing for an entire day, Lu Fu's face contorted in anger. Where have you been today? Why have you only just come back? Liu Haifeng felt a twinge of annoyance. Why did everyone feel the need to inquire about his whereabouts? But even if he were to respond honestly, would they believe him? Thus, he opted for silence, choosing to remain uncommunicative. Noticing Liu Haifeng's prolonged silence, Lu Fu deduced that further questioning would yield no fruitful answers. Fearing that he might become too agitated, he refrained from asking any more. In a few days, it will be time for your wife's return visit. Don't you dare forget, or else if you wander off again and delay things, I swear I'll break your legs." Observing his father's fierce demeanor, Liu Haifeng nodded vigorously, anxious to avoid any confrontation. Seeing the fourth son's submissive posture, Lu Fu took a deep drag from his cigarette, reflecting that since his son was now married, he could no longer resort to physical discipline. Furthermore, in a few days, they would be moving out of sight, out of mind. Let him cause whatever ruckus he wished. With a disdainful snort, he tossed his sleeve and entered the main house. Chapter 19. Misunderstanding with his father departed. Liu Haifeng wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead. The old man's gaze was truly intimidating. He feared that the man might charge at him without a second thought. This was not merely a matter of timidity. It stemmed from the memories of the original owner of this body, who had endured frequent beatings from this father throughout his childhood. It was only in recent years, as the brothers matured, that such physical reprimands had lessened. Now that no one was left to disturb him, he hastened his meal. After finishing, he rinsed his bowl, wiped his mouth, and promptly returned to his room. Wang Qian had been sitting on the edge of the bed in a daze since returning from her earlier outing. Reflecting on her mother-in-law's words and the gossip she had overheard while washing clothes, a wave of regret washed over her. Had she truly made the right choice in marrying Liu Haifeng, such an unreliable and lackadaisical man? Could she really depend on him? All day long, he indulged in drinking and playing cards, neglecting any household chores. Upon returning home, Liu Haifeng was struck by the sight of his wife's troubled expression, and a pang of sympathy welled up within him. This new bride, recently married, found herself surrounded by strangeness, with only her husband as a familiar presence. Instead of assisting her in acclimating to her new environment, he had spent the entire day away, failing in his duties as a husband. Approaching her, he embraced her, feeling her resistance, yet he held on resolutely, realizing that she was beginning to sulk. "My dear wife, what troubles you? Are you upset with me?" Wang Qian struggled for a moment, but eventually ceased her attempts to break free. However, upon hearing Liu Haifeng's words, she internally rolled her eyes. How could she not be upset? Seeing that she remained silent, Liu Haifeng pondered for a moment, and then took out all the money he had earned that day. Placing it upon the bed, he intended to have an open discussion with his wife. After all, they were to share a life together. He felt it necessary to explain his daily absences, and, in doing so, gauge her attitude towards his work as a small business owner, a title not particularly esteemed in these times. Wang Qian, drawn by the noise, turned her head and caught a glimpse of the substantial sum of money laid out before her. Her mouth agape, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Where did you acquire such a fortune?" Seeing her adorable reaction, Liu Haifeng couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her chubby cheeks playfully. However, Wang Qian, feeling uncomfortable with his touch, began to struggle. She had resolved that if he did not amend his ways, she would not permit him to touch her again. But then she recalled her mother's words before her departure, and her resolve wavered. She questioned whether her mother's advice was indeed sound. Yet, considering her parents' long-lasting love, unmarred by quarrels over trivial matters, she decided to give it a try. What if it worked? Summoning her courage, she shyly called out, "Feng Ge." Initially hesitant, once the words escaped her lips, she realized it wasn't so difficult after all. Her sweet call sent shivers down Liu Haifeng's spine. And when he turned to see her blushing and gazing at him with wide, sparkling eyes, a singular thought consumed him: to possess her. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged towards her. Wang Qian, taken aback by his eagerness, pushed against his chest, determined not to let him have his way so easily. Otherwise, her shy call would have been in vain. "Wait, I'm not ready yet." At that moment, Liu Haifeng was beyond caring. His blood surged, and he felt as though he might explode with desire. As he fumbled with her clothes, Wang Qian seized the opportunity to break free and leap to the corner of the bed, gasping for breath, her face flushed. "Why are you in such a hurry? I still have more to say." Liu Haifeng could no longer afford to wait. In his previous life, he had spent nearly 30 years as a bachelor, and in this life, his body was still that of a novice. As a young man who had just tasted the pleasures of intimacy, he found himself unable to resist the temptations presented by his wife. "You little enchantress," he thought, "you stir the flames and yet feign reluctance. Just wait and see how I deal with you. If I don't show you some color, you might confuse the great with the trivial." Upon hearing Liu Haifeng's intentions, Wang Qian's heart skipped a beat. Could this scoundrel possibly be planning to strike her? She quickly spoke up, her face etched with anxiety. "Don't come any closer. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I'll scream loudly and summon everyone from the other rooms." Let us see how you handle that. Liu Haifeng's expression suddenly turned peculiar. When did I ever say I would hit you? Wang Qian, do not misunderstand. Even if I were less than human, I would never lay a hand on my wife. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Wang Qian felt a sense of relief. However, reflecting on her earlier words, she was determined not to let him off easily. They had just begun their life together, and some matters needed to be clarified to prevent any bad habits from forming in the future. But you just said you would show me some color. Did those words not come from your mouth? I heard them quite clearly, so don't try to deny it. Liu Haifeng was somewhat at a loss for words. He found his wife's retort amusing yet perplexing. Gazing at her alluring figure and recalling how she had tempted him, he decided to return the playful banter. Pointing to his own trousers, he said, "Where exactly do you think this is heading? Do you believe I would strike you? Rest assured, even if you wished for demise, I would not grant you that satisfaction. Surrender willingly." As he rubbed his hands together and playfully licked his lips, a mischievous smile spread across his face. Wang Qian was taken aback by his audacious remarks and incredulous demeanor. Is this truly how a person speaks? How shameless can you be? You lecher? How dare you? Stay away from me. Realizing that the jest had perhaps gone too far, and hearing her voice grow louder, Liu Haifeng quickly shifted back to a serious demeanor. Ahem, please don't be alarmed. I was merely jesting. Noticing that his wife remained silent and vigilantly watched him, Liu Haifeng felt a pang of regret for teasing her. They had only just married and still had much to learn about one another. His attempts at playful banter, influenced by modern phrases, might have been too much for her to digest in this era. Just as he pondered how to ease her tension, his gaze fell upon the money on the bed, and an idea sparked. My dear, let us cease this playful bickering and come count the money. I haven't had the chance to tally how much we earned. Come quickly. At the mention of money, Wang Qian turned to glance at the pile, her eyes suddenly brightening. She had momentarily forgotten about the substantial sum lying on the bed. Chapter 20. The little hobby of my wife. Seeing that his wife had finally shifted her attention, Liu Haifeng let out a sigh of relief. After exchanging a few playful words, he nearly caused her to retreat into silence. It seemed prudent to exercise caution in the future. Unless indulging in flirtation, it would be wise to refrain from such avant-garde remarks, or at the very least, to wait until they became more familiar with one another. However, today's events had unveiled some of his wife's little secrets. Noticing her still crouched in the corner, Liu Haifeng decided against calling her over again and began counting the coins himself, curious about how much he had earned that day. As Liu Haifeng methodically counted each bill, Wang Qian felt a stir of excitement within her. Since childhood, she had harbored a fondness for counting money. Growing up in a modest household where sometimes even a full meal was a luxury, she had learned early on the significance of money. This led to her love for counting currency, particularly when it came to large stacks. The simple act could brighten her mood for days. Unfortunately, the reality remained that her family's financial constraints limited her opportunities to indulge in this passion, with her most substantial encounter being a solitary 100 yuan note tucked away for emergencies. With a slight lick of her lips, she cautiously approached him. Noticing Liu Haifeng's lack of resistance, her confidence surged. She reached out to gather the bills closer to herself, then, licking her fingers, began to count them. Liu Haifeng merely smiled silently at this and resumed sorting the money he had organized earlier. After both had counted twice, they discovered the disorganized pile amounted to a total of 10 yuan and 12 fun. Wow, did you earn this much today? Coughing slightly, Liu Haifeng felt a wave of bashfulness wash over him at his wife's admiring gaze. Well, not quite that much. If you do the math, I probably made only 2 or 3 yuan. I left home with over 12 yuan. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian could not help but feel skeptical. How could he claim to have earned money when he left with so little and returned with even less? Could he have ventured into gambling? After all, this man had a history. Noticing her doubtful expression, Liu Haifeng quickly elaborated, fearing that any delay would lead her thoughts astray. We went to the town today and took a bus to the county, where we began wholesale purchasing ice pops. However, we needed boxes to store them, so I spent 8 yuan on 2 boxes. After that, I used the remaining money to buy about 100 ice pops, selling each for 5 fun, which earned me 2 yuan. Then, I spent 1 yuan and 20 fun on lunch, and subsequently purchased another 200 pops to sell in the streets. As dusk approached, I restocked some supplies and sold them at the factory entrance. After selling out, I returned home and paid Lu Wang 1 yuan for his wages, which explains the meager amount left in my pocket. He recounted today's experiences to his wife, while simultaneously reflecting on the day's events. Overall, he managed to sell over 300 popsicles, earning 2 cents per popsicle, which amounted to a little over 7 yuan. After deducting the 1 yuan wage for Lu Wang, he was left with just over 6 yuan. However, the cost of traveling to the county and back, which was 20 cents per person, resulted in a total expenditure of 80 cents for 2 people. Therefore, in the end, he earned a little over 5 yuan. Wang Qian listened intently, surprised that her husband had indeed gone out to earn money. His recounting of the day felt remarkably exciting, and she was eager to experience it for herself. Noticing her interest, Liu Haifeng began sharing some amusing anecdotes from his day. After a while, he suddenly recalled something his father had mentioned earlier and decided to inquire about it. "Wife?" he asked. She replied. "Today. Dad said he would be returning home in a few days, but I thought that was supposed to be in 3 days?" "Oh, that," Wang Qian responded, understanding the situation. "This was something I discussed with my parents today. You weren't here, so it's normal that you wouldn't know. My family lives quite far away, taking over 3 hours by car. If we were to walk, who knows when we would arrive. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, my mother and I thought it would be better to delay our visit by a couple of days so that we could stay for 2 nights. "Oh, I see." Since there was no urgency to return to her family, he realized he needed to ponder what gifts to bring for his father-in-law. He had originally planned to prepare some gifts today, but being the first day of business had left him flustered and pressed for time, leading him to abandon the idea. Now that he had more time, he intended to venture into the city again to see if there were any suitable items for sale, as well as to explore the black market for anything intriguing. As his thoughts wandered, he noticed his wife's eyes darting around, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. He stepped closer and embraced her, gently inquiring about her contemplation. Wang Qian snapped back to reality, swatting away his wandering hands, and looked at her husband with excitement. "I just calculated that you can earn over 5 yuan a day now. If that continues for a month, wouldn't that amount to nearly 200 yuan?" she exclaimed. "If you can earn that much in a month, then what about a year?" Wang Qian gasped in astonishment. "My goodness, how much would that be?" Liu Haifeng chuckled at her enthusiasm, realizing her earlier contemplation was focused on this very calculation. "No, my dear, how can you think that? Such calculations are not that simple. We must consider external factors, like rainy days, for instance. Additionally, my current popsicle selling model is easily replicable. If more people start selling popsicles outside the factory, sales will inevitably decline." Wang Qian, however, was unconvinced. "But this business has just begun. Why would you speak so pessimistically? Even so, surely you could sell 200 popsicles a day." Upon hearing those words, Liu Haifeng contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. The weather was indeed sweltering, and selling 200 sticks a day felt rather effortless. Furthermore, if he had a bicycle, he could traverse the streets and alleys with greater alacrity. Selling 200 sticks would yield 4 yuan for the day, after deducting the 1 yuan owed to Lu Wang and accounting for the transportation cost of 80 cents. He would still pocket 2 yuan and 20 cents. However, as he calculated, Wang Qian suddenly found herself unable to tally the figures. It seemed as though the earnings were substantial, yet the amount that actually reached their hands appeared to dwindle with each calculation. Listening to his wife murmur and observing her pouting lips, Liu Haifeng, despite his efforts to suppress his impatience, could no longer contain himself. He adored his wife's financial obsession. Her eyes sparkled with allure. Quietly, he tidied himself up and moved closer to her. Wang Jing, noticing Liu Haifeng's approach, raised her hand to cover her mouth. "Don't be so hasty. There are still matters I haven't addressed," she cautioned. "Is there anything that cannot wait until tomorrow? It is already dark, and with the candle burning. If Mother sees, she will surely have something to say. We should rest," she added. Recognizing his eager demeanor, Wang Qian understood the importance of moderation to avoid provoking him. Thus, she decided to grant him a taste of sweetness, teasing him a little. After spending the past few days together, she had come to realize that her husband was not as unworthy as her mother and sisters had suggested. In fact, he could be considered a model of a good man. This revelation led her to question the veracity of the gossip circulating outside. However, before she could ponder further, Liu Haifeng lunged toward her. Coming to her senses, she glanced at the money in her hand and suddenly smiled, transforming from passive to active, wrapping her arms around his waist and gazing at him with sparkling eyes. Observing his wife biting her lip to suppress her sounds, Liu Haifeng understood her fear of being overheard. He leaned in to gently lick the corner of her mouth, feeling the imprint of his bite, and pressed her head against his arm, murmuring hoarsely, "If it becomes unbearable, bite me, Don't hurt your own lips. It pains me. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian was unrestrained and bit down without hesitation. What is with this brute strength? She thought, feeling the need to retaliate. Liu Haifeng groaned softly, realizing that his wife had quite the bite and showed no mercy. The commotion in the room persisted until the early hours of the morning. As he watched his wife, with tears at the corners of her eyes, drift into slumber, Liu Haifeng felt a pang of tenderness as he kissed her eyelids, coupled with a tinge of guilt. How many times had this occurred? Each time, he resolved to be gentler, yet he still ended up overwhelming her. Chapter 21. Two canine friends. The following day, the couple awoke late once again. Although the elder and younger sisters-in-law expressed some discontent, perhaps due to habit, no one came to rouse them. Sunlight streamed through the window, and Liu Haifeng stirred from his slumber, shielding his eyes with his hand as he gradually regained consciousness. Looking down at his wife nestled in his arms, he was relieved to find that the events of the previous night were not merely a dream. Seeing her sleep soundly, he leaned in to kiss the corner of her pouting lips, recalling the fervor of the previous night, igniting a flame within him. Yet, given how exhausted she had been, he pondered the wisdom of stirring her again that morning, wary of provoking her temper. He decided it best to exercise patience. After all, good things come to those who wait. He would allow her to recuperate and prepare for another encounter that evening. Reflecting on the sight of his wife counting money last night, he felt a renewed determination to earn more. Currently, the amounts she counted were mere pennies and dimes. Yet he envisioned a day when she would exclusively count notes of 10 and 100. After rising, washing his face, and brushing his teeth, he engaged in a brief commotion with the children before finally rousing his wife as breakfast time approached. At the dining table, Liu's father regarded his son with evident dissatisfaction. Liu Haifeng seemed to drift aimlessly, oblivious to his surroundings, and now that he was married, he still failed to spend more time at home. Fourth son, he began. Yesterday I took your two brothers, their wives, and your wife to inspect the land for our new home. I trust your wife has informed you about it upon your return last night. What are your thoughts? Speak up. I've already arranged for the work to commence today. If you wish to expand the house, let me know sooner rather than later. Listening to his father, Liu Haifeng was taken aback to discover that the entire family had visited the land without his knowledge, a matter his wife had not mentioned. Wang Qian interjected. I wish to bring it up, but one must be given the chance. With the urgency of last night, did I truly have the opportunity? Nevertheless, recalling the money her husband had turned over, she felt compelled to speak on his behalf. Father, she said, Brother Feng returned home late yesterday after a long day's work. I noticed he was exhausted, so I advised him to rest early. Thus, I Haven T had the opportunity to inform him about this matter. Upon hearing this, Liu's father raised an eyebrow, visibly displeased. Yet he refrained from expressing his thoughts in front of the family. Initially, he had expected Fourth's wife to be a positive influence, but given the current circumstances, her reliability remained questionable. After all, if she could overlook something as significant as house construction, what else could possibly concern her? Liu's mother, biting her lip in frustration, felt a sense of disappointment. Is it only a few days into their marriage, and she is already indulging him? I introduced you to Fourth so you could help guide him, yet look at the results. Observing the expressions of his family, Liu Haifeng contemplated speaking further. But before he could utter a word, his father beckoned the others to the land. All right, have you all eaten enough? Since you are satisfied, let us commence. The morning is still relatively cool, and we must head over soon. Fourth, you are not to go anywhere today, understood? Building a house is a significant endeavor, especially since it involves your own family. If you dare to be idle in such matters. Hearing the tone in his father's voice, Liu Haifeng quickly affirmed. I will remain at home today. I shall not go anywhere, you can rest assured. Humph. If you dare to sneak out, I shall break your legs. His father retorted before striding out the door. Liu's older brothers, Liu Da and Liu Er, patted his shoulder as they passed by, their silence speaking volumes. A hint of amusement hidden in their expressions. Liu Haifeng sighed, reluctantly following them, realizing that today's plans for ice pops were likely thwarted at this juncture. His father might indeed resort to harsh measures. The old house was situated in the center of the village, while the newly acquired land lay at the village entrance. As this marked the first day of construction, the entire household mobilized. Exiting the house, they had scarcely taken a few steps when a shout rang out from behind. Crazy. Where do you think you're going? Who's that? Liu Haifeng turned his head, and a peculiar expression flickered in his eyes. From his recollections, he recognized the individual who called out to him as Liu Sanhua, accompanied by Liu Ergu, commonly referred to as Ergu. It is quite remarkable how many individuals in this village have dog in their nicknames. Among every 10 people, 3 or 4 possess such monikers. This is a common occurrence in rural areas, where the older generations believe that having a humble name ensures a prosperous life. Fortunately, the Liu family does not adhere to this tradition. Otherwise, contemplating a name like Dog Egg or Egg Wa sends shivers down his spine at the thought of hearing such a name called out. To be candid, he himself had a nickname in his previous life, albeit a more conventional one, Baozi, which refers to a type of food and does not carry the same derogatory connotation. As he refocused on the 2 individuals before him, he recognized them as the original owner's dubious companions, and he was acutely aware that their actions contributed significantly to the original owner's demise. Logically, having assumed the original owner's body, he ought to seek vengeance on his behalf. However, were it not for their invitation to drink, he might never have had the chance to inhabit this new form. Thus, one could argue that he should be grateful to them, yet reflecting on their characters, he subtly shook his head. He was not of their ilk. With the impending crackdown on misbehavior, if these 2 continued their reckless ways, associating with troublemakers, they might soon find themselves in dire straits. As for advising them to mend their ways, such thoughts were futile. If it were that simple, the original owner's mother would have already managed to reform him. As the saying goes, it is difficult to persuade a stubborn ghost. Should he attempt to lecture them, not only would they be unappreciative, but they might also harbor resentment towards him. What have you been up to? Have you been hiding away because you got married and are now blissfully forgetful of your friends? Or is your wife keeping you on a tight leash? Liu Sanhua chuckled lewdly, his words laden with innuendo. Beside him, Liu Ergu chimed in, teasing, "Are you afraid of your wife? Let me tell you, you must not indulge women. If they misbehave, just give them a good beating." All right, enough of your nonsense. I've only just been married for a couple of days. If I were to run amok, my father would surely break my legs. It irked him that these 2 rascals dared to discuss his wife. Being a man himself, he could easily discern their intentions from their expressions. Though he felt a surge of anger, he had just arrived in this new life and was reluctant to jeopardize his facade. Thus, he swallowed his indignation. But he would remember this slight. One day, they would have their comeuppance. Unaware of the fierce glint in Liu Haifeng's eyes, the 2 continued to fixate on Liu's father. A moment of silence enveloped them as they thought of Liu's father, who had left an impression of ferocity during their childhood in the same village. The Liu brothers had certainly faced their fair share of beatings. Cough, cough, enough of this. Let us go. Shall we drink? Liu Haifeng shook his head, feigning a look of helplessness as he spread his hands. I can't go. Today is the first day of renovations at my house, and my father is watching me closely. I simply cannot escape. After speaking, he rolled his eyes, surveying the 2 individuals before him, and then feigned surprise as he suggested, "Why not do this? Since you both have nothing pressing to attend to and share such a good relationship with everyone, being brothers, how about lending a hand at my house today? We're repairing it." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 men stiffened. They were the sort of individuals who wouldn't even bother to pick up a broom if it fell in their home. How could they possibly offer their labor for free? Liu Ergu slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh, I completely forgot. My mother asked me to buy a couple of needles in town. What terrible timing." Liu Sanhua also feigned sudden realization. Right. I almost forgot about that. Ergu, let us hurry along. Your mother is waiting for you." With that, they gave no chance for Liu Haifeng to respond and took off running, their pace quickening as they passed by Liu's father and the others. Observing their clumsy performance, Liu Haifeng smirked, thinking they were truly rushing to meet their fate. Liu's mother and the others looked at the 2 men with disdain, thinking they were not up to any good. Liu's mother turned to the 4th daughter-in-law she had summoned over, advising her to keep an eye on those 2 and ensure her husband did not grow too close to them. Wang Qian nodded in agreement, honestly admitting her dislike for the pair, who seemed far from respectable, especially given the unsettling glances they had cast in their direction. As she glanced back at Liu Haifeng, who was trailing behind, she intentionally fell a step back, intending to have a serious conversation with him. Chapter 22. The wall must be built, brother phone. Are they seeking you out for amusement? Noticing her husband's displeased expression, Liu Haifeng could easily guess her thoughts. They came looking for me to drink, but rest assured, I declined their invitation. I have vowed to turn over a new leaf, and I will not revert to my former ways. He glanced ahead, noting that no one was paying attention to them, and discreetly took his wife's hand, speaking earnestly. My dear, I assure you, Perhaps I was not the best person before, but since having you in my life, I am committed to earning a good living and providing for our family, ensuring you will never suffer again. You may think my words are mere bravado, but just wait and see. It won't be long before I have you looking healthy and plump." Hearing Liu Haifeng's almost romantic declarations left Wang Qian momentarily stunned, as if struck by an unexpected blow. After regaining her composure, she looked at her husband, sensing the sincerity in his words, and felt an inexplicable urge to tear up. What was she to do? This man truly was. "What are you two up to? Loitering?" Liu's father's displeased voice suddenly interrupted, shattering the bubble of intimacy between them. Startled, Wang Qian quickly withdrew her hand. Inhaling deeply and casting a shy glare at Liu Haifeng, her cheeks flushed as she hurried to catch up with the group. That rascal! Suddenly springing such words on her. How was she to respond? It was utterly mortifying. Watching his wife's reaction, Liu Haifeng could not help but chuckle. She was simply too adorable. Wasn't she? Upon arriving at the homestead, Liu's father guided Liu Haifeng in their labor. Their primary task today was to tidy up the disarray within the premises, which involved discarding large stones and trimming the overgrown weeds. "Do you see this expansive area? This belongs to our family, and we will build one house at a time, starting with the eldest brother S, and eventually reaching yours. Do you have any objections?" Liu Haifeng shook his head in response. "Let us proceed as you say. I have no objections." He glanced around and noted that the 3 plots of land were situated similarly, backed by the mountains, allowing for a front yard and a vegetable garden at the back. It seemed rather equitable. "Very well, then. Additionally, both your elder and second brother have spoken to me. They wish to add another room. I would like to know your thoughts on this matter." Upon hearing this inquiry, Liu Haifeng pondered for a moment, realizing that it was essential to discuss this with his wife. However, to be candid, he already had a notion in mind. It merely depended on his wife's agreement. "Father, please wait a moment while I speak with my wife. Xiao Qian, come over here. I need to discuss something with you." Observing the couple huddled together, Liu's father felt a pang of disappointment. What had happened to the Liu family? Why were his sons so timid? Did they all fear their wives to such an extent? Must every matter be deliberated with their spouses? Couldn't they assume the role of heads of the family with a bit more assertiveness? "What are you doing? Standing there like a statue? Can't you see that large stone at your feet?" Liu's mother's voice rang out, causing Liu's father to immediately alter his expression. He bent down, picked up a stone, and grumbled as he carried it away. "This woman, can't she allow for a moment's rest?" Before long, Liu Haifeng and his wife returned to Liu's father. "Father, we have reached a decision. We do not intend to build an additional room. However, we plan to construct a 3-meter-high wall to enclose the front and backyards. I recall you mentioning that upon completing the houses, each family would receive an additional 80 units of land. I would like to request an advance on that amount." Upon hearing his fourth son's words, Liu's father furrowed his brow. Such a tall wall would require considerable funds, money that could be better spent on building another house. He then glanced at his daughter-in-law, silently seeking her opinion. "Father, I share the same sentiment. Given the order of construction, our house will be the last, which means we will be the first home upon entering the village. Without a wall, it feels rather insecure." Seeing that the couple had firmly decided to erect the wall, Liu's father displayed a troubled expression, casting a glance at Liu's mother, his meaning clear. He wished for her to intervene and persuade them otherwise. Liu's mother, equally exasperated but hesitant to direct her ire at her new daughter-in-law, seized her son and launched into a lecture. "What is the purpose of building that wall? We all live in the same village. If there's an issue, we can simply call out. Your elder and second brothers reside nearby. What is there to fear? Are you simply burning through money for no reason?" Liu's elder sister-in-law and second sister-in-law exchanged glances filled with amusement, gradually closing in on the situation. Liu Haifeng, sensing the disapproval from the elders, patiently attempted to clarify his position. "Mother, please don't rush. Let me explain. Firstly, the geographical location of our residence is quite advantageous, facilitating easy access for outings and errands. However, as you both are undoubtedly aware, these times are far from tranquil. The prevalence of petty theft has surged. Should any nefarious individuals infiltrate our village, it is our household that would bear the brunt of the consequences. Would it not be prudent to erect a wall? Surely, you would agree. Additionally, I plan to seek employment in the city, which means I shall often be away during the day, leaving only Xiao Qian in the house. A surrounding wall would at least provide a measure of security. Moreover, there are unspoken intentions on my part. I aim to engage in some business ventures, aspiring to amass wealth discreetly. However, without a wall, any activities conducted at home would be subject to public scrutiny. Furthermore, my wife, possessing such striking beauty, should ideally be occupied in the city during the day. Given the current climate, with so many rogues about, the thought of our home being violated is truly distressing. A high wall would certainly bring peace of mind. Do not think me overly suspicious. Human nature is indeed inscrutable. Take, for instance, the two acquaintances I encountered today, indulging in drinking and gambling, and even peering into others' homes. Such behaviors are all too common. Liu father and Liu mother, upon hearing Liu Haifeng's words, fell into a contemplative silence. In their village, it is customary for neighbors to visit and chat, often resulting in many households leaving their doors ajar for convenience. Yet, recent events have not gone unnoticed. The number of unemployed youths has skyrocketed, leading to an increase in idleness and, consequently, crime. There are those who take reckless risks, displaying an audacity that is astonishing. The family of my fourth brother resides at the village entrance, and if any unfortunate incident were to occur, they would likely be the first to suffer. Moreover, the fourth brother is perpetually idle, seldom seen before dusk, while his wife, appearing gentle and demure, would be left alone at home. Such a scenario is too harrowing to contemplate. Originally, Liu Dazhao and Liu Erzao intended to enjoy a theatrical performance. But upon hearing Liu Haifeng's concerns, they too felt a twinge of anxiety. If the fourth brother's household harbors such apprehensions, can they, as neighbors, escape similar risks? Yet, reflecting on their financial situation, they sighed. Having just expanded their home, they lacked the funds for such an endeavor. After some deliberation, Liu father and Liu mother, considering the fourth brother's irresponsible nature and the vulnerability of his wife, an outsider without local support, softened their tone. Nevertheless, even so, there is no need for an excessively high wall. A modest 2-meter structure would suffice, conserving a significant amount of money. The thought of expenses weighed heavily on Liu mother's heart. This couple truly struggles with financial management, who spends all their money immediately after a division. Furthermore, the last 80 yuan was meant for household necessities. Having just built a house, every penny counts. How can they continue to navigate life under such circumstances? As soon as Liu Haifeng sensed his mother relent, he too exhaled a breath of relief. To be candid, were it not for his current financial predicament, relying on the 80 yuan from his elderly parents for support, he would have been disinclined to engage in such lengthy discourse. He would simply have summoned the workers to gather around. Regarding the 100 yuan intended for his wife's dowry, he could be deemed a staunch traditionalist. After all, that was her dowry, and the renovations were the responsibility of the groom's family. Moreover, it had long been agreed upon that the dowry should not be utilized for building purposes, that some should remain with her for her own protection, providing her with a sense of security. As for his mother's insistence on a 2-meter high wall, Liu Haifeng momentarily found himself at a loss for words, then chuckled, gesturing to indicate his own height. Mother, do consider my stature. At a lofty 1 meter 80, I could easily leap over that 2-meter wall. Where then is the sense of security? His mother attempted to protest further. With your towering height, there are scarcely any in the village who match it. In previous years, during times of scarcity, most villagers are around 1 meter 60 to 1 meter 70. To have a son reach 1 meter 80 is largely due to the indulgence of his grandfather, who, despite financial hardships, ensured his little grandson had an egg to eat. This child has never known hunger. If he fails to grow taller, it would defy all reason. Observing his mother's relentless chatter, Liu Haifeng adopted the persona of the original simpleton, stubbornly persisting until his parents finally relented. With that, the matter was settled. Chapter 23. Sticking with me, a bustling scene unfolded at the foundation site, with family members transporting stones and cutting grass, accompanied by a few younger ones who occasionally hindered progress. Liu Laodao wiped his brow, watching his younger son toil, with evident disdain, an expression he made no effort to conceal. Yet, he could not voice his displeasure too openly, fearing that such remarks might provoke the boy into stubbornness and cause him to flee, which would be disastrous. After some contemplation, he deemed it prudent to issue a preemptive warning. Fourth son, you mustn't think of slipping away this afternoon. We are officially commencing the construction of your house. If you yourself are unwilling to contribute, how can you expect anyone else to assist? It's unreasonable for the homeowner to wander off while others labor. Hearing his father's words, Liu Haifeng nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement. In their village, Building a house typically involved family and relatives working together, occasionally supplemented by hired hands. He understood his father's point. When relatives came to help, the homeowner could hardly abandon them to seek leisure. Should he act in such a manner, he would surely face the scorn of the community. Liu Yuan, gathering small stones, beamed with a gap-toothed grin as he listened to the banter between his uncle and grandfather. At 8 years old, he was perceptive enough to grasp the meaning behind his grandfather's critical gaze towards his uncle. "Uncle, shall we have a competition? Let us see who can collect more stones. I wager you cannot surpass me." He is undoubtedly destined for victory. He knows his fourth uncle well. Even during the autumn harvest, this man manages to slack off. Working at a leisurely pace and constantly feigning ailments to excuse himself from labor, performing tasks that even a child could surpass. In his limited recollection, during the years when they were earning work points, this young fellow, despite his size, was outdone by even the smallest of girls, much to the amusement of the villagers at that time. Upon hearing these words, Liu Haifeng took the opportunity to stretch his back and rubbed it, indulging in a moment of idleness. Observing the boy's toothless grin, he pondered the recent expressions of amusement from his elder and second sisters-in-law. A mischievous scheme forming in his mind. He feigned disdain, curling his lip and adopting a mocking tone. "With your stature? Frankly, what merit is there in picking stones? No matter how many you gather, you'll never reach my height, so why bother?" At this, Liu Dajiao's face contorted with displeasure. "What are you saying, fourth uncle?" Liu Haifeng shrugged his shoulders, turned his neck to the right, and spread his hands in an innocent manner, asserting, "But it's true. I am not mistaken. Children shouldn't be burdened with such labor. How could they possibly grow tall if they toil every day?" Liu Dajiao, incensed by Liu Haifeng's comments, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? What if you lead the children astray? What have I said that is wrong? Just look at me. Is my height not proof? Did I grow tall because I labored every day? Moreover, if my grandfather hadn't fed me well as a child, would I have reached such heights? Look at my elder brother and second brother. Am I speaking falsely?" Liu Yuan glanced at his mother, scratching his head in confusion as he looked at Liu Haifeng. "Why is height so important? I see many people in the village who are shorter than my father." "Ah, you're still too young to understand. Just look at your fourth aunt. If I weren't so tall, would I have been able to marry such a wonderful wife? Not only is she sweet and adorable, but her demeanor is also gentle and refined." Meeting someone like her, Liu Haifeng felt that his previous life was worth it. One must realize that such a beauty could easily marry a humble man like him in this era. If it were in later generations, a person like the original owner, a mere good-for-nothing, would struggle to find such a match, even with a lantern in hand. Liu Haifeng placed his hands on his hips, exuding an air of triumph, which made Wang Qian's teeth ache. She approached and swatted his hands away from his waist. "Can you stop rambling? What if you lead the children astray? Aren't you their fourth uncle? Just look at the things you say. What morals do you possess? Hey, I'm not wrong. What can such a tiny child accomplish? They are at an age meant for play, not forced labor." Watching her husband indulge in his nonsensical banter, Wang Qian raised an eyebrow and rolled her eyes dramatically, huffing in exasperation. "Look at you, so full of yourself. Indeed, you're right. I am quite impressive, feeling mightily proud of myself." He tossed his head back, pursing his lips in a display of arrogance. Wang Qian felt a twinge of irritation. This man seemed restless without causing a stir. She began to see clearly that he was merely being petty, covertly retaliating against his sister-in-law. Liu Yuan observed his robust and fair-skinned fourth uncle, then glanced at himself and his two younger brothers, before turning to look at his dark and brooding father, a wave of disdain washing over him. Not only was he short, but he was also unsightly, resembling a piece of coal. Could they truly be related to the fourth uncle? He then cast his gaze upon the fourth aunt, equally fair and tender, and recalled how the meals over the past few days had been noticeably more delectable. Doubts began to stir within him. "Well, I shall cease my labor. I too desire a wife as lovely as the fourth aunt. Someone not only pleasing to behold, but also a better cook than my mother." However, before he could finish his thought, Liu Dajiao seized his ear with a painful twist. The sharp sensation jolted him from his momentary reverie. "Ouch, that hurts. Let go, or I might lose it. What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal?" Liu Dajiao gritted her teeth as she twisted harder. Liu Yuan grimaced, desperately trying to pry her hand away while hastily pleading for mercy. Mother, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please let me off this time. You little scoundrel, how dare you utter such words? If you are so capable, then after we separate, Don't you dare eat the meals I prepare. Liu Haifeng, witnessing the scene, stoked the flames further from the sidelines. Fear not, dear nephew, if you follow the fourth uncle. I guarantee you'll be hungry 3 times a day. Upon hearing this, Liu father could hardly contain himself, wondering if such words were even human. However, before he could intervene, Liu mother swiftly approached and delivered a sharp slap to the back of Liu Haifeng's head. Will you perish if you remain silent and join him? Are you planning to lead my eldest grandson astray into a life of idleness? Have you even looked at yourself? With such a disposition, you are too lazy to even cook for yourself, yet you wish to corrupt others? Do you have no shame? And your twisted logic. If we were to live by your words, who would tend to the fields? How would you support a family? With your current laid-back attitude, do you expect your wife and children to sustain you? What audacity! Facing the approaching Liu mother, Liu Haifeng showed no signs of intimidation. He wiped the saliva from his face and immediately began to defend himself. Mother, you know I have never been good at farm work, after all these years. It's not something I can change. Besides, I have already devised a plan. Neither of us will do field work. I intend to earn a fortune and hire someone to do it for us. You? Liu mother scrutinized her fourth son from head to toe, and to be frank, she believed none of his words. Aware of his mother's skeptical gaze, Liu Haifeng understood that his words appeared somewhat feeble at that moment. Yet he firmly believed that in the near future, he would indeed make them see him in a new light. Just wait. Once I earn a fortune, I will ensure you both live comfortably, he declared with utmost confidence. You might as well give up. Stop boasting all day about enjoying a life of ease. If you could just relieve us of some worries and allow me and your father to live a few more years, I would consider it a blessing. You are so lazy that you can hardly be bothered to serve yourself, yet you dream of earning a fortune? Do you think money will just materialize out of thin air? Is it possible for food to magically appear in your mouth? Liu's father could no longer bear to witness his son's idleness. Spending his days idly with a group of individuals, he showed no regard for future prospects. When urged to learn a skill, Liu Yuan, who had just liberated his ear from a recent reprimand, immediately interjected, I know. Fourth uncle neither steals nor robs. But he can make money playing cards. He claims his luck is superb, and he often wins. Each time he struck it lucky, fourth uncle would return bearing treats, which made the young boy eagerly anticipate his uncle's outings. However, the moment this topic was broached, it brought Liu Haifeng's ears into the fray. Ouch! Be gentle, exclaimed Liu Haifeng, lamenting his troublesome nephew's indiscretion. What else can you do besides playing cards? Are you planning to support your wife and children through gambling? Winning is one thing, but what about losing? And to discuss such matters in front of a child, what are you thinking? As the conversation escalated, Liu's parents' tempers flared, disregarding the presence of their grandson as they twisted Liu Haifeng's ear and unleashed their frustration. Su Laoda and Su Er, being older brothers, felt compelled to intervene, especially as fourth uncle's gambling habits were addressed. Liu Haifeng, overwhelmed by the collective scolding, cast a pleading glance towards his wife, silently asking for her assistance. Yet, Wang Qian merely raised an eyebrow, offering him a look of helplessness, before turning to her sisters-in-law and urging them to continue picking stones from the field. This was her subtle way of preserving her husband's dignity. Liu Dazhao and Liu Erzhao took the opportunity to listen intently to the commotion, knowing that such occasions were not theirs to interrupt. Despite their usual disagreements with fourth uncle, they refrained from imparting wisdom as they were aware of their place. With their parents still present, one must possess self-awareness. After enduring the lecture, Liu Haifeng felt utterly deflated. Finally, when the admonishment subsided, he narrowly escaped further reproach. Chapter 24. Toil in the fields. After a midday meal, the work commenced in earnest. Liu Haifeng, still reeling from the morning's scolding, obediently followed the cart. As he walked, passers-by greeted him with amused smiles. Look, the madman has decided to work? Has the sun risen in the west? How peculiar, they remarked, casting their gazes skyward. Liu Haifeng rolled his eyes, mentally cursing the idle observer, and retorted, Uncle, if you don't even know which direction the sun rises from, perhaps you should ask your son at home. The elder man, momentarily taken aback, shot Liu Haifeng an irritated glare before walking away. Wang Qian, observing the exchange with curiosity, inquired, what was that about? Understanding her inquisitive expression, Liu Haifeng began to explain. Is this not the era of reform and opening up? His son is quite the restless spirit. Upon hearing of the lucrative opportunities outside, he rolled up his bedding and dashed off. Initially, He boasted about how much money his son was earning. But a year has passed without a word from him, leaving uncertainty about his son's fate. Upon hearing this tale, Wang Qian suddenly understood, and she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. This person truly had a knack for hitting where it hurts, though he didn't voice it, which was quite satisfying. After the lively inauguration ceremony, Liu Haifeng was left behind to toil like a beast of burden, wielding a hoe as he laboriously dug the foundation. The land was wild and had not been tilled for years, making the task particularly arduous. In these times, rural families seldom had many pairs of gloves. At least Liu Haifeng did not receive any, so with bare hands, he soon felt an excruciating pain, glancing at his reddened palms with a sense of bitterness. If he continued like this, it was only a matter of time before blisters would form. It seemed he needed to devise a way to ease his workload. Wang Qian observed Liu Haifeng laboring diligently and nodded in satisfaction. As for whether her husband was tired, that was not her concern. Ideally, he would be utterly exhausted, for otherwise, his vigor would be unleashed upon her in the evening. After casting a glance at the bustling crowd, she turned to take the little ones back home. As a new bride, she was not yet expected to engage in such strenuous labor according to local customs. Her task today was to care for the household, feed the chickens, maintain cleanliness, and prepare meals. When it came to looking after children, she was quite experienced. Before marriage, her nephews would often follow her around. In the Liu family, aside from the 3-year-old Liu Gui who needed watching, the other children were at least 5 years old, so she could let them play freely and call them back when it was time to eat. However, the 3 girls and the youngest, Liu Gui, preferred to stay indoors, complaining that it was too hot outside and offered to help her instead. She welcomed the assistants, who could refuse help. She took out the vegetables to be picked and allowed them to amuse themselves while she went to feed the chickens. At the new house, Liu mother called out, "What are you all staring at? Hurry up and work. This is your house being built, so don't even think about slacking off." Liu mother understood the sentiments of the first and second families, having known each other for so many years. But what of it? The fourth family had just married in, and such labor should not fall upon her. Otherwise, the villagers might say she was mistreating the new daughter-in-law. At noon, Liu mother brought 2 daughters-in-law back to the old homestead, carrying 2 pots of tea and some fruits, freshly picked from a plum tree in the backyard garden, tart yet sweet, though predominantly sour. At the construction site, no one complained. They simply grabbed the fruits and began to eat. Liu Haifeng took one, bit into it, and winced at the sourness. Looking at the fruit in his hand, he frowned, thinking, this is just too sour. However, upon further reflection, it is indeed understandable that many fruits enjoyed by future generations have been meticulously cultivated, resulting in flavors far superior to those available today. With a desire to discard the fruit, he hesitated, observing others savoring it with great delight. Fearing the judgment of wastefulness, he reluctantly consumed it, though he vowed never to partake of a second. After finishing, he smacked his lips. Truth be told, despite its sourness, it possessed a certain invigorating quality that revived his senses. After being dazed by the sun, he felt considerably more alert. As evening descended, the weary individuals, having labored throughout the day, beheld a bountiful feast that elicited radiant smiles upon their faces. The mere sight of the succulent meat atop the dishes spoke volumes of the host's hospitality. After washing up and taking their seats, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, causing those who had long abstained from meat to swallow hard in anticipation. Observing the spread before him, Liu Haifeng's face broke into a smile, his pride evident. One might mistake him for the chef behind the meal. Liu Haifeng remarked, "What difference is there between my wife's cooking and mine? After all, a couple is one entity. Regardless of whose labor it is, it reflects upon us both, does it not?" The onlookers, amused by Liu Haifeng's demeanor, teased him. Yet he showed no signs of embarrassment, graciously accepting their praise while extolling his wife's culinary prowess, as if she were a rare gem. This exchange drew the attention of Liu Dajia and Liu Erji, dining nearby, who grimaced at Liu Haifeng's relentless adoration of his wife. Did this man not possess any sense of modesty? Wang Qian, clearly overhearing, felt her cheeks flush crimson, as though she wished to bury her head in her bowl. Liu Erji, unable to contain her irritation, spoke with a hint of bitterness. "Oh, look at the fourth." He used to speak with such sarcasm, yet now his words are honeyed. Wang Qian glanced up briefly, dismissing her with indifference and returning to her meal. This attitude irked Liu Erji further, confirming the old adage that one cannot produce 2 distinct characters from the same bed. "Humph, Liu Mu, holding her rice bowl, cast a glance towards the second son's household, and, after a moment's contemplation, spoke slowly. "It is your turn to wash the dishes today. Hurry up and eat, lest the sun sets while you dawdle." Liu Erji, sensing urgency, interjected, "Mother, I've worked all day." However, before she could finish, Lu Mu interrupted. "What a statement. As if anyone else is idle. Eat quickly, or do you intend to light candles for dinner?" As the matriarch, Lu Mu's words carried considerable weight. Liu Erji opened her mouth, yet in the end, she merely bit her lip, surrendering to her mother-in-law's authority. Nonetheless, the unwilling expression on her face revealed a tumult of thoughts swirling within. Observing this, Lu Mu secretly scoffed. Liu Erji, emboldened by her two sons, often spoke without thought, and if she were not kept in check, her arrogance might soar to the heavens. Lu Mu then turned her gaze to the new daughter-in-law, finding her comparatively satisfactory thus far, barring the incident concerning the newly constructed courtyard wall. The laborers, engaged in their arduous tasks, consume substantial meals, for they exert considerable physical effort. Should their sustenance be inadequate, though they may not voice their thoughts openly, whispers of their employer's stinginess would surely circulate behind their backs. Hence, Lu's mother had already provided Wang Qian with some money earlier that day, instructing her to procure a bit of meat and eggs. While it cannot be expected for every meal to be lavish, at the very least, the dishes ought to possess a hint of meatiness. After several days of acquaintance, one might assume that the cooking skills of the fourth daughter-in-law had improved, yet it was astonishing to observe her remarkable knife skills. The meat, though scant in quantity, was cut so thinly that it gave the illusion of abundance on the plate, with the food prepared to perfection and the praises of the workers echoing outside. Lu's mother found herself increasingly fond of her fourth daughter-in-law. Beautiful and an excellent cook, this union seemed truly fortuitous. However, she mused that if only the girl had a slightly fiercer disposition, she might better manage her son. Yet, gazing at Wang Qian's delicate demeanor, she sighed. Indeed, perfection is a rare find. After a long day's toil, Liu Haifeng hastily washed up and, upon returning, collapsed onto the bed, too weary to move. Wang Qian sat nearby, engaged in needlework, and, upon observing her husband's disheveled state, could not help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" he inquired, his expression clouded with annoyance. "Nothing. I'm not laughing," she retorted, though her laughter betrayed her. Despite her efforts to suppress her amusement, the sight of Liu Haifeng looking like a wilted eggplant rendered her unable to contain herself. This isn't over yet, is it? Just watch how I deal with you," he exclaimed as he lunged toward her. Aware of his current predicament, he felt utterly out of sorts. He had never engaged in such strenuous labor before, and this unexpected turn of events left him disoriented. Chapter 25. Laziness and Sleep. "What are you doing? Let go of me," Wang Qian protested, resisting the playful assault of his hands. "Really, is it necessary to be so dramatic just because I smiled?" Liu Haifeng, reveling in the softness of his embrace, playfully pinched her. "Why have you stopped laughing? You seemed so joyful just a moment ago. Come now, continue. Stop it. My parents are still awake. What are you thinking? Keep your voice down. If they hear us, I might as well cease to exist," she urged, attempting to escape his grasp. Seeing her struggle, he firmly held her head and kissed her passionately. After a moment, he finally sensed her resistance had waned. Looking down at the limp figure nestled in his arms, he felt a surge of satisfaction and said earnestly, "I meant no harm. I merely wished to share a kiss." Nonetheless, his hands were not idle. "Let go. After a day of hard work, aren't you tired? Why are you still fixated on this? Besides, we have work to do tomorrow." Wang Qian pushed him away twice, yet his hold was relentless, and she could not extricate herself from beneath him. Though he had labored throughout the day, Liu Haifeng was not the type to genuinely commit to hard work. Given the chance to be lazy, he would seize it. Despite his earlier disheveled appearance, with his beloved wife in his arms, he felt invigorated. In that moment, he deemed it essential to engage in a profound discussion about the origins of life with his wife. However, witnessing his wife struggle silently, he certainly could not utter the words, "Do not move. I merely wish to indulge in a fleeting whim. Get lost." After a while, when she found herself unable to break free, Wang Qian resignedly acquiesced. Later, gazing at the man who had succumbed to slumber, she could no longer contain her frustration and pinched his waist several times. This deceitful man had promised that it would only be a mere touch, yet Liu Haifeng, in the depths of his dreams, felt a twinge of pain at his waist, mistaking it for an insect bite. He casually rubbed it and turned over, plunging back into a deep sleep. In the subsequent days, observing that the old man was keeping a close watch, Liu Haifeng decided against sneaking off to the city and instead devoted himself to labor at home. However, he was not one to be overly rigid, seizing any opportunity. He would indulge in laziness without a hint of shame. Maintaining his facade for a while seemed necessary, as the original owner of his identity had already demonstrated that a few days of diligent work was a commendable feat. It would indeed raise eyebrows if he were to labor without taking breaks. Yet, all of this was merely an excuse. Fundamentally, Liu Haifeng was rather indolent. After toiling for several days, the first couple of days were manageable, but soon, the days began to stretch out interminably. At that moment, he found an opportunity to escape, dashing away and hiding beneath a large tree by the river, indulging in a leisurely nap. Meanwhile, Lu Wang, having returned home with $1 to boast to his mother, basked in the praise of his family. Tasting the sweetness of admiration, he eagerly anticipated the following day. However, the next morning brought news that Brother Feng was busy repairing his house. With Brother Feng occupied with family duties, Lu Wang had no choice but to remain at home. In truth, Liu Haifeng had suggested that he venture into the city to sell ice pops. Yet, upon hearing this suggestion, Lu Wang shook his head vehemently. Go alone? Not a chance. Being with Brother Feng provided him some semblance of security. The thought of navigating the bustling streets of the city alone filled him with trepidation. That day, feeling utterly bored at home, he decided to seek out Liu Haifeng for some idle chatter. However, upon reaching the village entrance and finding no one in sight, it was evident even to the most naive that he had likely gone off to slacken his duties. After all these years of camaraderie, who didn't know each other well? Without inquiring further, he hastened towards the riverbank, fully aware of where to find him. Upon arrival, he was not surprised to discover Liu Haifeng lying beneath the great tree. Seeing him in such peaceful slumber, an idea struck him, and he stealthily approached. Liu Haifeng, with a straw hat covering his face, was deep in a delightful dream when suddenly a loud shout pierced the air. Startled, he jolted awake, tumbling clumsily to his feet, oblivious to the straw hat that had fallen from his head and was now trampled underfoot. Haha, did I scare you? Look at your startled expression. Lu Wang chuckled, his eyes nearly squinting with glee. This was a rare moment. Liu Haifeng often played tricks on him, but today, he had finally caught him off guard. Still reeling from the shock, Liu Haifeng, upon hearing the laughter and seeing who it was, felt his face darken. Damn it, Lu Wang, are you seeking death? If that's the case, allow me to oblige. With that, he raised his foot and kicked out. Lu Wang perceived the gravity of the situation as he noticed Liu Haifeng's anger. When he received a kick aimed at him, he deftly twisted his body to evade it and swiftly fled. The two of them circled around a large tree for quite a while. Seeing that he could not catch up, Liu Haifeng was compelled to halt. However, the earlier shout had startled him to the core, and he felt that unless he could land a couple of blows on Lu Wang, he would not be able to sleep soundly that night. Stop right there. If you have the guts, don't run. Lu Wang gasped, laughing heartily. Why should I wait for you to catch me? Am I foolish? You ought to know that scaring someone can indeed frighten them to death. I was just settling into a nice dream when your shout jolted me awake. You've played tricks on me before, so it seems we're even now. If you slack off, I'll be sure to tell Andy. Liu Haifeng merely scoffed, appearing unconcerned. Haven't I been diligently working for a few days? Am I not allowed a moment of leisure? And you think I should be reported? Do you really believe she is unaware of this? Meanwhile, at the homestead, Lu's mother turned back to fetch a jug of water, and upon her return, she noticed her son was missing. After inquiring about him, she learned that he had concocted an excuse to go back for something and had yet to return since she had left. Knowing her son's nature, she immediately understood what had transpired. Initially, she had thought that after a few days of him behaving himself and working diligently, he had matured and gained some sense. Little did she expect that after just a brief period of compliance, he would vanish without a trace. Having searched for him in vain, she wondered if he had gone off to drink again. Remembering the few ruffians who had visited him days earlier, she was seized with irritation, her teeth gritted in anger. You rascal! If you have the audacity to stay out all night, just wait and see how I handle you upon your return. At that moment, Liu Haifeng finally seized the opportunity to kick Lu Wang when he wasn't paying attention, instantly feeling a sense of relief. The two of them lay beneath the great tree by the river, engaging in light conversation. Liu Haifeng, roused from his slumber, yawned. He had been utterly exhausted over the past few days. Aside from working and eating, He had scarcely had time to even regard his wife's lofty peaks. Rising before dawn and laboring until dusk, he was no machine, and it was quite beyond him to endure such toil without respite. Nevertheless, it must be noted that as the days passed, he began to acclimate to the rigors of his labor, as his physique was naturally suited for such endeavors, having previously lacked experience in such demanding work. "When are we heading to the city?" Lu Wang inquired, contemplating the purpose of their journey as he gazed at the leaves overhead. Liu Haifeng rubbed his eyes, squinting against the glaring sunlight, and lazily replied while shading his face with his straw hat, "The timing is uncertain. I still have chores at home to complete. Even taking a brief respite will earn me a scolding upon my return. If I were to sneak away for an entire day, I'd be lucky if my legs weren't broken when I got back. So what can I do?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wang appeared somewhat dispirited. Having tasted the sweetness of the previous yuan, he had been yearning for it these past few days. However, upon thinking of Lu's father, he quickly suppressed his desires. He knew better than to provoke him. "What are you pondering? Why the silence? By the way, why haven't you gone to find Sanwa and the others? I've noticed they've been frequenting the town lately. Haven't you joined them for some fun?" Those few had indeed sought him out multiple times, but each time they were frightened away by his father. "They used to bully me frequently, showing little desire to engage with me, a fact you are well aware of. It is only through your association that I was able to join in their games. Now that you are absent, they have no inclination to include me." Liu Haifeng, upon hearing this, expressed a sense of envy. To be candid, he finds little interest in mingling with such individuals who squander their days in frivolous pursuits, excelling only in smoking and playing cards. It is prudent to limit interactions with such acquaintances, lest one be led astray. Indeed, it is wise not to associate with them. What would one learn? Gambling? Fighting? They squander their days in aimless revelry, yet they are well into their 20s, still clinging to the illusion of youth. Lu Wang contemplated this, turning to glance at the person reclining beside him. He sensed that Liu Haifeng had undergone significant changes of late. Although he remained the same individual, his approach to life seemed transformed. In the past, he would rush headlong into such matters, yet now he appeared different. "Brother Feng, what has transpired lately? I can't shake the feeling that you have changed." Initially feeling drowsy, Liu Haifeng was startled by this observation, contemplating whether he had inadvertently revealed something. Sensing the silence beside him, he decided to gauge the waters, curious if his friend had discerned any inconsistencies. After all, this individual was the original's closest companion, and he might have noticed something amiss. Chapter 26. An unconcealed gaze of intent. After some deliberation, he deemed it unwise to inquire too directly, as that might betray an air of guilt. Instead, he resolved to continue his ruse. Removing his hat, he turned to his companion. "Have you noticed that I seem to avoid mingling with Sanwa and the others? Indeed, in the past, whenever a trip to the town was mentioned, you would always take the lead. However, I have observed that since the night of my wedding, you seem to have lost interest in their company." Upon hearing this lengthy discourse, Liu Haifeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, this young man had merely identified the persona he had been consciously adopting, leaving him to believe that his secret had not been uncovered. Yet, contemplating the notion of transmigration, he felt that perhaps there was little to be concerned about. Suddenly, he realized he had been overly anxious. However, recalling tales of villagers who had been burned as deities, his burgeoning confidence was swiftly deflated. It was wise to avoid unnecessary peril. After a moment of reflection, Liu Haifeng organized his thoughts and began his elaborate deception. "What do you think has changed the most about me?" Lu Wang looked on in confusion. "You fool, I am now a married man. Why would I spend time with you bachelors instead of cherishing my wife at home? Isn't it far more appealing to enjoy the warmth of family life? Why would I venture to the county town to sell popsicles? The reason lies in my need to earn a living. The present is not like the past, when one person's full stomach sufficed for the entire family. My parents are not yet at the stage of retirement, and I only had to take care of myself. However, times have changed. I now have a wife and cannot indulge in a carefree life while she subsists on mere scraps." Upon hearing this, Lu Wang wore a face full of melancholy. Perhaps it was better not to ask. What was he even saying? In the end, he could only distill one truth from it all. He was still single. This old fellow was now embraced by his beautiful wife, while he himself remained parched. Just thinking about it was enough to make him feel suffocated. Observing his despondent friend, Liu Haifeng smacked his lips. His words seemed to have struck Lu Wang hard, making him wonder if he had gone a bit too far, almost like boasting. Clearing his throat, he declared, In any case, I shall no longer associate with them. I must strive diligently to earn a substantial income and provide a better life for my wife. Besides, we grew up together. You know me well enough. I have no affinity for farming. I fall asleep the moment I step into the fields. If I do not seek out opportunities to earn money, how will I support my family? And you, my friend, should also distance yourself from such people. Stick with me, and there will always be food on the table for you. Once I earn enough, I will even help you find a wife. Then, we can start a family, and life will be complete. As Liu Haifeng painted a picture of their future, Lu Wang began to fantasize about it as well. He envisioned a gentle and beautiful sister-in-law. If she could introduce him to someone akin to her, he would surely wake up smiling from such dreams. After conversing for a while, Liu Haifeng had no thoughts of lingering in bed. He rose from the ground, brushed off the dirt from his trousers, and looked at Lu Wang, who was still lying down, squinting and grinning foolishly. He could only wonder what delightful thoughts were occupying the young man's mind as he chuckled so shamelessly. With a kick to the side, he urged, "Enough daydreaming. Get up. I'll take you to catch some fish and shrimp." Lu Wang opened his eyes and gazed at Liu Haifeng with a look of resentment. This man truly did not understand the hunger of the less fortunate, as he was lost in thoughts of a bright future. "What kind of look is that?" Liu Haifeng asked. "You can't hide the desire to harm someone, can you?" Lu Wang replied. "Are you planning to conceal it?" Liu Haifeng countered. "What fish can be found in this river? The larger ones have all been caught. Do you expect to find more? Who said I was going to catch fish? That's a matter of luck. If I manage to catch one big fish after several attempts, I'd be grateful. Then what do you plan to catch?" "I intend to gather some shrimp." "What? Those things are mostly shells. What is so delectable about them? Moreover, aren't there hardly any left? Where do you plan to find them?" "I know a place where we can find them. Let us go check it out. You may not know how to cook them, but those who do create a delightful dish. Today, you will witness it firsthand." When did Brother Feng become a cook? Before he could inquire further, Liu Haifeng could see from Lu Wang's expression that he was already lost in thought. This fellow wore his ideas on his sleeve, making it impossible to hide them. The original owner could not cook, but he could. As a chef in a future era, he was confident in his culinary skills. Though his thoughts were one way, the words that escaped his lips took a different turn. "I once had the fortune of meeting a chef who claimed to have traveled far and wide in his youth, dabbling in all manner of culinary oddities. I even had the opportunity to learn from him for a time, though my skills were rudimentary at best. Still, my whimsical endeavors yielded flavors that, while untested by you, were not without merit." "Ah, when did you come to know this person? I have never heard of him before. Aren't we usually together? Have you forgotten? There was a period when you fell from a tree and sprained your ankle. During that time, I ventured into town alone and met him then." Lu Wang pondered this recollection and realized it indeed rang true. "Why have you never mentioned it? Such a significant matter. And yet Brother Feng has never spoken of it. How ungrateful he seems. But you never inquired either. Besides, as a grown man, would I parade around boasting of my culinary skills? That would be a source of mockery. What is there to ridicule? If it were me, I would have proclaimed it far and wide. After all, it is a skill, and certainly more valuable than being entirely inept." Liu Haifeng rolled his eyes in secret, bemused by the naivety of the lad. "This foolish boy believes every word I say. How amusing." Lu Wang persisted. "Then why didn't you continue to learn? If you had mastered the craft, you could have sought employment in a restaurant in the city. In this day and age, possessing a skill is a rare treasure. Do you think I didn't wish to?" He returned to his roots, childless and without kin, and after a brief time, he departed this world. "What could I have done?" Liu Haifeng replied, his tone tinged with irritation. Upon hearing this, Lu Wang's expression turned wistful. He had hoped to acquire some skills himself, only to learn that the man was gone. Liu Haifeng could see the thoughts flitting across his face. This boy was so innocent, so transparent with his emotions. If he continued in this manner, he would find himself at a disadvantage in the world. Yet, one could understand his sentiments. In these times, acquiring a skill was no simple feat. Being reduced to running errands for others, one might not even grasp the essence of the craft. Encountering someone willing to teach was as fortuitous as a windfall. Enough of such musings. Today, allow me to showcase my culinary prowess and demonstrate what I have learned. With Liu Haifeng's declaration, Lu Wang's anticipation grew. He too was eager to witness the fruits of Brother Feng's labor. Seeing the trust in his eyes, Liu Haifeng finally felt a weight lift from his chest. He had long intended to reveal his culinary talents, for he had formulated plans regarding his future, particularly in matters of sustenance. By sharing this now, he would facilitate future endeavors. He had already crafted an explanation in his mind for when others would inquire about the origins of his culinary expertise. He intended to deftly deflect with this narrative. Upon arriving at their destination, the sight of the scuttling lobsters sent Liu Haifeng's mouth watering. After so many days of traversing time, the quintessential summer experience, beer and lobster, was finally within reach. Indeed, the shrimp he referred to as lobster. However, it seems that the locals here are reluctant to consume it, perceiving it as merely shell with little flesh and capable of pinching. Consequently, they seldom bother to catch these creatures. Logically, if no one were to eat them, one would expect them to abound. Yet it appears that perhaps this region is not conducive to their cultivation, as they seem rather scarce. This reality left Liu Haifeng, who initially contemplated selling lobsters for profit, rather disheartened, dispelling any notions of quick fortune. Nevertheless, while selling may not be feasible, the thought of indulging in spicy lobster and garlic lobster made his mouth water. Paired with some chilled beer on a sweltering day, the combination was irresistible. Upon returning home with a bountiful harvest, Liu Haifeng had not even crossed the threshold when his mother, Liu Mu, spotted him from afar and was seized by a sudden fury. Grabbing a stick from the roadside, she charged at him menacingly. Startled by her approach, Liu Haifeng quickly fled, pleading as he ran, "Oh, mother, what is the meaning of this? Let us discuss this calmly. Please put down the stick. You rascal. If you have the courage to run, then face me. I will break your legs." After a few days of peace, I turn my back for but a moment to fetch some water, and you vanish without a trace. Do you dare return? Where have you been playing cards again? How many times must I instruct you to stay away from them? You think I will stop reminding you? Don't run. How could he not run? Given his mother's fierce demeanor, remaining stationary would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Mother, please do not be so hasty. Who claims I was playing cards? I merely took a moment to rest. Is it too much to ask for a brief respite after working tirelessly for several days? Moreover, considering your hard work these past few days, I even went to the river to catch some shrimp for you. Is this effort worth naught? Nonsense. What excuses you conjure? Do you believe I will be swayed by your empty words? Stand your ground, and see if I do not break your legs. I'll make sure you never play cards again. The commotion attracted the attention of neighbors, who emerged to witness the spectacle, relishing the unfolding drama. Oh dear, run. The madwoman is after you. This lad is in for another beating. Indeed, but he deserves it. Just this noon, as I returned from the county seat, I passed by their homestead and saw everyone toiling away while he was off gallivanting. Who else should be punished if not him? Indeed, this young man ought to be disciplined. He wanders about like an ne'er-do-well, neglecting his studies. How can we, humble country folk, emulate the idleness of city dwellers? The urbanites subsist on rationed provisions, while we farmers rely on our own harvests. Hearing the murmurs of those around him, Liu Haifeng wished to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule, so he seized an opportunity and rushed through his front door. He found his wife standing in the courtyard, reveling in his misfortune, and immediately approached her, offering the live lobsters he had caught. "Stop laughing, you heartless creature. You can smile even while your husband is being beaten? I must have truly spoiled you," he quipped. Wang Qian blinked her beautiful eyes, feigning innocence. "What am I supposed to do? Rush in and take your punishment? You would truly allow that?" Observing his delicate wife, Liu Haifeng shook his head. "Forget that. Look here, these are the lobsters I caught today. Can you cook them?" Wang Qian's surprise was evident as she beheld the abundance of lobsters. Her family had some, too, though not many, and she had only tasted them once at a friend's home. However, she had always hesitated to prepare them at home due to the expense of ingredients. If the flavor wasn't robust enough, the earthy taste would prevail, and the effort to peel them seemed hardly worth it, as there was so little meat to be had. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Haifeng instructed her on how to prepare garlic butter lobster. Wang Qian's eyes sparkled with delight. She had not anticipated that her husband could surprise her with such culinary knowledge. It appeared she had underestimated him. He was not entirely devoid of merit. Just as she was about to inquire how he had acquired such skills, Liu's mother appeared, brandishing a stick and promptly twisting Liu Haifeng's ear, causing him to grimace in pain and plead for mercy. "Why don't you run now? Feeling quite capable, are we?" Liu's mother huffed, maintaining her grip on his ear while delivering several swats to his backside. Liu Haifeng howled. The pain was secondary to the necessity of making a ruckus to convey authenticity. Despite her age, Liu's mother possessed strength that rivaled that of any grown man. Hearing her husband's cries, Wang Qian felt a pang of sympathy and turned to her mother-in-law, showcasing the lobsters in her hands. "Mother, perhaps we should let it go this time? He must not have gone gambling. Look at the lobsters he caught. This could be a dish in itself." Liu's mother regarded the basket of lobsters, and her ire gradually subsided. It seemed he had indeed spoken the truth. "Very well, I shall grant you clemency this time for Xiaoqian's sake. But should you dare to slack off again during work, you shall see how I handle it." "Never again, I promise, mother. I shall work diligently, I swear," he replied, rubbing his sore behind while casting a grateful, playful glance at his wife. "However, why did you catch these? They are hardly delicious and consume too much oil. You would be better off working harder," Liu's mother remarked with disdain, noting the hard shells and meager meat. Seeing his mother's disapproval, Liu Haifeng had no retort. Understanding their aversion to such fare, he had intended to add a dish to the meal that day, but Liu's mother had intervened. As the hour was late and everyone was hungry, it was best to save the lobsters for another occasion. Although she was reluctant to expend fuel, after enduring a beating, Liu Haifeng dared not retort. He could only find a basin to keep the lobsters alive. He planned to prepare them himself while his mother was away, and later, he would take the opportunity to buy some loose beer, thus achieving the quintessential summer pairing of lobsters and beer, indulging in more with every sip. At the dining table, the meal was once again prepared by Wang Qian: shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs with chives, and braised eggplant. The flavors were indeed exquisite, earning high praise from those who toiled for their labor. Just when Liu Haifeng thought he had escaped the consequences of his earlier laziness, his mother continued her incessant nagging at the table. "All you do is slack off and think about food. Why aren't you this enthusiastic when it's time to work? Bringing back that nonsense. Do you not realize how precious the household essentials are?" she scolded, casting a fierce glance at Liu Haifeng. Seeing her gnashing her teeth, Liu Haifeng feared she might strike again, prompting him to hasten his eating and quickly retreat to his room. He knew his mother was more bark than bite. She was unlikely to actually hit him. However, he could not forget about his father, who had yet to intervene. It was better to stay out of sight, lest he attract unwanted attention. Half a month swiftly passed, and with his wife's return approaching, he contemplated finding time to procure some gifts in town. Coincidentally, on this day, Sanwa and another friend came to seek him out. Noting their eagerness, he decided to indulge them and accompany them on a little adventure while picking up a few items as well. After a hearty lunch, they spontaneously set off, linking arms and boasting as they made their way towards the town. Liu's mother and the others noticed his absence when it was time to start work. However, considering that this lad had managed to behave for half a month, they merely assumed he had gone out for a breather. After such an extended period without incident, they found themselves oddly unaccustomed to his absence, which sparked a strange sense of normalcy in their hearts. Upon reaching the town, Liu Haifeng and his companions headed down a familiar, yet unfamiliar alley. He understood their intentions but feigned ignorance, inquiring, "What are we up to? Shouldn't we be buying some snacks to enjoy with a drink? Why are we heading this way? Oh, come on. It's not every day we get to hang out. You can't tell me your hands aren't itching? It's been how many days since you last played?" "Exactly. Let's play a few rounds of cards first, and whoever wins can treat us." Seeing the eagerness in their expressions, Liu Haifeng hesitated but ultimately did not turn away. Truth be told, he was also curious to experience the current gambling scene. Perhaps it was the influence of the original owner's memories, but the mere thought of it stirred a thrill within him. It felt almost imperative to indulge in a few games. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us go," he urged, feeling the pull of the original's inclinations. After a series of twists and turns, they entered a narrow alley within minutes and soon found themselves inside a modest residence. The house appeared unremarkable from the outside, yet upon entering, one was met with an overwhelming atmosphere. Despite being mentally prepared, Liu Haifeng was taken aback, sneezing as he inhaled the thick haze that filled the modest room, now crowded with people. "Ah, old San has arrived." A burly man, bare-chested and wielding a pah, spotted their entrance and gestured for them to approach. Liu Sanwa, accompanied by Liu Haifeng, cheerfully navigated through the throng, accepting the cigarette offered by the muscular man and greeting him as Brother Hua. Recalling the memories of the original owner, Liu Haifeng recognized that this gambling den was first introduced to them by Liu Sanwa, who had established himself as the most prominent among their group, gaining some notoriety among the local ruffians. However, as Liu Haifeng observed this so-called Brother Hua, he discerned that their paths diverged significantly. The man's fierce demeanor, menacing gaze, and the scar that ran across his left cheek revealed his nefarious nature. It was evident that this man had taken lives without hesitation. He resolved to avoid this place in the future, not wishing to entangle himself with such dangerous individuals, lest he find himself caught in their tumultuous affairs. At that moment, he felt a tap on his chest. Turning, he saw Liu Sanhua, who seemed somewhat exasperated by Liu Haifeng's bewilderment. "What are you staring at? Why don't you greet Brother Hua?" he remarked, somewhat incredulous. "With that tone, one might think you were my elder brother." Though Liu Haifeng held these thoughts internally, he complied when offered the cigarette, politely addressing the man as Brother Hua. It was wise to avoid confrontation, especially with someone who clearly had a ruthless reputation. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Brother Hua lost interest in their company, merely acknowledging them due to Liu Sanhua's frequent patronage of his establishment, and the fact that Liu Sanhua appeared to be a figure of some standing. Liu Sanhua, unfazed, encouraged Liu Haifeng and the others to find their own amusement. Settling into a seat of his own, Liu Haifeng held the cigarette between his lips without lighting it, already saturated with secondhand smoke. Scanning the room, he located a vacant spot and squeezed in. Once seated, he retrieved a dime from his pocket and placed it on the table. This gambling house catered to low-stakes players, with most participants being local miscreants who hardly carried much currency. Hence, a dime sufficed as his stake. On this outing, he had brought his entire fortune, totaling $6.50. Though he did not intend to wager at all, one dime would suffice, and even in the event of loss, it would not cause him distress. It was a disheartening situation. Having been married for only a short while, he had relinquished all his savings, and the mere dime he had left was a remnant of the $6.40 reserved for business ventures in the county. Thus, the only discretionary funds at his disposal amounted to a solitary dime. How had he fallen into such a lamentable state? As he reminisced about his wife's playful gaze and the promises made under the moonlight, he felt an overwhelming willingness to bare his soul for her. The thought of her sweetly declaring that finances were her domain ignited a sense of exhilaration within him. Reflecting on the intimate scenes he had witnessed in films of yore, he could hardly articulate his feelings. It was pure elation. Why had he come here today? His primary intention was to see if he could win some money, especially since a visit to his mother-in-law's house was imminent. Alas, he found himself with a mere dime to his name. What could such a trifling sum procure? Although his family would prepare a return gift, he pondered the necessity of presenting something more substantial, considering how fortunate he was to marry such a wonderful daughter. As for why he believed he might win, it was purely based on his recollection of the original owner's seemingly good fortune. He had a knack for winning approximately 6 or 7 out of 10 bets. This knack explained why he could afford a leisurely life without contributing much at home, attributing his comforts to his exceptional luck. Otherwise, as any ne'er-do-well, how had he managed to save over $12? And that was after expenses. Had he been more prudent, perhaps he would have inherited even more from the original owner's good fortune. Licking his lips, he gazed at the gaming table, filled with anticipation, wondering whether he had inherited the former owner's luck. To be candid, he was not particularly fond of gambling. The thrill could easily become addictive. Throughout his previous life, he had scarcely indulged in it. Next to him, Ergo noticed Liu Haifeng pulling out a dime and, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, nudged Liu Haifeng playfully. "Got any more? Lend me a dime, and I'll pay you back with interest once I recoup my losses." Had he come to a casino without money? And yet he claimed to be itching to gamble. What nonsense. As for borrowing money, absolutely not. He was not the original owner, and their relationship had not developed to such a level. Besides, lending money to a gambler was akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog, utterly futile. Liu Haifeng was no fool. He shook his head. "Just this time? You all were in such a hurry to leave that you didn't even grab any cash." Ergo's face fell in disappointment, and he scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Didn't he have time to grab any? Sounds like you've been tamed by your wife. A grown man with only a dime in his pocket. What a disgrace to us men." "Huh, and you? A bachelor without a wife, dare to speak?" Liu Haifeng retorted. "I'm the one who calls the shots at home. What's wrong with a dime? Is it not still money, as if you have a dime yourself?" With a playful slap on the money scattered across the table, Liu Haifeng lifted his chin, causing the smoke in his mouth to curl dramatically, exuding an air of nonchalance. Seeing Liu Haifeng's smug demeanor, Ergo was infuriated and pulled out 5 cents from his pocket. "I have money too. Why the attitude?" Liu Haifeng glanced at the 5 cents, rolling his eyes. 5 cents? Please, you're trying to show off with that? You might as well just put it on the table. I'll win that from you in no time." Being from the same village, he felt it prudent to avoid escalating tensions, so he decided to offer some leeway. Ever since his arrival in this new life, he felt remarkably like a character from a comic book. Humph. Who couldn't he boast? Humph. Let us wait and see. I ask you too, are you playing or not? You've been squabbling for ages. Is this amusing to you? Enough with the bickering. Let us commence the game. Today, I shall show you the grace of a gambling king. With that, Liu Haifeng gestured for the cards to be dealt. After several rounds, the smile on Liu Haifeng's face grew ever broader. Just as he had anticipated, he had indeed inherited the original owner's luck, winning over 2 dimes in just a few hands, feeling quite elated. Liu Ergu, having lost all his money, unwilling to concede defeat, hurried off to borrow 2 dimes from Liu Sanhua, determined to recoup his losses. Observing his slightly reddened eyes, Liu Haifeng shook his head, choosing not to comment, as he intended to play a few more hands, hoping to win enough to purchase a gift before bowing out. After over 3 hours of play, the money he had stealthily tucked into his pockets had increased significantly. Reaching in, he found it filled with coins and paper bills. He had not counted it, but sensed it was a considerable sum, so he resolved to withdraw. Casting a glance at the still struggling Ergu, he noted that luck had finally turned in the young man's favor. He had not only regained his previous stake, but appeared to have won an additional 2 to 3 dimes as well. Finding an excuse to step out for a moment, he initially intended to take Ergu along, but the lad, feeling the tide of fortune turning, declined to leave. Turning his gaze to Liu Sanhua, the unfortunate fellow was now deeply engrossed in his losses, smoking one cigarette after another and losing money in heaps. It was evident he was trapped in a downward spiral. So Liu Haifeng chose not to linger, turning on his heel and slipping out the door. Whistling as he exited the alley, he began counting his winnings, transferring coins from his left pocket to his right. With each count, the smile on his face grew wider, and by the time he finished, he could hardly contain his joy. $3.68, after deducting his initial dime. He had won $3.58, an amount equivalent to the daily wage of a skilled worker at the factory. No wonder gambling was so popular. This feeling of unearned gain was simply exhilarating. Noticing that the evening had grown late, Liu Haifeng, beaming with delight, made his way towards the supply and marketing cooperative, eager to see what treasures awaited him. Yet, it was somewhat regrettable that he had not invited Liu Wang today. The joy of winning was solitary, without someone to share it with. No, next time, should fortune smile upon him again, he must include him. Otherwise, with whom could he brag? As for the earlier plan to drink, that could be forgotten. One believed himself to be a gambling king, while the other had already turned crimson from losses. Who could possibly enjoy a drink under such circumstances? Chapter 29, Lavish Spending in the Town. There existed but a single supply and marketing cooperative, where a female clerk sat idly in the back, bored out of her mind, absent-mindedly filing her nails with an unknown object to pass the time. Hearing footsteps, she looked up to see a handsome young man approaching. However, after working there for so long, she had encountered all manners of handsome fellows, and her immunity to them was nearly complete, so she paid him little mind. "Select what you wish to buy, and I shall fetch it for you," she said. Liu Haifeng glanced at the clerk, relieved to find she was not the same woman he had embarrassed himself in front of previously. That incident had truly been mortifying, and now, not having to face her made him feel considerably more at ease. Scanning the shelves, he noticed that most items were daily necessities. He initially planned to purchase some toothpaste, but found none after a thorough search. "Excuse me, do you have any toothpaste?" he inquired. The clerk rolled her eyes in response. "What are you thinking? Where could we possibly find such high-end goods in this place? If you wish to purchase those items, you would need to venture into the county town. In our humble locale, merely having a tube of toothpaste would be quite remarkable." Observing the young lady's haughty demeanor, Liu Haifeng felt an oddly normal sense of disdain. It seems that civil servants these days are indeed quite arrogant. Yet, it appears that such behavior persists through the ages. With the abuse of power being a common sight, it is rather astonishing to hear that in certain places during this era, supply and marketing cooperatives would even display signs forbidding the assault of customers. "Do you have any toothpaste? Oh, and please add 2 toothbrushes as well. After several days here, I have yet to brush my teeth. My usual routine consists solely of rinsing my mouth." The original owner did not possess the habit of brushing teeth and lacked any tools for such hygiene. "Just the other night, after enjoying a cigarette, I was met with disdain from my wife when we attempted to kiss. She outright refused, citing my unkempt mouth. Now that I am here, I must prioritize my own happiness and restore the hygiene standards of my previous life. No toothpaste. Then I shall return in a couple of days. Do you have toothbrushes? How many would you like? Without toothpaste, what use is a toothbrush? Liu Haifeng rolled his eyes. Forget it. How can I brush without toothpaste? He planned to purchase it during his next business trip to the county town, as this wretched place has an abysmal selection of goods. Irritated by Liu Haifeng's comments, the sales clerk frowned and urged him, "What do you actually want? If you're not buying anything, please don't block the way or disturb our business." A grown man should not dawdle over a simple purchase. Liu Haifeng glanced behind him, seeing no one, and silently cursed the clerk. He considered retorting, but decided to suppress his irritation in the spirit of avoiding unnecessary conflict. He then scrutinized the merchandise more closely and decided to purchase 2 pounds of egg cake. Noticing some soap, he added a bar to his order. It was just 30 cents, quite a bargain. With the summer heat, frequent baths had reduced the bar of soap used for bathing to the size of his thumb. He intended for this new bar to be exclusively for his wife. As for the family's needs, he could care less. If he could mooch off them, splendid. And if not, so be it. Producing a crumpled sugar ticket, which he had won from a gambler earlier, he recalled the few young children at home and ordered half a pound of loose sugar. Regrettably, there was no milk candy available. His throat felt parched. So he grabbed an ice pop to suck on, but after surveying the shop, he found nothing else of interest. He had originally intended to procure some gifts for his mother-in-law, yet given the current circumstances, he decided to postpone that for another time. As he prepared to leave, he found himself returning to the counter, contemplating the cigarettes displayed. Ultimately, he bought a pack, knowing that such gestures could help strengthen relationships. The Albanian cigarettes were what he had last used in the county town, priced at 20 cents a pack. These did not require a ticket, unlike the other brands, such as Fima, Warrior, and Dakianman, which all necessitated tickets, none of which he possessed, leaving him merely to gaze longingly at them. The last time he purchased cigarettes in the county, aside from sharing a few to foster connections, he had consumed the remainder during these exhausting days of labor. His craving for cigarettes was somewhat mild, indulging only occasionally for a breath of relief. After completing his shopping, he headed towards the butcher's stall, intending to buy some ribs to simmer for a comforting meal. His wife had been working hard lately, and her once cherubic face had visibly thinned. She deserved something nourishing. Upon his arrival and inquiry, he was met with the disheartening revelation that meat required a ration coupon. After a prolonged negotiation, nearly facing hostility, Liu Haifeng left empty-handed and dejected. This experience once again clarified for him that he was indeed in the 1980s, not in a more modern era where such commodities could be purchased without restrictions. Of course, this applied primarily to ordinary individuals lacking connections. It was now 1980, and theoretically, with the reforms underway, the rationing system should have been abolished. Yet, reflecting on the memories from his previous life, it seemed that the elimination of such measures occurred gradually. After the reforms, the people's lives improved, and material goods became increasingly available, leading to the slow phasing out of the rationing system, which, if memory served, was finally abolished in the 1990s. Liu Haifeng lamented, clutching his head in frustration. Had he known he would be transported to this era, he would have meticulously studied the developmental trajectory of the 80s and 90s. Regrettably, with only a junior high education and limited understanding of the 1980s, knowledge gleaned mostly from brief online videos, his recollections were muddled and now plagued him with confusion. Initially, he intended to return home, but considering his mother, he feared that doing so without anything to show would invite a reprimand. Alas, it seemed he would have to spend some money after all. He turned in a different direction, and after a 5 to 6 minute walk, arrived at a house with a tightly shut door. He knocked gently. "Who is it?" came a voice, and in mere moments, the door swung open, revealing a plump woman in an apron, presumably preparing to cook. She appeared to be in her 30s, her smiling demeanor radiating warmth and approachability. "Is Sister Sue or Brother Sue at home? I need to speak with him," he inquired. Sister Sue, upon recognizing Liu Haifeng, beamed widely. She knew him well, as he often visited with a group of young men to see old Sue. His presence today, however, suggested he might have a particular request. Yes, little foam. Come in. Don't stand out in this heat. I'll call him for you," she urged, ushering him inside. Turning back towards the interior, she called out, "Old Sue, come out. Little foam needs to speak with you." Inside, Su Guanquan, having heard the commotion, was already getting out of bed and putting on his shoes. Upon learning it was Liu Haifeng, he strolled out at a leisurely pace, bemused by the young man's visit, as he typically didn't come without a reason, and one could only wonder what curiosity he had unearthed this time. Yet, upon noticing that Liu Haifeng was alone, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Guangquan's eyes. Usually, he was accompanied by the trio of friends. Today, why was he alone? Oh, it's little Foam. What brings you here? He was not one to beat around the bush. He was well aware of the antics of these few rascals. Lacking in audacity, they would merely procure items worth a few coins, just enough to enhance their meals. To be frank, he regarded their actions with a degree of disdain. As he observed a rather portly gentleman approaching, Liu Haifeng felt a twinge of envy. In these times, for a couple to indulge in such abundance must surely indicate considerable earnings. Indeed, the stout figure of Su Guangque before him was engaged in speculative dealings. Although his business was modest, his extensive connections allowed him to procure whatever one might need. The local ne'er-do-wells, like the original owner of Liu Haifeng, would occasionally resort to petty theft when funds ran low, bringing their ill-gotten gains to Su for disposal. Over time, familiarity had bred a certain recognition among them. At that moment, listening to Su Guangque's somewhat indifferent tone, Liu Haifeng remained unperturbed. In the original owner's recollections, this rotund fellow had always been rather lukewarm towards them. Primarily due to the insignificant sums involved, he hardly regarded them with any esteem. Were it not for the fear of tarnishing his reputation, he might have been disinclined to entertain them at all. Brother Su, I've come to purchase some meat. My home is undergoing renovations, and I wish to improve our meals. What do you have available? Su Guangque frowned slightly, noting the unfortunate timing of this visit. He had just sold out of meat. If you're looking for pork, I'm afraid you've come at an inopportune moment. I have none left. Liu Haifeng felt a pang of disappointment. Why was it so difficult to acquire meat? Was he to venture into the black market? However, he soon recalled Su's words. Is there any other type of meat available? Yes, I do have some beef left, though the pork is indeed sold out. I have about 5 pounds of beef remaining. Would you like me to cut some for you? Upon hearing the mention of beef, Liu Haifeng's spirits lifted. Having been in the area for quite some time, apart from a bowl of beef noodles he had enjoyed previously, he had not tasted beef since. The memory of that fragrant bowl made him swallow hard. He simply had to buy it. Such a commodity was rare, and encountering it once was already a stroke of luck not to be missed. It seems I am indeed fortunate today. Please, Brother Su, I would like 2 pounds of beef. By the way, what is the price? Su Guangque called for his wife to come in and cut the meat. This beef was hard-won. The wholesale price is not low, so I'm selling it at $1.45 per pound. If you can accept that, I can assist you. Certainly, Brother Su, please cut it for me. The price was reasonable. Typically, beef at the butcher's would sell for 98 cents a pound, and even that was often in short supply. Moreover, without meat coupons or connections, simply being able to purchase beef here was already an enormous stroke of fortune. Who could complain about the cost? At that moment, Su Guangque's wife emerged, carefully wrapping a portion of meat in oil paper, then opened it for Liu Haifeng to inspect. 2 pounds, just right, not a bit more, not a bit less. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Liu Haifeng, being a chef, could readily discern the freshness of the meat before him. Nodding in satisfaction, he then retrieved his money. The total for the 2 pounds amounted to $2.90. Liu's wife tied the meat with a piece of string for convenience, handed it over, and, with a cheerful demeanor, invited Liu Haifeng to return again. Liu Haifeng nodded with a serene expression. However, once he stepped outside, he clutched his chest in agony. Goodness, he had spent 2 yuan and 9 jiao on 2 pounds of beef. At the time of purchase, he had not given it much thought, but when it came time to pay, a pang of regret struck him. After calculating his expenditures for the day, he was suddenly overwhelmed by the urge to turn back and return the meat. Not only had he exhausted the 3 yuan he had won today, but he had also dipped into his business capital by an extra yuan. How astonishing! Was he really this reckless with money? He had yet to buy gifts for his in-laws, and now he found himself overspending. Money truly does not stretch far. Yet, reflecting on it, he realized he was still too impoverished. Otherwise, he would not be fretting over such trifles. Gazing at the beef in his hands, he ultimately could not bring himself to return it. Thoughts of delectable dishes made with beef sent his mouth watering. Though the expenditure stung, it was worth it. After all, who could resist the thought of beef stew with potatoes? Enough of this contemplation. He needed to hurry home. Half an hour later, he arrived at the village entrance, where the construction at the new house was still underway. He hurried past without letting his mother see him. Upon entering the gate, he found 3 little girls gathered together, assisting with vegetable picking, while 3-year-old Liu Gue squatted in a corner poking an anthill. Hearing the commotion, the children turned to look, and as soon as they spotted Liu Haifeng carrying items, their eyes sparkled with excitement. "Fourth uncle!" they exclaimed in unison. The 3 little girls managed to contain their excitement, but Liu Gue, the youngest, dashed over as soon as he saw what Liu Haifeng was holding. "Fourth uncle, what did you buy?" he asked, reaching for Liu Haifeng's leg. His little nose wrinkling as he inhaled the delicious aroma of the egg cake, utterly entranced as if he were savoring ethereal essence, drool escaping his lips. "Stop that. Your pants are about to fall down. Let go, and once I set these down, I will fetch you some treats." "All right, treats. Don't shout. Stay put. If you attract other children, your share will be divided among them, and if you end up with none, don't blame me." Upon hearing this, Liu Gue immediately raised his small hand to cover his mouth, signaling his compliance. Observing this scene, Liu Haifeng nodded in satisfaction and turned to the 3 eager little girls watching him intently. "You 3 should assist your 4th aunt diligently. As soon as I put these down, I will bring you some delightful treats." The 3 little girls promptly nodded obediently. Fourth uncle was the best. He never forgot to share any good things he brought back with him. "Who is it?" "Xiao Jing, who has returned." Before Liu Haifeng could step into the house, he heard Wang Qian's voice calling from behind. Moments later, his wife rushed in from the back door, her face flushed with urgency. "Don't worry, it's just me." Seeing her husband, Wang Qian finally relaxed. She had feared that a stranger had entered their yard. However, upon noticing the items Liu Haifeng was carrying, her brow furrowed slightly. "Where have you been? Why did you bring back such a large haul? What did you buy? And where did you run off to this afternoon? Your mother scolded you for quite some time, saying she would deal with you when you returned tonight." Clearing my throat, I ventured into town briefly to procure some food. My statement felt somewhat disingenuous, for today he not only engaged in gambling, but also exceeded his budget while shopping. Fearing the inevitable scolding from his wife for being extravagant, he swiftly sought to divert the conversation. "I have some egg cake and candies. Since you haven't had your meal yet, you must be hungry. Let me fetch you a piece of egg cake to tide you over. Come inside with me." Having spent some time together, Wang Qian had come to understand her husband quite well. The expression on his face hinted at secrets he was keeping, particularly since his purchases were undoubtedly costly. Where had this money originated? Had he perhaps dipped into his business funds? Chapter 30. Wang Qian's ingenious scheme. As this thought crossed her mind, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she followed him into the room, observing as he eagerly unveiled the contents of the bags like a child revealing treasures. While she remained silent upon seeing the egg cake, her brow furrowed at the sight of the candies. "Why do you act like a child? Buying candies at your age? You're behaving like a spendthrift, not even considering to save a little. Do you think money just falls from the sky? If you can't manage it, hand it over to me. Life requires funds in every aspect. With your spending habits, even mountains of gold wouldn't suffice." As his wife began her lecture, Liu Haifeng quickly popped a candy into her mouth, silencing her impending remarks. His fingers brushed against her soft lips, igniting a sudden warmth within him. How delightful would it be to? Though Wang Qian was oblivious to his lascivious thoughts, the increasingly lewd glint in his eyes made her aware that he was harboring less than noble intentions. With an exasperated flick, she swatted away his hand that sought to reach her mouth, disdainfully muttering, "You haven't even washed your hands, and you're putting them in my mouth? Are you out of your mind?" Liu Haifeng chuckled softly, suppressing his absurd desires, aware that the moment was not opportune. If he dared to voice such requests, she would surely banish him to the floor. It seemed he must strive harder to earn money, as long as he could keep his wife content. Surely she would acquiesce to any of his wishes, wouldn't she? "Wait, why are you laughing? Can you be serious for a moment? And what's in that package? Let us have a look. Just you wait, I promise you'll be pleased." He unwrapped the paper, revealing a vibrant piece of fresh beef. 2 pounds of beef. "What do you think? Do you like it? Wow, where did you buy this?" she exclaimed, stepping closer to press her fingers against it, inspecting the freshness with keen interest. "This beef is quite impressive. Indeed, just look at who made the purchase." Seeing her husband's proud demeanor, Wang Qian suppressed her pang of regret for the expense. She intended to question him about the cost, but reconsidered. After all, as a man, bringing home 2 pounds of beef was not an act of frivolity. If she displayed displeasure, it would only convey her lack of understanding, and she worried about the potential rift that could create in their relationship. reflecting on how tender and considerate he had been toward her during this time, never uttering a harsh word and always defending her in front of family. She realized that exhibiting ungratefulness would only hurt him. However, keeping silent left her feeling uneasy. With so little money to begin with, spending such a significant sum on beef seemed extravagant, didn't it? Remembering the words her mother had spoken before her marriage, her eyes darted about, and an idea took shape. With a subtle smile, she leaned against her husband, gently wrapping her arms around his strong waist. Fenggu, you are truly remarkable. You managed to bring home beef. Throughout my childhood, I only tasted it during banquets at the village chief's house. I never imagined my husband would be so capable. I've heard that without connections, one cannot even snatch it away, yet you managed to procure it. Her sweet words, delivered in a playful tone, immediately caused Liu Haifeng to soften. Oh my, I can hardly believe it. My bones feel like jelly. Observing his wife's antics, Liu Haifeng pondered briefly before revealing the details of his spending today, including the matter of winning money. He was curious about her reaction. To be honest, while he indulged this beautiful wife in every way, he also harbored a touch of traditional masculinity. Additionally, spurred by his two friends' encouragement, he wished to gauge whether his wife might show displeasure, as this pertained to his standing within their household, a matter he could not afford to treat lightly. Upon hearing about his gambling, Wang Qian felt a surge of anger, wishing she could bite this fool. Yet, contemplating her forthcoming plans, she lifted her head from Liu Haifeng's embrace, her expression devoid of anger, her large, shimmering eyes appearing enchantingly captivating. It's all right. What man doesn't he indulge in a bit of gambling? Just as long as you don't get too carried away. Furthermore, you bought this beef for the family to enjoy. How could I possibly blame you? Rest assured, how much did you spend? I shall retrieve the money for you. Feigning a turn to fetch the money, her words belied her stillness. Yet, Liu Haifeng found comfort in her understanding nature. Witnessing his wife's thoughtfulness, he recalled the words of his friends, scoffing internally. Indeed, those so-called friends could not bear to see him happy. Just look at his wife. Beautiful, kind, generous, and considerate. Such a treasure is rare to find, and those two fools dared to criticize her? Humph. Next time they drink, he ought to drown them in liquor for the sake of retribution. However, at that moment, gazing at his wife's alluring lips, stirred by her earlier sweet words, he found himself ignited with desire. Cradling her chin, he leaned in for a kiss. My dear wife, come give your husband a kiss. What are you doing? It's broad daylight. After a moment, observing her bashful face and glistening lips, he swallowed hard. Had it not seemed an inappropriate time, he would have taken her straight to bed. Breathing heavily, he watched as she awkwardly adjusted her disheveled clothes. Ah, my wife, your words are so sweet. Wang Qian, blushing, gently punched him twice in the chest. Stop it. As she sought to regain her composure, she silently cursed him, gritting her teeth in frustration. This beast, lacking any sense of restraint, has undoubtedly left his own lips swollen. Even the slightest touch brings a tinge of pain. Is he akin to a dog, biting indiscriminately? Internally, she cursed his shamelessness, yet upon raising her gaze, a look of pitiful innocence adorned her face, as if she were not the one harboring such thoughts. Observing his wife's expression, Liu Haifeng felt an overwhelming sense of pride and marveled at his evident improvement in the art of kissing. The glistening tears in her eyes signified her emotional response, yet the moment was ill-timed. Family would soon return, and the thought of being caught in such a compromising position was mortifying. Regrettably suppressing his carnal desires, he urged her to prepare the beef. However, Wang Qian, having just received a favor, was not inclined to let the day's events slip away so easily. She entwined her arms around Liu Haifeng's waist, refusing to release him. Mistakenly believing she desired more, Liu Haifeng playfully patted her rear. Behave. Family will be back soon. We shall indulge later, and I promise to satiate you thoroughly. Wang Qian, incensed, retorted, Do I appear to be so insatiable? Unable to contain her fury any longer, she pinched his waist with considerable force. Why are you pinching me? We were just fine a moment ago. Why the sudden change? With a slight arch of her brow and a subtle curve of her lips, she suppressed her amusement. It's good that you feel pain. What are you thinking all day? I have something to discuss with you. Liu Haifeng, rubbing his waist and somewhat perplexed, thought to himself that she could simply speak without resorting to pinching. Noticing the mirth in her eyes, he understood it was an act of retribution, and he gently took her hand, guiding it to the spot she had pinched, suggesting she massage it. Wang Qian complied with his gesture. Brother Feng, Today, Mother mentioned that after the division of the family, she will provide each household with a new pot, which they have saved for quite some time to arrange. After the division, we will no longer share a pot for meals, which shows Liu Mother's thoughtful consideration. Observing Liu Haifeng's attentive demeanor, Wang Qian continued, however, this pot is rather small. It will suffice for regular cooking, but during winter, when we wish to heat water for bathing, it may pose a challenge. Brother Feng, you are so capable. Could you find a way for us to acquire a larger pot? She completed her request with a playful glare towards Liu Haifeng, who had begun to lose focus. Suppressing a smile, Liu Haifeng pondered seriously. A small pot would hardly suffice for their needs. He had plans for a business, and even without Wang Qian's urging, he intended to procure a larger pot. Yet now that she had voiced her wish, it became a priority, especially since it was her first request of him. He felt compelled to fulfill it splendidly to showcase his capabilities. Just you wait. Once I wrap up my tasks in the next few days, I will certainly find a way to bring home that pot. I will not delay your winter bathing. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian nestled closer into Liu Haifeng's embrace, suppressing her smile. Historically, heroes have struggled against the charms of beautiful women, and she was determined to prove that her methods could indeed win over this infatuated man. Liu Haifeng, acutely aware of the softness pressed against him, felt his earlier frustrations rekindle as he playfully pinched her backside once more. Do not act recklessly. Be cautious, for I might just take action against you. Wang Qian let out a soft sound of discomfort, rolling her eyes in exasperation when the man was not looking. This lecherous fellow could not seem to stray from the subject of their bedchamber. Yet, in order to ensure the smooth execution of her forthcoming plans, Wang Qian had no choice but to endure, softly recounting the matters concerning their separation of household. At the outset of their move, there were numerous things to consider regarding furniture. Fortunately, her family had some well-dried timber that her eldest brother could assist in crafting. The craftsmanship might be somewhat lacking, but it would certainly be far more economical, allowing them to save money for essential kitchenware and utensils. In this sweltering heat, a proper bathing area was also necessary. Otherwise, taking a bath would be quite inconvenient. They needed to purchase provisions as well. Having experienced hunger since childhood, she constantly felt the urge to stockpile food. As Liu Haifeng listened to his wife's incessant chatter, he gradually began to feel overwhelmed. He had anticipated a blissful life for the two of them, yet it appeared that there were still many necessities to prepare for their new home. Reflecting on his own meager resources, he wore a bitter expression. What assets did he truly possess? After scouring himself from head to toe, he found only a few coins, barely enough to make a difference. In honesty, while he often boasted of his desire to earn significant wealth, he lacked confidence in his abilities. His education was far from impressive. Moreover, although he had been assisting in the construction, he seized any opportunity to retreat to the old homestead, primarily for the sake of intimacy. If he were to venture out to earn a living, it would consume an entire day, leaving him deprived of his wife's company. How could he endure such separation when he had only recently indulged in marital bliss? These days, he had been lost in delight, and now, the thought of earning money held little allure. Yet the current situation demanded his attention. Observing his wife nestled against him, softly expressing her concerns, he could not bear to witness her distress, having vowed to provide her with a satisfactory life. Noticing Liu Haifeng's silence, Wang Qian stole a glance at him. Realizing he was deep in thought, and she knew her plan had succeeded, stifling a smile. Fenggu, you must be tired today. Rest on the bed for a while. I will prepare dinner and call you when it is ready. As for the children, I will take some treats to share with them. You should relax for now. With that, she grabbed a handful of candies, tucked them into her pocket, and took 2 pieces of sponge cake along with the beef before heading out. Despite the worry etched on her face, as she reached the door, her heart soared with triumph. She mentally applauded herself, relishing the success of her plan. The aroma of the sponge cake was enticing, yet she chose to refrain from eating it just yet. Having recently prepared sweet potatoes for the children, she was not hungry at the moment. After all, the provisions were purchased by her husband, and whatever remained could be shared with the family later, leaving plenty for her to enjoy when the craving struck. Watching his wife's obedient and considerate demeanor, Liu Haifeng felt an overwhelming sense of regret for his own shortcomings. Given their family's circumstances, it was foolish of him to spend $2.90 on such a large piece of beef. Every time he glanced at the 2 pounds of beef she carried, he couldn't shake the feeling of being a fool. However, as he contemplated the enticing aroma of beef, he swallowed hard. After all, It was just a single indulgence, and in these times, encountering beef was a rare delight. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of being thrust into a situation against his will. Rubbing his head, he reflected on the current circumstances and quietly resolved that after accompanying his wife back home, he would hasten his efforts to earn money. At the entrance, Wang Qian sensed the complicated gazes directed at her from behind, yet felt no embarrassment. She had offered the gentleness the man desired and exhibited the understanding he sought. Surely, as the head of the household, he ought to reciprocate her efforts. While she harbored some grievances regarding the beef purchase, her irritation dissipated quickly. After all, the money was earned by the man, and he was entitled to spend it as he wished. However, given their current financial situation, did he ever consider how they would manage in the future with such expenditures? While buying beef was not inherently wrong, he ought to be mindful of his own finances. If he could earn more, she would not hesitate to praise him for his industriousness, even if he feasted on lavish banquets. Yet, the reality of their household situation evidently could not sustain such lavish spending, especially with a move to a new home imminent, which would require considerable expenses. If he did not devise a plan to earn more, such extravagant spending would lead to dire straits. Had he married anyone else, the situation would likely have escalated into a significant conflict by now. Purchasing such a large quantity of meat was excessive, particularly when they were not a large family. And given the ongoing renovations, how many mouths did they truly need to feed? 2 pounds of beef would barely satisfy the appetites of the laborers after a long day's work. In her view, it would have been wiser to buy pork, as it would yield more quantity for the same price. Gazing at the fresh beef in her hands, she resolved to add more potatoes when cooking, ensuring she would eat her fill to mitigate the financial loss. $3 for this meat was indeed painful to her. Reflecting on their meager savings, excluding her modest dowry of 100 yuan, they had only a handful of money left. The uncertainty of their future weighed heavily on her mind. Over time, she had come to recognize that her husband possessed considerable skills. He was articulate and considerate. However, he was also somewhat of a lecher, preoccupied with carnal desires. He tended to shirk labor whenever possible and, according to her mother-in-law, was not particularly adept at farming. Furthermore, he exhibited little ambition, merely coasting through life and gravitating toward her whenever he had a moment to spare. If she did not push him to take action, what would become of them after moving into the new home? A grown man who could not farm and had no alternative means of income would leave them vulnerable to hardship. It was unrealistic to expect her to cultivate the land and provide for the household. Given her constitution, managing her own needs was already a challenge. Inside, Liu Haifeng lay on the bed, pondering ways to earn money. Suddenly, he had an epiphany, reflecting on his wife's behavior that day and contrasting it with her usual demeanor. He opened his eyes wide and then burst into laughter. A beauty stratagem? Encouraging him to strive for financial success? How astute she was. Rather than confronting him directly or complaining about his spending habits, she merely conveyed the household's difficulties. Any man with a modicum of integrity would certainly be spurred to earn with such motivation. How clever. Clever, truly clever. This daughter-in-law continues to surprise herself increasingly. Oddly enough, rather than feeling angered by the scheming, he found himself more enamored. He relished engaging with intelligent individuals. He harbored an aversion to foolishness, fearing that after toiling hard outside, he would return home to find an inconsiderate partner hindering his progress. If that were the case, he might as well not bother and simply lounge at home. This woman certainly possessed her own talents. During this time, she had not been idle, thoroughly understanding her own strengths and weaknesses. Aware that she thrived on gentleness rather than force, she adopted a demeanor suggesting she had him entirely at her mercy. Well then, he thought, let us see how this unfolds. I shall demonstrate my capabilities and make you realize that marrying me was the finest decision of your life. The thought of her clever maneuvers only heightened his anticipation for their future together. Each harbored their own thoughts. Liu Haifeng, having unraveled the intricacies of the situation, felt a tad weary and thus succumbed to slumber. Although he had not worked that afternoon, the card games had been exhausting, even with a favorable hand. One must remain vigilant and observant of the game, lest one's winnings be squandered. Coupled with the journey, Liu Haifeng drifted into a sweet sleep. Meanwhile, Wang Qian divided 2 pieces of sponge cake among the 4 children, giving each a half, along with 2 candies, and sent them off to play. While she entered the kitchen with the beef, gazing at the 2 pounds of meat, she resolved to proceed with her original plan, to prepare a beef and potato stew. After all, with so many mouths to feed, one could only serve each person a meager portion of beef. By adding more potatoes, although it might not boast the same richness as beef, a longer cooking time could render the potatoes equally delightful. Without further ado, she set to work. As the chef, she was free to decide how to prepare the meal. It must be said, the couple was indeed well matched, especially when it came to their culinary preferences. Chapter 31. Two spendthrifts. As the workers returned home, the tantalizing aroma wafting from the kitchen filled them with astonishment. It certainly did not smell like pork. Liu's mother set down her tools, dusted herself off, and, not rushing to wash her hands, followed her nose towards the kitchen. "What are you lot doing blocking the doorway? Is it that you've never had meat before?" A group of little ones stood at the kitchen entrance, peering inside like eager chicks waiting to be fed. Wang Qian, having heard the commotion, chuckled inwardly at seeing her mother-in-law obstructed by the children. Earlier, when the beef was cooking, she had noticed the little ones lingering at the kitchen door, their eyes fixed on the stove, and feeling soft-hearted, she had given each a piece. However, the consequence of this kindness was that they now refused to budge, adamant in their expectation of a second helping. "Enough of this crowding, let Grandma in. Besides, the adults have returned, and dinner will be served soon. Go wash your hands, will you? If anyone continues to be so inconsiderate, there will be no tasty treats left for you in the future." Liu's mother, noticing the remnants of food around the little ones' mouths, knew that the fourth family had once again spoiled them with delicacies and playfully swatted her grandson's bottom. "You gluttonous little ones, hurry and wash your hands. For those who labor have yet to partake in their meal, yet you have indulged ahead of them. Only your fourth aunt, soft-hearted and compliant, allows you to frolic in the yard for a while. Do not obstruct the way here, as grandmother has spoken." The youngsters, not daring to be too unruly, obediently held hands and scampered off to wash. At that moment, Liu Yuan and Liu Yu, having spent the afternoon playing outside, returned, their bodies caked in mud, as if they had rolled in a mire. Upon seeing her two muddy little monkeys, Liu Dazhao and Liu Erzao's blood pressure surged, and she swiftly seized them by the collar, delivering swats to their behinds. "All you do is run off to play. Do you not consider helping out at home? I toil endlessly, and upon your return, I must wash your clothes. Why can't you be like your sister?" The two little ones wailed in response to the spanking, and coupled with the workers chatting and watching the commotion, the once quiet yard erupted into a cacophony akin to boiling water, waking the previously slumbering Liu Haifeng. Meanwhile, Liu's mother gazed at the pot's contents, muttering curses about her fourth son's extravagance. "Beef is so expensive, yet he dares to bring such a thing home, something we wouldn't even indulge in during the new year. This rascal bought it without a thought for our finances. Not only is he incapable of earning, but he also spends so recklessly. How shall we manage in the future?" Hearing her mother-in-law berate her husband, Wang Qian felt a sense of agreement, but could not help but defend Liu Haifeng. "Mother, Feng Ge bought this with the intention of nourishing everyone after such hard work recently. Moreover, with today's tasks completed, he thought a meal of beef would serve as a celebration." Upon hearing her daughter-in-law's words, Liu's mother, realizing Wang Qian was reluctant to hear her husband criticized, sighed, reflecting on how fortunate her younger son was to have such a good wife, yet simultaneously felt vexed by her son's foolishness. With a bit of money, why choose to buy beef? Glancing back at the pot of beef, she furrowed her brows in concern. "How much beef is this?" Wang Qian replied casually, 2 pounds. Upon hearing of the 2 pounds of beef, Liu's mother gasped, realizing why there seemed to be so much meat in the pot. "No wonder it looks so plentiful. This wasteful child is truly driving me to despair." After cursing her fourth son in her mind, she turned her gaze to the household of the fourth child, who had previously seemed agreeable, only to discover they too were extravagant. 2 pounds of beef just like that? Couldn't they have saved a bit for later, to be enjoyed over 2 meals? This couple truly matched each other. No wonder they shared a bed. As they say, birds of a feather flock together. However, considering this, how would their lives unfold moving forward? For the first time, Liu's mother felt a twinge of regret regarding this marriage. Observing the change in her mother-in-law's expression, Wang Qian understood that she was likely scolding her for being inconsiderate, yet she chose to remain silent, allowing her mother-in-law to think as she pleased. As long as no direct reproach was voiced, Liu's mother wished to scold her, but upon reflection, she realized her daughter-in-law was indeed a hard-won addition to the family. Moreover, considering the nature of her fourth son, she was reluctant to create discord between mother and child. She sensed that the household of the fourth child was not to be underestimated, and if she were to chastise her, it could lead to unforeseen turmoil. Suppressing a torrent of frustration with no outlet, she turned and exited the kitchen. While she could not scold her daughter-in-law, her son was fair game. Just as Liu Haifeng stepped out of his room, clad in his shoes, he was met by the furious approach of his mother. "Mother," he exclaimed, rubbing the back of his head in bewilderment. "Why are you hitting me?" "What do you mean, why? Is that beef in the kitchen yours?" Liu's mother inquired. Her voice lowered yet charged with emotion. Liu Haifeng instinctively nodded, but upon seeing the rage etched on his mother's face, he began to comprehend her true grievance. Her frugality had been wounded. This was a woman who had spent her life pinching pennies, and nothing irked her more than extravagant spending. Though he understood the moral implications of the situation, he reasoned that he had already made the purchase. After all, he was not indulging alone. Was it truly necessary to react in such a manner? Little did he realize. The core of Liu's mother's ire stemmed from a sense of disappointment. With the family on the brink of separation, her younger son had little money to his name. Yet they were living extravagantly, and the daughter-in-law, too, showed no understanding of thrift, brazenly cooking large cuts of meat. With such a lifestyle, were they expecting their parents to support them? What then was the purpose of dividing the household? If she and her husband were to assist the younger son's family, what would become of the elder siblings? "You spendthrift. Is your hand made of a sieve? 2 pounds of beef at once. Couldn't you spend that money on furnishing your new home?" The words were laced with suppressed fury. However, upon noticing the prying gazes around her, Liu's mother refrained from further confrontation. After all, family matters should not be aired publicly. Taking a deep breath, she stifled her anger. Knowing that opportunities to chastise her profligate son would present themselves in the future. Once Liu's mother turned to leave, Liu Haifeng's expression soured. He had spent money to treat everyone to a meal, only to awaken to a scolding. Where could he seek justification? While he understood her perspective, he did not concur. Money could always be earned again. His mother's fixation on saving was short-sighted. If he were to adopt her mindset, he would never live well. After all, how much could one truly save? Shaking his head at the thought of his parents' frugal ways, Liu Haifeng resolved never to deny himself. The purpose of working hard was to enhance one's quality of life. Sighing, he recognized the necessity of establishing his own household. Once he had his own family, he could eat and do as he pleased, free from external judgment. He could share delicacies with his parents occasionally, fulfilling his filial duty, but from now on, he would prioritize his own needs. Having determined his course of action, Liu Haifeng's frown faded. He turned to see his wife watching him with concern and offered her a reassuring smile to convey that all was well. Stretching lazily and sporting a broad smile, I proceeded to wash my hands in preparation for the meal. At the dining table, the sight of beef set everyone abuzz. Such a delicacy was not easily procured. It wasn't a matter of affordability, but rather the challenge of acquiring it, as any available meat was often pre-ordered by the relatives of influential leaders. By the time it was their turn, there was naught but a shadow of a cow to be seen. As the guests lavished praise upon Wang Qian's culinary skills, they eagerly helped themselves to the limited 2 pounds of beef. With so many present, each person could only savor a few bites. However, when they bit into the potatoes, they were pleasantly surprised to discover that the tubers were imbued with a rich beef flavor. Thus commenced a second round of competition as everyone clamored to grab more potatoes. Listening to the compliments directed at the generosity of the Liu family, although pained by the cost of the beef, Liu father could not help but smile. Meanwhile, Liu mother, while savoring her portion of beef, chided her youngest son for his extravagance, her expression darkening throughout the meal. The younger children, adept at reading the room, noticed their grandmother's displeasure and maintained an unusually quiet demeanor, fearful of drawing her ire. That evening, Liu Haifeng and his wife reclined on the bed, discussing the events of dinner. Liu Haifeng shared his previous thoughts with his wife. Wang Qian expressed her support, yet refrained from voicing her own opinions. As a daughter-in-law, she felt it prudent to hold her tongue. Her son could freely express his grievances, but she had to tread lightly to avoid familial discord. After all, it was her husband's mother, and openly criticizing her could create an unspoken tension between them. Thus, she chose to listen. After their discussion, Liu Haifeng's affectionate wife nestled in his embrace, her hands and feet becoming restless as she took a moment to extinguish the coal lamp. The following day, Liu Haifeng awoke late, the sun already high in the sky, without anyone to disturb his slumber, allowing him to indulge in a rare lazy morning. As he gradually emerged from his stupor, he gazed outside at the bright sunlight, lost in thought for a while before turning to his side, only to find it empty. Rubbing his head, he stretched again before sluggishly rising to dress. After washing up and gargling with water, he contemplated the urgent need to replenish his toothbrush and toothpaste. Spotting Liu Huan darting past, Liu Haifeng seized him. "Fourth uncle?" Liu Huan queried, puzzled. "Why hasn't anyone called for me today? Where is everyone?" The courtyard was eerily quiet, with only a hint of activity from the kitchen. One might think he was the sole inhabitant of the house. "I don't know," Liu Huan replied. "All I know is that my father is also enjoying a leisurely morning. Let go. Fourth aunt asked me to call for grandma and grandpa. Even my diligent elder brother is sleeping in. What is going on today? Are you up? Why are you holding on to little Huan?" Wang Qian emerged from the kitchen. Observing her husband with his disheveled hair and a bewildered expression, her eyes betraying her disdain. Were it not for his handsome visage, one might mistake him for a fool wandering into their home. Oh. Liu Haifeng instinctively released his grip, and Liu Huan immediately scampered towards the door. Recalling that his aunt had promised a piece of candy as a reward for completing the task. "Quickly tidy up your hair, with that disheveled look. One might mistake you for a beggar," Wang Qian remarked, her brows furrowed. "At your age, you should know how to take care of yourself. You possess a handsome face, yet it is marred by such a careless hairstyle." Hearing this, Liu Haifeng dampened his hands and combed his hair back, achieving a slicked-back look. Admiring his reflection, he felt a surge of pride, resembling the illustrious Chow Yun-fat. "What do you think, my dear? Am I not dashing?" His audacity knew no bounds. He shamelessly oscillated between calling her wife and my dear. Yet, observing his transformation, Wang Qian conceded with a nod, exclaiming, "Handsome." However, as she noticed the pride etched on Liu Haifeng's face, she playfully retorted, "Just a cricket." "Oh, my dear wife, you dare to tease your husband? Just wait and see how I deal with you," he declared, rushing towards her with exaggerated sounds. Realizing his intentions, Wang Qian hurried into the kitchen, well aware that Liu Laoda and Liu Laer were at home. Despite the seemingly empty courtyard, Liu Haifeng intended to steal a kiss from his wife, but was taken aback to find Liu Shi and Liu Gui also present in the kitchen. Given Wang Qian's modesty, he knew that any inappropriate behavior in such a public setting would provoke her to sulk, and he sighed inwardly, suppressing his desires. "What are you two little ones doing here instead of playing outside? Why are you trailing after your aunt like that? You're interrupting my business," Liu Haifeng chastised. "Candy!" exclaimed the exuberant 3-year-old Liu Gui, waving his small hands and drooling in excitement. Liu Haifeng grimaced in disdain. At their age, they shouldn't be drooling. It dawned on him that their fascination with his wife stemmed from the candy he had brought home the previous day. "Little Gui, you've already had your share for today. Be a good boy and listen, all right? Your aunt will give you more candy tomorrow, but for now, go play outside," Wang Qian gently coaxed the child. Although she had candy in her pocket, she couldn't indulge them excessively. Moderation was essential to avoid the risk of cavities. She certainly did not want to face the ire of her sisters-in-law for overindulging the children. Upon hearing there would be no more candy, Liu Gui immediately donned a pitiful expression, clinging to Wang Qian's leg and shaking it dramatically. Liu Haifeng, witnessing this shameless ploy, could not stand idly by. He swiftly lifted the boy by the nape of his neck and repositioned him. "Go play now, and stop bothering your aunt. Can't you see she's busy? If you don't behave, I might just spank you." Wily Liu Gui, upon hearing the word spank, turned on his heels and bolted, fearing a confrontation with his uncle. Liu Shi, seeing her little brother flee, quickly followed suit, mindful of her mother's directive to look after him and ensure he didn't get hurt, lest she face her mother's wrath upon their return. With the troublesome children gone, Liu Haifeng wasted no time in wrapping his arms around his wife and planting a passionate kiss on her lips. Wang Qian, taken by surprise, only registered what had happened after the kiss, glancing outside to ensure no one was around before finally exhaling in relief. "Rest assured, it is just the two of us now. Come, do not be shy, give your husband another kiss." With irritation, Wang Qian pushed away the eager lips that approached her, her chest heaving with vexation. "What on earth are you doing this early in the morning? Your elder brother and second brother are still at home. If they see us, I shall have no face left to show. Moreover, I have already sent Liu Huan to summon our parents. They should be home shortly. If our sisters-in-law witness us in this state, who knows how they will berate me? Hurry up and move aside. Can't you see I am busy?" Seeing his wife's reluctance, knowing her sensitivity, Liu Haifeng ceased his playful teasing. As she began to prepare the meal, he promptly offered to assist with the fire, thereby avoiding being banished from the kitchen. Just as things settled down, commotion arose from the courtyard. The couple peered outside and discovered Liu Laoda and Liu Lair had risen. While Liu Haifeng remained unfazed, Wang Qian's face flushed with embarrassment. She glanced at the audacious man beside her and playfully struck him again. That scoundrel. I wonder if those two outside witnessed what transpired earlier? Ouch, my dear, why are you hitting me? He exclaimed. Humph, I simply want to. Noticing her flushed cheeks and haughty demeanor, Liu Haifeng licked his lips, thinking how enticing his wife could be. As he observed her expression change, Wang Qian, incensed, stamped her foot. What are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and tend to the fire. Our parents will be back soon. We have already wasted too much time. Are you still planning to have breakfast? All right, I'll get to it right away. At the dining table, Liu Haifeng finally comprehended why the three men of the Liu family were indulging in slumber that morning. It was soon to be the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the elder couple decided that everyone deserved a couple of days of rest after the recent fatigue. After all, the three brothers had been quite overworked lately, and it was indeed time for them to recuperate. Liu Haifeng wholeheartedly approved of this decision. While sipping porridge, he noticed Liu Yuan poking at his bowl of congee with a lackluster demeanor, which amused him. Oh my, is this lad actually unable to eat? He usually snatches up the dishes with such enthusiasm at mealtime. Dear nephew, what seems to be the matter today? You appear rather listless. Has something amusing occurred? Come, share it with your fourth uncle, and let me enjoy a good laugh as well. Upon hearing Liu Haifeng's words, Wang Qian, who sat nearby, burst into laughter and shot her husband a glance. Is he truly such a joker? Yet, in this household, aside from Wang Qian, everyone had grown accustomed to Liu Haifeng's antics. After witnessing the commotion, they resumed their meals with unwavering composure. Looking at the pickled vegetables and a plate of stir-fried greens on the table, Liu Yuan recalled the beef stew with potatoes from the previous night. He licked his lips in anticipation and asked, Fourth uncle, when shall we have beef again? Liu Haifeng raised an eyebrow, realizing the young rascal had a scheme in mind. He inwardly scoffed. The 2 pounds of beef he had purchased yesterday had earned him a scolding and a resounding slap, and he was not inclined to undertake such thankless labor again. However, seeing the eager glimmer in the boy's eyes, he quickly devised a plan. You should inquire with your father about that. The meat from yesterday was purchased by me, and if you wish to indulge again, it certainly does not fall upon me to provide it, does it? Liu Laoda feigned ignorance, engrossed in his rice porridge, as he savored a mouthful of pickled vegetables, praising the culinary skills of the fourth brother's wife. Liu Lair also pretended to be lost in thought. He understood that the fourth brother's words implied he expected them to contribute to the purchase of meat. Not a chance, he thought, for he would not be as naive as the fourth brother, who brought home meat for the entire family only to find himself with nothing good in return. Moreover, did they have any money at hand? The little savings he had were firmly held by his wife. Even if they desired to buy meat, their pockets were empty. Upon hearing the talk of buying meat again, Lu Mu was reminded of the previous day's expenditures, and she shot an exasperated glare at the fourth brother. What are you buying? It is neither a festive season nor a holiday to indulge in meat. Do you think we are wealthy landowners? Lu Mu's authoritative tone prompted Lu Dazhao to breathe a sigh of relief, fearing that her brother-in-law would pressure their household into purchasing meat again. And she quickly reprimanded her son. Having food to eat is already a blessing. What dreams are you chasing? Do you have any idea how many people in our time struggled to fill their bellies? And you still dare to complain? Listening to his mother's familiar admonitions, Liu Yuan wished he could block his ears. Every time he failed to eat properly, she would recount their childhood struggles, and his ears were nearing the point of callousness. Observing this family, Liu Haifeng had been present long enough to glean some understanding of their circumstances through the memories of the original owner. The eldest and second brothers appeared simple and honest, yet they harbored their own thoughts. Nevertheless, both were diligent workers, and their little schemes were merely human nature. As for the elder sisters-in-law, though they often grumbled, they were not inherently bad. They were simply preoccupied with their own families, which was entirely reasonable, as everyone aspires to live well, a typical trait of a homemaker. Regarding the elderly couple, they were prideful yet frugal, always practicing restraint in their consumption, unable to tolerate extravagance. However, this was understandable. Having endured hardships in their youth, the older generation often exhibits such traits, akin to hamsters hoarding. Yet it was precisely because of their thriftiness and industriousness that they were able to build homes for their 3 sons. Thus, It seemed that the family was, overall, not lacking. At the very least, there were no significant intrigues among them. Watching the eldest sister-in-law as she incessantly recounted her past hardships to her son, Liu Haifeng found amusement in the situation. Indeed, there is a saying that one's joy often stands upon the suffering of others. In contrast to the forlorn expression on his nephew's face, he felt an immense sense of delight. After the meal, Liu Haifeng initially intended to take a leisurely stroll to aid his digestion, but before he could step outside, his mother called out to him. "Where do you think you're going? I have a few things to discuss with you and your wife. Come inside." Liu Haifeng exchanged a glance with Wang Qian and followed her into the house. Chapter 33. A return to the county town to sell ice cream. The new house was now more than halfway constructed, with most of the work being carpentry these past few days. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, our family would also take a break for a couple of days. Lao Si, today you are to purchase 2 kilograms of pork and 2 packets of sugar. I have already arranged for someone to buy the mooncakes. There are still 2 jars of rice wine at home. Tomorrow, you shall accompany Xiao Qian back home and bring along some festive gifts, understood? Liu Haifeng nodded. Matters such as these are best handled by his mother, as he merely serves as a tool in her hands. Furthermore, your father mentioned that the carpentry work will likely be finished in about 10 days. After that, it will take an additional 2 or 3 days to lay the tiles. And that will conclude the work. Remember to invite our in-laws for a meal when you go. All right, mother, I shall remember that. Liu's mother then produced a stack of money and tickets, handing them to Liu Haifeng. You must keep this money safe. Do not lose it, do you understand? Liu Haifeng nodded repeatedly, assuring her that he would rather lose himself than misplace the money. Today, with rare leisure, he intended to earn some money. His humble home was impoverished to the point of clanging echoes, and even indulging in a morsel of meat drew disparaging remarks from others. Thus, his mind was consumed with thoughts of making money. However, one cannot embark on such ventures without the company of a good brother, and besides, traveling together offers greater safety. Yet, he was uncertain if his companion had time. However, upon finding Lu Wang, he was surprised to discover that this fellow was even more eager than himself. A turn of events Liu Haifeng had not anticipated. "Oh, my brother Feng, finally off to earn some money. I thought you had abandoned the idea of going to the county town. You cannot imagine how impatient I have been." Lu Wang was indeed enthusiastic about the prospect of making money. He had boasted to his mother and others before, reveling in their praise. Feeling elated that he was not entirely useless, he had anticipated earning a significant amount of money to bring joy to his family. But that hope was dashed the very next day. Seeing his good friend in high spirits, Liu Haifeng chuckled. "All right, enough of this banter. Hurry up. Your older brother will take you to earn money. Let us not waste time. Otherwise, we may have to walk if we miss the cart." Yes, that makes sense. The two linked arms, chatting and laughing as they went along. Unbeknownst to Liu Haifeng, shortly after he departed, Liu Sanhua and Liu Ergu arrived at his home in search of him, their aim being to invite him for drinks. Considering he had won quite a bit the previous day, they had agreed that the winner would treat the others to drinks, but to their dismay, this fellow had run off. He had returned late the previous evening, and thus did not seek them out. This morning, after breakfast, they had come looking for him, only to learn that he had already set off early. This prompted much lamentation from Liu Sanhua and Liu Ergu, who wondered if he was deliberately avoiding them to escape the obligation of buying drinks. On his way, Liu Haifeng sneezed several times. Oblivious to the fact that his two friends were criticizing him, he believed instead that his wife was missing him and perhaps thinking of him at that moment. Honestly, it is not good to be overly clingy, he mused, though his expression betrayed a sense of pride. Having unexpectedly encountered a moment of envy, Lu Wang felt disheartened. Truth be told, he greatly admired Brother Feng, who had married such a gentle and beautiful sister-in-law. Not only was she understanding, but she also cooked splendidly. He wished fervently for a stroke of luck similar to his. Moreover, he has begun to comprehend Brother Feng's perspective. No wonder he is reluctant to earn money. With a wife like his sister-in-law, were he in his position, he too would hesitate to venture out. Lu Wang's face was filled with envy, prompting Liu Haifeng to smirk slightly. The two hurried to the town and fortuitously encountered the departing bus, just in time to wave it down before it took off. They squeezed into the crowded compartment, swaying along the journey. After a half hour, they arrived in the county town with unsteady steps, exchanging glances before seeking a quiet corner to rest for a moment. Goodness, every time I ride this contraption, it makes me feel nauseous. If it weren't for the need to earn money, I wouldn't endure this torture for anything. Liu Haifeng nodded in agreement with Lu Wang's complaints. This wretched vehicle not only crammed with people, but also carried chickens and ducks, and to top it off, someone had the audacity to smoke inside. The mingling of various odors, combined with the stagnant air, meant that anyone who wasn't nauseated was truly remarkable. After inhaling some fresh air, the two felt considerably better. Noticing they had rested long enough, they set off towards the ice pop wholesale store. By the way, I forgot to ask, have you had breakfast? I've eaten. In truth, Lu Wang was lying. Today, his mother had been delayed with some chores, and when Liu Haifeng had called him, breakfast had just been ready at their home. He had only sipped a bit of porridge, but compared to the opportunity to earn money with Brother Feng, missing a meal seemed insignificant. Having spent several days together, Liu Haifeng could discern when this lad was not being truthful. Reflecting on the fact that his own actions had caused someone to miss breakfast made him feel somewhat guilty. Just then, he spotted a vendor selling breakfast, so he approached and ordered 4 fried dough sticks and a bowl of plain noodles. Brother Feng, didn't you say you had eaten? What's this? Are you hungry again? Didn't we agree to earn money? Liu Haifeng shot a sidelong glance at Lu Wang. How can you say that? If you were hungry, just admit it. Accompanying your elder brother to earn a living. How could I let you go hungry? Just then, the noodles arrived, and Liu Haifeng pushed the bowl toward him. Eat up. How can one work without fuel? You should know that I plan to pack 100 ice pops into each box, and with the boxes and pops, it won't be light. We don't have a bicycle to carry them, so we'll have to shoulder the load. If you're hungry, how will you manage? Lu Wang felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't expected his lie to be uncovered. However, Brother Feng's words made sense. So he decided not to be polite any longer. Watching Lu Wang relish his meal, Liu Haifeng shook his head. Pitying the boy who could find such delight in mere noodles with scallions, evidently not accustomed to finer fare. Yet, the current prices were indeed quite reasonable. A bowl of clear soup noodles with scallions weighed about 2 taels and cost only 4 cents. The fried dough sticks, according to the vendor, weighed approximately half a tael each, also costing 4 cents apiece. Liu Haifeng sampled one, finding it a tad dry, and resolved to order a bowl of soy milk. Vendor, a bowl of soy milk, please. Certainly. Would you like it sweet, salty, or plain? Is there a difference? A bowl of plain soy milk costs 3 cents, while one with salt is 4 cents, and sweet soy milk is 5 cents. Which one would you prefer? Is such a notion still prevalent in this era? Upon reflection, it is somewhat understandable. In these times, everything requires tickets, and naturally, additional flavors come at a price. The 5 cents for the sweet variant is reasonable, considering sugar tickets are even scarcer. I opted for a bowl of sweet soy milk. After a meal comprising 4 fried dough sticks for 16 cents, a bowl of sweet soy milk for 5 cents, and a bowl of plain noodles for 4 cents, I noticed the lad beside me had not quite satisfied his hunger. So, I ordered him a sweet pancake, also priced at 4 cents. When it came time to settle the bill, the total was merely 29 cents, which indeed made for a remarkably economical meal. After dining, the two of us resumed our journey and soon arrived at the wholesale department. Having been absent for several days, our prior acquaintance was hardly substantial, and the manager responsible for wholesale operations had long since forgotten us. It was only after we explained our purpose that the manager suddenly recalled us. Goodness, you two have certainly been absent for quite some time. I thought you had abandoned your endeavors. Just the other day, I was contemplating whether to dispose of those 2 boxes. Upon hearing this, Lu Wang was infuriated. How dare you dispose of our boxes? We purchased them. The manager, visibly irritated, retorted, You two left your boxes here for so long without retrieving them. Should I retain them merely to obstruct the path? Do you think this is your personal warehouse? I allowed you to store your boxes here as a courtesy, and now you dare to raise your voice at me? You believe you are justified, don't you? Liu Haifeng, sensing the precariousness of the situation, realized these boxes had cost him $8, and his earnings from the last venture had not even covered that expense. However, observing the manager's displeased expression, he recognized his own culpability. Their previous rapport had scarcely been deep, the last time. They had merely engaged in casual conversation and exchanged a couple of cigarettes to secure the box's temporary storage. Now, after such a lengthy absence, it was only natural for the manager to be displeased. Just as Lu Wang was about to continue his protest, Liu Haifeng intervened with a smile, discreetly placing a half-full pack of cigarettes, left over from their last purchase, into the manager's pocket. Brother Zhou, please do not be upset. My companion here is simply a big oaf. Do not take his words to heart. We acknowledge our mistake this time. Our hometown is undergoing renovations, and we were preoccupied with work, making it difficult to engage in business. We kindly ask for your understanding during this period. Brother Zhou felt the pack of cigarettes in his pocket, and gradually, his ire began to dissipate. This lad certainly knew how to navigate social interactions, unlike the one beside him who had the audacity to question him. Liu Haifeng continued to offer polite reassurances until the manager was ultimately placated. Truth be told, hearing that the manager intended to dispose of their boxes had irked him as well, but what could be done? They had entrusted their belongings for safekeeping for so long without appearing, and a few cigarettes hardly equated to the value of the boxes. Although the situation was frustrating, he understood that in order to continue in this line of work, one must avoid offending those who held power. With a renewed perspective, his irritation began to wane. Observing the two individuals, Zhou Shuqing felt a tinge of regret. To be candid, he genuinely wished to dispose of the two boxes, particularly since one could fetch 4 yuan, amounting to 8 yuan for both. Seeing them take so long to arrive, he assumed they had no further interest. He had intended to manage the boxes today, yet unexpectedly, they appeared. Come along, I shall take you to load the ice pops. All right, I appreciate your assistance, Brother Zhou. Carrying the 2 boxes, he followed Zhou into the cold storage. Upon arrival, he was pleasantly surprised to discover there was still ice cream available. Brother Zhou, how come I didn't notice the ice cream last time? How would I know? Perhaps you simply arrived at an inopportune moment. This item sells quite well, yet we experience some supply shortages here, so it's first come, first served, a matter of luck. The batch that arrived today was just delivered this morning. Typically, vendors like you come to stock up around noon when the heat is at its peak, allowing for immediate sales. Therefore, you are fortunate today. Ah, I see. Well, let us not waste time. Let's load up on ice cream. Since we stumbled upon it, we might as well take more. Who knows if there will be any left if we return this afternoon? Indeed, that is a sensible approach. Zhou nodded with a smile, unconcerned about who would take the ice cream, as the wholesale price was fixed and the rightful payment to the authorities would remain unaffected. Ice cream was somewhat pricey. The wholesale cost for creamy ice cream was 5 cents, not to mention the creamy giant ice cream, which reached an astonishing 9 cents. Lu Wang, observing from the side, was taken aback, while Liu Haifeng remained indifferent to the wholesale price. He had noted during his last ice pop sales that many people dismissed ice pops entirely. Although ice pops were indeed effective for cooling off, young people often preferred ice cream for its social cachet, especially when courting romantic interests. Regrettably, he had missed the ice cream during his previous visit, so he intended to stock up substantially this time. This time, the inventory included more ice cream and fewer ice pops, and his original capital was insufficient. However, this posed no challenge for him, as he had brought along money gifted by his mother for purchasing presents. He would use this money as a temporary advance and repay himself once he earned enough to buy gifts for his father-in-law. Once they exited the wholesale department, Lu Wang could no longer contain his frustration and began to complain. How could he act like that? Those boxes belong to us. On what grounds did he think he could sell them? Liu Haifeng listened quietly, and after Lu Wang had vented, he replied, unhurriedly, "Is this what breaks you? Such is the nature of commerce. They hold our supply in their hands, and we must navigate their whims. With your current irritable temperament, you need to make some adjustments. Otherwise, you will find yourself at a disadvantage in the future. But Brother Feng, you can tolerate such treatment? He nearly sold our boxes, which we purchased for 8 yuan. On what basis does he think he can sell them? Enough of the complaints. There will be many more instances like this ahead. Learn from them. Do you think business is easy? If you don't want to be at the mercy of others, work diligently to earn money. As long as your capabilities are robust, you can avoid many such predicaments in the future." After discussing for a while with his good friend, Liu Haifeng smiled, noting that Lu Wang seemed contemplative. It was encouraging that he could listen. He feared more for those who stubbornly clung to their own views. In the realm of commerce, one must procure goods from others to sell, and thus, it is essential to maintain harmony with those suppliers. Just moments ago, Brother Zhou exhibited commendable patience. Had he been less accommodating, it is likely that the business opportunity for the two brothers would have vanished today. In contemporary society, such is the nature of affairs. Unless one seeks a change of employment, discontent must be endured. The ice cream trade is exceptionally lucrative at present. It is not solely children who indulge in this delight. Young couples are particularly fond of purchasing it, as it embodies an air of sophistication and does not bring embarrassment. After all, who ventures out on a date with a popsicle in hand? As noon approached, having sold most of the ice cream, Liu Haifeng decided to leave the remaining treats at the wholesale department. He presented a pack of freshly purchased cigarettes to Brother Zhou, requesting that he keep an eye on the box for a couple of days. Zhou Shusheng, observing the two men before him, found himself at a loss for words. Were these two truly engaged in business? Their approach seemed akin to fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2, selling only a few times a month, earning just enough to purchase a box. What was the point? Nonetheless, receiving cigarettes was a welcome gesture. One should never turn down a gift. Seeing Brother Zhou pleased, Liu Haifeng felt a sense of satisfaction. Spending 20 cents on a pack of cigarettes to foster a good relationship with the person in charge was, after all, a sound investment. Upon exiting, the two men made their way towards the county supply and marketing cooperative. Along the way, Lu Wang resumed his inquiries. Brother Feng, I truly cannot fathom why you are so eager to curry favor with him, even purchasing cigarettes. At 20 cents a pack. How many ice creams must we sell to recoup that cost? You know nothing, Liu Haifeng retorted. I am considering our future development. How did the ice cream sell today? At this, Lu Wang's face lit up with excitement. The ice cream we procured for 9 cents is selling for $1.20. We initially thought that price was exorbitant and would deter buyers, yet it has proven to be quite the opposite. Even the 5-cent small ice cream, which we sell for 80 cents, has contributed significantly to our profits today. Brother Feng, this ice cream is fantastic. Not only does it sell faster, but the profits are also greater. Exactly, Liu Haifeng shrugged. The reason I bought him cigarettes is to cultivate rapport. Do not assume it was merely to ensure he watches over the box. My primary intention is to build a closer relationship. Over time, this familiarity will yield benefits. Ice cream is indeed in high demand, but have you not heard that there is a shortage? If that is the case, then what harm is there in nurturing a relationship? I plan to deepen this connection further, requesting him to procure more ice cream from their factory. Upon hearing Liu Haifeng's explanation, Lu Wang began to grasp the significance of his actions. It was a form of bribery, albeit a rather modest one. Could a mere pack of 20-cent cigarettes truly make an impact? Liu Haifeng smiled enigmatically. What use is a pack of cigarettes? It merely serves to bridge the gap. Once we are well acquainted, I shall present more substantial gifts. Ideally, we will create a mutual benefit, ensuring that he too gains from the arrangement, thus incentivizing him to support our endeavors. He meticulously crafted these plans, having long harbored a feasible scheme in his mind. Yet, time eludes him. With numerous household matters demanding his attention, he intends to commence the implementation of his plans following the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival, as the summer is swiftly waning. He must act promptly, otherwise, who can predict what the next year may bring? With the current shortage of ice cream supply, it is imperative to seize the opportunity to earn some money swiftly. Chapter 34. The disdainful salesperson. The county supply and marketing cooperative was indeed incomparable to the small convenience store in town. Not only was the area spacious, but it was also bustling with people, and the shelves were brimming with a diverse array of goods. Amidst the curious glances from others, the two newcomers wandered around. Liu Haifeng was genuinely intrigued, while Lu Wang, having never visited before, found everything quite novel. They approached a counter, and Liu Haifeng recalled the toothbrush and toothpaste he had failed to purchase the day before. Spotting them on the shelf, he called the salesperson for assistance, then produced his sugar ration tickets and discovered the presence of White Rabbit creamy candies, promptly buying 2 large bags. Calculating the money in his pocket, he reflected on the absence of gifts for his wife since their marriage. Noticing cosmetics displayed at a nearby counter, he decided to ask the salesperson for recommendations. However, the salesperson, with her haughty demeanor, raised her chin high, regarded him through her nose, and crossed her arms, exuding an air of indifference. She simply instructed him to look for himself, leaving him utterly disheartened. He touched his face, wondering if his handsome visage held no sway. Lu Wang, what do you think would be a good purchase? He inquired. Lu Wang scratched his head. Not really, brother. I don't even have a girlfriend yet, let alone bought anything like this. How would I know what to choose? It was quite absurd. 2 grown men stood there contemplating, neither having ever purchased cosmetics. Faced with an array of colorful bottles and jars, Liu Haifeng, at a loss, randomly pointed to a rather flamboyant item, reasoning that his young wife would likely appreciate something with appealing packaging. The salesperson retrieved the item but thereafter ceased to engage with him. It was a vibrant, round tin labeled Wang Qian moisturizing cream. Just as he intended to open it for a whiff, the sharp-eyed salesperson intervened. You cannot open this. If everyone acted as you do, we wouldn't be able to sell anything. How can I know the scent if I can't open it? What if I buy it, and it's not to my liking? He protested. And if you don't like it, so what? Are you planning to apply it yourself? She retorted dismissively. Listen, I'm buying this for my wife, so I certainly ought to choose a scent that I enjoy, he countered. Buy it or don't. I've never seen a man come to purchase cosmetics, she scoffed, curling her lip. What is wrong with me buying cosmetics for my wife? Do you have a problem with that? Then go ahead and buy it. You've been staring at it for so long. I hope you're not just unable to afford it, given your shabby appearance. Hey, how can you speak like that? Do you look down on people? What kind of attitude is this? Where's your manager? I want to file a complaint about you. How can someone like you even be a salesperson? Liu Haifeng was fuming, appalled by her behavior. Exactly. Summon your superior. Being a mere salesperson is hardly commendable. Look at your demeanor, having the audacity to confront us. Yet you have never acknowledged our presence. Your attitude, Lu Wang, is infuriating. Upon witnessing Brother Feng engage in a heated exchange, I immediately lent my support. As the two of us displayed unwavering resolve, the formerly arrogant salesperson's expression shifted dramatically. She was taken aback by our boldness in voicing our grievances in such a public setting. In the past, who among her customers would dare to speak to her so openly? Sensing the growing crowd that was keenly observing the unfolding drama, she realized our intent. However, with so many witnesses present and having made the initial blunder herself, she was compelled to soften her stance. This truly cannot be opened. You may inquire with those behind you. Liu Haifeng was not swayed by her rhetoric. And what if it cannot? Could you not express yourself more courteously? Observe your previous demeanor. Does that reflect a service-oriented attitude? Your tone is confrontational, suggesting disdain for us. Have I partaken of your rice? Is it because I am inadequately dressed that I am barred from entering? Is it inappropriate to appear humble? Is this how one ought to speak? As the crowd continued to swell and the situation escalated, the salesperson began to realize she was in over her head. With her face darkening, Lu Wang felt a sense of vindication. Such individuals deserve to be confronted in kind. At that moment, a portly middle-aged man hurried over, his face glistening with sweat due to the heat, wiping his brow with a handkerchief as he gasped for breath. What is happening? What has occurred? Why is everyone gathered here? Upon the arrival of reinforcements, the salesperson promptly played the victim, pointing at Liu Haifeng and exclaiming, "It is them. They are causing a disturbance." A grown man, purchasing cosmetics, insists on opening the package to sniff it. When I refused, they began to create a scene. You are speaking nonsense. What truly transpired? Everyone is watching. Do you think your fabrications will go unnoticed? The eyes of the public are discerning. I refuse to believe that in broad daylight. You can distort the truth. Observing the salesperson's grotesque demeanor, Liu Haifeng could no longer contain his anger and began to curse. Indeed, this comrade speaks the truth. We have all witnessed this. Do you presume your role as a salesperson grants you superiority? Absolutely. Regardless of right or wrong, your prior attitude clearly demonstrated contempt for others. We, the multitude, stand ready to testify on behalf of this gentleman. Even if this matter escalates to the police station, you will find no justification. Surrounding onlookers began to vocally support Liu Haifeng, many of whom had long been displeased with the salesperson's haughty demeanor during their visits. Seeing the crowd's solidarity, the portly supervisor cast a disapproving glance at the seemingly aggrieved salesperson, a liability rather than an asset. Were it not for her partner frequently offering him gifts, such a person would have been dismissed long ago, constantly stirring trouble. Cough, cough. Comrade, I suspect there may be a misunderstanding. Perhaps we should discuss this matter privately in my office? Absolutely not. It is best to clarify everything here in front of everyone, allowing us to witness how you intend to resolve this issue. Do you think you can deceive us into your office? Dream on. Liu Haifeng let out a cold laugh. What could he accomplish by going to the office? It would only serve to trivialize major issues and dismiss minor ones. As an ordinary citizen without power or influence, once out of public view, he was at the mercy of others. Thus, a prudent course of action would be to resolve matters here. Observing the situation, the corpulent leader wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to reprimand the salesperson. With so many witnesses present, if today's incident was not handled properly and higher-ups became aware, his own days would be far from pleasant. How do you conduct yourself? We represent a national entity and should serve the public. Look at your attitude in your statements. This reflects your work ethic. I see that your ideological awareness needs improvement. After work, submit a self-reflection and don't forget to apologize. After listening to the endless barrage, Liu Haifeng pursed his lips in disdain. The same few empty phrases were repeated, lacking any substance. It seemed the salesperson had some backing. Otherwise, the corpulent leader would not be so lenient. Once the leader finished his insincere reprimand, the salesperson reluctantly offered an apology. Liu Haifeng nodded casually and turned his gaze to the leader. To be honest, I am quite dissatisfied with today's resolution. Look at your salesperson. This behavior has evidently persisted for some time. Why is such a person still employed here? I do not wish to delve deeper into that. After a lengthy exchange, the leader eventually caught on. Well then, comrade, since you wish to purchase cosmetics, I will take the initiative today and offer you a discount on that box you have. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Liu Haifeng nodded in satisfaction. This was the outcome he desired. However, he inquired about the extent of the discount. How about an 80 discount? Liu Haifeng shook his head and held up 5 fingers. The leader, upon seeing this, rapidly shook his head. Comrade, an 80 discount is already the maximum I can offer, and that is only because you have suffered a grievance. I cannot authorize more. Humph. If you cannot authorize more, then find someone who can. If you intend to compensate me with a discount, it should be generous. What good is an 80 discount? Am I truly in need of a few extra coins? The leader retorted, you do not lack, so why are you arguing with me? Seeing Liu Haifeng's unwavering demeanor, the leader gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed. He had already decided that the cost of the discount would be deducted from the employee who had caused the issue. After all, she was the source of today's troubles. He merely wished to expedite the departure of the two, as the crowd of onlookers was growing. And if the matter was not resolved swiftly, their cooperative would become a laughingstock. Having reached an agreement, Liu Haifeng paid the sum, then strutted out with his purchased items alongside Lu Wang, appearing unfazed before the gathering crowd. Once outside, Lu Wang expressed his confusion. Brother Feng, are we just letting that woman go? What do you suggest we do? Lu Wang found himself momentarily speechless. Let us not dwell on it. We have neither money nor power, and we don't know anyone in this county. Today, it's fortunate to gain a little advantage. In this day and age, who among salespeople lacks connections? Do you really think you can do anything to her? It seems to be the case. Lu Wang scratched his head, no longer entangled in his thoughts. Chapter 35, The Winding Mountain Road. After the two finished their shopping, they did not linger and boarded the bus from the county town back to the village. They had completed their work earlier today. When Liu Haifeng returned home, the courtyard was eerily quiet. The children were likely out playing. As for his father, mother, and elder brother, they had mentioned taking a day off. But knowing their restless nature, Liu Haifeng surmised they were either in the fields or assisting someone with carpentry at the new house. For instance, upon entering the village, he had passed by the new house at the village entrance and spotted his father, huffing and puffing as he helped someone saw wood. Fearing he might be conscripted for labor, Liu Haifeng refrained from greeting him. Hearing voices from the backyard, he decided to return to his room first, intending to check if his wife was inside. Wife, I'm home. He pushed the door open, finding no one inside. He set down his belongings and turned to head towards the backyard. His wife had been married for several days now, and he had never seen her close to anyone. Given her nature, she was not one to wander about. So if she wasn't in the front yard, she must be in the back. In the backyard, his sisters-in-law were busy picking vegetables, chatting and laughing harmoniously. Upon hearing a commotion outside, sister-in-law Lu immediately called out, "Who's there? We're picking vegetables. If you have something to say, come over here." "It's me," Liu Haifeng replied, appearing in the backyard. Upon recognizing him, sister-in-law Lu exchanged knowing glances with Wang Qian, then fell silent. "Why aren't you resting after returning? What do you want with me?" Wang Qian asked, looking at the grinning man with a hint of annoyance. "Honestly, who's this clingy husband?" "Hee, I brought you something good," he said, pulling out cosmetics he had purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative. "Take a look. Do you like it? I opened it on the way back and thought it smelled delightful." Wang Qian's eyes brightened at the sight of the colorful boxes. No woman is immune to the allure of beauty. Realizing he had a few tricks up his sleeve, she felt a surge of sweetness in her heart at the unexpected gift. She set down the vegetables and took the package from him, admiring the exquisite patterns that resembled fine art, gently caressing it before bringing it to her nose, where an intoxicating fragrance instantly enveloped her senses. "I really like it. Thank you, Brother Feng. But wait, didn't you go out to buy gifts? Where did you get the money for this? Call me husband. How many times do I have to tell you?" He sighed, bemused by her inability to grasp such a simple request. Noticing her sister-in-law and second sister-in-law present, Wang Qian rolled her eyes, realizing he was quite oblivious to his surroundings. "I remember you mentioned wanting tooth powder, right? I saw some toothpaste while I was out and bought it for just $1. It's in the house. Would you like to go check it out? With so many people around, it's not ideal to engage in any clandestine activities here, Liu Haifeng suggested, hoping to lure her into his room. Indeed, Wang Qian's eyes sparkled again at the potential surprise. She hadn't expected such thoughtfulness. She had only mentioned it a short while ago, and he had remembered. Initially, it was a pleasant surprise that he managed to purchase toothpaste instead of merely tooth powder, which was a common expectation. Darling, you have been so wonderful to bring back so many items, she remarked, her shyness momentarily forgotten as she sweetly expressed her gratitude. As the couple walked away, exchanging affectionate banter, Liu Dazhao and Liu Erzao exchanged glances, their lips curling in disdain. Despite their outward demeanor, the envy and jealousy in their eyes were unmistakable. The fourth family's fortune was evident. Although the husband was somewhat unreliable, his affection for his wife was apparent since their marriage. Why were they not as fortunate? Both were daughters-in-law of the Liu family, and while they might not possess striking beauty, the lack of tenderness from their husbands was disheartening. Liu Dazhao pondered. Having been married for years and bearing 3 children for Liu Laoda, yet she had never received a gift. The comparison was infuriating. Liu Erzao felt similarly envious. Having never received presents, let alone cosmetics. As she glanced at Wang Qian's beauty products, her thoughts stirred. However, reflecting on her own husband, she sighed. Realizing he was devoid of romantic sentiment, the hope of him buying her cosmetics seemed futile. Both women, lost in contemplation, considered whether to subtly prompt their husbands for some acknowledgement later that evening. Meanwhile, upon returning to their quarters, Wang Qian felt a rush of joy at the sight of the toothpaste and toothbrush. Having long heard that city dwellers used toothpaste, she had only encountered tooth powder in her family home, which was already a source of pride, albeit one that required frequent trips to the supply store. Yet, with so many purchases, she wondered if her husband still had money left. Had he perhaps depleted their business funds? Liu Haifeng, watching his wife pace, grew increasingly anxious. As he admired her luscious lips, he licked his own, causing Wang Qian to feel a bit bashful. What is with that look? She inquired playfully, clearing his throat. He pressed, Darling, don't you have any response to this? Response? What do you mean? Wang Qian replied, puzzled, realizing she was feigning ignorance. Liu Haifeng decided not to wait any longer. Though he knew that forcing affection could be unfruitful, it was also undeniably enticing. He stepped forward, enfolding her in his arms and kissing the lips he had been admiring. Today, Wang Qian, in high spirits, allowed her husband to indulge. Though she remained steadfast in her boundaries, a public display of intimacy was not appropriate. Once Liu Haifeng had satisfied his desires, Wang Qian gently pushed him away to inspect the items he had brought home. Noticing cigarettes and pastries among the purchases, she raised an eyebrow but chose not to comment. After all, these were gifts intended for her family, and the more presents prepared, the more respect she would garner. Seeing Wang Qian's satisfaction, Liu Haifeng exhaled in relief. He had intended to prepare more elaborate gifts, but his limited finances constrained him, leaving him to make do with more affordable options. The next day arrived swiftly. It was time for her return visit to her family. As the morning dawned, they busied themselves with preparations. Wang Qian adorned herself, while Liu Haifeng was compelled to don his best attire. After shaving his beard and tidying his hair, Wang Qian couldn't help but nod at the man before her, who looked remarkably rejuvenated. He was already handsome, and this grooming only enhanced his appeal. However, a sense of caution crept into her heart. This man should not adorn himself too splendidly. He needed to venture out to earn a living, and if he presented himself in such a manner daily, how many butterflies would he attract? No, this appearance should only be for her eyes. Liu Haifeng posed before the mirror for a while, admiring his handsome visage, feeling quite satisfied with himself. As he stepped outside, Liu Mu couldn't help but nod approvingly at her son's transformation. Indeed, this was how one ought to present themselves, especially since they were visiting his father-in-law today. He needed to appear sharp and presentable. This look was all thanks to Xiao Qian. It seems Xiao Qian has far better taste than you. Look at how splendidly you are dressed now. It would be a shame to waste such good looks on your usual attire. Of course, one must consider whose wife she is. Liu Mu remarked. What are you so pleased about? You should remember who helped you achieve this. Once he was adequately prepared, they hastily set off. The journey was lengthy, and they couldn't afford to delay as the sun was already rising. Liu Mu rummaged through the items they had prepared. Today, her youngest son was accompanying his wife back to her family for the first time, and this occasion required her utmost attention. At that moment, Liu's older brothers emerged upon hearing the commotion, and upon seeing the transformed Liu Haifeng, they shot him an annoyed glance. "What is wrong with you two? Did my younger brother do something amiss?" Liu spoke curtly. "Did you buy something for your wife yesterday?" Liu Haifeng immediately understood the implication and nodded. "Indeed. I purchased some facial moisturizer. Next time you buy something for her, could you not make it so obvious? Your sister-in-law will start nagging me again." "Understood. However, if you ask me, your sister-in-law has been part of this family for many years now. With the festival approaching, shouldn't you buy her something to show your appreciation?" "Humph. Easier said than done. Do you think I'm like you? My pockets are emptier than my face. How can I afford anything?" Liu Haifeng was at a loss for words. What else was there to say? Without money, all words were futile. Yet, this did highlight the importance of having a little private stash. Without funds, romance was indeed hard to come by. Once everything was in order, Liu Haifeng cradled 2 jars of rice wine, a gift for his father-in-law, while Wang Qian carried a backpack filled with pork, milk candies, pastries, and mooncakes that Liu Mu had arranged for them. "Be sure to hold that carefully. We only have these 2 jars of wine at home. If they were to break, all right, mother. You've repeated that countless times. I've got it, don't worry. You little rascal. It's precisely because you are unreliable that I worry. I must reiterate the seriousness of the matter." As Liu Mu continued to fuss, their neighbor overheard the commotion and came out to see what was happening. "Your family is quite generous. That's a hefty gift you're bringing." Liu Erseo chimed in with a smile. "Indeed. My mother-in-law is certainly not a miser. She is quite generous towards us daughters-in-law." Upon overhearing their conversation, Liu's mother interjected with an explanation. "Xiaoqian's family resides quite far from here, making it difficult for them to return home, especially with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, which presents an excellent opportunity to bring along festival gifts." After saying this, she urged the couple to set off promptly, fearing that they might arrive too late and find no available seats, considering the influx of visitors during this festive season. After half an hour, Liu Haifeng and his wife reached the town and inquired about the next bus to the neighboring town. The crowd was particularly dense that day. Liu Haifeng, clutching 2 jars of wine, maneuvered through the throngs and managed to secure a seat in no time. Wang Qian, burdened with a backpack, found it rather cumbersome to navigate through the crowded carriage and made little progress despite her efforts. It was Liu Haifeng who, unable to bear the sight, reached out and pulled her over, ensuring she finally sat down. With a sigh of relief, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Wang Qian, glancing at Liu Haifeng standing beside her, felt a twinge of embarrassment over the single seat they occupied. "Make sure to sit properly and place the backpack at your feet. I'll keep watch over the jars of wine right beside you." "I know what you're about to say, but look around. Everyone else is in the same situation. There's nothing to be ashamed of." Hearing this, Wang Qian surveyed her surroundings and noticed many others either squatting or standing in the aisle, a considerable number of them without seats. Observing this reality, she refrained from further protest, yet her heart felt warm as she saw his tall figure protecting her, providing a profound sense of security. The journey was accompanied by the pungent odors of various livestock and the sweat of the passengers, creating a nauseating mixture that left the couple feeling quite ill. The bumpy ride rendered them mute, fearing that speaking might provoke a bout of nausea. Once they disembarked, they crouched by the roadside, gasping for breath, and upon seeing each other's disheveled state, they both burst into laughter. In truth, Wang Qian felt somewhat better, but her husband, in his determination to protect the wine jars from jostling, had been half-squatting the entire way. He was likely not only feeling dizzy and nauseous, but probably also suffering in his legs. It was truly a trial for him. "This cursed ride is torture every time. I need to buy a bicycle soon, so I won't have to endure this wretched journey again," he lamented. Wang Qian rolled her eyes at his bravado, thinking how unrealistic he was. A bicycle costs over 100, not to mention the fare needed to ride it. Where would they even acquire such tickets? However, to avoid dampening his enthusiasm, she feigned admiration for his idea. But even with a bicycle, the ride from their home to her mother's would take nearly 2 hours. Such a long trek would surely be exhausting, wouldn't it? Well, that may be true, but surely it would be far more comfortable than taking the bus, he countered. "Ah, you're being too simplistic. Just look at the mountain road ahead." Upon hearing his wife's words, Liu Haifeng looked up and surveyed the towering mountains before him, suddenly struck by a sense of disbelief. The road was indeed winding and treacherous, not only dizzying, but also riddled with potholes. Under these circumstances, Even a bicycle would hardly be of much use. Alas, it appears I have underestimated the complexity of the situation. Observing her husband, who resembled a wilted eggplant, Wang Qian could not suppress a chuckle. What do you think? Do you regret marrying a woman from the mountains? Here, it's not just the rugged paths that are challenging. The people are quite formidable as well. Don't be misled by my usual tenderness towards you. That is merely a reflection of your kindness. Otherwise, humph. Liu Haifeng, however, remained unperturbed. He had married a wife, not the mountains themselves, and felt immensely fortunate to have acquired such a treasure. What was a bit of mountainous terrain? It posed no real difficulty. Moreover, considering the original owner's reputation, if he could secure a good wife from their community, would Liu's mother have needed to venture into this secluded valley? Who says I have regrets? To have married such an exceptional wife, I must have surely saved the world in a past life. Otherwise, how could heaven have bestowed upon me such a beautiful and capable partner? He continued, and to be frank, it's only the treacherous roads here that pose a challenge. Otherwise, with a wife as gentle and kind as ours, what more could I desire? Humph. Flattering words, you certainly know how to charm. The two engaged in light-hearted banter, with Liu Haifeng occasionally making cheeky remarks that would cause Wang Qian to blush and chase after him playfully. Thus, after nearly an hour of traversing the mountain path, they finally glimpsed the outlines of houses in the distance. Upon seeing signs of civilization, Liu Haifeng, carrying 2 jars of wine, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. After the arduous journey, he felt as though his legs had become unresponsive, and if they hadn't arrived soon, he feared he would embarrass himself in front of his wife. Wang Qian, spotting the distant houses, felt a surge of excitement. After nearly a month away, she was finally returning home, to the place that had nurtured her. Surrounded by familiar sights, every blade of grass and tree felt endearing. Darling, let us push a little harder, we're just a couple of steps away. Once we're home, I'll pick some sour jujubes for you to enjoy. They should be ripe by now. I adored them as a child, though I wonder if the little ones at home have devoured them all. Seeing his wife, who spoke much more animatedly than she did at Liu's home, Liu Haifeng recognized the vivacity of a young girl. He understood, having just married, everything was new to her, and her slightly shy disposition was entirely reasonable. Shaking his head with a smile, he watched as she bounded ahead, and he quickly tightened his grip on the jars of wine to catch up. Chapter 36. A heartfelt conversation between mother and daughter. After only a few steps over a gentle slope, Liu Haifeng suddenly felt a brightening of his surroundings. There, nestled at the foot of the mountains, lay a quaint village. Observing the number of houses, he noted that the population was clearly not less than that of Lujiawan. The environment appeared serene and picturesque, complemented by the majestic peaks nearby. In a later era, this would undoubtedly be a popular tourist destination. Entering the village, they encountered someone emerging from a home, who, upon seeing them, especially Wang Qian, greeted them with a surprised smile. Oh my, isn't this little Qian? What brings you back at this hour? And who is this? Could he be your husband? Wang Qian, smiling brightly, responded, Hello, sister-in-law. It's only been a short while since we last met, and you seem to be glowing more than ever. By the way, this is Liu Haifeng, my husband. Liu Haifeng, unfamiliar with the people, could only nod politely with a smile. Hello, sister-in-law. Ah, how delightful. The lad seems quite proper, and Xiao Qian's sweet tongue remains unchanged. Haha. Oh my, is that not Xiao Qian? Has she returned with her new husband to celebrate the festival? Indeed. I spotted her from afar and initially thought I was mistaken, but to my surprise, it is truly her, and she has brought along an abundance of goods. This young lady certainly brings honor to the Wang family. Has Xiao Qian's husband also arrived? I must take a closer look. Last time, I was in such a hurry that I merely admired his appearance without scrutinizing him closely. Shall we go together later? It would be splendid to find Wang Posey for a chat, as we have nothing else to do. The warmth of the villagers is palpable, especially in the mountains where encounters with strangers are rare. Most of the residents are related in some manner, and upon seeing the new son-in-law, they immediately gather around. Chattering with curiosity, Liu Haifeng, following Wang Qian, exchanges greetings one by one. Observing these amiable individuals, he breathes a sigh of relief. It seems they are unaware of his reputation back in town. If that is the case, then surely his father-in-law and mother-in-law remain oblivious as well. He fears that they might already know of his past misdeeds, that he was nothing more than a slacker, idling his days away. Although his former self has perished, the shadows of that past are not easily cast aside. Listening to the inquiries around him, He responds adeptly, and when faced with questions he cannot answer, Wang Qian is there to steer the conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. As they were encircled and unable to move, someone ran to the Wang household to call for assistance. It was only after Wang Xiaodi emerged that they were able to break free from the crowd. Sister, brother-in-law. After calling out, Wang Xiaodi stepped forward to take the wine jar from his brother-in-law's hands. Liu Haifeng smiled in reply. According to Wang Qian, she has a younger brother, and it seems that this lad before him is indeed the one. At just 14 years of age, he has recently passed his entrance exams for high school, making him the most educated member of the Wang family. He appears to be of decent height. At 14, he is already nearing Liu Haifeng's shoulder. With a few more years of growth, he may well reach a height of 1.70 meters or even taller, perhaps due to his focus on studies. He presents a clean and refined appearance, resembling a young gentleman. However, he appears somewhat slender, resembling a bamboo shoot, likely a result of rapid growth without adequate nutrition. Wang Xiaodi, on the other hand, does not share his brother-in-law's optimism. Their family has no tall members, and based on the experiences of his older brothers, he would consider it a blessing if he reaches a height of 1.70 meters. Let us hurry. Our parents know you are coming. They have been busy cleaning and decorating the house all morning, eagerly awaiting your arrival. They called beforehand to say they would return a couple of days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the family has been looking forward to this day. Wang's father and mother stood at the door, spotting their daughter and son-in-law approaching from afar, and unable to contain their excitement, they rushed forward to greet them. You're back. Come inside. After such a long journey, you must be tired. Father, mother, I'm home, Wang Qian exclaimed, waving her arms enthusiastically. As if suddenly overtaken by childlike joy, the children of Wang Laoda and Wang Lair also rushed forward upon seeing their little aunt, eagerly calling out little aunt, little uncle, in excited unison. Liu Haifeng was so delighted that he couldn't contain his smile. He immediately instructed Wang Qian to take out the milk candies from the basket and share them with everyone. However, Wang's mother quickly intervened. Oh dear, that's not appropriate. It isn't the festival yet. We shouldn't indulge in sweets at this time. Save them for the celebrations. In those times, sweet treats were considered precious, especially candies. Some families would rather let them melt away than consume them. Although the Wang family was not like that, they also preferred to reserve candies for festive occasions when the children could enjoy them. Noticing the reluctance of the elderly couple, Liu Haifeng took matters into his own hands. Mother, today is a joyous occasion. The children all call me little uncle. How can we not have a token of celebration? Don't you agree? Besides, we brought 2 large bags, each weighing a pound. Let us open one bag for the children to sample. It won't hurt. Upon hearing this, the elderly couple was taken aback. How did you bring so much? Oh my, this son-in-law is quite generous. They knew that the famous white rabbit milk candies had once been scarce, only available in major cities. Only in recent years had the production increased, allowing ordinary people to purchase them. Nevertheless, they still cost a significant amount. 1 pound was priced at $1.50. 2 large bags must have cost around $3. They glanced at their daughter, who had placed the basket down, which not only contained a bag of mooncakes, but also a sizable piece of meat. The elderly couple exchanged glances, feeling a mix of heartache and joy. Heartache over the expense and joy that their daughter was valued in her in-laws' home. While they were still musing over this, Liu Haifeng had already opened a bag of candies and distributed 2 to each eager child. Naturally, he did not forget the young lady beside him, who was recovering her temperament. Wang Qian looked at the candy in her hand, somewhat dazed. Why do I have some too? Finally, she fixed her large, glistening eyes on Liu Haifeng. What is the matter? He asked, puzzled. Why are you giving me candy? I'm grown up now. You still treat me like a child? Haha. All the little ones get some. I can't let you just watch. That wouldn't be right. Besides, you are my wife. It wouldn't be appropriate to exclude you. He continued, who says adults can't enjoy milk candies? That is nonsense. Moreover, my wife will forever be 18, if that is the case. Then she is still a child in spirit, and why shouldn't she enjoy milk candies? Hearing Liu Haifeng's playful words and noticing the little ones gazing up at her with anticipation, Wang Qian suddenly felt her cheeks flush. Upon catching a glimpse of her sister-in-law and second sister-in-law teasing her, her face turned even redder. You really know how to talk. Your words are unfinished. Wang Qian stomped her foot, unable to bear the attention any longer. Blushing, she dashed towards the courtyard, followed closely by the children. Ha ha. This girl usually has a tough exterior. This is the first time we've seen her shy. Xiaofeng, Let us head inside as well. Wang's mother shook her head at the retreating figure, feeling quite pleased with the relationship between the young couple. It seemed they were getting along well, which put her mind at ease. Wang's father observed the scene thoughtfully, noting the interaction between the two. It appeared that this new son-in-law was treating his daughter with the same affection as he would his own, which explained why she seemed to be flourishing. Such a situation is untenable. How can a couple interact in this manner? It appears that he must take the time to enlighten this girl. Initially, I believed that upon marrying, she would gain some wisdom, yet it seems she continues to live her life without a care. In truth, Wang's father has misjudged the situation. Liu Haifeng merely exhibited his true nature when he casually welcomed his wife back to her parental home, and in the spirit of sharing sweets with the children, he inadvertently offered her a couple as well. His habitual teasing slipped out, leading to a misunderstanding on the part of his father-in-law. Upon entering the house, considering the distance they had traveled, it was likely that they were fatigued and hungry. Therefore, the family had prepared glutinous rice balls to satiate their appetites. After enjoying the delicacies, Liu Haifeng found himself engaged in conversation with Wang's father and others. They initially discussed the progress of building a new home, followed by Liu Haifeng announcing the date of the banquet and inviting them to partake in the festivities. The conversation then transitioned to the current year's harvest and future prospects. Liu Haifeng, ever confident, claimed he had never backed down from boasting. While the discussion flourished, Wang's mother eagerly pulled her daughter into a room, intending to inquire about her well-being in her new household and whether she had faced any mistreatment. Why did you come back with so many things? Are you not concerned about what your in-laws might say? This foolish girl. Is she only focused on preserving her family's image? Mother, what are you saying? Those items were prepared at my mother-in-law's behest. Although they were purchased by Haifeng, the funds and tickets were provided by her, including gifts for my return and the Mid-Autumn Festival. She even mentioned that their family is currently renovating their home and is not financially affluent, hence this modest contribution. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Wang's mother finally relaxed. She was apprehensive that her daughter's generous offerings might provoke discontent from her mother-in-law, but since it was all arranged by her in-laws, she felt no further concern. Well, as long as your mother-in-law is aware, that is sufficient. I feared you might have taken it upon yourself to decide, as you are now a daughter-in-law and cannot act with the same freedom as before. Oh, mother, your daughter is not a fool. Such simple reasoning is not lost on me. You impudent girl, I am merely teaching you how to be a good daughter-in-law. All right, mother. I have learned much from my sister-in-law over the years. I understand these principles well. Noticing her daughter's disinterest and recognizing her intelligence from a young age, Wang's mother ceased her admonitions. She then inquired about her relationship with her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law. When her son-in-law came to escort her for the marriage proposal, she observed that he did not seem particularly composed. Who arrives to propose and ends up intoxicated? Such behavior raises concerns about the family he hails from. These thoughts have troubled her for days. She had intended to gather information about her in-laws, but upon hearing her husband say that the marriage was already settled, she thought it futile to dwell on it. After all, the marriage had been established, and regretting it now would serve no purpose. Rest assured, mother, I am doing well here. Haifeng's two sisters-in-law are quite pleasant. While there are occasional minor disputes, overall, our interactions are harmonious. What? Disputes? Have you suffered any grievances? Oh, mother, please allow me to explain. In a household with so many individuals, it is inevitable that there will be misunderstandings. Every family has its own subtleties. And in my view, this is entirely normal. Moreover, at present, a new house is being constructed, and it will not be long before it is completed. Once finished, we will each reside separately, closing our doors to live our individual lives, thus alleviating any concerns you may have for me. My current life is quite comfortable. Furthermore, Haifeng is exceptionally attentive towards me, taking great care to ensure I face no grievances. He even refrains from allowing me to undertake any laborious tasks. He has also expressed his intention not to engage in farming, nor does he wish for me to do so, stating instead his desire to venture into small business endeavors while I manage household chores. Business? Upon hearing this, Wang Mu felt a twinge of concern, finding it somewhat dubious. Is it truly so easy to succeed in business? Moreover, it seems that contemporary society generally holds a disdain for entrepreneurship, viewing it as mere speculation. If this were a few years ago, such aspirations would have been met with scorn. Additionally, as a rural dweller, how could one thrive without farming? Oh dear, can you not adopt a more progressive mindset? In this day and age, how much can one truly earn from the land? You and your father have toiled your entire lives, and what do you have to show for it? Upon hearing this, Wang Mu struck her daughter's arm lightly in exasperation. You stubborn girl, have you been married only a few days and already looked down upon your hardworking parents? Even so, your father and I managed to raise you and your siblings through our farming efforts. Ouch, mother, please listen. That is not my intention, she replied. According to Haifeng, with the nation's reforms and openness, the government is encouraging business ventures. There is nothing to be ashamed of in that. I believe that money is tangible. Farming is at the mercy of the elements. If a drought were to occur, wouldn't our family suffer hunger? Such thoughts should not be entertained, Wang Mu admonished. All right, I won't say any more. Can you please let me finish? Wang Mu shot her daughter a glance, urging her to continue. Mother, Haifeng has been quite successful. Each time he goes out, he brings back several coins. Just imagine, if he were to go out daily, how much could he earn in a month? Wang Mu, who had never received an education, could not calculate the sum, yet the mere thought of earning several coins daily astonished her. Such earning potential? Indeed. Moreover, he entrusts all his earnings to me for safekeeping, she said, lifting her chin with pride. Well, that is commendable. A man who understands the importance of providing for his family and places his earnings in his wife's hands is indeed capable. Very good. Wang Mu felt pleased. Her impression of her son-in-law considerably brightened by her daughter's words. However, regarding the day of his marriage proposal, Wang Qian offered clarification. Haifeng explained to me that some people are envious of his good fortune, and under the guise of celebration, they inebriated him with inferior liquor the night before, resulting in his disorientation the following day. This excuse was crafted by Liu Haifeng to assuage his wife's worries, yet unexpectedly, it became a tool for her to silence her mother. Upon hearing this, Wang Mu felt reassured, though a lingering sense of unease remained, the source of which eluded her for the moment. However, her impression of this son-in-law has been steadily improving. Not only is his family generous, but he also appears to be a decent person who treats her daughter well and is diligent in earning money for her. After discussing the topic of her in-laws, Wang Qian turned her attention to her own family matters. Glancing out the window to ensure no one was listening, she leaned in and quietly inquired, Mother, what about my elder and younger sisters-in-law? Noticing her daughter's caution, Wang's mother understood what she was about to ask. Regarding her two daughters-in-law, she too felt a sense of worry. Shaking her head, she replied, There has been no progress. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian immediately grew anxious. What is happening? Wasn't everything fine before? Have you consulted anyone? We consulted a doctor long ago, who stated that both your sisters-in-law are severely depleted in health. What? How could that be? I had no idea. Wang Qian exclaimed. They seem perfectly fine to me. Besides, our family is not so impoverished as to lack food. Why would I discuss such matters with you, my little girl? Wang's mother rolled her eyes at her daughter's needless concern and sighed deeply. Do you remember a few years ago when we suffered from drought? Our harvest was poor, and it was during that time that both your sisters-in-law happened to become pregnant. They had to endure that period without proper care and nutrition, which certainly took a toll on their health. Wang Qian recalled the grain shortage from that year, when the harvest had already been poor, and after paying taxes, the rations were even less. During that time, everyone appeared gaunt and emaciated. If it weren't for the mountainous region providing some sustenance, many would have perished from hunger. So what can we do? What else can be done? Now that we understand the cause, we must ensure they recuperate properly. After all, your sisters-in-law and your elder brother are still young. In a couple of years, once they regain their health, they can consider having children. But why are you in such a rush? Oh, mother, how can I not be anxious? Haifeng has many friends and often ventures into the city to earn money. I've heard him say that family planning regulations are becoming increasingly stringent. Isn't our village always clamoring about implementing family planning? Although we are situated in a remote area where policies are enforced slowly, with the outside world being so strict, it won't be long before we face similar circumstances. By then, even if my sisters-in-law recover, they may not be allowed to conceive, and if they do, they might be forced to terminate the pregnancies. Wang's mother was taken aback. How can this be? Isn't it merely a slogan? Is it truly that severe? Indeed. The situation outside is quite dire. Otherwise, why would I bring this up with you? Seeing that her daughter appeared sincere and not deceitful, Wang's mother grew increasingly anxious. What should they do? In this day and age, every family seems to have a multitude of children, as many believe that having more offspring brings more blessings. Moreover, having several children provides mutual support, How could one or two be sufficient? Wang Qian had gathered this information from Liu Haifeng, and, combined with her regular conversations with her sisters-in-law, she sensed that the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. She took the opportunity of her visit home to discuss these concerns with her mother. In truth, Liu Haifeng was also unaware of the specific details. He had only heard about it from his uncle in a previous life. According to my uncle, during their era, the regulation of such matters was exceedingly stringent. In an effort to curb population growth, countless women were forcibly taken to terminate their pregnancies. To illustrate, take his cousin as an example. As my uncle recounted, at that time, my aunt was expecting my cousin. To ensure the child's survival, she endured several months in the mountains, suffering immensely. After the child was born, she stealthily returned home, only to be discovered later, resulting in a hefty fine that ultimately cost my uncle his civil service position. Whenever he speaks of this, my uncle's expression is one of deep resentment, reflecting the profound suffering inflicted upon them during that period. Furthermore, he mentioned that when his cousin applied for university, he discovered he did not even have a household registration, rendering him a de facto stateless individual. Had he not lived in a rural area, he likely would have been unable to pursue his education. This revelation incensed him, as he had previously gone through connections and financial means to secure a registration, only to find out that it had not been processed when it came time for his child to apply for college. Fortunately, things have improved in our area, though I have heard that it is far worse in larger cities. Many children, even when fully formed, have been brutally aborted. And although Wang Qian has not witnessed such horrors, she was deeply unsettled by her husband's accounts. Initially, she thought he was merely trying to frighten her, but his solemn oath convinced her otherwise, causing her great concern, especially when considering her two sisters-in-law's situations. Wang's mother, upon hearing this, turned pale with fear. How could this happen? They were fully formed. The implications of forced abortions are dire, not only for the children but also for the mothers, who could face grave risks. Who could dispute that? Additionally, it is said that even if a child is born secretly, obtaining a household registration remains uncertain. Without this registration, what will become of them? They would be considered stateless. This would not only hinder their education but also pose significant challenges in adulthood. Moreover, I have heard that fines are imposed, which can amount to several hundred or even thousands of yuan, an immense financial burden for any family, potentially leading to financial ruin. How can one continue living under such circumstances? Listening to her daughter's grave concerns, Wang's mother felt utterly bereft of solutions. She contemplated not having more children, yet the reality of their few offspring weighed heavily on her mind. The eldest son had only one child, a boy, while the second family had just one child as well, a girl. What would happen in the future when no one was left to provide support in their old age? Surely, they could not resort to marrying off a daughter to a family. Wang Qian also felt overwhelmed by the situation, as her sisters-in-law struggled to conceive. And the longer it took, the more perilous it became. After conversing for a while longer, both emerged from the room with troubled expressions. Liu Haifeng and his companions were chatting in the main room, but he remained attentive to the outside. Upon seeing his wife exit with a distressed demeanor, he assumed something was amiss and contemplated inquiring about it. However, noticing his father-in-law engrossed in conversation, he thought it inappropriate to excuse himself. Wang Laodao observed his brother-in-law shifting uncomfortably, suspecting he was unwell. Considering the arduous journey he had undertaken, he decided to interrupt their father's discourse. "Are you feeling unwell?" Indeed, after traversing the arduous mountain paths for so long, one must feel fatigued. "It was our oversight. We should have allowed you to rest first." Upon hearing this, Father Wang expressed concern. Engrossed in conversation with the new son-in-law, he had momentarily forgotten this matter. Let us defer any further discussions for another time. For now, please proceed to the room we have prepared for you to rest. That room was once occupied by Xiao Qian before her marriage. Eldest brother, please take a phone to have a look. If there is anything unsatisfactory, do not hesitate to voice it. Oh, I am perfectly fine, not tired at all. Father, elder brother, you are far too considerate. Having a place to stay is already wonderful. There is no need to be picky. That is good to hear. Our mountain dwelling cannot compare to yours. It is relatively modest here. Should there be any grievances, I ask for your understanding. This is the best we can offer, and I apologize for any inconvenience. As for Liu Haifeng's claim of not being tired, Father Wang dismissed it, believing it to be mere politeness. Come now, father. You speak as if I am an outsider. As the saying goes, a son-in-law is still part of the family. After all, I am in my own home. How could I harbor any discontent? Pleased by his son-in-law's words, Father Wang felt satisfied. This young man not only possessed worldly knowledge but also understood how to navigate social situations. Indeed, quite commendable. Once their idle chatter concluded, Liu Haifeng finally had the opportunity to inquire with his wife about the events that had transpired earlier. Why did she appear so pale? Wang Qian, considering he was her husband and not a stranger, shared the gist of her earlier conversation with her mother, primarily concerning family planning matters. After listening, Liu Haifeng furrowed his brow. The issue was rather complex, and he could not immediately conceive a suitable solution. This was a nationwide concern. There was no escaping it regardless of where one might go, unless one intended to live secluded in the depths of the mountains for a lifetime. It was futile to think relocation would help. In this era, even traveling far required a letter of introduction. Otherwise, one might be mistaken for a drifter and returned, facing possible penalties. Brother Foam, darling, you are resourceful. Surely you can devise a plan for our family. Liu Haifeng rolled his eyes, as if to say, do you truly believe I am a miracle worker? He shook his head, indicating his inability to assist. Wang Qian, witnessing his reaction, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She had hoped to glean some useful advice from her husband, only to find him equally at a loss. Chapter 38. A lavish dinner that evening, perhaps influenced by a prior conversation between Wang's mother and her daughter. The dining table was already adorned with fragrant dry pot rabbit meat, and yet they had also prepared a stew from a hen. Mother, isn't that hen meant for laying eggs? Wang's mother shot a disapproving glance at her youngest son. Eat your food. Do I need your input on how to cook? Seeing his mother's displeasure, Wang's youngest son shrank back, reluctant to provoke her further. He muttered softly, I was merely asking. Why such anger? What did you say? Nothing. Nothing at all. After chastising her youngest, Wang's mother personally served bowls of chicken soup to her new son-in-law and 2 daughters-in-law. Observing this, Liu Haifeng quickly reached out to accept the soup. Mother, you needn't trouble yourself. I can manage. The 2 daughters-in-law of the Wang family were taken aback. It was unprecedented for a husband to be served by his mother-in-law during a meal after so many years of marriage. This gesture left them both moved and flustered. Mother, I can handle it myself. Indeed, Mother, this chicken soup is nourishing. You and Father should indulge, while we are content with the vegetables, not to mention the rabbit meat. The Wang brothers were somewhat perplexed. Just enjoy your soup. Do not mind your father and me. After dinner, I will explain everything in detail, said Wang mother. Observing the family's reluctance, Liu Haifeng felt a tad awkward. Initially taken aback by their insistence, he now felt that the soup was unexpectedly hot for his taste. After some contemplation, he chose not to drink and pushed the bowl towards his wife. Here, dear, you should have some too. It's important for your nourishment. Wang Qian, savoring a delicious rabbit leg, was momentarily surprised by the sudden appearance of the soup before glancing at the man beside her, then humorously pushing it back. You need not worry about me. Just enjoy yours. Wang father encouraged Liu Haifeng to partake in his own meal, dismissing the commotion at the table. He never interfered with his wife's affairs. Over the years, she had managed their home with admirable efficiency, and he understood her actions were always well-founded. Eldest brother, while the feast is bountiful, go and fetch a jar of wine brought by my son-in-law today. It would be splendid to share a drink together. All right, I shall do just that. Wang's younger brother appeared enthusiastic at the mention of wine. You sit tight. I'll handle this, he said, darting off to retrieve the wine. Laughter filled the air as everyone enjoyed their meal, and the jar containing 2 gin of wine was emptied entirely, except for the 2 who were preparing for pregnancy. Even Wang Qian and Wang mother sampled a small bowl. Wang Qian, perhaps unaccustomed to alcohol, turned rosy after just a sip, her large, glistening eyes appearing slightly moist, adding a touch of allure to her already beautiful face. Although 2 gin of wine may seem substantial, the number of drinkers made it less potent, especially since it was rice wine, which is not overly intoxicating. Once satiated, the family settled in the courtyard, relishing the gentle breeze and continuing their earlier conversations. As Liu Haifeng felt the coolness of the evening air, he patted his stomach contentedly, remarking on how delightful the weather was in the mountains, as opposed to the stifling heat they would have experienced back in their village. As the moon reached its zenith and the hour grew late, Wang father suggested they retire for the night. Liu Haifeng entered the house, shed his clothes, and embraced his wife, planting a fervent kiss upon her. Wang Qian, somewhat disdainful, turned his face away. Do not cling to me in this heat. And your mouth, Did you not think to rinse before bed? It reeks of alcohol. Listening to his wife's gentle scolding, Liu Haifeng chuckled, wrapping his arms around her waist and nuzzling her back. Sensing her body stiffen slightly, he playfully patted her backside. All right, my dear, let us not quarrel tonight. We should retire early. With that, he closed his eyes and began to snore. Wang Qian, initially anticipating his usual antics, was surprised by his unusual compliance. However, she understood. After the long trek through the mountains and the wine at dinner, fatigue was only natural. With a light chuckle, she nestled into a comfortable position in the man's embrace and soon drifted off to sleep. The following day, when Liu Haifeng awoke, he found himself alone. The space beside him empty. Initially disoriented, he yawned widely and stretched luxuriously, the sounds of children playing outside reminding him that he was at his wife's family home. Recalling the previous day's conversation with his brothers-in-law about a trip to the mountains, he hurriedly got out of bed and dressed. From their casual chatter, he learned that many families in the mountains possessed homemade guns, and the thought thrilled him. He had never held a firearm in either his past or present life. So today he was determined to fire a couple of shots. As he stepped out to freshen up, he realized he was the last to rise. Even the young lad from his brother-in-law's family was already bustling around the yard, feeling slightly embarrassed at having indulged in sleep while the others were up and about. He was relieved to find that the Wang family merely smiled at him without any inquiries. After a quick breakfast, Liu Haifeng joined the Wang brothers on their expedition. Wang Qian opted to stay behind. A group of men hunting in the mountains was nothing new to her, and given the sweltering heat, she preferred the comfort of home. Eager to catch up with her parents and share many stories, Liu Haifeng did not insist. His mind was consumed by the rustic firearm in his hands, which he excitedly examined from every angle. Truth be told, no man could resist the allure of firearms. He recalled his childhood, when the most popular item purchased with his New Year's money was a plastic toy gun from the local shop, priced at merely 2 yuan. A staple for every child in the village, as they played games of cops and robbers daily. "Brother, is there no gunpowder in this?" he asked, prompting Wang Laoda to chuckle and nod. "It appears you've never handled one before. I was worried you might accidentally discharge it, so I left out the gunpowder for now. Once we reach the right spot and see suitable game, I will teach you how to fire a couple of rounds." Liu Haifeng nodded in understanding. A homemade gun, as the name suggests, is an informal firearm, and if mishandled, it could be quite dangerous. Moreover, loading ammunition is somewhat cumbersome, requiring both gunpowder and iron pellets for each shot. The mountains here are vastly different from the modest hills of Lujiawan. Those hills pale in comparison to the towering peaks surrounding him now, and he began to understand why this place was referred to as a mountain valley. Suitable farmland is scarce here, and each household relies on the mountains for sustenance. However, being deep in the mountains presents challenges, as travel requires a 1 or 2 hour trek, complicating the sale of goods. The Wang family cultivated a small patch of tea trees on one of the gentler slopes, land they had contracted the previous year. Adjacent to the tea grove was a fruit orchard, planted with a variety of fruit trees. Within their town, there was a fruit canning factory that purchased their harvest. However, as many locals also cultivated fruit trees, prices remained stagnant. Each year, the fruits sold merely supplemented their household budget. Upon reaching their destination, the group began to scour the surroundings in search of prey. In areas frequented by hunters, the likelihood of encountering large game was slim, with the most common sightings being wild chickens and hares. Whether it was the inherent luck of this body or Liu Haifeng's keen eyesight, it wasn't long before he spotted a wild rabbit nibbling on the grass. Reminded of the dry pot rabbit he had savored the previous day, he swallowed hard at the thought of today's spicy rabbit feast. Although the meat might be somewhat tough, the rabbit's vigorous lifestyle lent it a delightful chewiness and flavor. He quietly beckoned his brother-in-law over and observed with a glimmer of envy as he expertly loaded the powder. "Let me demonstrate the first shot," declared Wang Laoda, lifting his gun to aim before pulling the trigger. Chapter 39, The Hunt Bang. Although Liu Haifeng had mentally prepared himself, he still flinched at the sound. The noise was indeed quite loud, especially at such close range, and having never experienced anything like it, his reaction was entirely understandable. Wang Laoda chuckled and patted Liu Haifeng on the shoulder. "How was that? Not too bad, right?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Liu Haifeng scratched his head, acknowledging that his earlier reaction was somewhat shameful. "Haha, it wasn't that bad. I was prepared, but I didn't expect the sound to be so thunderous." The shot echoed through the mountains, amplifying its intensity. "Don't worry, you'll get used to it." given that you've never handled a gun before. Your performance today was commendable. Unlike my younger brother, who, when he first accompanied me hunting, would drop to the ground in fright whenever I fired a shot, crying inconsolably. Upon hearing his older brother tease him, Wang Qian, who had just rushed over with Wang Laodi, immediately protested. "What are you talking about, big brother? Haha. Now you're shy, but back then it was quite the spectacle. We took turns trying to comfort you for ages while you sobbed uncontrollably. Come on, big brother. That was ages ago," Wang Qian exclaimed, nearly hopping in frustration. "Why bring up old stories now? It's not amusing." Once the commotion subsided, they remembered to check on the rabbit that had been shot. Liu Haifeng dashed to the location, and upon arrival, he was taken aback. The rabbit, which had been leisurely munching on grass moments ago, now lay contorted and marred by several bloody wounds, presenting a rather gruesome sight. It was undeniable that the gun had proven its power. Wang Qian approached, excitedly lifting the hefty rabbit in his hands. "Big brother, this one must weigh around 4 pounds. Unperturbed by the blood, he had grown accustomed to such sights. Wang Laodi nodded, glancing at Liu Haifeng beside him. "This is the reality of shooting rabbits. It's efficient, yet undeniably cruel. Typically, we would set a few traps and return days later to check on them. Today, however, I wanted you to experience handling a gun." Liu Haifeng suppressed a grimace. Cruel? It sounded as though they were sparing the rabbits caught in traps from death. He hesitated to approach, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Subsequently, a few individuals continued their pursuit with the rabbit, occasionally encountering a wild chicken. Liu Haifeng, unable to hit it with his gun, watched it escape. He also fired a couple of shots at a wild hare, but his aim was poor, perhaps due to lack of experience, and he failed to graze even a hair of his quarry. Nonetheless, he derived great satisfaction from simply handling the firearm. The group did not limit themselves to shooting. They also rummaged through previously dug traps to see if they had yielded any spoils. After returning for a midday meal, they ventured out once more, this time without their guns, with spirits high as they set out to collect wild chicken eggs and inspect rabbit burrows. Wild chickens proved elusive, flapping their wings and swiftly vanishing from sight, unless fortune led one to inadvertently fall into a trap, making capture quite a challenge. After a considerable amount of time, the group managed to retrieve only one rabbit from the traps they had set earlier. Originally, there had been 2, but one had succumbed to the ravages of time and ants, rendering it unfit for keeping. The wild hare, however, was easier to catch. One simply needed to block the entrance and use smoke to their advantage. At that moment, Liu Haifeng was tending a fire, tossing in additional dry twigs and grasses to create a denser cloud of smoke, while vigorously fanning the entrance with a leaf from an unknown plant. "Brother-in-law, put in more effort. I can hear movement," Wang Qian exclaimed excitedly, holding a basket at another burrow's mouth. Upon hearing this, Liu Haifeng hastened his actions. Even as tears streamed from his eyes due to the smoke, he worked tirelessly to fan the fire. Before long, Wang Xiao's jubilant shout echoed, "Brother-in-law, I caught it! I caught it!" Liu Haifeng dropped the leaf and rushed over, discovering a plump rabbit bouncing within the basket. He signaled to Wang Qian, and together, they restrained the rabbit, binding it securely with a vine. As Liu Haifeng gazed at the rabbit, he began to envision various culinary possibilities. Should it be braised, stir-fried, or perhaps a whole rabbit hot pot? He mused that even in the sweltering heat, a hot pot could provide some relief from humidity. "Brother-in-law, are there rabbits in your area?" Liu Haifeng nodded in response. "Yes, we have them, but not in abundance like here. Perhaps it's due to the environment. Our mountains are low, resembling mere mounds compared to yours, with a mix of trees where many gather firewood, possibly depleting the population." Wang Qian listened intently, relishing the tales of others. Liu Haifeng glanced ahead, but did not see Wang Laodi and his companion, prompting him to beckon Wang Qian. "Come, let us walk and talk. I wonder if our elder brother has caught that rabbit." The 4 had split into pairs, each assigned to a rabbit burrow, previously agreeing to a friendly competition to see who could catch a rabbit first. "Yes, let's hurry. We've already captured ours. Now we await news of theirs." Upon reuniting, they saw each other proudly carrying rabbits, playfully declaring it a tie. Observing the excitement of the third brother, Wang Laodi invited Liu Haifeng to visit more often, enhancing the convivial atmosphere. Nestled deep within the mountains, they find themselves in a remote locale, with few relatives nearby. Moreover, the infrequent visits from outsiders have led Wang Laodi, who has watched the youngest grow up, to indulge him, especially as he observes the burgeoning camaraderie between him and his brother-in-law. Liu Haifeng wholeheartedly agrees. Having thoroughly enjoyed his day, the mountains possess their own charm, abundant with resources. Not only are there plenty of wild chickens and rabbits, but also an ample supply of chestnuts to gather, not to mention the occasional discovery of mushrooms and wild fruits. Truly a cornucopia of nature's bounty. Later, accompanying Wang Laoda to the tea and fruit orchards, Liu Haifeng notes the modest saplings, realizing that it will take 2 years before they bear fruit. While Liu Haifeng revels in the mountain's delights, Wang Qian engages in lively conversation with her 2 sisters-in-law at home, cradling her petite niece in her arms. She admires the child's gentle demeanor and pops a milk candy into her mouth. Today, her mother has discreetly recounted the events of the previous day to her sisters-in-law, who were taken aback upon hearing the news, lingering in a state of trepidation. Wang Erseo feels the weight of greater concern than her sister-in-law, as she too has a single child, yet hers is a daughter, leaving no male heir for her husband. The sudden revelation has left her in despair. The women of the household engaged in discourse on this topic for the afternoon, ultimately resolving to nurture their children as best as they could, recognizing it as their only recourse. According to Wang Mu, the priority now is to ensure good health and conceive, aiming to give birth before their circumstances become even more precarious. To this end, Wang Mu plans to refrain from allowing these 2 women to undertake strenuous labor, advising them to avoid cold water and ensuring they receive proper nutrition. With several hens at home, she intends to prepare a nourishing soup daily for them. She is resolute that with such care, they will certainly regain their strength over time. Although circumstances had been dire previously, the present hardships pale in comparison to the importance of childbearing. Despite the emotional toll, she steels herself to make this decision, recognizing that while the eldest son's family is manageable, the second son's household urgently needs a male heir. After all, it is said that among the greatest grievances is the lack of descendants. As the afternoon approached mealtime, Wang Qian, noticing the absence of the men, felt a growing impatience and decided to step outside to glimpse the road. Just as she reached the threshold, she heard her younger brother calling out, "Sister, sister, come see our haul." As she turned, a group of them entered, burdened with their catch. Seeing their triumphant demeanor, Wang Mu smiled and remarked, "It appears you have had quite the fruitful day." Wang Xiaodi, the most exuberant among them, beamed with pride, opening the basket on his back and grinning widely as the women looked on. "Behold, these are the fruits of our labor today, 5 wild rabbits and 2 pheasants." Initially, there was only 1 pheasant with a single eye, but a rather foolish bird, in its panic, flapped its wings and fell not far from us. Observing her younger brother's proud demeanor, Wang Qian found it somewhat embarrassing to witness such foolishness. Despite her thoughts, she gradually approached, stretching her neck to peek inside, and then moved to stand beside her man. Curious, she inquired, "What have you gathered?" Liu Haifeng grinned widely. "These are the hawthorns I picked. I was surprised to find so many in your area, left unattended. I noticed many had already been nibbled by the wild creatures of the mountain, so I thought I would gather a good amount to bring back." Wang Qian rolled her eyes upon hearing this. Her companion truly lacked discernment. With so many delightful treasures in the mountains, he chose to collect these unwanted wild fruits. And he seemed quite proud of his find, as if he had struck a great bargain. Reluctant to dampen his spirits, she forced herself to offer a couple of insincere compliments. Liu Haifeng, perceptive as he was, remained unfazed. His intention behind gathering such a quantity of hawthorn was clear. "Does Xiao Feng enjoy these?" Wang's father inquired. "Not particularly. I have a purpose for them. I plan to see if I can sell them." "Is there really a market for such a thing?" Wang's father questioned, intrigued. "They are abundant in our mountains. Merely a sour snack that the locals have long grown weary of. If they were profitable, surely the mountain folk would have already flourished." "Not exactly," Liu Haifeng clarified. "I intend to see if I can make candied hawthorn skewers to sell, though I have yet to try it, so I cannot be certain of the outcome." "Candied hawthorn? What is that?" Wang's father appeared perplexed. Wang Xiaodi, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, suddenly interjected, "Oh, father, the brother-in-law means candied fruit. Didn't T-mother sometimes make that for the sisters? Have you forgotten?" As a high school student, he was certainly familiar with the treat. Upon hearing this, Wang's father had an epiphany. "Ah, so that is what it is. It seems it's merely a difference in terminology. Brother-in-law, are you going to sell candied hawthorn?" Wang Xiaodi expressed interest in his brother-in-law's endeavor. Everyone else turned their attention toward Liu Haifeng. He nodded. "I do have such plans, though I have yet to experiment with it, so I cannot say for sure if it will work." Wang Erseo furrowed her brow. This treat requires a fair amount of sugar, and given its current scarcity, will it be profitable? Liu Haifeng shook his head. I have yet to calculate the costs. The specifics will only be evident once I attempt to sell them. However, I intend to give it a try. After all, hawthorn is largely unvalued in your area. Even if it doesn't yield profit, the loss won't be significant. Besides, it is made of sugar, which I believe will not fail to attract buyers. He felt confident about its marketability, knowing that every child has an affinity for such delights. Reflecting on his own childhood, he recalled how he would throw tantrums to accompany his mother to the city, solely for the chance to savor those skewers of candied hawthorn. Wang Qian, can you procure the sugar needed? Not certainly, but one must at least try. Then go ahead and pursue it without hesitation. I support you. Wang Qian, in this regard, appeared quite open-minded. As long as the man is willing to make an effort. She fears nothing more than the apathy of someone who cannot even summon the resolve to try. The elders, upon hearing this, expressed their concern. What is the point of such futile endeavors? Is sugar free of charge? Understanding the thoughts of his mother-in-law, Liu Haifeng could only offer a brief explanation. Mother, as you know, our family is on the verge of a division, and our future will depend solely on our own efforts. I am not ashamed to admit that I am not cut out for farming, and I certainly do not wish for my wife to toil in the fields under the sun. So, what shall we do if we do not farm? We must find ways to earn a living. I want to provide a good life for Qian, and that requires bold experimentation, regardless of the outcome. We must at least attempt it. Indeed, he said, if one is too timid to even try, how can they expect to earn? In that case, it would be better to wash up and go to sleep, for in dreams, anything is possible. After hearing his son-in-law's words, Wang's father found merit in the reasoning. Relying solely on agriculture was not a path to prosperity. Like him, though he had raised his children, the current state of their household was merely a struggle for sustenance, not a thriving existence. Wang's mother, noticing her husband's sudden interjection, shot him a sharp glare. This old man spoke as if it were easy, if such methods were profitable. Surely others would have already adopted them. Did he truly believe everyone else was foolish? However, seeing her son-in-law's determination, she chose not to voice further objections. For some lessons can only be learned through experience. Liu Haifeng, observing the expressions of those around him, understood their concerns. In truth, the scarcity of candied hawthorn sellers nowadays is somewhat connected to the limited availability of sugar. The production of this delicacy has dwindled, and its supply hinges upon sugar rationing. He recalled someone who might be of assistance and resolved to seek out a source that does not require tickets for sugar. All right, everyone. No need to linger in the courtyard. The meal will be ready shortly. Hurry and wash up, he called out. Today's meal bore little distinction from yesterday's, featuring a large pot of chicken soup. To nourish his two daughters-in-law, Wang's mother had spared no expense. The only variation was that the rabbit had been prepared in a spicy style instead of the dry pot. Mother, why are you slaughtering another chicken? Don't we have rabbits? At the very least, we have wild chickens, Liu's youngest son remarked cheerfully. Wang's mother shot him a glare. Are you in charge? I will slaughter as I wish. Do I need to report to you? If you don't want to eat, then don't. Yet, glancing at her lanky youngest son, she reconsidered and added, don't just eat meat, drink some soup too. The nourishment is in the broth. The old hen's soup is particularly restorative. Wang Xiaodi wrinkled his nose. Why drink soup when there is meat? Even if it's nutritious, I prefer to chew on the meat. What is so great about broth? Noticing the spicy rabbit meat on the table, Liu Haifeng looked at his wife, realizing she had prepared it specifically for him after hearing his lunchtime cravings. What are you staring at? Didn't you say you wanted to eat this at noon? Come, taste how I made it. My wife's cooking is certainly delicious, he said with a grin, secretly squeezing her hand beneath the table. What are you doing? Wang Qian raised an eyebrow, pulling her hand back and pinching his waist. Stop your nonsense. Hurry and have a taste. If you have any feedback, please share it, so I can improve next time. After dinner, I strolled in the yard to aid in digestion and noticed my mother-in-law bustling about, so I decided to lend a hand. Mother, is there anything I can do? Wang Qian approached with a basket and waved her hand dismissively. You go enjoy your walk, or engage your father in conversation. I can manage here. Dear wife, what is mother up to? I asked. Is she not planning to prepare a hearty meal for the elder and younger sisters-in-law? However, if that is the case, the supply of chickens at home may not suffice, so she intends to hatch some chicks. Hatching chicks? Liu Haifeng mused, stroking his chin. Currently, he was in need of money, with thoughts of profit occupying his mind. The economy had just begun to reform, and the idea of a chicken rear bank seemed to hold promise. However, he was also apprehensive about avian influenza, which was rampant at that time. He certainly did not wish to see the chickens he had painstakingly raised meet an untimely demise, lest he end up suffering considerable losses. Nevertheless, based on a news report he had seen some time ago, the virus appeared to be spreading primarily abroad, with its presence in the domestic realm still nascent. Perhaps, in the coming 2 years, there was indeed potential. One must acknowledge that hens were fetching a price of 1.3 yuan per pound, and each chicken would weigh, on average, 3 to 4 pounds. If he were to raise more, he could potentially strike it rich. Additionally, with eggs averaging 6 to 7 cents each, if he raised chickens, by the next spring, when they began laying eggs, the profits would surely flow in abundantly. While such calculations were not entirely accurate, considering the prospects, this venture seemed promising. With newfound resolve, Liu Haifeng sought guidance from his mother-in-law on the process of hatching chicks. Currently, there were no chicks available for sale. Everyone was hatching their own. To establish a scale, one must rely on oneself. Thus, this skill was essential to learn. He shared his ideas with his mother-in-law and wife, to which Wang Mu appeared contemplative. She believed her son-in-law's idea was sound, more reliable than selling candied hawthorn. Wang Qian gazed at her husband, filled with pride as he spoke eloquently. Regardless of whether these ideas would yield profits, the mere ability to conceive them demonstrated his intelligence. She increasingly felt that her initial decision to marry him was astutely made, with no hesitation whatsoever. With such a brilliant mind, he would surely navigate through life as challenges with resilience. Feeling the admiration in his wife's eyes, Liu Haifeng felt a swell of pride. It was likely that many shared similar thoughts, yet the distinction between thought and action was significant. In this era, only those bold enough to take risks could prosper. The complacent would always be left enviously trailing behind others, observing others reaping rewards, and only then deciding to act would leave one with mere scraps. The principle of being the first to seize opportunities was timeless. Chapter 41. A self-inflicted hardship. The following day, rising early, they prepared to return home. As it was the Mid-Autumn Festival, they had already spent 2 nights away, and if they did not return soon, Liu Haifeng's mother would surely begin to fret. They had brought sweets and meat with them, but would return laden with mountainous goods. Wang Qian carried a wicker basket, the bottom filled with dried wood-ear mushrooms and jujubes, while the middle was lined with leafy greens that held 3 live rabbits, securely tied, alongside a wild chicken that, in its fury, had succumbed to its own breath overnight. Liu Haifeng, however, felt a sense of foreboding. Yesterday, he had prided himself on the bounty he had gathered, an abundance of hawthorn, chestnuts, and mushrooms that no one else wanted. Yet now, confronted with the sheer volume of his haul, the elation he had felt during collection was overshadowed by a profound sense of regret. The weight of the load was considerable, and recalling the arduous mountain path they had traversed, he began to waver in his resolve. "Mother, perhaps we should leave some behind?" He pondered, but he dismissed the thought. Knowing the abundance here was plentiful, why be polite? If you crave these, just have your brothers take a stroll in the mountains. The journey was long, and having come this far, he wished to bring back as much as he could. Despite his hesitation to admit the load was too heavy for him to bear alone, his father-in-law and his wife insisted on providing him with 2 burlap sacks, into which they packed everything. The mushrooms were difficult to fit, so Wang Qian held them in her hands. They then fashioned a makeshift yoke from a stick wrapped in straw to carry the 2 sacks. Witnessing this scene sent shivers down his spine, yet the enthusiasm radiating from his mother-in-law and her family made it seem rude to refuse. With no other option, he grimaced and, under the watchful eyes of his in-laws, hoisted the burden and followed his wife down the mountain path. Although the straw cushioning alleviated some of the strain on his shoulders, the 2 sacks weighed a solid 100 pounds. After only a short distance, he found himself struggling to catch his breath. "Wife, please don't walk so quickly. Wait for me." Wang Qian halted, glancing back at her panting husband with an arched eyebrow, her tone laced with mock concern. "Are you all right? We've only taken a few steps, and you're already in need of a break." Liu Haifeng, recognizing the gleeful expression on his wife's face, felt a surge of embarrassment. Gritting his teeth as he resolved to bear the burden he had brought upon himself, tears or not. As for his capabilities, just wait until tonight. I'll show you. After spending 2 nights at his mother-in-law's, he was now feeling restless. Despite his wife's current jubilance, he was certain that by evening, she would be pleading for mercy with a hoarse voice. Noticing the mischievous grin on Liu Haifeng's face, Wang Qian understood that her husband was indulging in inappropriate thoughts. Huh, if you're so capable, then rise to the challenge. Don't just talk big. You look strong, yet after only a few steps, you've wilted? Without waiting for Liu Haifeng, who was catching his breath, she boldly strode ahead. That cheeky girl. You better not beg for mercy tonight, he retorted, determined to keep up. Don't boast. Show me you can keep up. Watching his wife sway away, Liu Haifeng gritted his teeth and summoned his strength once more, refusing to believe that his considerable stature could be bested by mere sacks. Such aspirations were delightful, yet reality proved to be quite the contrary. As Liu Haifeng trudged along, he found himself devoid of the desire to speak. By the time he reached the town to catch a ride, his face was flushed crimson, sweat pouring down in torrents. He massaged his shoulders, his breathing labored and rasping, akin to the wheezing of a bellows. He felt as though he might collapse from exhaustion if he did not rest soon. How are you holding up? Came a voice. I'm all right, he managed to utter through clenched teeth. Gazing at the woman beside him, an urge to bite her in frustration surged within him. Wang Qian blinked her charming eyes, sensing her man's fatigue, and offered words of encouragement. My peak brother is the best. Even with all this weight, he moves with such agility. And those little hills are nothing. Yet, as Liu Haifeng looked at her, any affection was overshadowed by annoyance. She resembled a relentless imp, chattering incessantly throughout their journey. Every time he contemplated surrendering, she would challenge his resolve. However, observing her slightly swollen lips, he pondered whether he could have persevered through such a lengthy trek without her encouragement, as she had provided him some much-needed vitality. Upon boarding the vehicle, Liu Haifeng quickly secured his seat, unbothered by the dirt on the floor as he plopped down, his legs trembling with fatigue. He felt as if he might collapse if he didn't take a moment to rest. Wang Qian sat in the spot he had claimed for her, her heart heavy with guilt as she witnessed his exhaustion, prompting her to reflect whether she had pushed him too hard. Perhaps she should reward him later that evening? At that moment, someone noticed the mushrooms Wang Qian was carrying and approached her to inquire about a possible trade. Another individual, spotting Liu Haifeng's 2 large bags, asked what treasures they contained and whether they were for sale. Liu Haifeng immediately shook his head, adamantly refusing. Wang Qian, however, found herself tempted by the idea. If they could sell a portion of what they carried, it might ease her man's burdens. Liu Haifeng, sensing her thoughts, firmly rejected the notion. After enduring so much hardship to gather these items, he could not bear to part with them now that they were so close to home. Moreover, the offers being made were woefully inadequate. He felt it would be a grave injustice to sell them at such low prices, as they represented the fruits of his labor and sacrifice. The thought of selling them cheaply haunted him. He would be left berating himself in the dead of night. When Wang Qian attempted to argue further, he gently grasped her arm and whispered an explanation. Do not be deceived by how common these items may seem to you. They are indeed valuable in our region. Hawthorn may not entice many, but chestnuts, mushrooms, and game are highly sought after. The prices they offer are simply too low, and selling would be a loss. Are they truly undervalued? She mused. Indeed, your region boasts its own treasures. The primary obstacle lies in the lack of transportation. The arduous journey through the mountains can be exhausting, but many items from the hills could fetch a good price otherwise. There's an old saying, to seek wealth, one must first build roads. If only your community could organize road construction, there might be a chance for prosperity. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian fell into contemplation. Having spent her life in the mountains, she was acutely aware of the conditions in her village and its surroundings over the years. She harbored a desire to change the status quo, yet felt constrained by her limited means. However, she remains largely oblivious to the affairs outside. Having married into this family for nearly a month without venturing out much, spending most of her time assisting with meal preparations at home. After hearing Liu Haifeng's words, she begins to contemplate the possibility of selling the mountain goods from her hometown. The situation at her family home is far from prosperous, especially with her 2 sisters-in-law in need of nourishment. Earning any additional income would be beneficial, as the impending arrival of a child would incur fines. And saving money is imperative. After all, one cannot expect a newborn to thrive on nothing but the cold winds of the northwest. Upon reaching their destination, Liu Haifeng, despite the excruciating pain in his shoulder, hoisted the 2 heavy bags once more. Observing her husband's grim determination, Wang Qian furrowed her brow. Initially believing that his tall stature would make carrying these burdens a trivial task, but it was evident that it posed a significant challenge. Chapter 42. A lack of perception typically. The journey from the town to the village takes about half an hour on foot. Yet today Liu Haifeng and his companion took over 30 minutes to traverse this familiar path. As they approached the village entrance, having spent nearly a month away, Liu Haifeng felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears by the hardships endured. Throughout the walk, he found himself yearning for transportation for the 23rd time. Look, the fourth one is back. It was indeed him. Hey, fourth one, what treasures have you brought back? You seem to have quite a load. The workers repairing the house exclaimed upon spotting the couple. The Liu family members hurried over as well. Father, mother, Liu Haifeng called out first. Ah, you're back. You must be exhausted. Not too bad, he replied. Fourth one, why did you return so late? Weren't you supposed to arrive before lunch? Your mother was nearly beside herself with worry, expecting you back in time for the meal. And when lunch was finished and you still weren't here, she feared something had gone awry. Liu Haifeng set down his burdens and took a deep breath. I wanted to return sooner, but look at these 2 large bags. Liu's mother had already noticed them. What on earth did you bring back so much for? If one didn't know better, they might think you went to beg for favors. Though her tone carried a hint of reproach, the smile on her face revealed her true feelings. Liu's father frowned. What on earth is in those bags? To carry back 2 such large ones is quite the feat. Liu's elder and second sisters-in-law shared the same curiosity. Feeling a twinge of jealousy at the sight of so many items, clearly, Liu Haifeng's wife had a generous family. However, before Liu's father could delve further into the matter, Liu's mother swiftly silenced him with a gentle slap. Is this really the time for such inquiries? Can't you see how exhausted they are? Qian, hurry back and rest well with the fourth. It's sweltering outside. Don't just stand here idly. I've prepared some mung bean soup at home, chilling in cold water. You two should drink plenty of it. It's refreshing. If there's anything to discuss, we can talk this evening. Very well, mother, you've worked hard as well. We shall return to rest now. I'll take care of the afternoon meal. I brought back plenty of goods from my family. I'll prepare something for you to taste the flavors from our side later. Ah, indeed. You're thoughtful. Hurry back. The sun is scorching. We wouldn't want you to get sunburned. Understood, mother. We will take our leave now. Liu Haifeng intended to ask his elder brothers for help carrying the 2 bags home, but a stern look from Liu father silenced him. It's merely a short distance. You can manage it yourself. Don't you see your elder brothers are busy helping with the house repairs? Show a little initiative. Liu oldest and Liu old second, who were about to lend a hand, dared not do so after hearing this. They could only offer a few encouraging words to their younger brother. With a sigh, resigned to his fate, Liu Haifeng hoisted the 2 bags again, wincing at the pain from his wounds. As they walked away, Liu father glanced at his wife, puzzled. Why did you interrupt my words? Liu mother looked at him as if he were foolish. She whispered, can't you see so many people are watching? You have no awareness at all. It's surprising you've lived this long. Liu father shot her a glare. I was merely curious and asked out of instinct. Humph. You'll realize the consequences later. With that, Liu mother walked away in annoyance. Liu father felt a pang in his heart. Turning around, he noticed Liu oldest and Liu old second snickering nearby, and his expression hardened as he assumed the demeanor of a stern elder. What are you staring at? Get back to work. With that, he puffed on his pipe and walked away with his hands behind his back. Once the father-in-law was gone, Liu Daisaw felt emboldened to speak. It's not that busy right now. What is wrong with taking a breather? We were supposed to rest for a couple of days. Yet here we are working on the Mid-Autumn Festival. Although she whispered, Liu oldest was close enough to hear her clearly. He frowned and scolded her softly. Keep your voice down. Mother and father specifically said to take a break, yet you insisted on coming here. Who are you to blame? Liu Daisaw felt at a loss for words. I was just trying to move into the new house sooner. If that is the case, then don't complain. If you want to speed up the process, just work diligently and stop daydreaming. Meanwhile, upon entering the village, they hadn't walked far when they spotted a group of children in the distance, playfully brandishing sticks, as if strategizing a battle. Exhausted, Liu Haifeng paid them little mind, eager to return home and rest. However, just a few steps later, fourth uncle, fourth aunt. Hearing the childish voices, Liu Haifeng initially didn't register it, but Wang Qian instinctively recognized them as her own children. Turning back, he saw Liu Yuan and a few other kids running toward him, smiling. The children are calling for you. What is it? As Liu Haifeng turned, he was greeted by the sight of giggling children rushing towards him. What are you doing out here in this heat? Didn't you say you wanted to be pale like me? Here you are, basking under the scorching sun. Be careful. You might really go blind tonight. Humph. If I can't see, then so be it. Liu Yuan still remembered the incident when his fourth uncle had deceived them with eggs, resulting in their punishment. Thus, upon hearing those words, he felt a surge of anger. Hey, you little rascal, your fourth uncle cares about you. Oh please, fourth uncle. I see you're just waiting to watch me get beaten, aren't you? Humph. I won't heed your advice. I can't be bothered to engage with you. With that, he strode ahead, not forgetting the burdens he carried. Meanwhile, Lu Jing, Lu Huan, and Lu Shi surrounded Wang Qian, eagerly assisting with the mushrooms she carried. Observing these clever and considerate children, Wang Qian felt that girls were indeed more thoughtful. All right, I'll let you carry them, but be cautious not to drop any. I'll treat you to some sweets when we get home. The three sisters beamed with joy, knowing that their fourth aunt was generous. They were pleasantly surprised that helping to carry things would also yield treats. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuan and Liu Yu quickly approached, their eyes scanning for opportunities to assist, seemingly hoping to earn some candies as well. Liu Yu, not noticing anything else that required help, set his sights on the bag of mushrooms. What are you doing? Lu Jing blocked Liu Yu's reaching hand, watching him warily. Liu Yu replied, such a large bag. I'm a boy and strong. I can help you carry it. Lu Jing rolled her eyes. Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. There's not much here. We can manage on our own without your help. What if you all drop it along the way? Liu Yu protested. All right. There's no need to argue. It's just a short distance. Anyone can carry it back, and everyone will get candy when we return, right? Wang Qian had anticipated that her casual mention of a reward would spark a dispute among them. Hearing this, the children finally settled down. Noticing Liu Haifeng had already walked ahead, Wang Qian quickly called for the children to catch up. Promised sweets in mind, they sprinted forward, wondering if their fourth uncle had brought back any delicious treats after 2 days away. Hurry up and let go. Can't you see your uncle is struggling under the weight? Are you planning to make me carry you back too? Liu Yu grinned sheepishly and released his grip. Fourth uncle, I smell a sweet and sour aroma. What's inside? Is it something tasty? Yes, fourth uncle, when you visited fourth aunt's house. Did you bring us any good food? Fourth uncle, I heard fourth aunt lives in a deep valley. Is it fun there? I've heard the mountains are particularly grand. Have you climbed any of them? Listening to the children chatter excitedly, Liu Haifeng was out of breath, lacking the energy to engage with them. He sighed at the two energetic boys, muttering to himself, all they think about is food. Can't they see their fourth uncle is exhausted? Hee, fourth uncle, you're as strong as an ox. Surely, this little burden won't trouble you. Liu Yu flattered. Liu Haifeng, feeling a twinge of annoyance, retorted, the one strong as an ox is your father, not me. If I were truly that strong, would I be in such a disheveled state? Come on, don't make a fuss. Can't you see your fourth uncle is drenched in sweat? Lu Jing interjected, blocking Liu Yuan's questions. Did you hear that? Indeed. Our dear Jing is quite sensible. Look at you all. Not only are you unwilling to lend a hand, but you also obstruct my path home. And you still wish for delicacies? Even if I had any, they would only be for Jing and the others. You two should just retreat to your own comfort. By the time I finish speaking, I have already arrived home. Chapter 43. Embracing freedom upon entering, Liu Haifeng tossed 2 bags beneath the eaves and collapsed onto the steps. Wang Qian observed his weary demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. After boasting all the way home, he no longer pretends? Nevertheless, she too was quite fatigued. Although her load was lighter than Liu Haifeng's, the assortment of items, combined with the wild game, was still substantial. After carrying them for such a long time, her back ached considerably. Noticing the little ones trailing behind, she understood their expectations. Thus, she retrieved a few candies from her pocket and handed them out, feeling justified in commanding them to fetch water while she took out some fruits for them to wash. After catching her breath, she noticed Liu Haifeng's intention to remain seated and frowned in disapproval, urging him to take a shower. Hurry and wash up, just look at your state. Liu Haifeng weakly waved his hand, too lethargic to move. Sitting down had made him feel as if he never wanted to rise again. He longed to lie down completely. Wang Qian glared at him. I know you're tired, but you must wash up before resting. You've sweated so much along the way. Do you even smell yourself? You're practically sour. Let me tell you, if you don't wash, don't even think about getting into bed. I want to have you dirtying the sheets. After saying this, she dismissed him from her mind, as she was exhausted herself. She entered the room to fetch a change of clothes and brought back some water the little ones had helped fetch, heading towards the outdoor shower. All she wanted was to wash quickly and then lie down comfortably. Once Liu Haifeng saw his wife had gone to freshen up, his expression relaxed, and he allowed himself to truly unwind. Ignoring the dirt beneath him, he lay down flat on the ground, his back against the cool surface, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. The little ones gathered around the basin, enjoying the wild fruits, and laughed at their uncle's comical state. Lu Jing picked up a couple of fruits and approached him. "Uncle, come eat some fruit. Also, it's chilly on the ground. Grandma doesn't allow you to lie like this, and you'll get your clothes dirty. If you're tired, you should go to bed." Liu Haifeng, too drained to move, didn't even lift a hand. Seeing the little one's earnest expression, he opened his mouth in anticipation of being fed. Amused, Lu Jing giggled as she placed a small fruit into his mouth. "How is it, uncle? Tasty?" Liu Haifeng shook his head. The sweet and sour flavor of the fruit revived him somewhat. Today had truly exhausted him. After such a long trek through the mountains and carrying a heavy load, he felt certain he would be bettered in for the next few days. Wang Qian, despite her fatigue, managed to freshen up. When she emerged and noticed the little ones were missing, she pondered where they had run off to. However, her gaze fell upon the man sprawled on the ground, and her annoyance flared. "Hey, why are you lying there? What do you think you look like? What if the children see you? And you still consider yourself an elder? Aren't you ashamed? Hurry up, get up, wash yourself, change your clothes, and lie down on the bed, quickly. I've already brought you the clothes you need to change into. As for the bathwater, manage that yourself. Oh dear, my wife. Let me lie down for just a moment longer." Liu Haifeng murmured sleepily, squinting. "The floor is cold. Do you not realize that after sweating, you could easily catch a cold?" However, his words seemed to fall on deaf ears, for he looked almost ready to doze off. With no other choice, Wang Qian blushed and crouched down, leaning close to whisper in his ear. The next moment, Liu Haifeng's eyes sprang open. "Really? Humph. I'm leaving. You can lie here at your leisure. Oh, the soft bed. I'm coming." Watching his wife and little daughter hum a tune as they entered the room, Liu Haifeng licked his lips. It was broad daylight, and he suspected that his wife was merely teasing him. Yet, what if she wasn't? It was rare for her to take the initiative, if he let this slip by. With that thought, he took a deep breath, quickly sprang up, and dashed to the backyard. In no time, he returned wearing only his shorts, carrying the water that had already been prepared in the yard. After a swift wash and changing into clean clothes, he hurried back to the room, only to find his wife fast asleep with her eyes closed. Wife, goodness, how perplexing. He had anticipated being tricked, yet seeing his wife's fatigued face, he couldn't bear to disturb her. It was a long journey, and carrying things had exhausted him. How much more for a delicate girl like her? Sighing, he went outside to return the items he had brought back to his own room. After tidying up a bit, he quietly climbed into bed beside his wife and fell asleep. 3 hours later, Wang Qian awoke feeling considerably better. Although her legs still ached, at least her spirits had lifted. Turning her head, she spotted the man beside her sprawled out and sleeping. A smile crept onto her lips. He was quite patient, for she had even made an invitation, yet he hadn't touched her. Thinking of his tenderness, she gently kissed his cheek as a reward, then carefully shifted his limbs aside and got out of bed. After washing her face and organizing the items she had brought back, she separated what needed to be shared with the family from what she intended to cook for dinner, putting the rest away. After all, these were gifts from her maternal home. She couldn't give everything away. Just as she finished tidying up, laughter and playful shouts echoed from outside. Without needing to guess, she knew it was the children. Stepping out of the room, she was immediately surrounded by Lu Yu and the others, who were delighted to see their aunt awake. Seeing the eager faces of the children, she understood their intent. They had come to beg for treats. But that was to be expected. Children are always on the lookout for something to eat. It was already commendable that they hadn't barged in while she was asleep. As she prepared to go back inside to fetch some fruit, she spotted her mother-in-law entering the yard. "Oh dear, why are you up? Don't you want to sleep a little longer?" Having traveled such a considerable distance, Mother Lu assumed that the couple was still resting, only to discover that her daughter-in-law had already awakened. "Mother, after a nap, I feel much better. You should rest a bit more. Do not presume your youth allows you to bear everything. As someone who has lived through it, I can tell you that neglecting your health in your youth will lead to aches and pains in old age," Mother Lu admonished. Listening to her mother-in-law's incessant chatter, Wang Qian did not display impatience, for these were the words of wisdom from an elder. After a brief conversation between the two women, the other family members returned home, as it was the Mid-Autumn Festival and they had finished their work by noon. Noticing that time was slipping away and remembering that her daughter was also returning today, Mother Lu began to direct everyone in preparing dinner. Observing this, Wang Qian retreated to her room. The weather was warm, and they had brought back an abundance of goods from her family, some of which needed to be consumed quickly. Upon entering her room, she discovered that Liu Haifeng was also awake. "You're awake. Why didn't you sleep a bit longer?" Wang Qian asked as Liu Haifeng was putting on his shoes. Having been stirred from slumber by the commotion outside, he was about to head out when his wife walked in. "I couldn't sleep any longer, and honestly, I wasn't really tired. It's just that my body aches all over. Merely sleeping won't remedy this state." Wang Qian couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the thought of him lying on the ground earlier. "Since you're awake, help me take out those game meats. Dinner preparations have begun. The wild chicken and rabbit would make a delightful addition, along with these mushrooms. All of it. Aren't you being a bit too generous? Leaving nothing for yourself? After all, these are from your family," he replied. "What else would you have me do? We're still living together, sharing the same pot. So what purpose would saving them serve? Don't worry, I've kept some that can be stored." Liu Haifeng nodded. Since his wife had spoken so, he had no further objections. He merely inquired out of concern for her feelings. Rising to stretch his shoulders, he walked over to grab the woven basket, while Wang Qian picked up several cloth bags. Upon seeing the couple laden with their bundles, Liu Dajie and Liu Erji's eyes lit up, and they hurried over. Ever since the fourth couple returned, they had been anticipating this moment, and upon finding no goods, they had been wondering what had transpired. To their surprise, the items had been stowed away in their room. What were they guarding against? Chapter 44. Raising rabbits. Seeing her fourth daughter-in-law take out such an assortment of items, Mother Liu curiously approached. "What do you two have in all those bags? Did you not consider bringing back less?" As she spoke, she lifted a tattered cloth bag. "Oh dear, what's inside? Why is it so heavy?" Liu Haifeng glanced over, took the bag, and opened it to reveal a multitude of bright red apples. "Oh, these apples look splendid, each one large and round, quite a delightful sight." Liu Dajie exclaimed as she picked one up to examine it. A few children who had gathered around, drawn by the sight of the bountiful apples, immediately rushed closer. Apples. Mother Liu noticed the bag was still quite full, containing approximately 20 apples. Seeing the children's eager expressions, she called to Liu Dajie to wash a few for the family to share. Liu Dajie's face lit up with joy as she gathered several apples and headed off to wash them. Seeing the interest of everyone around, Wang Qian wasted no time in unveiling all the items she had brought along, as they were already prepared and ready for display. This would alleviate their constant thoughts about what she had brought from her family home. "Oh, look at these chestnuts. How did you gather so many?" Liu Haifeng remarked, noting that this was merely a fraction of what he had, the majority still stored in his room. "Wow, and wild chickens and rabbits." Liu Erseo rummaged through the backpack, eyeing the plump rabbit with a lick of her lips. It had been years since Liu Laoda had encountered a wild rabbit while gathering firewood, and the taste had almost slipped her memory. The younger ones, hearing about the rabbit, abandoned their apples and gathered around, stretching out their hands to touch the rabbit. Observing this, Liu Haifeng stepped forward to reveal all the rabbits, producing 3 rabbits and 1 wild chicken. He selected the pregnant rabbit and a male rabbit, placing them back into the backpack. Liu Erseo raised an eyebrow, intending to comment, but for some reason, she held her tongue. Liu Mu, who was busy sorting mushrooms, looked on in confusion. "Why are you putting them back?" "Oh, I don't intend to kill these two. I plan to raise them," Liu Haifeng replied. Upon hearing that their uncle wanted to keep them, Liu Huan and Liu Shi's eyes lit up, eagerly offering to help feed the rabbits. Liu Haifeng smiled and agreed. "Raising them? What purpose does that serve?" Liu Mu questioned, perplexed. "Oh, mother, you needn't concern yourself. I have my reasons. After all, with 1 rabbit and 1 wild chicken, along with mushrooms, chestnuts, and other vegetables, the feast was already quite lavish, perhaps even more so than during the New Year." Once Liu Mu acknowledged this, she ceased her inquiries into her younger son's plans, as she had long struggled to understand his methods, which always seemed spontaneous. "Eldest, you and the second will prepare the rabbit and wild chicken. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, so we might as well enjoy a feast. Second, you and the eldest should gather some chestnuts. We'll stir-fry them with the wild chicken later. That should be quite delightful. Xiao Qian, please tidy up the mushrooms, leaving some for our next meal. And Xiao Jing, you lot, don't just play around. Hurry to the kitchen and boil some water for your father." As the de facto matriarch of the Liu family, Liu Mu set everyone into motion. As for Liu Haifeng, recalling the tiring day he had endured, she refrained from assigning him further tasks, allowing him to handle the 2 rabbits on his own. Delighted by this arrangement, Liu Haifeng carried the backpack towards the backyard. The Liu brothers, initially intending to follow, were called back by their mother. "What are you running off for? Come back and help." Liu Haifeng brought the rabbits to the vegetable patch beside the backyard, finding an old, somewhat dilapidated chicken coop. After making some repairs, he placed the 2 rabbits inside. Once freed, the rabbits immediately darted around, but upon realizing their inability to escape, they curled up in a corner, trembling and eyeing the perceived threats outside. Seeing them settle down, Liu Haifeng stood up and picked a few leaves to offer them. However, perhaps due to their unfamiliar surroundings, the rabbits remained cautious and indifferent to the food presented before them. Liu Haifeng was not surprised by this. After all, wild rabbits were inherently different from domesticated ones, and a heightened sense of caution was to be expected. However, it was somewhat unexpected that the 2 rabbits, having been tied up for such an extended period, were still lively and full of energy. He contemplated whether he could tame these wild hares, especially since the female rabbit had been noticeably pregnant when captured. The thought of soon welcoming little bunnies was precisely why he intended to raise them. Starting from a young age, he held firm in his belief that domestication was entirely plausible. After all, there is a saying that children should be educated from an early age. Since he planned to engage in breeding, it was not sufficient to raise only chickens. Rabbits multiplied rapidly, producing several litters within a year, far surpassing the reproductive rates of other animals. Fourth uncle, where are the rabbits? Upon seeing the Liu sisters approaching, Liu Haifeng felt a twinge of helplessness. Why were these little ones so enamored with these furry creatures? Here, as they spotted the rabbits, the Liu sisters quickly crowded around Liu Haifeng, who was squatting beside the chicken coop, clamoring excitedly. "Do you have any manners?" Liu Haifeng exclaimed, nearly toppled over by their enthusiastic push. However, gazing into the sparkling eyes of the young girls, he found it difficult to scold them. "Fourth uncle, why have you locked up the little rabbits? Look how pitiful they are, all curled up," they exclaimed, making a move to open the cage. Liu Haifeng hurriedly intervened. "Don't cause me any trouble. What if they escape when the cage is opened? Don't worry, fourth uncle, we will keep an eye on them. We just want to hold them for a bit and then put them back, okay?" Liu Huan pleaded, clinging to Liu Haifeng's leg in a charming manner. "Don't even think about it. If they run away, who will I turn to for help? I warn you all, no one is to open that cage. Otherwise, I'll give you a good spanking. Do you hear me?" "Humph. Fourth uncle, you're so mean." Liu Haifeng rolled his eyes, though he spoke lightly. He knew these rabbits represented his future livelihood, and he intended to wait for them to produce offspring. "I'm leaving now, but don't play for too long. And once again, do not open the cage." As he reached the door, Liu Yuan and a few other kids came rushing over. "Fourth uncle, where are the little rabbits?" Liu Haifeng gestured for them to look for themselves. Seeing the boys dashing over with loud exclamations, he felt a pang of unease and shouted once more, "Don't open the cage." Yet, his warnings fell on deaf ears. Stepping into the yard and observing the bustling activity around him, he pondered whether to lend a hand when a clattering sound from outside caught his attention. "Father, mother, we're back." Upon hearing the voices, everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance. Shortly, 3 figures appeared at the doorway, 2 adults and a child. The man, resembling a seasoned official with glasses, was pushing a bicycle, exuding an air of refinement. The woman, slightly plump and holding a bottle of wine along with a parcel wrapped in oiled paper, looked tidy despite her haughty demeanor. She was accompanied by a little girl, around 6 or 7 years old, whose large, proud eyes were filled with disdain, seemingly oblivious to those around her. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Liu's mother joyfully set down the vegetables she had been holding, patted her apron, and rushed forward. "Third son, why did you take so long? You must be exhausted from your journey. Come inside and rest." "Oh my, Shaoli, have you missed your grandmother? You must be tired, right? Hurry inside. Your grandmother has some fruit for you." Observing the enthusiasm of their mother-in-law, both Sister Liu and Sister Liu Air couldn't help but curl their lips in disapproval. Sister Liu Air, upon noticing the meager offerings in her sister-in-law's hands, muttered under her breath, after months away from home, "This is all she brings? Who is she trying to belittle?" Sister Liu, upon hearing this, nudged Sister Liu Air, signaling her to lower her voice. For this sister-in-law had no sense of propriety and was not to be trifled with. "Mother, we intended to arrive earlier, but due to unforeseen circumstances at Jiming's workplace this morning, we were delayed. Otherwise, we would have been here long ago," she explained. "By the way, where's father? I haven't seen him. Your father couldn't sit still and has gone to the fields to check on the crops. Don't mind that old man. Come, let us have a good chat." It has been so long since we last met, and I have missed you dearly. I have missed you too. If I hadn't been so busy over there, I would have returned to see you and father much sooner. Spotting Liu Haifeng standing in the courtyard, she took the initiative to greet him. Oh, the third brother is here. Aren't you going out for drinks with your friends today? You seem to have matured quite a bit since we last met. Chapter 45. The third sister of the Liu family faced with the excessive enthusiasm of his sister-in-law. Liu Haifeng rolled his eyes and retreated into the house. Having perused the memories of the original owner, he found little interest in this family. The third sister of the Liu family, originally named Liu Lanlan, had married Song Jiming, a man with an urban household registration, and her arrogance had skyrocketed ever since. She returned home only 2 or 3 times a year, always during festive occasions, and each visit was marked by gluttony and greed. That aside, her condescending remarks about her rural family were boundless. But was that all? Liu Sanjia's audacious antics were enough to challenge one's worldview. According to the original owner's recollections, there was an instance when Liu Sanjia returned home, tear-streaked and covered in bruises, claiming that Song Jiming had struck her. In youthful indignation, the original owner summoned her 2 brothers to confront him. However, after they dealt a thrashing to Song Jiming, they found themselves chastised instead by their sister, who scolded them for not respecting her husband, even threatening to sever ties with them. Reflecting on these memories, Liu Haifeng could only conclude that Liu Sanjia was truly lacking in common sense. He could not fathom her reasoning, fervently defending a husband who had struck her while berating her own kin for coming to her aid. Seeing Liu Haifeng enter the house, Liu Sanjia was infuriated. What sort of person is this? I lowered myself to greet him, and he completely ignores me, walking into the house as if I do not exist. Mother, look at how the fourth brother behaves. I thought that now that he has a family, he would have changed, but he remains as rude as ever. Is this how he responds to his elder sister's inquiries? Liu mother's expression darkened slightly. Fourth, come out here. Your sister has made the effort to visit. Why do you greet her with such a long face? What do you want? Liu Haifeng replied, leaning against the door frame with a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. What do I want? What is your attitude? Regardless of the circumstances, she remains your sister. Is it not a matter of basic courtesy to greet her before retreating to your room? Have you grown so bold? To a stranger, what merit is there in extending greetings? With ties severed, what compels her to return here? Is there no sense of shame? Upon hearing these words, Liu's mother stiffened. Reflecting on her daughter's troubling behavior, and a deep sigh escaped her lips. Liu Sanjia, too, appeared visibly uncomfortable. Well, fourth brother, I acknowledge that I was in the wrong. I extend my apologies. My words were thoughtless, and I hope you can forgive me. After all, we are still family, despite the strained ties, she said, attempting to smooth over the situation. But to be honest, I take your words to heart. Whatever transpires from here on out is of no concern to me. Should we cross paths in the future, let us act as strangers and forego any greetings. With that, Liu Haifeng retreated to his room once more. Liu Sanjia and her husband wore expressions of discontent. Frankly, from the outset, they had little regard for this brother who seemed to lounge about like an ne'er-do-well. What would happen if their colleagues discovered they had such a relative? Where would their pride lie? Liu's mother seethed, her chest rising and falling with agitation. As Liu Sanjia began to air her grievances once more outside the room, Liu Haifeng rolled his eyes, setting aside the woman's antics. The original owner of this body had never held her in high esteem, and her condescending demeanor only served to deepen that disdain. Moreover, Liu Haifeng had traversed from another time, and thus had no emotional ties to her. He welcomed the prospect of shedding this troublesome connection. Dinner was prepared early, and the family gathered around the table before the sun had even set, a lavish spread before them. Liu Sanjia, without waiting for others to begin, reached for a chicken leg and placed it in her daughter's bowl. Everyone dig in. No need to just stare. Liu Daisao scoffed at her words, questioning her awareness of propriety as a guest. Once married, a daughter belongs to another family. Do you not understand the customs? The parents had yet to eat. And though the statement lingered unspoken, the implication was clear. However, Liu Lanlan seemed either oblivious or indifferent, continuing as if nothing had transpired. Liu Haifeng furrowed his brow as he witnessed her reach for a second chicken leg. Swiftly, he snatched it and placed it in his wife's bowl, then served a piece of meat to each of Liu's parents before finally beginning his meal. Ah, fourth brother truly dotes on his wife, someone remarked. Previously, he appeared careless, hoarding food for himself, but marriage had evidently changed him. Observing the beauty of fourth brother's wife, Lu Lanlan felt a flicker of jealousy. This woman, emerging from the mountains, possessed skin more radiant than her own, despite her reliance on rationed supplies. How could that be? And her husband, stealing glances at fourth brother's wife, only fueled the flames of her indignation. The audacity of that shameless woman to entice him so soon. Hearing Lu Sanjia's snide remarks, Liu Haifeng felt no inclination to endure them and retorted sharply. As the argument escalated, Lu's mother slammed her chopsticks on the table. Are we to continue this meal or not? Originally a day of reunion and celebration, the atmosphere was subdued after Lu's mother imposed her authority at the dining table, finally restoring a semblance of tranquility. Observing the gathered family members, her gaze fell upon her silent son-in-law, who had not uttered a word since entering. Lu's mother felt a profound disappointment, reflecting on how she had been blinded by his appearance. Moreover, his furtive glances at her youngest daughter-in-law since his arrival made her question whether he believed the family was blind to his intentions. Once, she had taken pride in her daughter marrying a man from a town, convinced that their lives would not differ from those of her brothers. Yet, in the present moment, while life might be manageable, the emotional toll was disheartening. She yearned to voice her concerns, but considering her daughter's temperament, she feared that any attempt at conversation would be met with resistance. After a meal filled with unspoken thoughts, Liu Haifeng took his wife to their room, feeling a sense of discomfort around his family, particularly towards Song Jiming. As a man, how could he be oblivious to the implications of his behavior? Liu Haifeng regarded him with disdain, deeming him a refined scoundrel, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Meanwhile, Lu Sanjia engaged her parents in conversation before departing with an assortment of gifts, a bag of apples, dates, mooncakes, and a hen, returning home with her bounty. Lu Dazhao and Lu Erseo watched their sister leave, their envy gnawing at them as they recognized their own lack of agency in a household still ruled by the elder couple. The feeling of frustration was palpable, as the daughters-in-law were unable to voice their grievances. In their room, Liu Haifeng and his wife rested, and he contemplated the beauty of his wife. Realizing that her attractiveness attracted unwanted attention, an unsettling predicament. What are you staring at? She playfully questioned as she leaned against his shoulder. He winced internally. Her apparent fragility surprised him, igniting a flicker of concern within him. What is troubling you? She asked, her expression marred by worry. Liu Haifeng feigned composure, dismissing her concern as a mere burden from the day's labor, assuring her that rest would alleviate his discomfort. However, Wang Qian remained unconvinced. The intensity of his earlier demeanor suggested that his shoulder might indeed bear a serious injury. With concern mounting, she began to tug at his shirt. What are you doing? It's still light out. This is quite forward of you, he teased, but today, his usual banter failed to elicit her customary blush. Wang Qian's determined expression indicated her resolve, and Liu Haifeng felt a twinge of apprehension as she insisted on inspecting his wounds. Let go. If you keep tugging at my clothes, I might just get angry, he warned, but her seriousness compelled him to relent. He had intended to conceal his injuries to spare her worry, believing that time would heal them, yet it seemed that secrecy was no longer an option. Upon seeing the bruises and abrasions on his shoulders, Wang Qian's heart ached, tears brimming in her eyes. How could it be this severe? Wait here. I'll fetch some medicine from my parents. She recalled that there were still some anti-swelling medications left from when Lu Dazhao had been accidentally injured. Just as Liu Haifeng was about to protest, he saw his wife swiftly rising from the bed and rushing out. Everything is in order now. With my wife promoting the matter, it won't be long before the entire family is aware of it. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Lu's father and mother rushed in, armed with anti-inflammatory medication, hastily following Wang Qian. Fourth son, how are you? Why didn't you mention this sooner? You should have applied the medicine as soon as you returned at noon. Furthermore, you shouldn't have brought back so many things. It's a long journey, and you chose to carry 2 large bags without knowing your own strength. At this point, Lu's mother felt a twinge of resentment towards Wang Qian, believing she had pressured her son into carrying such heavy loads, while also thinking that her daughter-in-law's family was not particularly considerate. Observing the expression on his mother's face, Liu Haifeng understood her thoughts. Mother, it's really not that serious. Although it looks severe, a couple of days of rest will suffice. He demonstrated by lifting his arm to indicate that he was capable of movement. In truth, it was my own greed that led me to carry more hawthorn than I should have. Adhering to the principle of not spending money, I overestimated my own strength. Please don't blame Qian. She was unaware and thought I only carried 70 or 80 pounds. Much of the hawthorn was packed by my mother-in-law. I didn't realize I had brought back too much and hesitated to speak up at the time. Though his words trailed off, everyone understood the situation. Nonetheless, it was sufficient for Liu's parents to be astonished. Their son, usually so brazen, was now shy. After Liu's mother expressed her concern and mild reproach, she instructed Liu Haifeng to rest properly and for Wang Qian to apply some ointment before being pulled out of the room by Liu's father. Wang Qian, watching the elderly couple exit, turned her gaze to the man lying on the bed with a glimmer of discontent. You've gotten quite bold. You usually act as if you're on the brink of death from a little work, yet here you are, greedy for a bargain. Now I'm left to face the ire of my parents. What shall we do about this? My wife, look at my injury, Liu Haifeng protested, his pitiful appearance causing Wang Qian to burst into laughter. You deserve it. Let us see if you dare to do this again. I want tea. I want tea. He hastily replied. Humph. If you become greedy again, remember today's lesson, she cautioned, squeezing a bit more ointment onto the wound and pressing down with a bit more force, causing Liu Haifeng to grimace in pain. Meanwhile, as Wang Qian was tending to her husband, the elderly couple had returned to their room, continuing their discussion. Liu's mother was brimming with resentment. Why did you pull me earlier? Didn't you see how badly fourth son's shoulder was injured? Could I not pull you? Liu's father replied, exasperated. Did you not see your expression just now? If I hadn't stopped you, would you have scolded fourth son's family? He expressed his frustration at her inability to comprehend that their son had remained silent. In his view, Liu Haifeng was behaving normally. What was the issue with a man getting a scrape? Should he act as if he were incapable of lifting a finger? Why can't I voice my concerns? Knowing the distance he needed to travel and the amount of goods he prepared, was it not reckless to put fourth son in such a position? Can't a mother-in-law express her thoughts about her daughter-in-law? How dare you speak to me like that? She retorted. Enough. I'm trying to discuss something serious. You only see your son's injury and feel heartache. Yet have you considered that he has matured? In the past, even if you had implored him to shoulder such a heavy burden, do you truly believe he would have acquiesced? Yet now, he voluntarily accepts it. Compared to before, does it not seem that your son has become more adult-like? Upon hearing this, Liu's mother pondered and realized that since marrying, the fourth son's character has indeed transformed significantly. Although he can still be quite irresponsible at times, he appears to have taken on more responsibility than he did previously. So shall we simply let it be? What else do you wish for? Did you not observe the way he fiercely protects his family? That rascal is as stubborn as the third son. If you had scolded him just now, do you believe the fourth son would not have retaliated? Liu's father wore a knowing expression. He may say such things, yet at this moment, Liu's mother felt uncertain as she recalled how the fourth son clung to his wife. Enough. I suggest you refrain from intervening. That is a matter for the couple to resolve themselves. Besides, have you forgotten the purpose of his marriage? Are you feeling sorry now? If you do not wish to harm your son, then it is best you stay out of it. Moreover, I believe the fourth son's wife is quite capable. Her culinary skills are commendable, and she possesses her own opinions. Since her arrival, the fourth son has shown remarkable growth, and I am quite satisfied with this daughter-in-law. Hearing this from her husband, Liu's mother's anger dissipated, and she began to see the truth in his words. Meanwhile, Liu Haifeng and his wife shared laughter as they finished applying the medicine. Wang Qian washed her hands and then lay beside her husband, careful to avoid the injury, resting her face against his chest and wrapping her arms around his waist. Appearing delicate and lost in thought, noticing his wife had been silent for a while, Liu Haifeng gently patted her shoulder. What are you thinking? Why so quiet? Can you not be so foolish in the future? He inquired, puzzled. What do you mean? Liu Haifeng's mind was filled with questions. There are many ways to earn a living, but I do not want you to pay the price with your body. Otherwise, what is the meaning of earning so much? Oh, so this is what concerns you. No wonder your mood is so low, he realized. Do not worry. I may have overestimated myself. Before he could finish, he felt a dampness on his chest and lifted her head to see the traces of tears on her face, leaving him momentarily speechless. Since their marriage, he had never witnessed his wife so vulnerable, except for when she cried during their intimate moments. Seeing her silently weep now made his heart ache. Please, do not cry. It is but a minor issue. Look, I am fine. He reassured her, trying to soothe her tears, while he was usually quite eloquent. Witnessing a woman's tears left him feeling utterly lost, lacking in experience. Feeling embarrassed to be caught crying and hearing his gentle tone, Wang Qian buried her face back into his embrace. Humph, I will cry if I wish. What is it to you? Hey, you little rascal, I am your husband, he replied, playfully patting her bottom. At this moment, his heart swelled with a sense of exhilaration, though he had only suffered a minor scrape. He could see the concern etched on his wife's face. The usual sweet nothings proved ineffective, compelling him to resort to more daring measures. Words may fail him, yet actions would surely speak volumes. Since tears were inevitable, he thought it best to accompany them with a few moans. With that in mind, he swiftly turned and pinned her to the bed, noticing her momentary surprise. Seizing the opportunity before she could react, he promptly stripped her bare. Chapter 47. Sister-in-law's chit-chat. The following day, the couple awoke late once more. After a night spent in passionate conquest until the early hours, Liu Haifeng felt utterly drained come morning. His already fatigued body was further burdened, leaving him somewhat listless at breakfast. Observing his wife's rosy complexion, he finally understood the adage, only a weary ox can plow the fields, and his late-night exertions had certainly exacted a toll. While the experience had been pleasurable, it seemed he had perhaps indulged a bit too much. Fourth son, how are you feeling today? Any better? Liu's mother inquired, noticing her youngest son's lack of vitality, her brow furrowing with concern over what she initially thought to be a serious injury. Oh, I'm fine. It was nothing really, Liu Laoda, the eldest brother, remarked, puzzled by their exchange. Mother, fourth, what are you talking about? He questioned, eyeing his younger brother's lethargy. Are you unwell? You look rather worn out today. Did yesterday's long walk tire you? Faced with the curious gazes of his family, Liu Haifeng shrugged nonchalantly. It's nothing, just a bit tired from yesterday. As he spoke of his fatigue, he cast a meaningful glance at his wife. Wang Qian, fully aware of his implications, blushed at the recollection of his vigorous endeavors the previous night and discreetly kicked him under the table. Liu Haifeng winced, suppressing the pain. What is wrong now? Liu Laoda asked, intrigued. Liu Haifeng waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine. Liu Laoda's wife nudged her husband, urging him to focus on his meal. Just eat your food. Why all the fuss? I'm merely expressing concern, she chided. Is it wrong for me to care about my own brother? Liu Laoda replied, somewhat bewildered by his wife's irritation. Humph, do you really think their marital affairs require your oversight? You'd be better off finishing your meal and heading to the new house, Liu Laoda's wife retorted, her annoyance directed at the newlyweds. Having surmised the reasons behind her brother-in-law's current demeanor, especially after witnessing him in the middle of the night, she felt a mixture of irritation and amusement at their sugary sweetness, which made her feel full even before finishing her breakfast. Enough already. Can't we eat in peace? If you're not hungry, go do something productive, Liu's father interjected, prompting the eldest couple to quiet down. He turned his attention to his youngest son, pondering why he had not mentioned his shoulder injury. After much deliberation, he suspected it was out of embarrassment. Liu's mother shared this sentiment, choosing to remain silent to spare her son any undue shame. Had Liu Haifeng been aware of the thoughts harbored by the elderly couple, he might have found himself at a loss for words, as he merely perceived the matter as a trivial scrape, unworthy of widespread attention. After finishing his meal, he recalled the hawthorn he had painstakingly brought back and deemed it necessary to venture into town. He needed to procure some sugar, with the sweltering heat. He feared the fruit would spoil if left unattended for too long. Summoning his good friend Lu Wang, they wasted no time and set off on a spontaneous journey. Meanwhile, after their meal, Wang Qian accompanied her two sisters-in-law to the backyard vegetable garden to tend to the crops. She was still perplexed by the events surrounding Liu Sanjia from the previous day. It struck her that, apart from the elderly couple, the rest of the family seemed rather dismissive of that particular household. This issue had long been a source of frustration for Liu Dazhao and Liu Erseo, who vented their grievances with fervor. You have no idea how troublesome that younger sister-in-law is. As a married woman, she rarely returns home, and when she does, she expects to be treated like royalty. Meals must be served to her, and she insists on only the finest dishes. Furthermore, she leaves with an abundance of packages. One sister-in-law lamented, indeed, I have never encountered a married daughter who so tirelessly depletes her family's resources to support her in-laws. Only our mother-in-law indulges her. In any other household, such behavior would surely result in a severe reprimand, the other sister-in-law added. Exactly, and every time she visits, she struts around as if she were royalty, exuding an air of superiority that is infuriating, they continued, expressing their disdain. Wang Qian remained focused on her tasks, quietly absorbing the sisters-in-law's complaints, occasionally interjecting with a few remarks, while feigning ignorance of the deeper implications. From their words, she gleaned snippets of Liu Sanjie's past and formed a composite judgment, concluding that she had likely been excessively pampered by her family. Being the only daughter, she had been supported through school, while her three brothers faced bleak educational prospects. This made her one of the few girls in the village with a high level of education. As she walked through the village, she basked in the accolades, gradually losing sight of her true self. Her demeanor became increasingly haughty, looking down on the villagers as if they were beneath her. The man she chose to marry was a former classmate from middle school, a relationship that began without formal introductions, loudly proclaimed as a free love affair. Initially, her parents opposed the union due to the groom's large family and their cramped living conditions, coupled with their lack of financial stability. Nevertheless, Liu Sanjie, Liu Lanlan, remained resolute in her desire to marry him. To alleviate the burden on her husband, she insisted on a minimal bridal dowry and, at the time of their marriage, not only returned all the dowry but also received a bicycle as a part of her dowry from the Liu family. It would be more accurate to say she was not so much marrying as she was offering herself. However, by that point, Liu Lanlan was already pregnant, and the elderly Liu couple found themselves unable to object. According to Liu Lanlan, if her parents did not consent, it would result in a double tragedy. The daughter, raised with such care, has brought shame upon the Liu family with her audacious actions. Liu Lanlan, in her own delusion, believes she has married into a prestigious family, boasting about the urban household registration each time she visits her maternal home, extolling the virtues of city life and her newfound access to quality goods. Listening to her braggadocio, Wang Qian felt a sense of enlightenment regarding her selfishness and arrogance, driven solely by her meager vanity. This has shaped her current impression of Liu San, the sister-in-law. Recalling the disdainful look she received yesterday, Wang Qian furrowed her brow, sensing hostility emanating from her. Liu Erji glanced toward the door, not spotting her mother-in-law, and whispered to Wang Qian, "You must have seen their ostentatious visit yesterday. What did they bring? A bottle of ordinary liquor and a few stale mooncakes, barely worth a dime. I cannot fathom their audacity. Yet, when they departed, you know what you provided. A full bag of apples and jujubes. And the old hen we raised for eggs? That was given away without a second thought by this sister-in-law, and our father was left to deal with the aftermath. Isn't that infuriating?" As they left, Mother even gifted them another mooncake. In total, they contributed nothing of value while indulging themselves and being picky about what they received. Wang Qian listened quietly, feeling detached from the situation. Since she had offered the apples, it was up to her in-laws to decide whom to give them to. She had no say in the matter. Moreover, they had yet to separate their households, and with her in-laws at the helm, gifting a hen to celebrate the holiday was hardly objectionable. Second sister-in-law, about this matter. Liu Erji, noticing Wang Qian's hesitance, understood her thoughts. "Oh, you think I'm foolish? This is merely a conversation among us sisters-in-law. Just consider, did I show them a sour face when they visited yesterday?" Observing the smug expression on her sister-in-law's face, Wang Qian couldn't help but smile, realizing that despite her seemingly calculating nature, Liu Erji was quite clever. Liu Dajia, with the demeanor of someone experienced, chimed in, "You, having just joined the family, you still have much to learn. Despite the antics of that woman, she is nonetheless the only daughter of your in-laws. Blood is thicker than water. We should refrain from showing our discontent openly." Chapter 48. The making of candied hawthorn. In the afternoon, Liu Haifeng, recovering from his injuries, began to stir with restlessness after purchasing white sugar. He resolved to experiment with 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, eager to assess his culinary skills. Although he knew the basics, he had never attempted it before, and the nuances would require careful experimentation. Yet, as a chef, boiling syrup was well within his capabilities. He believed it would be akin to preparing frosted fruits. He took a basket of hawthorn berries, placed them in a basin to soak, and then retrieved several bamboo skewers. Observing his uncle's activity, Liu Yuan and the others gathered around curiously. "Fourth uncle, what are you up to?" As he spoke, he reached into the basin to grab some hawthorn, grimacing at the sourness but swallowing it down nonetheless. Observing the small antics, Liu Haifeng refrained from intervening. This treat was not particularly palatable, and the little ones were merely indulging their cravings, unable to consume much. "I plan to make candied hawthorn." "Candied hawthorn?" "Yes, it's sugar-coated fruit. I wonder if you've ever tasted it?" Upon hearing this, 3-year-old Liu Gui, drooling, tugged at his brother's sleeve with curiosity, What is candied hawthorn? And what is the sugar coating? Is it delicious? What does it taste like? Lu Jing eagerly interjected. It's absolutely delectable, a delightful blend of sweet and sour. I love licking the sugary outer layer, though it can be a bit sticky on the teeth, so you probably shouldn't have too much. After saying this, she swallowed hard, recalling the 2 occasions she had enjoyed it, when Grandma, concerned about the sugar getting damp, had made it to avoid waste. As soon as he heard it was sweet, Lu Gui's eyes widened, and his drool increased. Lu Shi looked at his younger brother with a face of disdain, but awkwardly wiped the corner of his mouth. Fourth uncle, will you let me have some when you're done? Lu Gui, enchanted by the prospect of a treat, rushed over to hug fourth uncle's leg and whined affectionately. Amused by the child, Liu Haifeng chuckled softly. Bending down to tousle his hair, an idea blossomed in his mind. Of course, today, all of you shall be my taste testers. This is my first attempt, and I'm unsure how it will turn out, so I need your help to sample it. Are you willing? In unison, they eagerly agreed. In this day and age, having candy was a luxury, especially when it was candied hawthorn, a favorite among children. Lu Yuan and the others were already contemplating how they would boast to their friends about the treat. At that moment, Lu Dazhao entered the courtyard and overheard Liu Haifeng's plans to make sugar-coated fruit, raising an eyebrow. Fourth, you're making sugar-coated fruit? Yes, what's the matter? Where did you get the sugar? Please don't ruin our stock again. Understanding the concern in his sister-in-law's expression, Liu Haifeng responded with a hint of irritation. I bought it myself, so what? That is fine then. Lu Dazhao dismissed his brother's tone, relieved that he wouldn't be depleting their sugar supply. How he chose to experiment was his own affair. However, after a moment's thought, she turned to remind the little ones, especially Lu Gui, you mustn't eat too much. Be wary of cavities. Lu Yuan and the others nodded vigorously, though they were not particularly concerned. After all, such treats were a rare delight, and they intended to savor every moment. Upon hearing that fourth uncle would make candied hawthorn, the little ones eagerly awaited, even neglecting their usual rambunctiousness. Solely focused on the impending sweetness, Liu Haifeng was equally pleased, as the primary consumers of his creation were undoubtedly the children. And he looked forward to their feedback on the flavor. Don't just stand there. Quickly help me wash the hawthorn. If you want to enjoy it, you must lend a hand. Rest assured, fourth uncle, we will complete the task. With his call, the children quickly gathered around the basin, washing the fruit diligently. When treats were involved, they were exceptionally cooperative, following every instruction without hesitation. Once the hawthorn was clean and dried, Liu Haifeng began to thread the fruit onto bamboo skewers. Today, what I engaged in was an experimental endeavor, thus the quantity produced was minimal, merely a couple of pieces per skewer. A few eager youngsters, their eyes sparkling with anticipation, clamored to assist, yet Liu Haifeng resolutely declined their offers. He was apprehensive that the sharp bamboo skewers might injure the children, insisting it was a task he could manage alone in a matter of moments. Uncle, could you possibly make me an enormous candied hawthorn? Lu Yuan approached with a cheeky grin. Liu Haifeng promptly dismissed him. Dream on. Each person is entitled to 2 pieces. No one shall be greedy. And have you considered the effort involved in crafting these treats? Uncle, we did lend a hand, and besides, there are still plenty of hawthorns left. What harm would there be in making a few extra? Lu Yuan argued, eager to boast about his bounty, for 2 pieces hardly sufficed. Liu Haifeng rolled his eyes. Shall I remove your head to skewer it instead? You demand so much for free. Who indulged you in such bad habits? No sooner had he spoken than he felt a pinch on his arm. He initially mistook it for one of the younger children being mischievous, but upon turning, he discovered his wife had returned unbeknownst to him. Ah, hello, dear wife, when did you arrive? Humph, you truly have a knack for it, bullying children at your age. Aren't you ashamed? What sort of elder speaks such words? And what is this? Upon seeing his aunt return, Liu Yuan felt emboldened and immediately began to plead with her for leniency. Wang Qian found the scene amusing but firmly rejected his requests. After all, her husband intended to sell the treats, and with so many children in the household, accommodating their demands would significantly reduce potential earnings. Enough. If you persist, you shan't have even these 2 pieces. I've offered you a taste for free, and yet you still make demands. He then turned to Wang Qian, explaining, I merely intended to experiment first, to ascertain the quality of the final product and identify any areas for improvement. After all, this is the first attempt. Uncle, if big brother wants to eat them, we shall. Fearing the loss of even these 2 pieces, Lu Huan quickly nudged Lu Yuan aside. Liu Haifeng nodded approvingly. Indeed, obedient children shall receive sweets. As he finished skewering the last hawthorn, he prepared to boil the syrup, a crucial step. For the quality of the candied hawthorn hinged upon the syrup itself, demanding utmost precision. Entering the kitchen, he poured a bit of water into the pot, estimating the amount before adding half a pound of sugar, then igniting the flame to commence the boiling process. "Shall I assist you with the fire?" Wang Qian inquired, having closely followed him, eager to observe her husband's culinary prowess. Previously, he had spoken of gastronomy with such flair that she had presumed he was merely an enthusiastic eater. Yet, witnessing his deftness, she suspected his practical skills were also commendable. "No need, dear wife. Merely observe and see how adept your husband is," he replied. Wang Qian stood beside the children, curious to see how he could boast with such confidence, knowing well that boiling syrup was no simple task. Even she, a frequent cook, struggled with it. What merit did this former ne'er-do-well have to boast so boldly? Observing the deft movements of the individual before her, an inner voice stirred with disbelief. Could this truly be the same idle scamp who once flitted about, mindlessly toying with cats and dogs? She squinted, finding it hard to reconcile the two. Liu Haifeng, noticing the bubbles rising, sensed it was time. He swiftly grabbed a skewer of hawthorn berries, rolling it in the frothy mixture before placing it on the prepared oil paper on the side. Within just over a minute, he had finished coating a dozen skewers of candied hawthorn, nodding in satisfaction at the neatly arranged treats. Though it was his first attempt, they appeared to have turned out splendidly, their luster promising delight. "Patience. The sugar has yet to set." He swatted away Liu Yu's eager hand, turning to the onlookers who were gazing longingly at the candied hawthorn. A chuckle escaped him. "Uncle, is it ready yet?" Liu Gui fretted, biting his finger, his big eyes blinking innocently as if to plead his case. "Just a moment longer. Let them sit for a couple more minutes for extra crispness," Wang Qian remarked, her gaze lingering on the array of candied treats, a peculiar expression crossing her face. She marveled at the fact that he had truly managed to create them, and the sheen of the sugar coating surpassed even her mother's efforts. Chapter 49. Opportunities and Deceptions. Feeling satisfied, Liu Haifeng presented the final skewer, the largest one adorned with 4 berries, specifically crafted to charm his wife. "Here, give it a try and share your thoughts." "Uncle, that one is for me," Liu Yu protested, noticing that the skewer he had been eyeing had vanished. Liu Haifeng ruffled the boy's hair playfully. "Be grateful for what you have. Don't be so picky. That one was meant for your aunt, so no more dreaming." "Ouch, that hurts. I don't want it anymore." "Humph. This is what we call a teachable moment." Wang Qian smiled as she watched the playful banter between the uncle and nephew, glancing at the candied hawthorn in her hand. She noted how he never missed an opportunity to impress, even with something as simple as a treat. Yet, she found it endearing. After all, what woman does not appreciate a touch of romance? Though his method was unconventional, the added berries set it apart, evoking a delightful sense of joy. Taking a gentle bite, her eyes brightened at the distinct crispness. The syrup was perfectly enveloping, sweet without bitterness, complemented by the natural tartness of the hawthorn. Overall, it was a delightful sweet and sour surprise. "What do you think, my dear?" Liu Haifeng asked, his gaze filled with anticipation. Wang Qian arched an eyebrow, presenting the candied hawthorn to his lips, inviting him to taste it himself. Biting into it, Liu Haifeng chewed thoughtfully, finding it reminiscent of his childhood treats, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of several children stealthily reaching for the candied hawthorn and quickly called out, "1 skewer each, no more." Liu Yu, who had been poised to grab a 3rd skewer, promptly hid his hand behind his back. Observing the 3 remaining skewers on the board, he feigned a stern expression, glaring at the would-be thieves. "Stop right there. Whoever took more than 1, kindly return it. We agreed on 1 skewer each, and disobedience will not be tolerated." Liu Huan licked his candied hawthorn, pointing at his older brothers. Both of them took more than they should have, especially the elder brother, who managed to grab 4 skewers by himself. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuan's expression stiffened, and he shot a fierce glare at his younger sister, who had reported him. Muttering under his breath, "Traitor." "Humph. I am not a traitor. I am a good child," Liu Huan protested indignantly. Liu Haifeng nearly burst into laughter at this. Under the scrutinizing gaze of everyone present, the 2 siblings reluctantly returned the excess candied hawthorns to the table. "That's more like it. One must learn to be a considerate child who shares. Remember, what Uncle C has prepared is limited. If you take an extra skewer, what will Grandpa, Grandma And your parents do? Wouldn't they be left without any? Listening to Liu Haifeng's words, the two brothers hung their heads in shame. They had not considered the implications, merely thinking of showing off to their friends. They had no idea that there was a finite amount. Seeing them recognize their mistake, Liu Haifeng decided to let them off the hook. All right, go out and play. Upon hearing this, the younger ones immediately rushed toward the door, eager to boast about their exploits. In the afternoon, as the family gradually returned home, Liu Haifeng presented the freshly made candied hawthorns for everyone to taste. Oh my, I didn't expect the fourth to possess such skills. Sister-in-law Liu exclaimed as she took a bite, and was pleasantly surprised by the delightful flavor. She had thought he was merely fooling around during the noon hours. Mother Liu, curious, inquired, "When did you learn to do this, fourth?" Faced with the inquisitive gazes of the family, Liu Haifeng cleared his throat and began to narrate the little tale he had concocted to deceive Lu Wang. This situation required an explanation, and he had awaited this moment for quite some time. He planned to leverage his newfound skill to earn some money in the future. If he continued to suppress this secret, he felt it might lead to his own internal turmoil. Taking advantage of this opportunity to charm his family, he thought. Whether they believed him or not was of no concern to him. When he eventually showcased his talent, even if they harbored doubts, he would have an explanation ready. Everyone was captivated by Liu Haifeng's whimsical storytelling, as if they were listening to a bard. While others were uncertain, Mother Liu appeared quite convinced. She hadn't expected her seemingly unambitious fourth son to quietly acquire a skill, and it seemed he had done so rather well. This revelation lifted a significant weight off her shoulders, alleviating her long-held concerns about her youngest son's future. Father Liu, excitedly tapping his pipe, remarked, "Fourth, now that you have learned this craft, you must strive to lead a good life and avoid idleness. It is not easy to master a skill these days. It's not just about the apprentice's talent. Many skilled masters may not teach you well, even if you provide them with tobacco and liquor. After all, the adage teaching a disciple may lead to the master's starvation holds true throughout history. With this skill now in his possession, regardless of how life unfolds, at least he need not fear hunger." Sister-in-law Liu and the others listened with a mixture of envy and resentment. How could such a ne'er-do-well be so fortunate? Why hadn't they encountered such an opportunity? Such a cruel twist of fate. Liu Haifeng feigned embarrassment, scratching his head awkwardly. "Ah, father, mother, the time my son has spent learning is rather short. He cannot yet be considered a master, merely a novice. But what of it? Why not exert yourself a bit more and conduct your own research? They have taught you numerous dishes. Even without innate talent, surely rote memorization would suffice." Liu's father wore an expression of frustration, lamenting the current era where possessing a skill is commendable. Who among us does not learn and then ponder things independently? Does one truly believe that a seasoned master would divulge all their secrets? Everyone starts off as a novice apprentice. After all, Liu's second sister-in-law was consumed by jealousy, infuriated that this insufferable brat had stumbled upon such fortune. "Old four, since you wish to practice, the meals at the old residence will henceforth be your responsibility. Do not squander this opportunity." Liu's mother pondered briefly and nodded in agreement. After all, practice begets skill. Observing the second sister-in-law's disdainful countenance, Liu Haifeng was well aware of her intent to provoke. However, he would not indulge her and retorted immediately, "No, I still need to earn a living. How could I possibly spend all day in the kitchen? I have no intention of farming. If I do not earn money, how will you support us? Why should I? This is merely for you to hone your skills, and once you are proficient, it won't bring in any income for me." "Enough," Liu's mother seethed, her teeth grinding in irritation as she witnessed their incessant bickering. "Will you two not cease squabbling for a single day?" Seeing his mother's annoyance, Liu's second sister-in-law begrudgingly fell silent, though her expression betrayed her lingering dissatisfaction. Liu Haifeng let out a cold huff. "Old four, what do you truly intend? You cannot afford to squander this opportunity." "Mother, I plan to explore this on my own. My primary concern is to earn money, especially as we are about to move into a new home, and there are many items we need to procure. My resources are limited. I must earn quickly." "That sounds easy enough. Pray tell, how do you plan to earn money? Do you intend to engage in speculation?" Liu's father asked, his tone sharp. Upon hearing this, Liu's elder and second sisters-in-law perked up, eager to hear what old four's scheme entailed. Liu Haifeng rubbed his nose and chuckled. "Father, mother, how did you find the candied hawthorn today?" "Quite good," Liu's mother replied. "Excellent. I have a plan. I intend to purchase candied hawthorn. The reason I brought back so many hawthorn berries from Xiao Qian's house is precisely for this purpose. The family listened with a mixture of astonishment. Nonsense. Are you not concerned about being caught for speculation? Liu's father exclaimed, alarmed. Father, what era do you think this is? The country has long since reformed and opened up. It encourages ordinary citizens like us to engage in business. Do you think we are still living in the past? What? The government permits speculation? What nonsense are you spouting? Noticing the incredulous expressions on their faces, Liu Haifeng recognized that their usual activities were confined to the village, with occasional trips to town solely for shopping, leaving them oblivious to the changes in national policy. After some contemplation, he decided it was time to enlighten them about the current situation. Very well. Let Liu Haifeng enlighten you. Father, I must inform you that since the land reform, governmental policies have shifted. Now, it is encouraged for farmers to sell their own produce. Unlike before, in my case, selling candied hawthorn is also in response to national policies. I have neither committed any crime nor engaged in any unscrupulous dealings. Chapter 50. The in-laws. With a sense of pride the following day, after the previous day's persuasion, Liu Haifeng was still unable to sell his candied hawthorn. The reason was that the house, which had been partially under construction, had resumed its work. Despite all the talk from yesterday, the elderly couple remained somewhat skeptical. Additionally, Liu Haifeng felt a sense of imbalance and, like a troublemaker, stirred the pot, resulting in no business opportunities for Liu Haifeng. The unpredictability of life. As Liu Haifeng felt a surge of frustration, he simply wished to earn a modest living. Wasn't the issue with the house meant to be resolved? Although Wang Qian understood her husband's agitation, she had no effective solutions. The in-laws forbade them from going anywhere, rendering any arguments futile. After much contemplation, she could only offer comfort and pray for the swift completion of the house, for once they officially separated, they could do as they pleased in their own home. With a heavy heart, Liu Haifeng accompanied his father to the construction site. Observing the nearly finished house, he clenched his teeth and swallowed his anger. What else could he do? See, the house is almost complete, even though we have been in a semi-rest state these past few days. The carpenters we hired have not slacked off. To expedite the work, I brought in some craftsmen from the nearby villages, Liu's father said with a hint of pride. Father, how many more days until it's finished? Liu Haifeng, unfamiliar with construction timelines, looked at the house and thought they were just a few tiles away from completion. I have already arranged for someone to assess it. The day after tomorrow is an auspicious day, perfect for the beam-raising ceremony. The day after tomorrow? So that means 3 more days? He had thought they would be laying tiles soon, but it seemed there was still a wait. When would he finally be free to earn a living? He felt as though he were shackled. You know nothing. This is with the extra help I hired. Otherwise, do you think the pace would be so swift? Liu's father, seeing the discontent on his son's face, felt an urge to reprimand him. Liu Haifeng, noticing his father's demeanor, forced a smile and refrained from further comments, wishing to avoid aggravating the old man. Liu's mother, having overheard their conversation, approached them. Lao Si, when you find the time, let your wife know to call her family and inform them that we will be hosting a feast the day after tomorrow. Invite them to come celebrate with us. A feast? What feast? Liu Haifeng was bewildered, but upon recalling the original owner's memories, he realized that it was indeed customary in Liu Jiawan to host a gathering whenever a new house was completed, especially on the day of the beam raising, inviting neighbors and friends. The next 2 days saw Liu Haifeng laboring intensely. During this time, he contemplated escaping to the county to sell popsicles, but his father kept a watchful eye, even requiring him to report every little thing, which left him feeling utterly frustrated. Soon, the day of the beam raising arrived. Early in the morning, the household buzzed with excitement as everyone joyfully prepared the necessary items for the ceremony. Liu's mother had already purchased the meat for the feast a day in advance, and many women had come early to assist with the preparations. The raising of the beams in the new house is a momentous occasion for the family, one that demands utmost seriousness. Thus, Liu Haifeng, who was summoned early in the morning, found himself in a state of confusion as he was given various tasks to complete. Were it not for Wang Qian discreetly slipping him a steamed bun, he would still be enduring hunger. The children in the household were equally ecstatic, their excitement leading them to forget all decorum as they gazed longingly at the array of prepared food, their eager eyes almost causing them to stumble as they repeatedly peeked into the kitchen, much to the chagrin of Liu's mother, who scolded them several times. Liu's sister-in-law took a moment to reprimand them, which rendered them somewhat more subdued. However, with the kitchen off limits, their attention turned to the offerings intended for the ceremony. The ritual of raising the beams called for a tribute to heaven and earth, and thus an abundance of offerings was laid out on the table. Biscuits, candies, fruits, and various other items filled the surface. Liu Yuan and the other children fixated on these treats, nearly drooling in anticipation, yet they had to wait, as it was not yet time to indulge. Crazy, there are people looking for you outside, a voice called out, prompting Liu Haifeng to rush out, where he was pleasantly surprised to find Wang's parents had arrived. Father, mother, and my brothers, you're here. Please come in. It must have been a long journey for you. Wang's mother observed her slightly sun-kissed son-in-law. You seem to have gotten quite tanned. Have you been busy lately? Indeed. My father has been keeping me busy at the new house, soaking in the sun for a few days, which explains my complexion. By the way, let us go inside. You've traveled far and must be tired. Since it's still early, you can rest in my and Qian's room, and we'll call you when the ceremony officially begins. Very well, let us head inside then. It wouldn't be proper to linger here, Wang's father said, taking the lead. At that moment, Liu's father and mother also emerged, and upon seeing their in-laws, they welcomed them with warm smiles. Oh, our in-laws are here. Please, come inside. What a surprise to see you with so many things. It's just some fruits from our place. Our own trees haven't borne fruit yet. These are gifts from relatives. With our small family, we can't possibly consume them all, so we thought to bring some for you to enjoy. As Liu Haifeng approached to take the burden from Wang's elder brother's shoulders, this intention was met with resistance. It's only a short distance left. Instead of passing it to someone else, you might as well lead the way. We'll carry it in ourselves. That won't do. If Qian finds out, she'll surely scold me. It's better not to put me in a difficult position. With that, Liu Haifeng firmly took the load from Wang's elder brother. As the weight settled in his hands, he was caught off guard, nearly stumbling under the unexpected heft. He had assumed it to be light, given how effortlessly Wang's elder brother had carried it. Recalling his own struggles during the Mid-Autumn Festival, Liu Haifeng felt a flush of embarrassment when compared to the sturdily built Wang's elder brother. Reflecting on his wife's reaction at that time, he realized it was no wonder she thought he could handle it easily. Perhaps she was unconsciously comparing him to her strong elder brother. With this thought, he silently lamented his own lack of experience in heavy labor, recognizing that he could hardly measure up to those who had toiled in the fields for years. His wife certainly held him in higher regard than he deserved. Upon entering the room, Liu's father and mother exchanged a few words before excusing themselves to attend to other guests, reminding Liu Haifeng to take good care of their in-laws. Observing the multitude of gifts from the in-laws, Liu's mother felt a deep sense of satisfaction, a testament to the generosity of the fourth family. The astonished gazes of the neighbors as they entered filled her with a sense of pride and vanity. Meanwhile, Wang Qian, who had been assisting in the kitchen, also stepped into the room. Father, mother, elder brother, second brother, younger brother, you all arrived quite early. I and Brother Feng had planned to come and fetch you, but it seems you beat us to it. You must have left very early this morning. Wang Jianjun, the son of the Wang family's eldest, and Wang Xiujuan, the daughter of the second Wang family, rushed over to greet their aunt. Aunt, we set off just as dawn broke. Seeing the fatigue etched on their young faces, Wang Qian felt a pang of sympathy for them, considering the long journey they had undertaken. Mother, with such a distance to travel, why didn't you let the children stay home with their mothers? What could we do? Yesterday, those two heard your uncle mention coming to your place, and they were so eager that they didn't want to miss the opportunity. Once they saw the adults preparing to leave, they insisted on tagging along. Gazing at her shy niece and nephew, Wang Qian playfully pinched their cheeks. You two little rascals, are you always so disobedient? All right, enough about them. When will you start your preparations over there? Soon. It shouldn't take long. By the way, father and mother, why did you bring so many things? Wang Qian exclaimed, astonished as she noticed the floor nearly overflowing with items. Oh, we thought of you moving into your new home soon, so we prepared some extra things. By the way, didn't Xiaofeng mention wanting to raise chickens? Your third aunt's family has hatched some chicks, so I brought a few along. You can set up a space in the backyard to start raising them, and by next spring, you'll have fresh eggs to enjoy. Wang Qian was deeply moved by the abundance of gifts, reflecting on how her parents had always showered her with affection since childhood, and she was surprised by their continued care even after her marriage. As the ceremony commenced, the Liu family invited the eldest patriarch to chant auspicious words, invoking good fortune. Liu's father, mother, and the three Liu brothers each carried a basket filled with small red papers, wrapped candies, cookies, cigarettes, and a few coin red envelopes, and scattered them among the crowd, creating an exhilarating atmosphere. Adults and children jostled, eager to grab as much as they could, oblivious to the occasional foot being stepped on. Young Liu, taking advantage of his age, quickly mingled with the other children from the Liu family, and soon they were all crowded together, vying for sweets. Brother-in-law, throw some this way. Yes, fourth uncle, toss us some. Hearing their calls, Liu Haifeng tossed a handful in their direction, watching with delight as they scrambled to catch the treats. The joyous occasion filled him with exuberance, and he was swept up in the festive spirit. Liu Haifeng, upon seeing her young son snatch a piece of candy, swiftly stepped in to scoop him up. Liu Gui continued to struggle fiercely, shouting that he wanted to seize more, but was swiftly quelled by a slap from Liu Haifeng on his backside, which finally subdued him. You little rascal, not even as tall as their legs. How dare you run beneath their feet? Aren't you afraid of being crushed? Mother, candy. Upon seeing the sweets in her younger son's hands, Liu Haifeng was nearly exasperated. Thinking he only cared for food, Liu Jiawan was neither too large nor too small. It was impossible to invite the entire village, yet everyone was interconnected by kinship. When guests arrived, it was difficult to refuse them. Most who came to dine would bring a token of goodwill, perhaps a red envelope or a bottle of wine, while those with looser ties might contribute some homegrown vegetables or fruits. Liu Haifeng's former companions would certainly seize the opportunity for a free meal, especially at a brother's gathering, where they would act as if they were at their own home, seating themselves at a table without needing any invitation to eat. Seeing this, Liu Haifeng remained unperturbed, approaching them to offer a toast, then inviting them to enjoy their meal before attending to other guests. As the host, Liu Haifeng was understanding, and Liu Sanhua and others did not impose any constraints. Liu Sanjia, Liu Lanlan, arrived alone while everyone was feasting, carrying a bag of biscuits. According to her explanation, Song Jimin was too busy with work to take a day off, the children were in school, and her in-laws were equally occupied. She always had a reason. Liu Haifeng, observing the less than favorable expressions on his elderly parents' faces, could not help but scoff. If she did not wish to come, she needn't fabricate so many excuses. After years of acquaintance, they all knew each other well enough. He glanced at his sisters-in-law, who were certainly murmuring in their hearts. After all, Liu Lanlan had brought only a bag of biscuits, which was quite a slight. Only the elderly couple could still welcome their daughter. Disregarding these bothersome thoughts, Liu Haifeng noticed that his father-in-law and the others had finished their meal. Recalling the fatigue etched on their faces when he received them in the morning, he sought out Liu Xinshu, who had already completed his meal. Uncle, I need to trouble you with something. Oh, it's you, fourth. What is it? It's like this. I need to ask you to drive and help send my father-in-law's family back. They live quite far, and after coming over this morning, they are already weary. If they have to walk back this afternoon, they might not reach home until nightfall, and their route is mountainous, making it perilous after dark. Hey, I didn't expect you to be so filial. Well, after all, they are my in-laws. I must trouble you with a trip. Saying this, he handed over the 3 yuan he had prepared in advance. Liu Xinshu did not decline, as tractors required fuel too. Liu Haifeng was not surprised by Liu Xinshu's agreement. After all, a tractor left idle was merely a burden, and the brigade sought ways to generate income. Thus, they would not refuse when someone needed a vehicle, especially if payment was involved. Once this matter was arranged, Liu Haifeng approached Wang Qian to share the news. Wang Qian was deeply moved. She had previously worried that her parents might not withstand such a strenuous journey in a single day, but her husband had already orchestrated everything. Feng Ge, hold on. They are not solely your parents. They are also mine. I ought to consider their feelings as well. Just as my daughter-in-law was about to utter some sentimental words, he hurriedly interrupted her. He had no desire to witness her weeping in front of so many people. It wasn't until they were preparing to leave that Wang Mu learned of the situation, observing the tractor that had already arrived beside them. She couldn't help but give her daughter a firm pat on the arm. You foolish girl, you're about to start a new life. And it's precisely the time to be frugal. How could you be so careless? Upon seeing his wife being reprimanded, Liu Haifeng quickly stepped forward to shield her. Mother, this is not Xiao Qian's fault. I acted on my own accord. If you must place blame, let it be on me. His elder brother and others had carried so many items that morning, and it was evident they were weary from their journey. He was uncertain if they could endure another walk back in the afternoon, but could you bear to watch the little ones suffer alongside them? Moreover, the vehicle had already been summoned, and the fare had been settled long ago. With so many witnesses present, could you do me the favor of hurrying aboard? They are waiting for us. What can I say to you, child? Recognizing her son-in-law's filial piety, Wang Mu refrained from further admonishment. Upon seeing the tractor, Lu Mu felt a pang of regret about the money spent, yet she understood why her son acted in this manner, given the distance the in-laws had to travel. Nonetheless, she merely felt a simple sorrow for the money wasted. This spendthrift seemed oblivious to the value of money, and it appeared that from now on, Wang Qian should manage the finances, lest this grown man forget his own name with a few coins in his pocket. Noticing that the little ones had eaten their fill and were growing drowsy, Liu Haifeng promptly lifted them into the back of the tractor. "Mother, please don't delay any longer. Uncle San is waiting." Upon seeing his own children scrambling onto the tractor, Liu Haifeng pulled them down one by one. "What are you doing climbing up there? They are heading home. Do you intend to follow them?" Lu Yuan and the others gazed enviously at Wang Jiangwo's siblings in the back of the tractor. Their eyes filled with longing, for they had never ridden in a tractor before. They had always regarded tractors with awe, imagining how it would feel to ride in one. And now that an opportunity had finally presented itself, they were thwarted by their fourth uncle. Wang Jianhua and his sister, standing in the vehicle, yelled with excitement. And any remnants of drowsiness vanished the moment they found themselves on the tractor. "Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Dad, hurry and come up." They wished to ride the tractor home, as it would provide them with tales to boast about to their village friends. Wang Xiaodi, witnessing this scene, scrambled up as well. Truth be told, he had never ridden in a tractor either and saw this as a perfect opportunity to experience it. With the younger ones clamoring and the encouragement from the in-laws, Wang father and Wang mother had no choice but to beckon their two sons aboard. After a few final words of caution, Lu Senshu started the tractor, carrying a load of people away amidst the envious gazes of Lu Yuan and his companions. Observing the envious eyes of the little ones, Liu Haifeng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. However, he understood well that for children of this era, riding a tractor was indeed a matter of great pride. It is not to say that this contraption is particularly remarkable. In fact, in this era, many roads are riddled with potholes, and one truly must contemplate whether one's posterior can endure the ride atop a tractor. Nevertheless, in these times, people still find joy in such experiences, as it bestows a sense of prestige. Although Wang Mu felt a twinge of regret for the expenditure incurred by Liu Haifeng's arrangements, the entire family returned from their son-in-law's home via tractor, which filled Wang Fu with pride within the village. "Just look, my son-in-law had someone drive us back on a tractor." This topic alone could fuel his boastfulness for days. As the guests were gradually sent off and the kind women who aided in the preparations tidied up, Lu Mu distributed some of the extra dishes they had made, adhering to the old rural custom of sharing food and drink with those who helped. The borrowed tables and stools were clearly marked with the names of their owners and would be returned the following day. There was no need for concern regarding the pots and pans, as the professional chef had brought his own and would take them back. Today, Lu Fu was in high spirits, and given Lu Mu's usual strictness, he took advantage of the occasion to indulge in a few extra drinks, leading to a state of pleasant inebriation by the end of the feast. Lu Mu, noticing his disorientation, scolded him and assisted him to bed for some rest. As the hustle and bustle subsided, Lu Mu encouraged everyone to take a moment to rest, suggesting they could address any matters in the evening. Considering everyone had worked tirelessly since dawn and were utterly exhausted, after all, health is paramount, Liu Haifeng and his wife were equally fatigued, and after washing their faces, they retired to bed as well. They slept soundly until the evening, and had it not been for Lu Mu's calls, Liu Haifeng believed he could have slumbered until the next day. With some leftover dishes from lunch, dinner required little more than a slight enhancement, rendering it a lavish meal. After dinner, as the head of the household, Lu Fu gathered everyone, sending the children out to play. "Today, we shall hold a family meeting. The house construction is progressing swiftly, with the beams and roof completed, and the remaining tasks should not take more than a few days. Furthermore, with the banquet held today, we received some goodwill. After deducting various expenses, it seems there might still be around 100 yuan left. Though part of this will need to cover the labor costs of others, leaving no surplus to distribute among you. Father, there is no need to divide this money. You and mother should keep some for your own security," interjected Lu to silence. "Allow me to finish speaking." Lu Fu shot a stern glance at his son. Upon hearing his father, Lu De rubbed his nose sheepishly, offering a few awkward chuckles. Lu Fu continued, "Your father may not possess grand skills. Yet after toiling for many years, I have managed to build you 2 new rooms. However, your mother and I have done our utmost, at the very least. We have ensured that you do not go hungry or cold. Moving forward, the course of our lives is determined by our own choices. Liu's father, typically a man of few words, perhaps due to the effects of alcohol today, appeared somewhat dazed and spoke with a certain loquacity. He reminisced from the eldest child to the youngest, recounting tales from their childhood to marriage and the joys of raising families, even detailing the construction of homes for his children. Each story evoked a swell of emotion among the family members. Though Liu Haifeng possessed the memories of the original owner, he could still feel the profound love emanating from his father as he shared these cherished anecdotes. Liu's father, known for his occasional bravado and rigid demeanor, had nonetheless provided splendidly for his 4 children, marrying off 3 and building new homes, a feat few families in their village could rival. Liu's mother, wiping her reddened eyes, observed her husband, who was unusually verbose today and did not mind his chatter. She turned her attention to the 3 daughters-in-law, imparting her wisdom on frugality and diligence honed over the years. Watching the elderly couple, Liu Haifeng was suddenly reminded of his own parents. The similarities across 2 lifetimes were striking, yet he lamented the loss of opportunities to cherish them. Noticing the moisture at the corner of his youngest brother's eyes, Liu's father silently acknowledged the significance of imparting this final lesson. When it came to discussing the children, aside from their somewhat peculiar 3rd daughter, the youngest son was the most reliable. He felt an urge to scold, but after having expressed his frustrations before, he deemed it futile to dwell on past grievances. Seeing the conflicted expression on Liu's father's face, Liu Haifeng understood he was reminiscing about the original owner's troubles. "Father, I comprehend your concerns, but rest assured, I have become the pillar of our family and shall not revert to my former ways," he reassured. Liu's father replied, "I have no faith in your reassurances. You are always the one to stir up trouble." Despite his reluctance, he nodded in acknowledgement of his son's words. At that moment, Liu Haifeng recalled something significant and pondered how to broach the subject. "Speak your mind. Do not hesitate," his father urged, observing his son's hesitance. With everyone's gaze upon him, Liu cleared his throat, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he glanced at his elder brothers. He had not consulted them beforehand, and bringing it up now felt somewhat inappropriate. "What troubles you, 4th son?" Liu's mother redirected her attention toward him. "Ahem, that is," Liu faltered. "Just say it. Stop stammering like a woman," Liu's father interjected, only to be sharply pinched by Liu's mother. "Ouch, what was that for?" Liu's father grimaced, confused by his wife's actions. "What are you talking about? Who's stammering?" Liu's father realized his error and, gritting his teeth, responded, "I was referring to our 4th son. Why are you meddling? There are so many witnesses here, and you choose to act out, diminishing the dignity of our family's head." Liu's mother retorted, "Humph, I have my say." After this playful banter, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated, and seeing smiles spread across everyone's faces, Liu Haifeng finally began to speak. "Father, mother, I have been contemplating the impending division of our household. I have resolved to allocate an annual sum of 50 yuan to support you both. Should my circumstances improve, rest assured, the amount will increase accordingly. What are your thoughts on this? Of course, my elder brother and 2nd brother may decide for themselves. This is merely my personal intention, and I hope you will not dwell on it excessively." After expressing this, I cast an apologetic glance at my wife, acknowledging my misstep in not discussing this matter with her beforehand. However, as the prospect of separation looms, I felt compelled to broach the subject, especially since my brothers had not initiated the conversation. Reflecting on my vow to care for my parents in my previous life, I found myself reluctantly raising the issue. Wang Qian's expression shifted subtly. She remained silent, observing quietly. Luda and Luer were momentarily taken aback by my words. They had not considered this matter. Given that our parents are only in their 50s and in good health, was it premature to discuss their care? Liu Haifeng did not wish to broach this topic, fully aware that it might provoke dissatisfaction from the elder and younger branches of the family. Nevertheless, since I harbored this intention, I decided to be forthright and address it openly. My motivation was partly influenced by our father's heartfelt expression earlier. Unable to support my previous life's elders, I found solace in dedicating my thoughts to this life as parents. Indeed, upon hearing my proposal, the expressions of Liu Da's and Liu Er's wives stiffened, yet they found themselves unable to interject in such a delicate moment. The 2 brothers exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Liu Er affirmed, "I concur with the 4th brother." Luda added, "I too find merit in this suggestion. It had not previously crossed my mind, and I acknowledge it as an oversight. Therefore, let us adopt this standard moving forward." Father nodded with a sense of relief, while Mother's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She had not anticipated that the most unpredictable of her sons, the fourth, would be the first to raise such a topic. Although they remained vigorous, her heart swelled with satisfaction at his initiative, signifying that their efforts in raising him had not been in vain. In contrast, some families in the village have elderly parents in their 70s or 80s who continuously evade the subject of care, with sons hesitant to welcome them into their homes. Your concern is appreciated, but your father and I are still quite capable. Let us discuss matters of care in the future. You have only just established your own households, and financial constraints remain. There are many necessities to acquire. Let us consider filial duties at a later time." Father nodded in agreement. Although my words brought him comfort, he, ever resilient, felt that he was far from needing support at this stage of his life. Liu Haifeng chose not to elaborate further. Yet he resolved that from next year onward, this matter should be prioritized. As for my elder and second brothers, they may follow their own paths. Each individual has their own convictions, and as long as I remain true to myself, that is sufficient. Upon hearing the old couple's remarks, Sister Liu and Sister Lu'er breathed a sigh of relief. They had only just begun to discuss the division of their household, and with their finances already strained, the notion of preparing for retirement seemed utterly impractical. Where would the funds come from? Sister Lu'er, filled with frustration, cast a disdainful glance at Liu Haifeng, mentally berating him for his ease of speech. It was easy for him to speak lightly of such matters, devoid of children, and thus oblivious to the burdens that weighed heavily on others. With 3 growing sons at home, now was not the time to discuss retirement. How could they possibly allocate such a sum while still managing daily life? Truly vexing. After the discussion, everyone retreated to their respective quarters. Liu Haifeng and Wang Qian followed one another into the house. As he observed his wife's departing silhouette, Liu Haifeng was at a loss for words. However, once inside, Wang Qian seemed to anticipate his thoughts and preemptively interrupted him. "Fengge, you did nothing wrong today. It is only right to support our elders. I harbor no ill feelings." Liu Haifeng stood momentarily astonished, then abruptly embraced her. He had not expected his wife to be so understanding, not only forgiving his prior discussions, but also appearing to comfort him. With a partner like her, what more could he desire? Chapter 53. Settling into the new home the following day, work on the new house resumed. Nevertheless, Liu Haifeng was in a state of agitation. His candied hawthorn was in peril. If he did not sell it promptly, the fruit would spoil, an investment he had labored hard to procure. And he could not afford to let it go to waste. Had he not stored it in the damp cellar, this dreadful weather would surely have rendered it unusable in no time. Fortunately, the roofing progressed swiftly, as many hands joined in the effort, and within 2 days, the work was completed. Next came the painting of the interior, though Luda and Lu'er were reluctant to spend, opting instead to use newspapers for a temporary solution. With the new house completed, discussions of division resumed. Regardless of the family's circumstances, a communal pot was essential for separation. Otherwise, what was the point of dividing if they still shared a cooking vessel? The Liu family had saved diligently for a long time to accumulate industrial coupons, and an iron pot had long been ordered. They even acquired 3 knives, ensuring that each household would be adequately equipped. Following that, provisions, dishes, and farming tools would be fairly distributed among the families. Each household would receive a share. As for Liu Haifeng, the furnishings in the new home were all freshly crafted, a plan arranged with his wife's family earlier. Their location in the mountains provided an abundance of fine timber, and it was not difficult for them to assist in crafting a complete set, given that Liu Haifeng provided the funds. Now that the house was finished, he arranged for a tractor to transport the items. This naturally elicited admiration from both Luda and Lu'er, who, regrettably, could only envy their situation as their own families were from the same village, lacking both carpenters and quality materials. Standing in the new home, gazing at the freshly painted white walls and the newly crafted furniture, Liu Haifeng felt his heart race with a profound realization. This was a home that truly belonged to him, a genuine sanctuary in this world, signifying that he had finally established roots. Hurry up and help. Don't just stand there. Wang Qian, overwhelmed with activity, was nearly spinning in circles. Most preparations for the new house were nearly complete. Now, they simply needed to gradually transfer belongings from the old residence. Liu Haifeng snapped back to reality, observing his wife drenched in sweat, and hurriedly approached to assist her. "Here it comes, it's heavy." Let me handle this while you take the blanket inside. When it came time to sort through the hawthorns, he opened the bag and felt an overwhelming pang of sorrow. Some of the fruits had clearly begun to show signs of mold and decay. What's wrong? Wang Qian emerged from the room, puzzled by her husband's distressed expression. My hawthorns are ruined, Liu Haifeng lamented. Wang Qian blinked in surprise. Stepping closer to inspect the bag, rolling her eyes, she remarked, there are only a few bad ones. We can just pick them out. Despite her words, Liu Haifeng's heart ached at the thought of the effort he had put forth. We must sell the hawthorns quickly. If they spoil further, we'll incur even greater losses. He insisted. Wang Qian nodded in agreement, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Then you should go sell them tomorrow. The house is nearly in order now, and we could use the extra money. With the furniture all set up, they still needed to gather various odds and ends for daily living, such as sewing supplies and cooking utensils like pots and plates. Although they had divided some items from the old house, those dishes were rather old, and she wanted to acquire some new ones, along with essentials like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. I share your sentiments, but I'll leave the household chores to you for now. I'll start making candied hawthorns tomorrow, and we'll call Lu Wang to help me sell them. Wang Qian nodded, content that the major items were already moved, leaving only minor things to organize. After discussing their plans, Liu Haifeng set about preparing the necessary tools. To sell candied hawthorns, he needed a skewer. A longer wooden stick wrapped with straw would suffice. Although this task was not particularly difficult, he struggled initially, failing twice. Either the string was tied too loosely, resulting in a flimsy skewer, or the straw was unevenly placed, rendering it unsightly. After more than an hour of effort, he finally managed to create 2 satisfactory skewers. Gazing at his handiwork, he felt a swell of pride. Having only seen such designs on television before, he was pleasantly surprised by his own craftsmanship. Next came the bamboo skewers, which required more effort but were indispensable. Fortunately, there was a bamboo grove nearby, where he could easily cut a couple. Wang Qian returned with a chicken cage, and seeing her husband diligently working, she smiled in satisfaction. So handsome. The more I look, the more I like you. Our future seems increasingly promising. Feng Gu, when you have a moment, could you build a shelter for the chickens in the backyard? And what about the rabbits? Think about how to set that up, she added. Liu Haifeng acknowledged her request with a nod. Indeed, bamboo has been somewhat overharvested. Once I finish my current tasks, I shall proceed to the backyard to construct a fence from the bamboo. The chickens are still quite young, so we shall manage with them for now. As for the rabbit, I have noticed that the female's belly has been growing larger in recent days. I must prepare a nest for her to ensure she has a suitable place to give birth. By the way, dear wife, did you inform my mother as I requested, asking her to help procure some fertilized eggs from the village? Yes, I mentioned it, and I have already given her the money. What did she say? Did she scold me? I fear that the old lady might chastise me for being unproductive. Hence Liu Haifeng instructed his wife to speak with Lu Mu. Upon hearing Liu Haifeng's inquiry, Wang Qian, who was nearing the door to the backyard, was momentarily amused, recalling her mother-in-law's likely reprimands directed at her son. You can probably guess the response, she jested, rolling her eyes at her husband. The following day, Liu Haifeng indulged in a leisurely slumber, awakening to find his wife absent from his side. Gazing around at their new home and furnishings, he mused on the comfort of not needing to be summoned, relishing the freedom to sleep as long as he desired. After getting up and freshening up, he noticed Wang Qian busily working in the makeshift kitchen, steaming buns. Sensing someone nearby, she turned to see Liu Haifeng and urged him to rinse his mouth. At the dining table, their breakfast consisted of steamed buns paired with bok choy, a plate of pickled vegetables, and a bowl of congee, simple yet nourishing. The freshly steamed buns were soft and fluffy, and with Wang Qian's careful preparation, Liu Haifeng found himself devouring them in just a few bites. How do they taste? Are they delicious? Wang Qian, resting her chin on her hand, looked forward to his response. Although their first breakfast in their new home was modest, it was crafted with love. Liu Haifeng nodded, acknowledging that his wife's culinary skills were indeed commendable, and with just the two of them to cook for, her efforts had evidently intensified. My dear wife, not only are you beautiful and kind-hearted, but your cooking is exceptional as well. Look at these steamed buns. His compliments made Wang Qian blush with modesty, and she playfully shot him a reproachful glance. The enchanting sight stirred Liu Haifeng's heart, and given their solitude away from the old homestead, he unabashedly pulled her onto his lap and kissed her fervently. After a moment, with her cheeks flushed, Wang Qian scurried back to their bedroom. Observing her sweet demeanor, Liu Haifeng felt a strong desire to engage in a passionate encounter, were it not for the pressing matters at hand today. Chapter 54. It's better to rest at home. As time slipped away, Liu Haifeng began to take action. He washed the hawthorn berries, discarding any that were spoiled, and then placed them on a bamboo sieve to dry. Just as he was threading the skewers, the previously bashful Wang Qian emerged from the room. After their time together in marriage, she had grown accustomed to her husband's brazen nature. Working together, they finished stringing 80 skewers in less than half an hour, each containing 6 berries. Given the size of the hawthorn, it seemed quite substantial. As it was their first day preparing this treat, they were still uncertain about market demand. Considering the weather, Liu Haifeng believed it prudent to produce a smaller quantity and assess the response. However, Wang Qian felt they had prepared too many and urged him to reconsider, yet Liu Haifeng remained resolute in his decision. Next comes the process of boiling sugar. Previously, I purchased 7 pounds of white sugar from Su Guangquan, using a bit for experimentation, leaving over 6 pounds. 480 skewers of candied hawthorn, if coated thinly. Approximately 3 pounds of sugar would suffice. Liu Haifeng estimated the amount to put into the pot. Once the sugar began to bubble vigorously and reached the right color, he swiftly coated the candied hawthorn, managing to cover all 80 skewers with 3 pounds of sugar, with a little bit left over. Wang Qian observed from the side, admiring her husband's deft technique, sensing that he seemed to have been in this trade for quite some time. Perhaps it was merely her illusion? Meanwhile, Liu Haifeng gazed at the candied hawthorn resting on the oil paper, mentally calculating the costs. "What are you pondering?" Wang Qian playfully inquired, noticing Liu Haifeng's stillness as she nibbled on a candied hawthorn. "Oh, I'm calculating the costs." "Oh, do share. I'd like to learn as well, so I can be a supportive partner in the future." She had always possessed a knack for numbers, and as her husband earned money, she would need to manage the household finances. Thus it was essential for her to understand the business. Seeing that his wife was interested, Liu Haifeng felt no need to conceal anything. Moreover, it would be beneficial to keep accounts, nurturing her skills in this area. "Let me explain. When we have some free time, I'll buy a notebook. We'll record the business details and household expenses so we can manage our accounts effectively." Wang Qian nodded with a smile, fully intending to take charge of the family finances even without Liu Haifeng's prompting. She had always enjoyed counting money, and now that she had the opportunity to manage, she was eager to organize the household finances. Liu Haifeng found her financial enthusiasm endearing and contemplated leaning in for a kiss, but recalling that Lu Wang would be arriving shortly, he dismissed the thought. "I just calculated that for 80 skewers of candied hawthorn, we used less than 3 pounds of sugar, meaning each pound can coat approximately 30 skewers. Since I bought this white sugar on the black market for 1 yuan per pound, dividing it among 30 skewers yields a cost of about 3 cents per skewer. This does not include the price of the hawthorn itself, but we can overlook that cost since we brought the hawthorn from your family's place at no expense." Wang Qian listened intently, captivated by Liu Haifeng's articulate explanation. She found him particularly handsome when he was engrossed in his work, especially with that confident demeanor. Although slightly enamored, she remained focused, but upon hearing Liu Haifeng's calculations, she couldn't help but frown. "Why is the sugar so expensive?" Liu Haifeng shrugged his shoulders in resignation. "There's nothing I can do about it. It's already fortunate that we managed to find sugar. Who knows if we'll be able to procure it next time. Currently, even at the supply and marketing cooperative, a pound of white sugar costs around 70 to 80 cents, and that requires sugar ration coupons. While it may be pricier on the black market, we at least don't need coupons, making the price relatively reasonable when considering both aspects. Moreover, one must consider that this confection is not easily procured, and thus, the vendors of candied hawthorns are few and far between. Consequently, our venture into selling these delicacies not only allows us to set a higher price, but also guarantees a commendable sales volume. As the adage goes, one must sacrifice to gain. This is the essence of the matter." Wang Qian nodded in agreement, recognizing the keen intellect of her companion. "What price do you intend to sell each skewer for?" she inquired. 6 cents. What do you think?" Liu Haifeng replied, recalling the price his mother mentioned from her childhood when they sold for merely 5 cents per skewer. Given the scarcity of sugar now, he reasoned that adding a cent was justifiable. As for future fluctuations in sugar prices, that would be a matter to address in due course. Wang Qian mentally calculated the figures. 6 cents multiplied by 80 skewers amounts to $4.80. After deducting $3 for the cost of sugar, this leaves us with a mere $1.80. When labor costs, bamboo skewers, and hawthorn expenses are considered, the total profit might dwindle to merely $1. Isn't that rather paltry? She mused. And don't forget you owe Lu Wang $1 for his labor. If we exclude the cost of hawthorn and labor, after all that toil, we would be left with only 8 cents for ourselves. What a fruitless endeavor. Hearing his wife's blunt assessment, Liu Haifeng pondered the situation and agreed that it seemed rather unsatisfactory. Was it truly worth all the effort for a mere 8 cents? He might as well sell ice pops instead. Thus, with determination, he proposed, let us sell them for 10 cents each. How does that sound? At 10 cents per skewer, that totals $8. After subtracting the cost of sugar, we would have $5 remaining, and after accounting for Lu Wang's wages, we would still net $4. With this revised calculation, Wang Qian felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, enduring the sweltering sun for an entire day would yield nothing, making it more appealing to rest at home. Having settled on a price, Liu Haifeng inspected the drying process and deemed it nearly complete. He prepared to insert the skewers when suddenly, a voice called from outside. Brother Feng, Brother Feng. Hey, I'm here. The door's unlocked. Come on in. Lu Wang pushed the door open and, upon seeing Brother Feng and his sister-in-law in the kitchen, walked over with a smile. Brother Feng, sister-in-law, Brother Lu Wang has arrived. Please, have a seat. Have you eaten breakfast? I just steamed some buns, and they are still warm. This was not their first encounter, and having grown closer to Liu Haifeng, Wang Qian had found Lu Wang to be of good character from their previous interactions. Thus, she welcomed him warmly. Feeling somewhat bashful in the presence of her radiant smile, Lu Wang stammered, Sister, you don't need to fuss over me. I've already eaten. Please, go about your business. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian glanced at her husband, who nodded in agreement, signaling that she need not attend to Lu Wang. He understood that. Despite Lu Wang's usually carefree demeanor, he easily became shy around attractive women, especially with his wife present. Seeing this, Wang Qian chose to remain silent. Now that Lu Wang was here, she would let the two men converse while she headed to the backyard to feed the chicks. With Lu Wang's assistance, the 80 candied hawthorns were swiftly prepared, each of them carrying 40, a manageable weight. Liu Haifeng weighed them in his hands and estimated they must weigh around 10-odd pounds altogether. With everything in place, it was nearly 9 o'clock. And considering the time of the elementary school dismissal, the two set off. This time, Liu Haifeng decided against selling in the county town. As this venture was still in its infancy, and he was unaware of the circumstances. Besides, traveling to the county would incur transportation costs. And after working so hard for a meager profit, he was reluctant to contribute to the state. Chapter 55. Uncle, when will you come again? As they made their way to the county, it was still before 10 o'clock, and since the school had yet to dismiss, they first visited the residential complex. Where could one find the most children? Aside from the school, the residential complex was the place. Upon arrival, they encountered several groups of children at play. Having previously sold ice pops, the two had grown more relaxed, at least bold enough to call out, Candied hawthorn. Get your delicious candied hawthorn here. Upon hearing their calls, the playing children turned in unison, and upon spotting the candied hawthorn on their shoulders, they rushed over with gleeful laughter. Look, candied hawthorn. Let's go see. Xiaoming, don't run around. Be careful not to fall. Guogua, I want a candied hawthorn. Seeing the swarm of small ones gathered around his legs, Liu Haifeng felt a swell of joy. Candied hawthorn held a strong allure for children. He reminisced about how he once threw tantrums for a piece of candied hawthorn in his past life. How much? An elderly man inquired. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be accompanying his grandson to play. 1 string for 10 cents. Upon hearing this price, the old man's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you robbing me? 10 cents for a mere candied hawthorn? Sir, consider the current price of sugar. It's quite expensive, and it requires a ration ticket too. Do you think it's easy for me to gather these? You know the price of sugar at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative is 7 to 8 cents per pound. And how many candied hawthorns can a pound of sugar coat? Not to mention the cost of hawthorns and labor. When all is said and done, I'm barely scraping by. The old man stood there in stunned silence, calculating in his mind. It seemed indeed that while 10 cents per piece sounded exorbitant, the overall cost was substantial. However, despite understanding this, who wouldn't he wish to bargain? Thus, he continued to grumble about the high price. It's really not expensive. I'm just making enough for a pack of cigarettes. The old man countered, this really is a bit steep. I think 5 or 6 cents would be more reasonable. How about this? Lower the price a bit, and I'll buy a string. Liu Haifeng rolled his eyes, thinking perhaps he should simply give it away. How audacious could one be to suggest 5 or 6 cents? Am I supposed to live on the wind from the northwest? Sir, it's a scorching hot day, and I'm just trying to make a living here. I'm not earning much to begin with. I truly cannot lower the price. The old man seemed about to argue further, but his grandson could no longer contain himself, clamoring for candied hawthorn. Be good, my dear grandson. Let us go home and have some pastries instead. This treat isn't worth it. Come, let us head home. I don't want that. I yearn for candied hawthorn. Dear grandchild, let us return home to indulge in pastries. Alas, I refuse. I desire only candied hawthorn. As he uttered these words, he sprawled on the ground, rolling from side to side. The old man tugged at him several times, but to no avail. He only grew more irritated, puffing his cheeks and glaring. With no other recourse, he turned his attention to Liu Haifeng, insisting on a price reduction. Just as Liu Wang was engrossed in the spectacle, he observed the elderly gentleman press for a lower price, prompting Liu Haifeng to shake his head vigorously, signaling that a reduction was impossible. At that moment, a small boy extracted a dime from his pocket and approached Liu Haifeng. Uncle, may I have a skewer? Upon hearing this, Liu Haifeng's face broke into a smile. Business was indeed at hand. With so many children around, if one did not purchase, others surely would. All right, Uncle will select a skewer with extra sugar for you. Here, this one is large, just for you. Noting that the boy appeared much better dressed than the others, Liu Haifeng speculated that the child's family must be relatively well off. After all, who else would send a 5-year-old with a dime? Thank you, Uncle, exclaimed the boy. Ah, good, sweet child, truly delightful. Liu Haifeng couldn't help but imagine whether his future children with Wang Qian would be as charming as this boy. Seeing a purchase made, the child rolling on the ground became even more vocal, much to his grandfather's chagrin, who had no choice but to extract a dime from his pocket to hand to Liu Haifeng. Observing the grandfather's reluctance, Liu Haifeng smirked internally. Should the old man attempt to reach for it, he swiftly blocked his hand. No need, sir, I shall choose a large one for you. Rest assured, you shall not be at a loss. As Liu Haifeng presented the candied hawthorn, which was noticeably drizzled with extra syrup, the grandfather suppressed his discontent. With the sight of a sale, the gathering children were left salivating. Some clustered around Liu Haifeng, while others encircled the two munching on candied hawthorn. Yet, many dashed homeward, presumably to fetch their allowances. Witnessing this scene, Liu Haifeng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Go on, call your friends over. Uncle will be waiting for you here. In no time, the crowd swelled, and sales began to pick up. Moreover, not only children were drawn to the candied hawthorn, several young girls expressed their fondness as well. In less than an hour, more than a dozen skewers were sold. Of course, there were those like the grandfather who deemed the prices exorbitant. Yet Liu Haifeng refused to lower his prices. Initially, he would offer an explanation, but soon grew weary of it. If someone complained, he would simply turn away. He reasoned that rather than wasting time on those who found his prices too high, he could walk a few steps further and sell to those who appreciated the value. After meandering through the residential area, they had sold over 30 skewers. After inquiring about the time from passers-by, they felt it was nearly time to head back and made their way toward the primary school, all the while continuing their calls to sell. By the time they reached the school, only half of the candied hawthorn they had brought remained. After a brief wait, the students began to pour out of school in large groups, their laughter and playful shouts filling the air. Observing this lively scene, the two individuals raised their voices, eager to capture the attention of the exuberant children. Indeed, they had come to the right place. Before long, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of eager youngsters. Uncle, how much for a skewer? One child inquired. 10 cents each, but I don't have many left. With so many of you, if you want to buy, you'd better act quickly. Initially hesitant and deterred by the price, the children immediately began rummaging for coins upon hearing this. As they presented their small hands filled with money, Liu Haifeng couldn't help but grin broadly. Yes, just like that. No pushing. One at a time, please. Pay first. Then I'll hand over the goods. Hey, you there, don't reach out haphazardly. If you want a candied hawthorn, pay up, and I'll help you. Liu Haifeng was busily overwhelmed, while Liu Wang was equally inundated by the cacophony of chattering children, making it hard for him to discern what anyone was saying. When they finally wrapped up their efforts, having sold all 40 skewers, they both exhaled a sigh of relief. Looking at the lingering children, Liu Haifeng called out, "All right, time to head home. The candied hawthorns are all gone. If you wish to have some next time, come early." At that moment, a child, drooling with anticipation, eagerly asked Uncle. When will you come back? This question struck a chord with Liu Haifeng. Initially planning to traverse the streets after selling this batch, he realized, upon hearing the child's inquiry and noticing many others paying keen attention, that there was still potential for further sales here. I shall return this afternoon. If you wish to indulge again, come back later, he replied, aware that many students had not brought money today, as half of those 40 skewers were purchased through pooled funds among 2 or 3 children. Recognizing the demand, he thought selling here was indeed a wise choice. After calling Lu Wang to head home, the two strolled back, their spirits high as they exchanged jovial banter. The greatest advantage of conducting business in town was the ability to return home at any moment. In just half an hour, they reached home, enjoying their conversation without incurring the cost of a lunch since they could eat at home. Upon returning, when Wang Qian learned that Liu Haifeng had sold 80 skewers in just a few hours, she was astonished. She had not anticipated such a thriving business and had worried that the skewers would remain unsold, only to realize she had been overly concerned. Staring at the pile of coins on the table, Wang Qian felt as if she were in a dream. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry and count the money. And don't forget to prepare dinner afterward. We have more work to do this afternoon. What are you planning for this afternoon? You silly goose. With business thriving like this, we must seize the opportunity. Since we sold all 80 skewers this morning, I need to quickly prepare another 100. You keep counting while I go wash the hawthorns. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian snapped back to reality. Yes, we must make more. You go ahead. I'll count the money and then start on dinner. By the way, what do you want to eat? Anything that fills our bellies will do. Chapter 56. Purchasing goods without tickets after lunch, Lu Wang joined to lend a hand. Together, they swiftly prepared another 100 candied hawthorns, each carrying 50 as they cheerfully made their way toward the school in town. They must arrive at the school gate before the children start classes, so they can still make a substantial sale. Meanwhile, Liu Haifeng had not been gone long when Lu Dazhao and Lu Erzhou arrived carrying baskets. Xiao Qian, are you ready? It's time to set off. Just a moment, I'm almost there. Today, they had planned to go to the town together to shop. The house was nearly organized, with only a few scattered items left to gather. Wang Qian responded while opening the cabinet door and retrieving a handkerchief from deep inside, which held all her family's savings. Upon opening it, aside from the intact dowry of 100 yuan, the rest had been tucked into her pocket. There wasn't much. Merely the small amount Liu Haifeng had handed over to her during this time, along with today's earnings from selling candied hawthorns, totaling less than 20 yuan. Currently, the family situation was such that the old man had already paid for the wall, so there wasn't much money left from the division of property. As for the furniture this time, it was quite sturdy, thus not inexpensive. Although it was from her maternal home, they still required 60 yuan, which had yet to be paid. Liu Haifeng suggested postponing the payment until he earned enough to settle it. The maternal family had no objections, understanding that the young couple had just moved into a new home and were in need of funds. Thus, the current situation was a savings of 120 yuan and a debt of 60 yuan, and that was without having purchased any other items such as pots, bowls, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and daily necessities, all of which required money. However, considering Liu Haifeng's ability to earn, the slight pressure that had begun to mount quickly dissipated. Upon seeing people emerge, Lu Dazhao and Lu Erzhou urged her to hurry along. Wang Qian smiled in response and turned to lock the front door. Once the three arrived in town, they headed straight for the supply and marketing cooperative. Liu Haifeng was still at the school gate trying to entice children, so they did not encounter him. The reform and opening up had only just begun, and many daily necessities still required ration tickets for purchase. Liu Haifeng, having previously lived a bachelor's life, had not inherited any tickets, and upon Wang Qian's arrival, there was little to hand over. Had it not been for Wang's mother bringing some hidden savings to supplement her daughter, Wang Qian would have struggled to spend money even if she wanted to. In contrast, Lu Erzhou and her sister-in-law felt a sense of pride, as they seemed to manage their finances better, unlike the fourth brother, who lived a life of one person eating while the whole family remained unfed. Wang Qian looked at the tickets they produced, biting her lip. These two had just lamented their financial struggles on the way, yet now they revealed more tickets than she possessed, which infuriated her. Lu Dazhao and her sister-in-law explained that they had accumulated these little by little, otherwise they wouldn't have saved so much, their tone thick with pride, prompting Wang Qian to roll her eyes in exasperation. The group purchased some oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar at the cooperative, followed by soap and matches. Afterwards, they went to the grain store to select some seasonal vegetable seeds, as now that they had separated their household, it was only right to tend to their own little vegetable garden. After buying these items, Lu Dazhao and Lu Erzao prepared to head home. Wang Qian, however, had different thoughts, lacking the number of tickets her sister-in-law possessed and realizing there were still some items she and T purchased. She planned to seek out Liu Haifeng to see if he had any solutions. Why don't you two head back first? I have a few things to attend to. I might be a bit late returning. Oh, what else do you have to do? As they gathered, it was inconceivable to abandon the wife of the fourth son in the city while returning alone. It simply made no sense. I intended to seek out Brother Feng. As you all know, I had few tickets and was unable to purchase many items. I planned to ask Brother Feng to find a way. Given his acquaintances in this area, he should have some solutions. This was spoken in hushed tones, for although reform and openness had ushered in change, such matters still bore a hint of disgrace, making open discussion unseemly. Shall we visit the fourth son? Upon hearing this, Sister Lu exchanged glances with her companion. Recalling that on their way, they had heard the fourth son had gone to sell candied hawthorns today, wondering how his business fared. Shall we go take a look together? Upon hearing this, a flicker of amusement danced in Wang Qian's eyes. She knew their curiosity would compel them to accompany her. This was precisely the outcome she desired. She had never visited this town before, though she was aware her husband was at the primary school selling candied hawthorns. However, she was unfamiliar with the route. Moreover, having these two companions would alleviate her trepidation in an unfamiliar environment. When the three finally located Liu Haifeng, half an hour had elapsed. The delay was primarily because Liu Haifeng was not at the primary school. He had gone to the secondary school, while Lu Wang was selling at the primary school, allowing for a more efficient sales strategy. Brother Feng. Initially, Liu Haifeng thought he was imagining things, but upon turning, he was astonished to see his wife accompanied by two sisters-in-law. Sister-in-law, second sister-in-law. What brings you here? I was gathering supplies in the town and needed your assistance. I initially thought you were at the primary school, but I see you've come to the secondary school instead. How is the sales going? Well, I figured I should take that fellow to familiarize himself with the process. It's not common for two people to stay together while selling candied hawthorns. Besides, the students here are wealthier. Being in middle school, they surely have pocket money. I've already sold more than half of the candied hawthorns I brought. By the way, what do you wish to purchase? He suspected his wife might want him to take her to the black market. I haven't made up my mind yet. Let's see what's available first. Noting that Liu Haifeng had brought 50 sticks this afternoon, and now fewer than 20 remained, it was evident that business was thriving. Considering the short duration since he set out, the rapid sales were quite remarkable. Witnessing this scene, Wang Qian struggled to suppress a smile. After some contemplation, Liu Haifeng nodded in agreement. Although the area might not be entirely safe, he felt confident that with his presence, there would be no issues. Boss, how much for a candied hawthorn? 10 cents. I'll take one. Seeing the fourth son earn a dime so effortlessly, Sister Lu and Sister Lu were left astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Is it really so profitable to sell them at that price? It's not bad. You must realize that sugar isn't easily acquired. Do you know how much a pound of sugar costs now? Plus, there are labor costs. The expenses add up to a considerable amount, leaving only a modest profit. Hearing this, the two sisters-in-law exchanged skeptical glances. Are you kidding? Selling a candied hawthorn for 10 cents is akin to highway robbery. As for costs, a pound of sugar at the supply store is only 78 cents. How many candied hawthorns can you make with that much sugar? However, they agreed that acquiring sugar was no simple task, as it required sugar tickets, which were not readily available for purchase. Yet, where did the fourth brother procure the sugar? Without dwelling on their speculations, Liu Haifeng led Wang Qian toward an acquaintance. They arrived at a quiet alley, largely devoid of pedestrians. Lu's sisters-in-law, Lu Dazhao and Lu Erzao, trailing behind, felt a twinge of anxiety in such a desolate place. Fourth brother, why have you brought us here? To be honest, they rarely ventured into town, usually only visiting the supply and marketing cooperative for necessities before hastily returning home, as there was always a mountain of chores awaiting them. Oh, I came here to see an old friend. Aren't you looking to purchase something? He has plenty of items that don't require tickets. Upon hearing this, Lu Dazhao and Lu Erzao's expressions darkened. Was he really taking them to the black market? This was illicit trade. Did he not fear being caught? The fourth brother was indeed audacious. Oh, right, and the fourth brother's family is equally bold. Had they known this couple would be coming here, they would have refrained from joining. Just as the two women were conflicted, Liu Haifeng had already approached and knocked on the door. Chapter 57. Who could ever have too much? Having visited countless times, both sides were familiar with one another. However, upon seeing several women behind Liu Haifeng, Su Deseo remained slightly cautious. Xiaofeng, what brings you here? Su Deseo, allow me to introduce you. The two ladies behind me are my sisters-in-law, and this young woman beside me is my wife. We have just separated from our family, and we are in need of many essentials. So I thought to come by and take a look. Hearing this, Su Deseo felt a sense of relief. Those in their trade had to be careful. But then her heart swelled with joy. It seemed they had a significant customer today. Come in, come in. Oh my, is this your wife? She is truly lovely. You are indeed fortunate. Old Su, come and see who has arrived. After a few pleasantries, the conversation shifted back to business. Su Deseo, do you happen to have any fabric? Yes, I actually have a batch of defective goods from a factory. How much do you need? I require quite a bit. Can you tell me how much you have? Su Deseo glanced at her husband, who nodded in agreement, prompting her to go inside and bring out a large piece of fabric. Upon seeing such a substantial piece, the eyes of Wang Qian and her sisters-in-law brightened. A whole piece of fabric was indeed a rare find. Wang Qian, feeling emboldened, boldly reached out to touch the fabric. It felt somewhat stiff to the touch, and upon squeezing it, she realized it was thick material, likely suitable for making winter clothing, especially with winter approaching after the autumn heat. Su Deseo, do you have any cotton? Are you planning to make winter clothing? Yes. Wang Qian nodded. I have some, but it's not much. How much do you plan to take? Wang Qian turned to her two sisters-in-law, who hesitated to step forward. Do you want some? If not, I'll take it all. I could certainly use it to make a cotton quilt. In these times, no one would complain about having too much cotton. Upon hearing there was cotton available, Liu Deseo and Liu Erseo immediately became excited. They knew that even waiting in line at the supply and marketing cooperative from dawn until dusk did not guarantee they would find any. In the village, cotton tickets are distributed, calculated per capita, with each individual receiving merely half a pound annually. To accumulate enough for a complete 6-pound quilt is indeed a formidable task. After many years of marriage, they have managed to save what little they receive each year, supplementing it by exchanging with others. Each household has managed to procure 3 quilts, one of which is part of the dowry, while the other 2, made several years prior, weigh only 5 pounds each. As for the inadequacy of their supplies, one need only consider the number of mouths to feed at home. During the winter, not only are quilts required for warmth, but cotton clothing is essential as well. The annual allotment is woefully insufficient. Regarding the elderly couple's share, they had borrowed considerable cotton for their daughter's dowry and are still repaying those debts today. Whenever she reminisces about the 2 6-pound quilts that Wang Qian brought as part of her dowry, a wave of envy washes over her. Now, upon hearing Wang Qian's inquiry and observing Liu Haifeng engaged in conversation with Su Guangquan, she musters her courage to approach and touches the fabric, recognizing its quality. She inquires, is this fabric expensive? And how much is the cotton? Wang Qian glances at Sister Su, who smiles and responds, if you lack tickets, the price will be a bit higher. Although this fabric is a defective piece, such a large chunk is quite rare, so it will cost 3 yuan and 50 cents. As for the cotton, I have some loose cotton available, which will be priced at 5 yuan and 60 cents. Upon hearing this, Liu Dazhao and her companion exchange a glance, both visibly intrigued. Though the supply and marketing cooperative sells fabric for merely 3 yuan, they lack tickets. Over the years, they have been frugal, managing to scrape together other tickets, but with many children in the household, saving fabric tickets is nearly impossible. As for cotton, the situation is even more dire. They seldom have enough. Now that they have encountered an opportunity, they are unwilling to let it slip away. Moreover, with the autumn heat giving way to winter, some of the children's cotton clothing has been worn for several years. If they do not change them soon, the children will surely feel the chill. Observing the excitement among the women over mere fabric and cotton, Liu Haifeng finds himself bewildered. Is the situation truly so dire? Upon seeing the 3 pounds of yellowish cotton that Sister Su produced, he furrows his brow and asks, Su Gu, why is the cotton like this? What's wrong? Is there something amiss? Su Guangquan inquires, puzzled. Cotton is not easily obtained. He had recently received a small portion from someone else, and this is all that remains. This color? Shouldn't cotton be white? Color? What is wrong with this color? Isn't cotton always like this? Brother, if you have something to say, just say it. We've known each other for quite a while. There's no need to hold back. Encouraged by this, Liu Haifeng decides to be forthright. Why isn't this cotton white? Su Guangquan is taken aback at first, then bursts into laughter, prompting the women to glance over. No worries. You all carry on with your business. He then looks at Liu Haifeng. You really are out of touch. In this day and age, loose cotton is never pure white. If you expect that pristine white, you are indulging in fantasy. Just having this is fortunate enough, and you dare to complain? I truly don't know what to say to you. This reprimand leaves Liu Haifeng feeling somewhat embarrassed. Having come from a different time, he is unfamiliar with such matters. To mask his ignorance, he swiftly shifts the topic. Su Gu, could you possibly spare me a bit more sugar? I find myself in urgent need at this moment. I must ask you, young man, what do you require this for? I recall that you procured over 7 pounds last time. Has it been consumed so swiftly? Is it being devoured like a meal? Haha, Brother Su, you have witnessed it. I am currently selling candied hawthorn, which is in high demand. Su Guangquan was merely jesting. This matter requires some time. Allow me to contemplate a solution for you, though I cannot guarantee anything. I kindly ask for your prompt assistance, Brother Su, as the opportunity to sell these candied hawthorns will not last long. Very well, I shall do my utmost. Meanwhile, the 3 sisters-in-law from the Liu family have commenced gathering funds, intending to purchase all of this. For now, let us not discuss the distribution. We shall first acquire the goods. Securing them is akin to profit. Even if they decide they no longer desire them, they can easily be resold without incurring losses. Once this affair is settled, Liu Haifeng departed with his companions. As the main door closed behind them, Wang Qian and her sisters-in-law began deliberating on how to allocate the fabric and cotton. The 3 engaged in hushed discussions as they walked. Liu Haifeng, carrying his candied hawthorn, led the way, feeling it was inappropriate for a man to involve himself in such matters. Fourth brother, what lies at the end of this alley? I noticed a few individuals sneaking in earlier. He turned to see his sister-in-law glancing back. Her expression akin to that of an explorer who has stumbled upon a new world. Beyond that point lies the true black market. I advise against curiosity, for it is a tumultuous place filled with all manner of characters. You should refrain from wandering into this alley. It is fraught with peril. Liu Haifeng endeavored to depict the area as nefarious, aiming to extinguish the curiosity of the 3 women. However, just then, a door beside them swung open, and a lively cacophony emerged from within. It appeared there were quite a number of people inside, and several young men emerged, arm in arm, directly confronting them. Upon sighting the young women, particularly Wang Qian, their gazes instantly turned lascivious, one short fellow even whistling in their direction. The expressions of Wang Qian and her companions shifted immediately, prompting them to draw closer to Liu Haifeng. Chapter 58, A Subtle Atmosphere. Sixth brother, do you dare to whistle at me, as if you no longer recognize your own elder? Seeing their behavior incited Liu Haifeng's ire. Especially their lewd looks directed at his wife. Were it not for the setting, he would have ensured that the young man comprehended the reason for the flower's vibrant hue. The individual Liu Haifeng referred to as sixth brother paused, then turned to regard him. Oh, it is you, the madman. Your attire momentarily obscured your identity. Since when did you begin selling candied hawthorn? Indeed, madman, we thought you had perished on your wife's bed after your prolonged absence. Who would have anticipated your venture into the candied hawthorn business? You have truly made a name for yourself. How fares your business? Care to join us for a few rounds? Not today. I have matters to attend to. Let us converse another time. Liu Haifeng sensed an unsettling situation and intended to escort his wife and sisters-in-law away when a voice from within the room called out, "Madman." Upon hearing the heavy voice, Liu Haifeng's heart jolted, and he turned to see a man with a scarred face slowly emerging from within. What is happening? Brother Hua, Liu Haifeng echoed, and then introduced him to his wife and sister-in-law, saying, "This is Brother Hua, please take note." Wang Qian merely glanced at him before lowering her head, intimidated by his fierce demeanor. Brother Hua, Liu's sister-in-law shrank back in fright, resembling a quail, sensing the tension in the atmosphere and instinctively retreating behind Liu Haifeng. Brother Hua squinted, scrutinizing the beautiful woman who was attempting to maintain her composure, before shifting his gaze back to Liu Haifeng. "Madman, is this your wife?" he inquired. "Yes, this is my wife, and the 2 behind are my sisters-in-law," Liu Haifeng replied. Brother Hua nodded and then turned to the group behind him, asking, "What is going on? Why are you blocking the doorway?" "Nothing much, just ran into an old acquaintance to exchange greetings," Liu Haifeng responded. Brother Hua regarded Liu Haifeng again. After a slight hesitation, Liu Haifeng eventually nodded. Although he felt some annoyance at the indiscreet remarks made by Liu's companions, he preferred to avoid any unnecessary trouble, especially in front of Brother Hua. A notorious figure, his relationship with Brother Hua was merely superficial, much less familiar than that of Liu's companions. Should a conflict arise, especially on Brother Hua's territory, with 3 women standing behind him, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Haha, tell your wife not to be afraid, we don't bite here. Liu Haifeng was taken aback by this remark and turned to look at his wife, who was nervously tugging at her clothes. He gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to relax. It's all right, Xiao Qian, we are all acquaintances. Yes, sister-in-law, do not fear. I am here, and no one dares to trouble you, he reassured her. By the way, madman, why haven't I seen you around lately? Is everything all right at home? He gestured toward the candy hawthorn skewers on Liu Haifeng's shoulder. It's just that my father at home is quite strict, and I haven't had much money lately, so I thought I'd earn some pocket money. Liu Haifeng replied. Anyway, Brother Hua, please enjoy yourself. I have some matters to attend to, so I want to keep you chatting. See you later. With that, he wrapped his arm around Wang Qian's shoulder and headed toward the exit of the alley. Liu's sister-in-law followed closely, her steps somewhat hurried. Even after exiting the alley, Liu Haifeng felt the lingering gaze upon him. Although he was uncertain of Brother Hua's intentions, he sensed the need for caution, wary of any ulterior motives. He resolved to advise his wife not to venture near this area in the future. At the gambling house's entrance, Liu noticed Brother Hua's unwavering attention on Liu Haifeng and, uncertain of his intentions, cautiously asked, Brother Hua, are you interested in that girl? Brother Hua squinted, turning to chuckle lightly, clicking his tongue. Such a beautiful girl, yet she's with that fellow. Truly a fierce creature, what a pity. Liu chuckled lewdly. What is there to pity? If you truly desire her, wouldn't she be easily attainable? Regarding that madman, with a slight trap, he would readily plunge into it. Hua contemplated for a moment, then shook his head, deciding against it. The current situation is rather tense, especially with that scoundrel, Ma Laoqi, who has seized 2 of my venues. Confronting him at this critical juncture is paramount. It is wise to avoid unnecessary troubles. Though I previously underestimated that madman, lately, I have sensed an inscrutable aura about him. Liu Zai listened in bewilderment. What is the fuss? That guy. Fine, let us wait until this period passes. After all, he is still around, and his family is not hard to inquire about. Once I resolve my current matters, I shall properly confront that woman. Upon hearing this, Liu Zai and the others exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions indulgently mischievous. Meanwhile, Liu Haifeng and his companions, blissfully unaware of the lurking danger, finally exhaled in relief as they exited the alley. Wang Qian brushed Liu Haifeng's arm aside and silently marched ahead. Liu Haifeng pursed his lips, realizing that his wife was reminiscing about past grievances, and he found himself at a loss for words, inwardly cursing the original self for his misdeeds. He hurried to catch up. Darling, please don't be upset. Didn't I vow to you? I've changed. Wang Qian glanced at her husband, noting he did not appear to be lying, which brought her a moment of relief. Yet, reflecting on his past associations with such individuals ignited a lingering frustration within her. Do not visit there again. Just look at the company you keep. They are all a bunch of ruffians, clearly not of good character. The mere thought of those people's gazes still unsettled Wang Qian. Liu Deseo, clutching her racing heart, advised Liu Haifeng, indeed, 4th brother, as ordinary folks. It's best to limit our dealings with such individuals. Liu Deseo added, right, did you see the scarred face of that leader? Those fierce and menacing eyes. Goodness. It nearly terrified me. My legs are still trembling. Irritated, Liu Haifeng ran his fingers through his hair. Those people are not my friends. I merely visited their place a few times. How could I possibly bond with such characters? What else could I do? I don't have tickets. And many supplies need to be sourced from here. Humph. A few visits? Wang Qian rolled her eyes. Seeing his wife still fuming, Liu Haifeng decided against further discussion. He sent her home, while he continued selling candied hawthorns. In this sweltering heat, it was already challenging to maintain the candy's form, and running around with it made it susceptible to melting. Are you trying to send me away? Surely, you don't intend to turn back? He retorted. Enough. Stop throwing a tantrum. After all this time, you know me well enough. Would I truly behave in such a manner? You're raising your voice at me? This was the first time Liu Haifeng spoke to her with such intensity, leaving Wang Qian feeling a mix of emotions. Liu Haifeng was speechless. He merely raised his voice slightly, and she interpreted it as him shouting at her. He finally witnessed the capriciousness of a woman. With a sigh, he remarked, "After spending this much time together, don't you see the candied hawthorns are nearly melting?" She momentarily appeared dazed, then softened her tone, took a candied hawthorn skewer, placed it in her hand, patted her backside, and spoke in a coaxing manner. "Be good. Listen, you go back with your sister-in-law first. Once I finish selling these skewers, I will explain everything to you." Upon feeling the pat on her backside and receiving the skewer, Wang Qian's face instantly flushed crimson. In a fluster, she glanced around, only to find the two sister-in-laws gazing skyward, clearly having witnessed the entire scene. In a fit of shame and anger, she kicked Liu Haifeng. "Who needs your explanation? Do you still have any shame in front of so many people?" With that, she stormed off, feeling utterly humiliated. How could she possibly face her sister-in-laws after such an embarrassment? Chapter 59. A tiff. Seeing the fourth sister-in-law run away with a flushed face, Liu Dajia and her companion exchanged glances and decided to take their leave. Today's visit to the town had indeed been quite exhilarating. They had never felt so anxious in all their years. These two were not only bold, but also shameless, daring to flirt in public as if they were in the privacy of their own home, as though they were the only two people in the world. Liu Haifeng, realizing the need to ask the two sister-in-laws to keep an eye on Xiao Qian, feared that she might sulk. As he watched their retreating figures, he felt it necessary to discipline his wife. Disobedience would not go unpunished that evening. Observing the skewers of candied hawthorn, which were beginning to show signs of melting under the sun, Liu Haifeng hurried to a busier area, calling out loudly to attract customers, determined not to let any of his wares go to waste. After running between the main street and the family quarters for over an hour, he managed to sell the remaining 20 skewers just before they melted. Wiping the sweat from his brow and gazing up at the blazing sun, he couldn't help but sigh. Ever since his arrival here, it had not rained, and it felt as if people were being roasted into jerky. With his task completed, he wondered how Lu Wang was faring. He had not wasted any time and had remained at the elementary school, so he should have finished selling earlier than Liu Haifeng. Upon arriving at the school gate and seeing no one, he confirmed his suspicion and continued to the agreed-upon intersection. There he found Lu Wang squatting beneath an eaves. "Hey, have you been waiting long? Brother Feng, have you sold everything?" Lu Wang appeared quite elated upon seeing Liu Haifeng. "I told you, you should find some shade under a tree in this scorching sun. What good does squatting here do?" "Hey, I just got here a short while ago," he replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. "All right, my good brother. No need for sentimental words. Let us go home. Today has been a bountiful harvest. I'll have your sister-in-law whip up a couple of dishes, and I have a stash of fine liquor. Let us share a drink, just the two of us." "Sounds great. I'm all in for that." Lu Wang felt a longing for a drink, having not indulged in a while. He handed over the money earned from selling the candied hawthorn to Liu Haifeng, and the two brothers, arms around each other, briskly made their way home. Upon returning, they found Wang Qian hanging clothes in the yard, suggesting she had not been idle since her return. Upon the entrance of Liu Haifeng and his companion, they were greeted with cheerful smiles, as if the previous events had never transpired. This unexpected warmth left Liu Haifeng, who had been feeling anxious, perplexed. Had his wife managed to soothe herself? He absent-mindedly patted his pocket, initially contemplating purchasing some crispy treats to placate her, but it seemed that such efforts were now unnecessary. Had his money been squandered? He had intended to buy 5 pieces at 4 cents each, and now it appeared that his 2 dimes had gone to waste. Meanwhile, Lu Wang, who had intended to draw Liu Haifeng into a distraction, was also taken aback. What was happening? Had his efforts been in vain? This was quite a significant loss, and he resolved to recover it from his wife by evening. He shook off such thoughts, hastily washed his face, and decided to stay for dinner, hoping to add some vibrancy to the new home. Noticing his sister-in-law's radiant smile, Lu Wang discreetly glanced at Liu Haifeng, who appeared equally bewildered, silently questioning what to do next. Earlier, Liu Haifeng had briefed him on the couple's discord, yet the sight of his sister-in-law's demeanor suggested otherwise. The uncertainty gnawed at him. Could this be some sort of reconciliation feast? After pondering for a while without reaching a conclusion, Liu Haifeng signaled Lu Wang to speak up. However, Lu Wang hesitated. He had no desire to involve himself in their marital strife, for if they were to reconcile, he would be left in an awkward position. Consequently, he declined Wang Qian's hospitality and hurriedly exited. Liu Haifeng watched his departing friend, cursing his lack of loyalty. Wang Qian, noticing this, rolled her eyes, completed hanging the last piece of clothing, and sauntered into the main room. Liu Haifeng quickly washed his face and followed her inside. "Dear, are you no longer upset?" he inquired. Wang Qian, perched on a chair with her legs crossed, regarded him with a teasing smile and gestured toward the table. Confused, Liu Haifeng asked, "What is it?" "The money for the candied hawthorn," she replied. "Ah, this woman, demanding my earnings right upon her return. Does she not trust me?" he thought, gritting his teeth inwardly, plotting his evening retaliation. As Liu Haifeng placed the money on the table, Wang Qian leaned in closer, gathering the bills toward herself. Each time she encountered a pile of cash, her excitement was palpable, especially since it was their own money, filling her with delight. Counting out the coins, she murmured, 1 cent, 2 cents, 1 dime, 2 dimes. Observing his wife's gleeful demeanor as she counted, Liu Haifeng felt a surge of amusement. Her eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light each time she handled the money, stirring a sense of exhilaration within him. As she continued counting 3, 3, 5, her voice gradually softened. When she looked up to see Liu Haifeng watching her intently, a hint of shyness washed over her. She playfully licked her finger, turning to adjust her position and resume counting. This scene ignited a warmth within Liu Haifeng, and he mused, that delicate tongue. 8, 8, 9.89 cents? 9.98. How could there be a discrepancy of 2 dimes? Did I miscount? No, I must do it again. Enough, my dear wife, no need to count. I took 20 cents to buy something. If I'm not mistaken, it is indeed 9 yuan and 8 cents. And Lu Wang's 1 yuan for labor has yet to be settled. Wang Qian turned around, regarding Liu Haifeng with a look of skepticism. It's fine if you don't pay him until tomorrow, but what did you buy with those 20 cents? Don't tell me you lost it. Observing her suspicious gaze, Liu Haifeng felt an urge to tease her, wishing to lift her and give her a couple of playful slaps. He thought it and then acted upon it, believing that his wife would never accept that he had changed, without giving her a little lesson. She might genuinely think he was devoid of temper. Amidst Wang Qian's startled cries, he pinned her on the table, pulled down her pants, and gave her 2 playful smacks. "What are you doing? Let me go?" she protested vigorously, twisting her little backside, which only fueled his irritation. Deciding to lean down and apply his full weight upon her, he playfully licked near her ear. Wang Qian, sensitive in that area, suddenly lost the will to resist. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she glared at him with her watery eyes, wishing she could pierce him with her gaze. Liu Haifeng chuckled softly, blowing air into her ear. Wang Qian's body softened further, and upon feeling a rush of warmth, she was instantly frightened into stillness. It was broad daylight, and the door was not locked. Could this shameless man have suddenly become frisky? What if someone walked in? Would she still have any dignity left? Seeing her eyes welling with tears, Liu Haifeng, aware of her delicate nature, ceased his playful torment and quickly released her, pulling her pants back up. Regaining her freedom, Wang Qian swiftly adjusted her clothing and then kicked Liu Haifeng sharply. "Ah!" he exclaimed, hopping on one foot in pain, his expression contorted. Wang Qian watched the comical scene, struggling to suppress a laugh. "Humph, that's what you get for bullying me. Ouch! My dear, help me up, it hurts terribly," he lamented. "Serves you right. Who told you to treat me like that? And to slap my backside? If you dare do that again, I'll cut off your little brother," she threatened. Her teeth clenched as she gestured with her fingers, the implication unmistakable. As Liu Haifeng danced around in discomfort, he felt a chill in his nether regions and inwardly scoffed, realizing she was willing to take revenge even at his expense. This woman is truly fierce. Wang Qian, with her large, teary eyes and a pout, tucked the money into her pocket, wiped away her tears, and huffed angrily as she marched toward the kitchen. Great, now I've truly offended her. However, when it came time for dinner, he was taken aback to see Wang Qian graciously serving him a bowl of noodles. Suddenly, he felt perplexed by her behavior. Liu Haifeng scrutinized her, trying to comprehend this swift change in her demeanor after he had just playfully slapped her. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and eat," she urged. Not sensing anything amiss, Liu Haifeng relaxed slightly and picked up a pair of chopsticks to take a mouthful of noodles, only to find himself caught off guard in the next moment. His facial expressions shifted like a dramatic performance, first filled with joy as he served noodles to his wife, then astonishment, followed by confusion, skepticism, a painful taste, recollection, and ultimately, a heart weighed down with despair. What a bowl of noodles that lingered on the palate. Chapter 60. Trust between spouses. He had thought his wife's retribution had reached its conclusion, only to find that a more severe punishment awaited him that evening. Observing the bedding strewn across the floor, Liu Haifeng's eyelids twitched violently. What was this? Sleeping apart? Shouldn't he be grateful that their home contained but a single room? Otherwise, he feared he might not even be able to enter through that door. Wife, the floor is cold. Liu Haifeng lamented pitifully, intending to feign weakness in hopes that she might relent. Yet, Wang Qian remained steadfast, responding with mock seriousness. I laid it out thick for you, and besides, it's the season of the autumn tiger, perfect for cooling you off. Wife, can we not jest? Humph. Who is causing a ruckus? I distinctly remember those 2 slaps you gave me. Who was it that promised during our wedding? I would never strike my wife, I swear. She mimicked Liu Haifeng's tone, feigning innocence. And what happened? Not long after, you slapped me twice. How will this end? To prevent such an occurrence from happening again, I believe we must take a moment to calm down. As his wife continued her relentless tirade, Liu Haifeng found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. In a moment of determination, he lunged onto the bed, resolute in his belief that he would make her submit today. Wang Qian had been vigilant, and as she saw him spring toward her, she instinctively retreated to the corner of the bed, retrieving a pair of scissors from beneath the pillow, brandishing them defiantly. Liu Haifeng, undeterred, leaped onto the bed and seized one of her feet, pulling her toward him with force. Wang Qian glanced at the reckless man before her. Despite several attempts to muster the courage, she could not bring herself to stab him with the scissors. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Haifeng pressed down upon her. Finally feeling a sense of control and silently exhaling in relief, having gambled on her softening heart, and it appeared he had won. Get off me, you shameless scoundrel. You'll be sleeping on the floor tonight. Seeing her still resist, Liu Haifeng firmly adjusted her head to face him, and just as Wang Qian anticipated another assault, he gazed deeply into her eyes. Wife, can we not jest any longer? Who is jesting with you? Get off. What do you want? Sleeping apart. Unacceptable. I refuse. I haven't committed a grave offense. Why should I sleep on the floor? Liu Haifeng protested. You struck me. Isn't that reason enough to sleep on the floor? Wang Qian retorted, her eyes flashing defiantly. Come now, how can that be considered striking? It was merely a playful exchange between spouses. Do you not understand? Liu Haifeng teased with a wink. Utter nonsense. What kind of playful exchange involves hitting? Don't try to make excuses. I want to listen. Faced with Wang Qian's unyielding stance, Liu Haifeng was left with no choice but to coax her gently. Suspecting the true reason for her ire was the exposure to his boisterous friends earlier that day. Wife, let us have a proper conversation. Who wants to talk to you? Get away from me. It's too hot. Wang Qian pushed him away with disdain. My dear wife, are you still troubled by the events of the day? I had already assured you of my reformation. Why do you find it difficult to believe me? Upon hearing these words, Wang Qian ceased her resistance. Indeed, she was perturbed by the matter. Perhaps she had previously been oblivious to the nature of such rascals, but after witnessing the caliber of that group today, and reflecting on her husband's past, she now felt a sense of discomfort. She had thought them merely idle street thugs, only to realize they were of a far more unsavory ilk. The image of that scar-faced man lingered in her mind, unmistakably a nefarious character. Noticing her silence, he felt validated in his assumptions. Why do you persist in doubting me? We have been married for such a long time. Is there not even a modicum of trust between us? Humph. I wish I could believe you, but recalling your past, who is to say you won't gamble again? Associating with such individuals, just look at their ilk. How could one maintain a semblance of decency while mingling with them? Haven't I told you? Since we wed, I have abstained from such pursuits. Why can you not trust me? You speak nonsense. Who was it that boasted of winning over $3 last time? Liu Haifeng was momentarily taken aback. Alas, he had slapped himself in the face, having completely forgotten his earlier victory, which he had proudly shared with his wife. Now, he found himself in an embarrassing predicament. At a loss for words, he could only manage an awkward smile before attempting to defend himself, insisting that was a solitary incident and that he had not ventured there since. Moreover, do I even have the time? I am either working tirelessly to earn money or laboring at home. Do I possess such leisure? Or is it that we lack even this fundamental trust in our marriage? Upon hearing Liu Haifeng once again raise the issue of trust, Wang Qian fell into a reflective silence. In retrospect, she realized that she had indeed been lacking in trust towards her husband. Since learning of his past, she could not help but wonder if he would succumb to old habits once more. Such incessant suspicion seemed unjust. Over time, it could undoubtedly lead to discord. After much contemplation, she resolved to set aside his past and focus on moving forward. Furthermore, since their marriage, he had seemingly not reverted to his former ways. In light of this, it appeared that her disbelief had been the root of the problem all along. A sense of guilt washed over her. Perhaps it was indeed her fault? Nevertheless, having sorted through her thoughts, she was resolute. Acknowledging her error, she felt compelled to apologize. Yet, how to broach the subject? After much deliberation, she finally gathered her courage and softly uttered, "Today, I was in the wrong, and I apologize." Listening to her almost inaudible voice. Had they not been face to face, Liu Haifeng might have struggled to comprehend her words. Yet, truth be told, the fact that this headstrong girl was willing to apologize momentarily rendered him speechless. It was no small feat. Finally recognizing her mistake and understanding the importance of an apology, her growth was commendable. He had long been aware of the existence of this issue. However, no matter how many times he explained himself, the woman continued to harbor suspicion, convinced that his change of heart was merely fleeting. Coupled with her stubborn nature, it was fortunate that she had come to recognize her own faults. Otherwise, he might have contemplated seeking a new partner. Reflecting on his thoughts from earlier that day, he teasingly remarked, "Is this the extent of your sincerity in apologizing?" Upon hearing this, Wang Qian glared at him with her beautiful eyes. "What do you expect from me? Let us not forget how you spanked me back then. I haven't settled that score yet." "Humph, you haven't settled the score? What about that bowl of noodles from last night? You nearly gave me psychological trauma." The mere recollection of that bowl of noodles brought a smile to Wang Qian's face. In her moment of anger, she had added a considerable amount of seasoning, relishing the small act of revenge. "So what do you want? Do as you please," she retorted defiantly. At that moment, she realized that in a marriage, mutual trust was essential. Otherwise, their relationship would inevitably falter. "What do you want to do?" Seeing Wang Qian sprawled on the bed, Liu Haifeng's mind began to wander. Upon hearing these words, Wang Qian immediately became alert. "Let me make it clear, don't go overboard. Or you'll be sleeping on the floor." All right, I want to go overboard. But look, it's getting late. Shouldn't we rest?" Wang Qian's face flushed as her eyes darted around, unable to meet his gaze. She was acutely aware of what was about to transpire. Yet recalling her own excessive behavior earlier that day, she steeled herself to make amends. Noticing her submissive demeanor, Liu Haifeng felt a surge of excitement. Understanding what was to come, Wang Qian trembled with embarrassment, burying her head in the pillow. Seeing her acquiescence, Liu Haifeng could no longer restrain himself. With a few swift motions, he stripped them both of their garments, foregoing any prelude. Driven by his earlier vow to make her cry out in distress, Liu Haifeng exerted himself vigorously, leveraging her lingering guilt to make repeated demands. The following day, while Liu Haifeng was still lost in slumber, Wang Qian awoke first. Struggling to rise, she felt a dull ache throughout her body and muttered a curse under her breath, lamenting the lack of tenderness. Glancing at the man sprawled beside her, the humiliating memories of the previous night flooded back, igniting a mix of anger and annoyance within her. Reflecting on her own reckless actions, she wished for the ability to reverse time. "All right, we are already an old married couple. Is there really a need to be so shy? It's not a big deal," Liu Haifeng remarked casually as he lounged with his legs crossed on the chair. Wang Qian, blushing furiously and shrinking into her corner, recalled the embarrassing scene from the morning and felt a fierce desire to bite her tongue in frustration. Seeing her flustered and enraged reaction, Liu Haifeng wisely decided to retreat. A little playful banter between couples can indeed enhance their bond, but moderation is essential. "If the rain ceases later, could you find a moment to call our parents and ask our brother-in-law to assist in gathering some hawthorn from the mountain?" Indeed, rain is quite susceptible to being mentioned. Just yesterday, Liu Haifeng lamented the prolonged period without rain, only to awaken this morning to a gentle drizzle. As Liu Haifeng broached the matter at hand, Wang Qian's attention was immediately captivated. "How much do you require?" Liu Haifeng pondered for a moment, considering that procuring sugar was no trivial task, and that an excess of hawthorn would serve little purpose. "Let us start with 100 pounds. Previously, he had selected over 60 pounds, but after an extended storage period, nearly one-third had spoiled. Initially, he had thought only a few had gone bad, but upon inspection, his heart sank at the sight of the extent of the loss. Furthermore, having sold nearly 200 skewers yesterday, He estimated that only about 70 or 80 skewers could be prepared with what remained. Is that really necessary? Will you be able to use that much? Oh, it's nothing. If it weren't for the difficulty in obtaining sugar, I would certainly request 1,000 or 1,800 pounds. You know well how profitable candied hawthorn can be. That is true. Wang Qian nodded in agreement. Just from yesterday's sales of candied hawthorn, the net profit amounted to several dozen yuan. When do you plan to retrieve it? Retrieve what? There are still numerous tasks to attend to here. It would suffice to have our brother-in-law bring it over. He also intended to dig a cellar for storage. Additionally, regarding the rabbit hutch, the female rabbit's belly is noticeably growing. It is likely to give birth within the next few days, and since rabbits are fond of burrowing, he planned to purchase some clay bricks from villagers to line the rabbit pen. What is this? You're not only asking my brothers to help you gather hawthorn, but also to deliver it? What an audacious request. How can a man have the audacity to ask for such a favor? Please be patient. Allow me to finish my thought. I was considering that if our brother-in-law delivers it, we could treat it as a purchase, compensating him 5 cents per pound of hawthorn. What do you think of this idea? We would also cover the round-trip fare. Liu Haifeng had already contemplated this. After all, it benefits his wife's family, and he would never again endure the toil of gathering hawthorn himself, having been exhausted from the last endeavor. A purchase? Yes, indeed, a purchase. We can't let our brother-in-law work for nothing, can we? Moreover, hawthorn holds little value in your area by assisting us in transporting it. They could earn a bit of extra income. I suspect both of my brothers would be quite agreeable to this arrangement. Wang Qian nodded, finding this explanation more palatable. Otherwise, she would feel too embarrassed to approach her family. With this in mind, she also began to calculate quietly. Indeed, hawthorn is not particularly valuable, and few people relish its sourness. A small group could gather a large sack in no time. The real challenge lies in the transportation, considering the long mountain paths to traverse. However, her elder and younger brothers are quite strong. Each could easily carry 50 pounds without difficulty. As for the price, at 5 cents per pound, 100 pounds would amount to 5 yuan, 250 each. A day spent would not be in vain. Very well. I shall make the call when I find a moment. The sooner this matter is resolved, the better. Rest assured, I will not delay our earnings. I will have them delivered promptly. After the two finished their meal, the gentle drizzle continued unabated. To be honest, while he often complained, Liu Haifeng had never been fond of rainy days, as they hindered his ability to earn a living. However, life is unpredictable, and nothing ever proceeds smoothly. In this sultry weather, the light rain provided a modicum of relief. The ground was hardly dampened, and there was no need for an umbrella. With thoughts of the day's tasks in mind, he made his way towards the door. I'm heading over to the old house. Liu Haifeng's voice resonated within the room. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian, who was tidying up, promptly called out to him. Wait, let us go together. With that, she arranged her clothes, grabbed the basket she had prepared earlier, and dashed out. Noticing his wife following, Liu Haifeng took the basket from her hands. Do you have business over there? What have you brought? Mother said she would teach me how to make pickled cabbage. After I returned yesterday afternoon, she mentioned that we would be making it today and asked me to come over to learn. I figured that if we want pickled cabbage at home, we can't keep asking Mother for it, so I plan to learn well. We can buy a pickling jar for ourselves, and it will last us a long time. As she spoke, Wang Qian felt a surge of joy, pleased to acquire a new skill. Then you must learn diligently. I look forward to tasting your culinary skills. Liu Haifeng encouraged. Although he, too, knew how to pickle cabbage, he chose to remain silent. Just watch me. I promise to master Mother's technique, Wang Qian declared confidently. Also, the basket contains the crispy twist you bought yesterday. I thought I shouldn't go empty-handed to learn, so I brought 4 for Father and Mother to try. Upon hearing this, Liu Haifeng frowned slightly. Even if you hadn't brought anything, they wouldn't have minded. I know that. I don't consider myself an outsider. I just thought since you bought something delicious, it would be nice to share it with them. The two of them usually don't indulge themselves. Hearing her say this, Liu Haifeng smiled and remained silent. It was good that his wife was thoughtful, and it was a blessing for him to have her remember the elders. When they arrived at the old house, Liu Laodad was not home. Having eagerly awaited the rain, he had rushed off to the cornfield to check on the crops. Only Lu Mu remained in the backyard garden. Liu Haifeng greeted her and intended to fetch the cart, while Wang Qian stayed behind to assist. Wait, fourth son. Lu Mu called out, eager to catch a glimpse of her son, who seldom stayed at home. I need to ask you something. Why are you collecting so many eggs? I heard from your wife that you intend to hatch chicks. Is that true? Why do you need so many chickens? Considering the money entrusted to him by Fourth's wife, she wondered just how many he planned to raise. Yes, mother, I do plan to hatch some chicks to raise. Times have changed. Unlike before, when raising chickens was limited to a certain number per person, the government has now relaxed the policies, allowing us to raise as many as we like. Hence, I intend to raise a few more. Not only can we sell the eggs, but the price of chicken meat is also quite decent. Nonsense. Is that really just a few more? And how do you plan to feed these chickens? Have you thought about that? Mother, you needn't concern yourself. I have my own considerations. Just help me retrieve the eggs. Chapter 62. Please help me hatch chicks. Lu Mu was about to voice her thoughts when she was interrupted by Liu Haifeng. Mother, please don't worry. I have this under control. Just focus on gathering the eggs for me. He added, by the way, I have other matters to attend to, so I want to linger here. After saying this, he turned to leave, but suddenly paused, struck by a realization. He had collected a considerable number of various eggs, yet his own ability to hatch chicks was limited, having only heard a few words from his mother-in-law. Just then, he recalled from the memories of the original owner that his mother was quite skilled at hatching chicks. All the chickens in their old homestead were hatched by her. Considering he would need to find a way to make money, and hatching chicks was a troublesome task, why not let his mother handle it? Thus, he turned back with a cheerful demeanor and said, Mother, may I discuss something with you? Lu Mu, still troubled by the thought of her younger son raising so many chickens, sensed that her son had returned for a reason, and asked with irritation, What is it? Coughing slightly, he replied, I remember that your chick hatching skills are exceptional. Given that, could you do me another favor and help hatch these eggs? Initially, Lu Mu felt a sense of pride at her son's praise for her hatching skills, but her expression turned pale upon hearing his request for help. He was not talking about hatching just a few. Based on the quantity of eggs he collected, he would need to hatch at least 100 or two. You little rascal, how could you even think of that? To hatch so many, do you intend to wear your mother out? She exclaimed, slapping Liu Haifeng twice. He quickly dodged. Mother, please don't be angry. There will be compensation. How about I give you 2 cents for each chick? It's not much. Just a couple of batches would suffice. Besides, don't you have your old friends? They can help too. Hearing this, Lu Mu paused her movements and turned to the fourth son, asking earnestly, Are you truly planning to raise chickens? Liu Haifeng nodded. Lu Mu continued, Where do you intend to keep them? And what will you feed them? Life is just starting to improve. Every household has limited provisions. Where would you acquire enough grain for the chickens? I plan to raise them in the backyard. What was the point of building a wall if not for this? I had this plan in mind from the beginning. As for their feed, when we divided the land, we received a plot not far from our home. I intend to grow vegetables there and later buy some bran to mix for the chickens. Vegetables? You're not planting grain? Upon hearing that the fourth son intended to use the land for vegetables, Lu Mu felt an urge to strike him again. Why occupy fertile land when they already had a vegetable garden? It's not that I want to plant grain, it's just that I'll plant less. Times have changed. People's lives are improving and demand will naturally rise. Everyone is farming, so food will surely be abundant in the future. What is most lacking at this stage? Isn't it meat? Raising chickens is far more profitable than merely planting crops. Listening to Liu Haifeng's remarks, Lu's mother found herself at a loss for words. Although she felt that her elder son was correct, an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. What would they eat if they did not farm? Yet, witnessing the resolute demeanor of her fourth son, she realized that any attempts to dissuade him would be futile. She turned her gaze towards her daughter-in-law, hoping she might intercede. However, Wang Qian, upon noticing her mother-in-law's look, feigned busyness with her chores, deliberately avoiding eye contact. Observing this, Lu's mother grasped the situation. It was evident that the couple had conspired together. Recalling her visit to the fourth son's home yesterday, where she had seen the sisters-in-law sorting cotton, she could not help but scold the 2 prodigal children in her mind, recognizing them as truly a pair of peas in a pod. Mother, please help. My son is quite busy. Busy with what nonsense? Though she uttered those words, the thought of her elder daughter-in-law mentioning that the fourth son was selling candied hawthorn in the county town stirred a flicker of doubt within her. Her younger son appeared to be heading in a favorable direction, and as a mother, assisting him would be commendable. After all, who wouldn't wish to see their own son prosper? However, considering her son and daughter-in-law's extravagant spending habits, she felt compelled to admonish them, yet she swallowed her words. Having already declared her intention to refrain from meddling in their lives after the division of the family, she feared that further admonitions might only breed discontent between the young couple. Mother, I truly am busy, Liu Haifeng hastily clarified. Lu's mother waved her hand to interrupt. Enough. I understand now. You need not linger here. Attend to your own matters. His heart leapt with joy at her apparent acquiescence, and he quickly sought to express his gratitude. Mother, yesterday I brought back some crispy fried dough from the county town. When I came over, Wang Qian brought some as well. If you don't feel like cooking for lunch, a bit of pickled vegetables would suffice. Lu's mother's eyes gleamed with a hint of amusement. Go away, go away. Always so extravagant. Despite her words, her heart brimmed with affection. Though this couple was indeed frivolous with their finances, they treated her and her husband with utmost care. Reflecting on yesterday when the fourth son's family had offered to assist in making clothes and shoes for her and her husband, she felt even more at ease. Wang Qian noticed the change in Lu's mother and secretly chuckled, marveling at her husband's persuasive charm. After resolving this matter, Liu Haifeng, in high spirits, pushed his cart out of the old homestead, first heading to Lu Wang's house. He remembered that they also had sun-dried bricks, which Lu Wang's grandfather had made during his leisure time. Lu Wang. Inside, Lu Wang, bored and listless, heard the call and immediately got out of bed to put on his shoes, initially thinking that rain would prevent him from working today. To his surprise, it was Liu Haifeng, ever diligent. Brother Feng, I'm coming. Lu Ant, busy in the yard, saw Liu Haifeng and warmly invited him inside. Oh, it's young Feng. Have you eaten breakfast? Come in. Since Liu Haifeng had started earning money with his son, Lu Ant regarded him with the affection one might show a beloved child. Spotting Liu Haifeng with his cart, she assumed he sought Lu Wang's assistance and called out to her son. Hey Wang, hurry up. Young Feng is waiting. Liu Haifeng wheeled the cart into the yard, greeting the amiable Aunt Lu with a cheerful smile. Aunt, I have a small matter to discuss today. I recall you have some sun-dried bricks. I intend to purchase a few. Aunt Lu was taken aback by his words, but as realization dawned, she clapped her hands. Why would you need to buy just a few bricks? Just take them. No need to talk about money. Aren't you being a bit too hard on your aunt? Haha, how could I dare? If it were just a handful. Given my relationship with Lu Wang, I wouldn't hesitate. However, I need quite a bit this time. As the saying goes, even among brothers, accounts should be clear. These bricks were painstakingly made by the old man, and taking them without compensation is quite unreasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Ah, indeed. It is no wonder you are capable. You speak with such eloquence. It seems our dear Wang is quite fortunate. What are you two discussing? At that moment, Lu Wang emerged, having put on his shoes, and was puzzled to see Liu Haifeng pushing the cart, unsure of his intentions. I'm here to collect some bricks from your home. Since you're free, could you lend me a hand? We can have lunch at my place, and I'll have your sister-in-law prepare a few extra dishes. Bricks? We have plenty of those. They were all made by the old man during his leisure time. How many do you need? Shall we load them now? Yes, let us load them now. The sooner we finish, the less we'll dwell on it. He then turned to Aunt Lu. Aunt, let us load them first, and we can settle the amount later. Oh, I've already said you don't need to pay. Just take as many bricks as you want. After all, he is counting on Liu Haifeng to help his son earn big bucks. What do a few sun-dried bricks matter? Aunt, I mentioned earlier that even brothers should keep accounts. It's only fair. Well, if you truly feel uneasy, just take the bricks for now. When you have the time, you can return some dried ones to us. Please. Aunt, I'm not cut out for that. It's better to settle accounts. All right then, I won't keep you any longer. I have my own tasks to attend to. With that, he beckoned Lu Wang to assist him, for he had no time to mold bricks. It was more practical to earn some money instead. The two loaded the cart and began transforming the rabbit pen, laying the bricks piece by piece on the ground. Liu Haifeng planned to lay 2 layers to effectively prevent the rabbits from burrowing through, ensuring even the edges were not overlooked, contemplating an additional layer or 2. Observing the backyard of Liu Haifeng, Lu Wang appeared utterly bewildered. Brother Feng, what do you intend to do with all this? Using bricks for the ground? I've pondered this for quite some time, yet I cannot fathom its purpose. Oh, I plan to raise rabbits. The purpose of this is to prevent them from digging holes. Raising rabbits? Where will you get the rabbits? And you can actually raise them? Indeed, I am raising rabbits. Previously, I caught a few wild ones while visiting my wife's family, one of which is pregnant. I intend to give it a try and see if I can domesticate them. Lu Wang's expression transformed into one of astonishment. It was truly an eye-opener to think that wild rabbits could be domesticated. Having grown up, he had never heard of such a thing. However, glancing at the fine rain falling from the sky and then at the bricks laid on the ground, he couldn't help but turn to Liu Haifeng with a look of incredulity. What else with that expression? You don't believe me? Lu Wang shook his head. That is not the case. I have faith in Brother Feng's abilities. There is nothing he cannot achieve. Upon hearing this, Liu Haifeng's face broke into a smile. But just as he was about to boast a little, Lu Wang interjected. But why are you laying this out without first putting up a shelter? It's clear that it will rain today. The remainder of his sentence remained unspoken, but it was evident that Brother Feng would understand. Liu Haifeng rolled his eyes. How could he not anticipate the nonsense that would follow from this young lad? It was impractical to lay the ground in the morning and set up a shelter in the afternoon. Regardless, the earth bricks were quite absorbent, and even with a light drizzle, there would be no significant issues, even if it rained all day. Chapter 63. Little Rascal. As the two were engrossed in their task, a lively commotion arose from the front courtyard. The chattering indicated that it was undoubtedly the group of children from next door. Since the three families had settled here, the youngsters often dropped by, their intentions transparent, either to scrounge for food or to pet the little rabbits. Perhaps noticing the absence of adults indoors, the children made a beeline for the backyard. Spotting Liu Haifeng and Lu Wang hard at work, they gathered around with curious and gleeful expressions. Fourth uncle, Uncle Wang, what are you two doing? Liu Haifeng, feeling a headache approaching due to the noisy bunch, regarded the children with exasperation. Their incessant chatter was a source of irritation, particularly the mischievous one among them, who always managed to create some trouble if not kept in check. Shoo, go play somewhere else. Can't you see we're busy here? Be careful not to hurt yourselves. It's fine, fourth uncle. We're standing far away. What are you planning to do? Why are you laying the earth bricks? Lu Yuan, the eldest among the children, asked with wide-eyed curiosity. Lu Jing and her sisters quickly lost interest in the adults and scampered off to see the rabbits instead, as feeding them was far more entertaining. Watching the little creatures nibble was utterly delightful, especially the fluffy chicks with their tiny yellow beaks. Liu Haifeng paid them little mind. These little rascals visited 2 or 3 times daily, eager to feed the rabbits. He had long instructed them that they could look and touch, but not open the cages. So he felt at ease. At that moment, Lu Yuan's question prompted Liu Haifeng to engage in a casual explanation while continuing his work. Just then, a gasp erupted from the direction of the rabbit cage, with Lu Gui's voice ringing out the loudest. Wow, the little rabbit had babies. Shoo, little brother, be quiet. The baby bunnies are sleeping, we mustn't disturb them. Upon hearing this, Liu Haifeng hurried over to investigate, with Lu Wang curiously trailing behind, eager to witness the newborn bunnies for himself. When Liu Haifeng arrived, he beheld 5 tiny, rosy creatures nestled in the rabbit's nest, their eyes still closed, occasionally wriggling. 2 adult rabbits stood guard, vigilantly protecting the nest. This nest was crafted from straw by Liu Haifeng, and for added comfort, he had even gathered some soft hay from outside. In fact, the mother rabbit had nibbled some of her own fur to line the nest, and even the male rabbit had not escaped the process. After so many days of anticipation, they had finally arrived. He had begun to wonder if there was something amiss with the rabbit. Fourth uncle, may I touch the baby bunnies? Lu Huan gazed at Liu Haifeng with her sparkling eyes. No, the rabbit mother has just given birth. She is particularly vigilant now, and we must not disturb her. Let us wait a couple of days until the little ones grow a bit before allowing you to touch them. Lu Yuan, who had just come over to witness the commotion, widened his eyes at these words. Little rabbits? Isn't that what my mother usually calls me when she is scolding? So, this is what little rabbits look like. Upon hearing his nephew's remark, Liu Haifeng was momentarily taken aback, then nearly laughed himself breathless. Lu Yuan was puzzled by his uncle's amusement and leaned in closer, eager to observe the little rabbits in the cage. However, no matter how he looked, he felt they bore no resemblance to himself. Watching his nephew shake his head and sigh, Liu Haifeng finally caught his breath, nearly bursting into laughter once more. This lad, who usually appeared quite astute, also had his moments of foolishness. After all, the term little rabbits is merely a derogatory expression, to be honest. How many people have actually seen real little rabbits? All right, you all shouldn't crowd around. You're scaring the rabbits, making them reluctant to eat. Uncle, we're just looking isn't enough, it's getting late. Let us hurry home for dinner and come back another time. There's still plenty of time before dinner. We'll just watch for a bit. I promise we won't touch them. Well, let us make it clear. You're only allowed to look, not to touch. Understood, uncle. You go on with your work. Fine. If you need anything, just call me. And do keep Lu Gui at a distance. That boy is quite restless. Be sure to keep an eye on him. It's not that I'm overly concerned, but the rabbit has just given birth. In this unfamiliar environment, With so many people watching, if someone were to carelessly reach into the cage, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. After all, a frightened rabbit might bite. Don't worry, Uncle. I'll definitely keep an eye on him. After a busy morning, Liu Haifeng and his companion finally managed to level the ground. As they took a break at noon, the light rain temporarily ceased. Wang Qian prepared a few dishes, and they all gathered to share a meal. Wife, you'll be working hard from now on, with the rabbits giving birth in the backyard. Our farming venture is about to commence. Upon hearing that the rabbits in the backyard had given birth, Wang Qian's face lit up with joy. After feeding them for so many days and watching their bellies swell, she had been anxiously waiting for them to give birth. Unexpectedly, while she was feeding them yesterday, they seemed to be still, and today they quietly welcomed their young. Rest assured, while you earn money outside, I will diligently take care of the rabbits and chickens at home, and also tend to the household chores. Together, we will strive, and I believe our future will only get better. It's good to raise rabbits. I fear that aside from doing household tasks, I won't be able to contribute much. Seeing how hard you work to earn money, I wish to lend a hand. Good wife. Just hold on for a little longer. Once we save some money, you can focus on being beautiful while I handle the financial responsibilities. Enough. We'll discuss this later. Seeing that her husband was about to wax poetic again, she quickly interrupted, not even considering that there were guests present. Oh, by the way, when I return from the old house, I call my family. According to my elder brother, the delivery should arrive tomorrow. Good, my brother-in-law is quite reliable. Watching the couple, Lu Wang felt a wave of envy wash over him as he observed the life they were leading. Subsequently, a thought crossed her mind, and she cast a mournful glance at Liu Haifeng. Startled, Liu Haifeng shivered, perplexed, and inquired of Lu Wang, "What is the matter? Why are you looking at me so intently? Hey, have you forgotten the promise you made to me? You were supposed to introduce me to a wife, remember? You were boasting about it before, and now what?" Liu Haifeng paused, recalling his previous bravado, and, feeling embarrassed, averted his gaze. Truth be told, he could only rely on finding a wife. He did not know any eligible young women to introduce. Wang Qian, noticing both men staring at her, reflected on her acquaintances, but soon shook her head. It seems we don't have anyone suitable on our side either. Lu Wang, upon hearing this, lowered his head in disappointment. Oh, don't be anxious. I will have your sister-in-law inquire further. I guarantee we will find someone good for you. Wang Qian concurred. Yes? Don't rush. I will diligently investigate and see if there are any eligible young ladies available. After all, marriage is a lifelong commitment. We must ensure the character of the girl is thoroughly vetted. In the afternoon, Liu Haifeng summoned the eldest and second brothers, along with himself and Lu Wang, making 4 in total. They easily constructed a makeshift shelter to shield the rabbits from the wind and rain. To further facilitate their efforts, they even erected a small shelter for the chickens, laboring until dusk. Wang Qian, having gone out earlier, returned with some meat and eggs, preparing a relatively sumptuous dinner. Liu Haifeng produced a half bottle of wine he had stashed away, and the 4 of them enjoyed a modest toast. Chapter 64. Plans foiled. The next day dawned bright and sunny. The previous day's drizzle seemed but a fleeting illusion, leaving not a trace behind, while the air remained oppressively warm. Early in the morning, Liu Haifeng borrowed some white sugar from several families, and with the scant remainder at home, he managed to wrap the last of the hawthorn, producing just over 70 skewers of candied fruit. Thus, the hawthorn he had brought back from his future wife's family was finally exhausted. Calling Lu Wang, the 2 of them set off for the county town, carrying the freshly made candied hawthorn, planning to sell them, while also acquiring some popsicles for resale. Upon reaching the county town, they wasted no time and headed straight to the popsicle wholesale market. Brother Feng, it seems the candied hawthorn sells better here in the county. Many people buy them even after inquiring about the price, which they find expensive. Unlike in the town, where even spending a dime feels like a sacrifice. Liu Haifeng chuckled. Well, it's not quite that simple. Sales are similar everywhere. However, I suspect there is a sense of superiority here in the county, coupled with the larger crowd. If someone asks about the price and doesn't buy, it could be quite awkward. To preserve their meager pride, many will reluctantly purchase. Even if they do so with gritted teeth, it is rather amusing. From the town to the county, they managed to sell over 10 skewers of candied hawthorn along the way to the popsicle wholesale market. Haha, Brother Feng, you make a valid point. But I think they are simply concerned about appearances. Lu Wang recalled the elderly woman and her grandson from the bus ride. The grandson wanted one, but the grandmother deemed it too pricey. Yet, seeing the crowded bus, she could not bring herself to haggle. You are absolutely right. It is all about saving face. Haha. It is evident that Liu Haifeng has also recalled the amusing duo of the grandmother and grandson. As they spoke, they arrived at the ice cream wholesale department. Today, they had come late, and the atmosphere was already lively, with many vendors preparing their ice creams for departure. Noticing Zhou Shuqing busily at work, Liu Haifeng immediately approached him. "Zhou Ge, are you busy?" Upon hearing the call, Zhou Shuqing turned his head, and to his astonishment, there were the two individuals who had gone missing for a few days. Observing the candy hawthorn skewers they bore on their shoulders, he raised an eyebrow in surprise, wondering if they had changed their trade in the past few days. "Ah, it's you two. What is going on?" Liu Haifeng replied, "Hee. We're also selling candy hawthorn. After all, every little bit helps." Zhou Shuqing chuckled. "You two really do it all. You've barely sold ice cream for a few days and Haven Tea even recouped your investment, and now you're off selling candy hawthorn as well. Impressive. I thought you two might vanish for another fortnight, but surprisingly, you've returned sooner this time." Zhou Shuqing was at a loss for words regarding these two. Previously, they had spent 3 days fishing and 2 days sunbathing, and now they had taken up another venture, scattering their efforts like a jack of all trades. It was a wonder how they could possibly make a profit with such a business approach. "Haha, it's just that I had some matters to attend to. I had to accompany my wife back to her family, and with the recent division of our household, there is a plethora of troublesome tasks awaiting me. Moreover, my home is quite far from the county town, so each visit requires a journey by bus, making our appearances infrequent." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Liu Haifeng handed Zhou Shuqing 2 candy hawthorn skewers as a fee for storing their ice cream boxes, before heading off with Lu Wang to retrieve their own boxes. When it came time to load the ice cream, Liu Haifeng was taken aback by the sheer volume of ice cream available. Wasn't it said that production was insufficient? The previous batch of ice cream vendors had seemingly taken their share. How could there still be so much left? "Brother Haifeng, our ice cream supply is now plentiful. How much do you intend to order? How many boxes of ice cream and how many of popsicles?" Liu Haifeng chose not to rush into packing, opting instead to first understand the situation. After all, he had previously intended to earn a little in this area, and now, just as his plans were about to materialize, they seemed on the brink of collapse. "Zhou Ge, how has the ice cream supply suddenly increased so much? Wasn't it previously stated that production was insufficient?" In response to Liu Haifeng's inquiry, Zhou Shuqing smiled and explained, "The earlier shortage was due to production line issues. Now that people's lives have improved, the demand has naturally surged. The factories in the city have even added an extra production line specifically to address this issue, and lo and behold, production has significantly increased. You were previously worried about supply shortages, but now you need not rush to secure ice cream. There is a 24-hour supply available. You can sell whatever you wish, as we have plenty here." Zhou Shuqing assumed Liu Haifeng was still concerned about supply issues due to his earlier addiction to selling ice cream, and thus he offered reassurance. Hearing this, Liu Haifeng felt a pang of disappointment. His plans had been thwarted before they even began. Fortunately, he hadn't yet resorted to bribery. Otherwise, it would have all gone to waste. Was it bad luck, or perhaps a twist of fate? Ha ha ha, Zhou Ge, you are indeed correct. With no opportunity to create further mischief in this matter, Liu Haifeng felt his smile stiffen. However, it was too late to voice any regrets. Plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. Given the current ample supply of ice cream, there was no need to scramble for it, although ice cream boasted high profits. In this sweltering weather, popsicles proved to be the more prudent choice. While one might earn slightly less, a strategy of thin margins and high volume could still yield significant returns. Selling ice cream necessitated specific locations, such as cinemas or parks. Otherwise, sales remained mediocre, as was the case during their last venture to the park. Carrying sugar-coated hawthorn skewers, they had not loaded much inventory, for too much would have been overwhelming. Bidding farewell to old Zhou, the duo set off toward the residential building. Perhaps owing to their burden of hawthorn skewers, the business of popsicles and ice cream flourished considerably. After their midday meal, gazing at the radiant sun, Liu Haifeng wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a twinge of doubt. In such scorching heat, lugging around a popsicle cart was exhausting. Turning to glance at Lu Wang, who appeared equally beleaguered, an idea formed in his mind. They ventured once more to procure supplies, and Liu Haifeng led Lu Wang directly to the shade of a large tree, where a lively crowd engaged in card games and chess, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Upon arrival, Liu Haifeng beckoned Lu Wang to unload the cart from his shoulder. "Brother Feng, aren't we going to roam the streets?" Lu Wang asked, somewhat bewildered by the sudden halt in their usual routine. Are you foolish? On such a hot day, without a bicycle, do you really think we can endure? Besides, there are no competitors here. We have the perfect spot to sell popsicles while enjoying the cool shade. Why would we leave such a prime location? But this way, our sales will dwindle, Lu Wang countered, believing that although roaming the streets was tiring, it was also profitable. Waiting for customers to come to them seemed less advantageous. Are you blinded by the pursuit of money? Is earning more important than our health? If we continue your way, we'll surely succumb to heat stroke. And the money we earn won't even cover our medical expenses. Liu Haifeng thought to himself, surprised at how naive his companion could be, earning merely a meager wage, yet seemingly addicted to the idea of making money. Though they were brothers, he found it disconcerting that the one receiving a salary was more invested than the one dispersing it. Feeling a pang of guilt, he realized that as the boss, he was not as hardworking as his employee. Wang, I'd like to discuss something with you. What? This is unacceptable. Lu Wang immediately shook his head in refusal upon hearing Liu Haifeng's words. Seeing his brother's resistance, Liu Haifeng felt a sense of helplessness. Why was this man so stubborn? He was rejecting an opportunity to earn. Listen to me. We're brothers, aren't we? Of course, brother Feng. We grew up together. How could we not be brothers? Then as brothers, you should heed my advice. Let us endure a few more days. Once you've saved enough money, you can take over your own cart. Lu Wang still wished to refuse. As a grown man, couldn't he be less indecisive in his endeavors? We are brothers, and naturally, I wish for your prosperity. Earning merely $1 a day while following me offers little promise for your future. The essence of true success lies in being your own boss. At this moment, Liu Haifeng was persuading Lu Wang to retrieve his box. Observing the young man's diligent efforts and having spent considerable time together, Liu Haifeng began to genuinely regard him as a brother. He thought of Lu Wang's aspirations to save for a bride and felt compelled to assist him. He suggested that if Lu Wang worked a few more days to accumulate enough capital, he could start his own venture with that box, ultimately yielding greater earnings. Although this would reduce Liu Haifeng's own income, he believed that such calculations were not fitting among brothers. Otherwise, resentment might fester over time. Then I shall heed brother Feng's advice, Lu Wang replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone, feeling somewhat as though he were taking advantage of his elder brother's kindness. Exactly. That's the spirit. Liu Haifeng clapped him on the shoulder. To be frank, he held little regard for this line of work. It was grueling labor for meager returns. Were it not for the lack of sufficient capital, he would never willingly toil in the heat. Lu Wang felt moved to tears, appreciating that brother Feng was willing to sacrifice his own earnings for his well-being. Such a brotherhood was one he could cherish for a lifetime. Observing Lu Wang's emotional response, Liu Haifeng scratched his nose, reflecting on how a small profit could evoke such feelings and prompting him to marvel at the simplicity of this era's people. Boss, I'd like an ice pop. Just then, a customer arrived, prompting Liu Haifeng to break the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Sure, brother, which one would you like? I also have ice cream, if you're interested. How much for the ice cream? The small pudding ice cream is 9 cents, and the large one is 12. What? The small pudding I bought before was only 8 cents. Why are you charging so much? Brother, that's just the wholesale price. The two of them squatted beneath the tree for nearly 2 hours. Had it not been for the fear of the heat melting the ice cream and Lu Wang's urging, Liu Haifeng would have lingered a while longer. They soon resumed their journey through the streets, even making a stop at the wholesale market to replenish their stock. As the factory workers were about to finish their shifts, they hurriedly made their way there. After a few days apart, the young women and wives arriving for ice pops were exceedingly chatty, nearly interrogating Liu Haifeng about his ancestry. He had grown accustomed to the conveniences that his face brought him, calmly answering a variety of peculiar questions while promoting his ice cream. Once they had sold out their stock, the two first stored their box before boarding a bus home with a pouch of small change. Upon returning to the town, Liu Haifeng noticed the sky and decided not to rush home. He intended to inquire with Su Guangquan about whether he had managed to procure sugar for him. After all, mixing ice pops with candied hawthorns seemed a splendid idea, as the presence of the latter notably boosted the sales of the former. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound of knocking while dining, Su Guangquan called out, "Who is it?" "Brother Su, it's me." Su Guangquan thought to himself, "Who knows who you are?" Nevertheless, unwilling to turn anyone away, he called to his wife to open the door. Su Deseo was somewhat displeased, as she was in the midst of a meal. Couldn't they have a bit more awareness of the situation? arriving at this hour, neither too early nor too late. Upon opening the door and seeing Liu Haifeng and his companion, her face initially registered surprise, but soon transformed into a welcoming smile. "Ah, isn't this young Feng? What brings you here at this hour?" Sensing the enticing aroma of the food, Liu Haifeng realized he might have chosen an inconvenient time. With an awkward smile, he scratched his nose and said, "Sister, I apologize for the intrusion. I need to find Su Gu regarding a matter." "Hey, what are you saying? There's no such thing as an intrusion. A guest is a guest. Please come in. Your Su Gu is just having his meal." "Old Su, young Feng is here for you." Su Guanquan, upon hearing Liu Haifeng's name, understood the situation and promptly set down his utensils to greet him. After all, this young man seemed to possess the potential to become a significant patron, and it was essential to extend the proper hospitality. "Young Feng has arrived. Have you eaten? We're just about to start. If you don't mind, why not join us for a bite?" Liu Haifeng quickly waved his hand in refusal. It was merely a polite offer, and he felt it would be inappropriate to accept, especially since Su Deseo's smile did not quite reach her eyes, indicating he was intruding upon their family meal. He wanted to avoid being a bother, and with his stomach growling from hunger, the delicious scent of the food was becoming unbearable. Thus, he decided to be direct and cut to the chase. "Su Gu, I wonder if you have procured that batch of sugar I requested?" Su Guanquan nodded with a smile. "You're in luck. I just inquired and unexpectedly stumbled upon someone dealing in sugar." Hearing this, Liu Haifeng's heart leaped with joy. It seemed that his timing was fortuitous, and he could continue selling his candied hawthorn. "How much sugar do you have this time, Su Gu?" Su Guanquan held up 5 fingers. 50 pounds. Liu Haifeng ventured cautiously. Upon hearing this, Su Guanquan laughed heartily. "You certainly dare to dream. But you are correct. It is indeed 50 pounds. How about it? Can you manage that?" Liu Haifeng's face nearly broke into a smile at the mention of 50 pounds of sugar. However, he was currently short on funds and needed to find a way to secure the purchase regardless. "Su Gu, I will take all 50 pounds. But I don't have that much money on me right now. Please hold the sugar for me." "All right, no problem, but you must act quickly. Rest assured, Su Gu, my word is my bond. Also, I must trouble you to keep an eye out for more sugar. If any becomes available, I would like to acquire it." Su Guanquan was taken aback at Liu Haifeng's request for even more sugar. "Do you really need that much? Isn't 50 pounds sufficient?" Liu Haifeng sighed. "This is just the beginning. 50 pounds would only last 6 or 7 days at most if I want to sell it at a decent price. The syrup must be thick, which means I will use up the sugar even faster. The candied hawthorn has been selling well lately, and I just procured some hawthorn. I am indeed in need of sugar." "Very well. If I come across any, I will be sure to let you know." "Thank you, Su Gu. It is imperative, as I also stand to profit from this. By the way, how much do you plan to take this time? I asked your sister-in-law to help weigh it out." Liu Haifeng calculated the money in his pocket and requested 15 pounds, planning to gradually purchase more as he earned money over the next few days. As he prepared to pay, Sister Su glanced at the pile of coins and jested. "Oh, little Feng has been earning quite a bit these days." Liu chuckled. "Hey, sister, don't be fooled by this heap. It only amounts to a few dozen bucks." Chapter 66. Stealing a bite of meat, parting ways at the village entrance. Liu Haifeng carried 15 pounds of sugar into his home. Upon entering, he was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of cooked dishes, which made his already growling stomach yearn for food even more. "Wife, I'm back," he called out. Hearing his voice, Wang Qian emerged from the kitchen. "You must be tired. Quickly wash your face. I've prepared the water. Once you're done, we can eat." She stepped forward to take the sack of sugar from Liu Haifeng. "Oh, this is rather heavy. What's inside?" Liu Haifeng splashed some water on his face, feeling the heat from his cheeks finally subside a little. "It's sugar. I returned from the county and stopped by Su Guanquan's place. Surprisingly, that old rascal has quite the knack. In just one day, he managed to gather a substantial amount of sugar. Originally, there were 50 pounds, but I didn't have enough money, so I only bought 15 pounds. Upon hearing it was 15 pounds of sugar, Wang Qian felt a rush of excitement. It was just what they needed. This sugar comes at the perfect time. My elder brother also brought over more than 100 pounds of hawthorn today, so we can continue selling candied hawthorn tomorrow. I was just wondering when we'd be able to get sugar, and here you are bringing it back tonight." "What? My brother-in-law has already delivered the hawthorn? That was quick. We just spoke on the phone yesterday," she exclaimed, impressed by the efficiency. "Indeed. You should consider who made the call." Seeing the proud expression on his wife's face, he set down the towel and leaned in for a hearty kiss. You're something else. Coming back and doing this right away. Aren't you tired? We should hurry and eat. He playfully shot her a mock glare. At the dining table, they chatted while enjoying their meal. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. How much did you pay for that sugar? Wang Qian suddenly remembered to inquire about the price, hoping that buying in bulk might have secured a discount to lower the cost of the candied hawthorn. It was still $1 per pound. I did think about negotiating, but since we need his help, it's not the right time to bring it up. Besides, that price is quite reasonable, Liu Haifeng replied. He was unsure of his wife's thoughts on the matter, but since he needed Su Guangquan to continue gathering sugar for him, it felt inappropriate to discuss the price. Wang Qian nodded in response, slightly disappointed, but recognizing her husband's point, there was no need to dwell on it. Today, my brother probably delivered around 120 to 130 pounds. Following your advice, I paid them $7 at 5 cents per pound, which also includes the transportation fee. Liu Haifeng remained silent, allowing his wife to handle these minor matters as he trusted her judgment. The next day, rising early, Liu Haifeng found himself with an ample supply of white sugar, ready to sell his candied hawthorn. However, he chose not to venture into the county town, opting instead to sell in the nearby town for another day. The proximity allowed him to replenish his stock easily after selling out. For a round trip to the county town would cost nearly $1 in transportation alone. At the school gate in town, the family compound, and while wandering the streets and alleys, he managed to sell over 200 skewers throughout the day. Selling more than 100 skewers per person in a day is neither excessive nor insufficient, yielding a commendable profit. After deducting costs, he earned 16 yuan, which, when combined with a little left over from yesterday, enabled him to purchase an additional 20 pounds of white sugar. In the ensuing days, Liu Haifeng juggled his small business while also tending to household matters. To ensure a steady supply of winter feed for his chicks, he entrusted Su Guangquan with the task of procuring rice bran and wheat bran. He even cultivated connections at the oil factory to acquire some soybean residue, which is not only nutritious for pigs but also beneficial for chickens, and remarkably inexpensive, merely a few yuan for a large bag. He planned to dry it in the yard and cook it for the chickens during winter. One evening, upon returning home, Liu Haifeng first glanced around his yard. Noticing the silence, with only his wife busy in the kitchen of their thatched hut. Feeling reassured, he boldly entered and closed the door behind him. What are you up to? Sneaking in like a thief? Wang Qian had been watching him, yet chose to remain silent, curious about his clandestine behavior. Ahem. Is mother not home? He asked, glancing around. Seeing her husband in this manner, Wang Qian grew increasingly perplexed. What is going on? Did she just leave? Are you looking for her for something? No. What could I possibly want from her? Then why were you acting like that? Or are you up to something nefarious? You claim there's nothing, yet it appears you've done something you shouldn't, fearing your mother-in-law would find out. Otherwise, why be so sneaky upon returning home? Hee. My dear wife, look what I have, Liu Haifeng exclaimed, pulling out a parcel from his coat. Upon unwrapping it, he revealed 2 pounds of pork, more fatty than lean. Its vibrant red hue radiating freshness. Wow, where did you buy this? Wang Qian gasped, her mouth watering at the sight of such a substantial piece of meat. It's been ages since we had any meat. I got it from Brother Su. I was checking on how he was doing with the rice bran, and serendipitously found some meat for sale. I thought we've worked hard lately, so let us treat ourselves today. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian felt a flicker of temptation, yet hesitated as she glanced at the pot of food she was preparing. Don't worry, we can simply add a dish. Didn't mother give us some chili peppers? Let us slice a few for stir-fried meat, and we can save the rest for tomorrow. With her husband's encouragement, Wang Qian no longer hesitated and cheerfully accepted the meat from his hands. At that moment, she understood why her husband had been so secretive. He was undoubtedly concerned about being seen by his mother-in-law. Recalling the last time they celebrated with a meat dish, Liu Haifeng's ears had nearly been twisted off by his mother-in-law's scolding for being wasteful, a vivid memory that lingered in his mind. With a swift motion, Wang Qian expertly wielded her knife, and in no time, a pile of meat slices lay before her. The earthen stove, though equipped with 2 burners, currently hosted only a small iron pot atop it. The other burner was typically occupied by a clay pot for boiling soups and broths. However, for stir-frying the meat, an iron pot was essential. The vegetables had already been set aside, leaving the iron pot ready for the task at hand. As the pork sizzled in the pan, releasing its savory aroma, Liu Haifeng found himself swallowing hard. Reflecting on the recent hardships, he felt a pang of sorrow. Despite earning a decent income, He had to indulge in meat clandestinely, fearful that the elderly matriarch from the old house might suddenly appear. Accustomed to frugality, she could not abide extravagance. Although Liu had made a respectable sum lately, her belief was that the money should be saved for future investments, particularly to renovate their home. After all, both the eldest and second sons had 2 rooms, while his family only had 1. Moreover, after being married for so long, the prospect of raising children loomed as a significant expense. Despite his disdain for such notions, the formidable presence of the matriarch made him unconsciously touch his ear, aware that defiance could lead to consequences he preferred to avoid. What was he thinking? The meal was ready. It was time to wash his face and eat. Meanwhile, in the neighboring Liu heiress household, Liu Yu eagerly inhaled the enticing scent wafting from next door and excitedly exclaimed, "Mother, I smell meat." Liu Er's wife rolled her eyes and placed a modest dish of stir-fried eggplant on the table. "Would you care for some bamboo strips with meat? You always dream of such delights." She chuckled at her brother's predicament, finding humor in his embarrassment. Liu Yu, feeling slightly shamed, pointed his chopsticks at his sister, admonishing her not to laugh. In response, his mother swiftly admonished him, "How dare you point at your sister with chopsticks? Put your hands down. The meal is served, and yet you cannot keep your mouth shut." Rubbing the back of his head, Liu Yu protested, "But mother, I truly smelled it. Is it possible that fourth Uncle S family is secretly feasting again? The last time we had meat was during the housewarming. That was ages ago." Liu Er's wife scoffed. "How could that be? Do not be misled by the little money they made selling candied hawthorn. I've been out shopping for needles and threads with your aunts, and that money is nearly spent. With the recent division of property, every penny counts. I can barely stretch a coin to last. Given fourth Uncle S' extravagant nature, how could they possibly save enough for meat? If they're out of money, where would they buy meat? But mother, I really think I smell it." The youngest, Liu Gui, chimed in, his nose twitching. How could that be?" Liu Er's wife frowned. "One might lie, but 2 cannot. Or perhaps fourth Uncle S family still has funds. That should not be the case. They've already spent so much. The earnings from selling candied hawthorn should have been depleted by now." She believed that Liu Haifeng only sold candied hawthorns for a single day. As Wang Qian had mentioned during their conversation, that white sugar was difficult to manage, and they were uncertain when they would be able to purchase more after that day. However, unbeknownst to her, Liu Haifeng had procured sugar the very next day. For several days, he had been leaving early and returning late. And since he resided in the first house at the village entrance, he had conducted his business without anyone noticing. Wang Qian was also discreet, fully aware of the wisdom in quietly amassing wealth. Thus, when questioned by the 2 sisters-in-law about the matter, she simply laughed it off. As for the younger ones, they were all having lunch when Liu Haifeng returned to prepare the candied hawthorns, so they were oblivious to his activities. Liu Erseo walked to the corner of the courtyard, taking a deep sniff from the neighboring house and indeed detecting a faint aroma of meat wafting through the air. Her expression darkened instantly. She had initially thought well of the fourth family, only to discover they were full of deceit. They had previously claimed to be out of money. Yet if that were true, where did the meat come from? Meanwhile, at the table, Liu Haifeng and Wang Qian were sweating profusely as they indulged in their meal. Wang Qian's culinary skills were commendable, and the meat was exceptionally flavorful. The couple enjoyed their meal with rice, abandoning their usual habit of chatting during dinner. Sated, Liu Haifeng rubbed his somewhat distended belly, hesitatingly licking his lips. It had been a long time since he had eaten so heartily, and the meat was simply delightful. Wang Qian also leaned against her slightly rounded belly, feeling too lazy to clean up, and chuckled at her husband mirroring her state. "Tomorrow, let us prepare braised pork," Liu Haifeng suggested, feeling unsatisfied after the spicy stir-fried meat. Wang Qian replied, "That won't do. Today, both my parents visited. My father glanced at our backyard shed with disdain, which means he'll come over tomorrow to help us fix it up." Speaking of this, Wang Qian's face lit up with amusement. Her husband had disregarded her advice, and for the sake of convenience, a few grown men had hastily put things together. She had warned against it, but he had impatiently insisted there was nothing wrong. Today, her father had come with the interest of checking on the chickens in the backyard, and upon seeing the shed, he had berated them soundly, exclaiming they didn't know how to manage their lives. After a hearty meal, fatigue set in, and after a long day of work, Liu Haifeng began to doze off, half-lidding his eyes. "Isn't that shed perfectly fine? Why does it need fixing?" Wang Qian rolled her eyes. "Perhaps only you think it's fine. Even your elder brothers advised you against it. And what happened? To make things easier, You just half-heartedly threw it together. Do you have any idea how harshly my father criticized it today? Liu Haifeng waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Let them fuss over it themselves. I don't see anything wrong with it. Humph. Would you dare say that in front of my father? You only know how to boast. If you remain so careless, when your father decides to scold you, I want to come to your aid. Hearing this, Liu Haifeng gazed at Wang Qian with a hint of melancholy. Wife, you have changed. Just a few days ago, you were sweet-talking me. How quickly time passes. Don't try to twist my words. This is all you're doing. How many times did I advise you? But someone wouldn't listen. So what does it have to do with me now? Wang Qian was not one to indulge him. All right. You can discuss anything with your father tomorrow. There is another matter I wish to inquire about. Were we not supposed to purchase a cast iron pot? It has been quite inconvenient with just the small pot at home for so long. You promised so earnestly, and yet, where is it? I have not even seen a glimpse of the iron pot. Have you truly been attentive to this matter? Are you trying to divert the topic? Liu Haifeng gazed at his wife in silence. How could I not be attentive? I have asked someone to look into it, yet there has been no news thus far. What more can I do? Do you truly believe your husband possesses boundless capabilities to conjure one from thin air? Humph. I do not care. I simply wish to see the iron pot soon, as that small pot is far too inconvenient to use. Very well, I shall hasten the process. That is more like it. By the way, how much was the meat today? With so much fat and so little lean meat, it must not be inexpensive, right? What about the remaining money? You little money manager, is it your first instinct to ask for money upon returning? Humph. Wasn't that your request? I need to keep track of our expenses. As she meticulously recorded each entry, calculating their household finances, Wang Qian found herself increasingly fond of this sensation. Liu Haifeng, feeling helpless, reached into his pocket and handed her some money, then retrieved a packet of fried tea beans, offering her a piece. This pork is particularly fatty this time. And without a ticket, it costs $1.50 per pound. 2 pounds amount to $3. Wow, such an expense. Upon hearing the price, Wang Qian, who had just savored the aroma of the meat, suddenly felt a pang in her heart. I have heard that this is considered inexpensive. If there were more fat, it could fetch $2 a pound on the black market. Reflecting on the future, she noted how lean meat is more expensive than fatty meat, quite the opposite of the present situation. Still, that is costly. This meat is causing me distress. If it pains you, then eat more to ensure you grow in the right places. Wang Qian rolled her eyes. I am grown enough. Thank you. If I grow any more, I swear I will throw you off. Ignoring his cheeky remark, she noticed yet another snack and reproached him. Why did you buy more snacks? Taking the item from his hand, she could not resist opening the fried tea beans and popped one into her mouth, nodding in approval at the taste. Why do we earn money if not to improve our lives? If you have money and do not spend it, what is the point of working so hard? Liu Haifeng replied nonchalantly. Even so, we must save. I plan to accumulate enough money to build an additional room. She had already made plans that once she had surplus funds, she would construct a room for their home. If her husband did not behave, she would make him sleep in a different room. Humph. Let him see if he dares to bully her again. Unaware of his wife's little schemes, Liu Haifeng continued. Moreover, buying so many snacks is not solely for my consumption. Most of it ends up in your mouth anyway. At this, Liu Haifeng looked at his wife with amusement. Feeling slightly embarrassed by his observation, Wang Qian's eyes darted around. Well, I couldn't help it. You frequently bring back snacks, leaving them untouched. And I was merely concerned they would spoil. Hee. You have even learned to make excuses, you stubborn girl. However, these snacks were initially purchased for her enjoyment. Aligning with his intentions, not wishing to dwell on this matter further, he feared that if the conversation continued, his wife might become upset and refuse to eat, rendering his small gestures of affection ineffective. Despite the wife's incessant complaints about his frivolous spending, it is evident that she delights in indulging in snacks, her little mouth never ceasing its chatter. Chapter 68. The surprised elderly couple. The following day, as the couple was enjoying their breakfast, Liu's mother entered, carrying a basket containing 2 heads of cabbage and 2 heads of bok choy. Have you just eaten? She asked. Yes, mother. Have you had your meal? Would you like to join us? Wang Qian inquired, rising to serve her mother-in-law a bowl of porridge. Sit down, eat your food. I have already had my meal, so do not mind me. After saying this, she glanced at the couple's plain porridge accompanied by pickled vegetables and nodded to herself, approving of their simple yet sustainable lifestyle. She then took a seat, peeling the leaves of the cabbage and bok choy, preparing to feed them to the chickens later. By the way, fourth, You should not go out today. Your father will be coming over shortly, and you need to assist him in fixing up the chicken coop and rabbit hutch in the backyard. Mother, I believe that shed is perfectly fine. Let us not trouble my father unnecessarily. Does it need to be so sturdily repaired just to shield the chickens and rabbits from the wind and rain? Besides, I have other matters to attend to today and cannot stay home. Other matters? What could be so important? Aside from your aimless antics, what else can you do? How can you call it aimless antics? I sell candied hawthorns. I earn quite a bit in a day, and missing even one day would be a loss. He was quite unwilling to stay behind to help with the chicken coop, for nothing mattered more than earning money. Sell candied hawthorns? Liu's mother asked, puzzled. Yes. Upon hearing Liu Haifeng's response, Wang Qian's face reflected her confusion. Hadn't they agreed that as long as no one discovered it, they wouldn't disclose anything? Faced with his wife's bewildered gaze, Liu Haifeng signaled her to remain calm. Acknowledging Liu Haifeng's admission, Liu's mother halted her actions and grew serious. Are you truly serious? Did you not say that sugar was difficult to procure? The last batch you brought back was sold out in a day. How can you say you are selling candied hawthorns again? I speak the truth. While sugar may be difficult to acquire, it is not impossible. Hawthorns are easy to obtain. I can simply make a call to my wife's family, and they can bring a sack over, which will last us quite a while. Mother, I know you and father come here often out of concern, fearing I lack a means of livelihood and am not cut out for hard work. Worried that we may struggle to get by. To be frank, my candied hawthorn business is doing quite well, and I have earned a substantial amount lately. You and father need not worry about our lives. Initially, Liu Haifeng had no intention of revealing his business endeavors, but it was clear that his parents were prone to overthinking, always fearing for their well-being. They frequently came to check on him, and since he had not previously encountered them while selling candied hawthorns, they were unaware of the situation. However, it was only a matter of time before the truth surfaced. To alleviate their concerns, he decided to share some information, allowing them to rest easy and not dwell on their worries about his household. Well done. You managed to keep this under wraps, not even letting your parents in on it. You have truly grown up, haven't you? As she spoke, she stood up, prepared to give Liu Haifeng a gentle reprimand. Seeing her stance, Liu Haifeng hurriedly made his way to the door. What are you doing? Is it necessary to resort to violence at the slightest provocation? Why can't we communicate civilly? After all, I am now the head of the family. Could you not afford me a modicum of respect in front of my wife? Upon hearing her son speak thus, Liu's mother suppressed her rising anger. She considered his words and recognized their validity. With the recent division of the household, and observing that the fourth son was steadily maturing into a respectable individual, it was indeed inappropriate to undermine his self-esteem at this juncture. Taking a deep breath, she continued, Then why did you not speak up earlier? Had you addressed this sooner, your father and I would not have had sleepless nights worrying. Do you truly believe we have nothing better to do than frequent your home out of sheer idleness? We merely wish to ensure that your family could manage, and to see if we could offer any assistance. One must learn to be discreet. Can one publicly boast about their financial endeavors? Naturally, the fewer individuals privy to such matters, the better. I trust you understand the wisdom of keeping one's wealth under wraps in these times. Yet, there is no need to conceal it from your mother. What? Do you fear I will covet your earnings? Or do you assume I am a gossipy person who will flaunt your success? Liu's mother felt a surge of indignation. It has not been long since our separation, and already you regard me with suspicion? I am not concerned that you might covet my money, Liu Haifeng replied, his gaze lingering on her, his meaning clear. My mother has a history. Aside from her penchant for frugality, she enjoys boasting about her life. She often sits under the old locust tree with a group of women, sharing stories. Though not a gossip, she relishes idle chatter. What kind of person do you think your mother is? Just because we have separated does not mean I am no longer your guardian. She threatened to strike again, indignant at being labeled a braggart. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from outside. Enough. Liu's father entered, hands clasped behind his back, his expression thunderous as he surveyed the three within the room. Father, when did you arrive? Although he asked, Liu Haifeng surmised that his father had likely been eavesdropping for quite some time. Humph. Is my presence unwelcome? Father, what are you saying? This is your son's home, and thus, it is your home as well. How could you not come back to your own house? Hearing the fourth son's words, Liu's father's demeanor softened noticeably. Enough of this triviality. I have but one question for you. Have you been selling candied hawthorns during this period? Liu Haifeng affirmed and added, If we were to sell them in the county town, we would also procure some ice pops to sell alongside. Liu's father nodded. And how is the business? What is your daily income? Liu Haifeng pondered for a moment, deciding to withhold part of the truth, fearing it might alarm his parents. It's roughly a few pieces of currency each day. However, upon hearing this figure, Liu's parents were taken aback. Such a commodity could yield substantial earnings. A few coins a day could amount to over 100 in a month. They calculated in their minds, increasingly astonished. Where do you source your sugar? The primary expense for candied hawthorns is the sugar, and as you mentioned previously, hawthorn is hardly valuable. Father, you should understand. Upon hearing this, Liu's father realized that the sugar must have come from the black market. This made sense, having tasted the candied hawthorns his son made at the old homestead. He knew that considerable sugar was required, and sourcing it through legitimate channels was out of the question. You audacious rascal, can you guarantee that everything is in order? This could lead to speculation. No wonder that the fourth brother and his spouse have been so secretive about it. Reflecting on the character of my own partner, it seems reasonable to keep things under wraps. There is no issue at hand, and besides, I am not purchasing from the black market. I have merely asked a friend to assist with the procurement. The price may be higher than what is offered at the supply and marketing cooperative. Yet after calculating the costs, there is still profit to be made. Although Liu's father felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing the fourth brother's words, he found solace in the fact that nothing has gone awry after so many days of operation. It was indeed wise to keep this matter concealed, he thought. Casting a furtive glance at his wife, he intended to offer further admonishments, but considering that his son had matured and demonstrated a methodical approach to his endeavors, he refrained. At that moment, a shout was heard from outside. Shortly thereafter, Brother Feng and Lu Wang entered. Upon noticing his sister-in-law washing hawthorns, Lu Wang was momentarily perplexed. Haven't you begun the preparations yet? Good morning, Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu, exclaimed Wang. I came to find our fourth brother, father and mother, during this period. It has been I and he who have been selling candied hawthorns together, Liu Haifeng explained. Hearing this, Lu's father nodded in understanding. Recognizing that the fourth brother had important matters to attend to, he refrained from insisting that he stay and assist, opting instead to head to the backyard alone to help repair the shed. His son had grown and developed his own ideas. Since he now had a means of making a living, he would allow him to pursue it. After all, he was getting older and preferred not to interfere. Wang Qian stepped over, shaking the water from her hands, while the men were busy explaining. She had taken the initiative to wash the hawthorns and set them out to dry. Turning to glance at her mother-in-law seated by the door, she softly inquired, Brother Feng, should we slice the meat for lunch? Liu Haifeng pondered briefly before shaking his head. Let us not, to avoid their nagging. When father and mother return this afternoon, just prepare that meat as braised pork. When I come back later, I will take a bowl to the old house. He certainly did not wish to be absent at noon, only to have his wife face the old couple's incessant remarks about the meat. Chapter 69. The toothless thief. Having concluded the discussion, Liu Haifeng commenced the preparation of candied hawthorns for the day. Delayed by his parents, he needed to hasten his pace. With a larger crowd, the candied hawthorns came together swiftly, and in less than 10 minutes, he had completed over 100 skewers. Fourth brother, will this many be sold? Liu's mother could no longer suppress her curiosity as she gazed at the impressive assembly of candied hawthorns. Mother, rest assured, this quantity is nothing. If it weren't cumbersome to transport, I would have made even more. Don't be fooled by the appearance. We can split them between 2 people, and each will only carry a few dozen, he reassured her. Indeed, Aunt, you have no idea how well these sell in the county. We've set our prices quite high, yet the folks in the county are not short on money. Whenever they see us carrying candied hawthorns, the children swarm around us. Lu Wang added, his face alight with excitement. Set a high price, you say? How much do you sell each skewer for? Lu's mother asked, recalling that the eldest brother's wife had mentioned it previously, but she had forgotten amidst the many details. We sell each skewer for 10 cents. What? Upon hearing the price of 10 cents per skewer, Lu's mother was taken aback, exclaiming, good heavens, such an expensive sale? Subsequently, glancing at the pile of candied hawthorns nearby, he could not help but begin to calculate how much they could sell for. Then, noticing the fourth son pouring an enormous bag of sugar into the pot as if it were free, Lu's mother furrowed her brow in concern. Liu Haifeng chose to ignore it. After all, matters had already been laid bare. If his mother were to nag again, he would have ample reason to retort. How could it be that they earned so much money yet had to sneak around just to enjoy a meal? It was absurd. Observing the fourth son's deft technique, Lu's mother, amidst her worries, nodded in approval, This young man certainly had a knack for handling serious business. Once the candied hawthorns were prepared, Liu Haifeng and his companion hurriedly set off towards the county town, watching their retreating figures and then glancing at her daughter-in-law, who was tidying up the kitchen alone. Liu's mother resolved to probe her daughter-in-law once she finished, seeking to uncover just how much the couple had hidden from her. As Wang Qian cleaned the kitchen, she could feel her mother-in-law's occasional gaze upon her, aware of the questions that were likely to come. Thus, she began to ponder how best to respond. "Xiao Qian, are you done? Come sit down and chat with me," Liu's mother called out eagerly, her pent-up words ready to spill forth. "Coming," Wang Qian replied, setting down the towel and picking up a prepared basket to approach. Noticing the yellow beans in her daughter-in-law's hands, Liu's mother cheerfully inquired, "Are you planning to exchange these for tofu?" "Yes, mother. It's been quite a while since we've had tofu. Yesterday, Fengge mentioned it, so I plan to sort out the bad ones and trade them with Granny Li for some tofu. I thought I might make mapo tofu to go with our meal." These beans had been given by Liu's mother during the division of the family estate. Recently, Wang Qian had been occupied with organizing the vegetable garden and tidying the house, leaving her little time to sort through the beans. Today, knowing her mother-in-law wanted to have a proper conversation, she seized the opportunity to select the bad ones. Liu's mother nodded in silent approval. Despite the couple's tendency to squander, seeing them manage the household so meticulously brought her comfort. After placing the prepared vegetable leaves aside, she joined in to help sort the beans. "Xiao Qian, tell me about the fourth son's recent endeavors, particularly regarding those candied hawthorns. I hear they sell for a dime a skewer. How can they sell so well at such a price? That fourth son truly has a heart of stone. Hawthorns are hardly worth anything." "Mother, you heard correctly. It is indeed a dime per skewer. Do not be misled by the price. Although hawthorns are not valuable, my elder brother and the others have to traverse a long and arduous mountain road to bring them here, which warrants some compensation. Thankfully, the cost is minimal. A large sack only costs a few coins, with the bulk of the expense stemming from the sugar." As Wang Qian explained the cost to her mother-in-law, Liu Haifeng and Liu Wang swayed their way into the county town. Despite having traveled frequently lately, they remained unaccustomed to the cramped compartments and bumpy roads. Each time they disembarked, they needed a moment to recover. "Fengge, shall we stick to the usual routine? Start by wandering the streets?" "Yes. Today, you head towards the staff quarters while I go to the market. Once the time is right, we shall reconvene at the ice cream wholesale store." In recent days, they have been conducting their operations in this manner. The weather is still bearable, and if one were to wholesale ice pops at this time, carrying a box while balancing candied hawthorns would surely be exhausting. Selling some candied hawthorns first would certainly make things more manageable later on. The two parted ways, and Liu Haifeng, well acquainted with the routine, made his way to the market with his candied hawthorns. Although he arrived somewhat late, many vendors had already departed. Yet the market was never devoid of patrons. Standing at the entrance, he could easily attract the attention of parents with children or those seeking a sweet treat to bring home. "Candied hawthorns. Come and get your delightful, sweet candied hawthorns." Without an automated speaker, he resorted to shouting at the top of his lungs. After days of this, Liu Haifeng felt his lung capacity had significantly improved. As he stood at the bustling market for over an hour, he managed to sell nearly 20 skewers. Just as he planned to reunite with Liu Wang, a commotion erupted from within the market. "Stop the thief. Someone help me catch him. Get lost. Don't get in my way if you want to live." The crowd scattered in fear at the sight of the knife wielded by the thief. Sensing the terror he instilled, the thief felt a surge of pride. Yet knowing he couldn't linger with the stolen wallet, he recklessly swung the knife and bolted towards the market exit. At that moment, a middle-aged man, around 30, charged in from the side and delivered a kick that sent the thief staggering. Upon seeing the approaching figure, the thief was momentarily paralyzed by fear. Quickly steadying himself and grabbing an innocent bystander to use as a shield, before sprinting towards the exit. Bai Guorong caught the elderly man who had almost fallen from the shove and, realizing the thief was on the verge of escaping the market, he hastily pursued him. He had initially intended to run some errands and, as he passed by the market, thought he might as well pick up some groceries. With both parents busy with work, whoever had the time usually cooked. Little did he know that he would soon find himself embroiled in such chaos. As the head of the county police department, he could not allow a thief to act so brazenly right under his nose. Without a second thought, he charged forward, only to be taken aback by the thief's audacity in using innocent bystanders as shields. "Stop! Don't run! Someone ahead, please assist in blocking him. Don't let the thief escape." Bai Guorong shouted as he chased after the thief, while the crowd was eager to help. The sight of the knife being waved around made them hesitate, particularly those standing in front of the thief, who screamed and scrambled to the sides to avoid the glittering blade. Just as the thief seemed ready to escape, Liu Guorong suddenly noticed a person carrying candied hawthorns ahead, who slightly shifted to kick something out of the way and then nonchalantly blended into the crowd. Unbeknownst to him, the thief tripped over the object, falling unceremoniously. Ouch! My teeth! As Liu Haifeng observed the thief, bloodied and sprawled on the ground with a few teeth scattered nearby, he found himself retreating into the crowd, astonished by the unexpected impact of his kick. However, the unfortunate thief was indeed unlucky. In his frantic dash, he failed to pay attention to his surroundings. Now, it seems he has taken a tumble. The thief exclaimed, "Damn it! Is that even human language? Who do you think caused my fall?" Bai Guorong observed the thief's unfortunate predicament and felt a sense of amusement. He quickly approached to subdue the man, tossing the knife far away. Liu Haifeng regarded the individual. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a square face, donning a police cap, a short-sleeved shirt, and military green trousers. Given his attire, one could easily mistake him for a security guard of the 21st century, but having lived here for a while, Liu did not dare to underestimate him. Recognizing the uniform of the current public security forces. "Ah, brother." Liu Haifeng noticed the man gazing directly at him and thought to himself that this was not good. He quickly feigned ignorance and began to retreat slowly from the crowd, clutching his candied hawthorn. While aiding in the apprehension of a thief is commendable in these times, thieves often operate in packs. Who knows if this thief has accomplices? If they seek retribution, he, an ordinary citizen, would have nothing to defend himself with. It is better to avoid trouble and remain inconspicuous. Exiting the throng, he made his way toward the ice cream wholesale shop, wishing to steer clear of this murky water. After all, everyone's attention had been on the thief. No one should have noticed his movements. As for the police officer, he had assisted in capturing the thief, so there was no reason for him to seek trouble with Liu. Bai Guorong, observing Liu Haifeng's hasty retreat, called out to him but chose not to press further, understanding that the man was merely cautious and did not wish to involve himself. However, he would remember him for future encounters to express his gratitude. Had it not been for that timely kick, the thief might have escaped. Reflecting on the increasingly rampant thieves and ruffians, and considering recent rumors, he scoffed inwardly. These societal scourges would not prevail for long. Chapter 70. Born this way. Upon arriving at the ice cream wholesale location, Liu Wang had already been waiting there. Putting the earlier incident behind them, Liu Haifeng beckoned Liu Wang to follow him, and the two procured some ice cream before heading toward the factory's entrance. This time, they were not visiting the same factory. After several days, Liu Wang had become quite adept, and since they were now operating independently, remaining together might hinder their sales. Their current collaboration involved Liu Wang selling candied hawthorn for Liu Haifeng, earning a daily wage of 1 yuan. While the profits from his ice cream sales were entirely his own, business at the factory continued to thrive. Liu Wang's circumstances remained unclear, but Liu Haifeng, leveraging his good looks, was successfully selling both ice cream and candied hawthorn. At midday, the two reunited and found a restaurant to satisfy their hunger. Noticing that Liu Wang had a significantly larger quantity of candied hawthorn than he did, Liu Haifeng realized that sales on Liu Wang's end were not particularly promising. He extended his hand to share some of his own stock, as it was imperative to sell these treats quickly. Otherwise, given the weather, the sugar would likely melt by noon. Liu Wang observed Liu Haifeng's actions, feeling a tinge of shame as he lowered his head. The solitary dollar he held felt rather burdensome, despite the equal number of candied hawthorns they carried. Brother Feng always managed to sell out while he was left with a third of his stock. "Brother Feng, perhaps you could consider having my pay," he suggested. Though he was assisting in the sales, each time, he could only sell slightly more than half. Accepting the previous wage felt undeserved. Not to mention, Brother Feng had even lent him a freezer, which must have cost him dearly. "Stop giving me that expression. Why must you calculate everything so meticulously? Besides, isn't carrying all these candied hawthorns a piece of cake? I already feel guilty for only earning $1. Now you're suggesting I take half. Just because my sales lag behind yours, you offer to reduce my pay? This brother is far too honest." Liu Wang wore a pained expression, wishing to express more. "Enough. Don't wear that long face. This arrangement is already to my advantage. If you keep this up, I might start feeling ashamed myself." After their meal, they returned to their respective tasks, laboring until noon. As they wandered through the county town, they encountered each other again beneath a large tree. "Hey Wang, come over and cool off. Brother Feng, I didn't expect to find you here." Lu Wang wiped his brow and approached with a smile. Liu Haifeng shifted to make room, his back aching from the weight of the ice cream box. Leaning against the tree, he sighed in relief. "I just arrived. This blasted weather is unbearable. A few minutes of walking leaves me drenched in sweat." Once seated, he felt utterly reluctant to move. "Isn't that the truth?" Lu Wang agreed, also feeling the heat intensely. After sitting down, he lifted his shirt hem to wipe his sweat and let out a long sigh. "Brother Feng, how is business?" As he spoke, he lifted the lid of Liu Haifeng's box to peek inside, discovering only 2 broken popsicles remaining. "Wow, selling so quickly. How many times have you restocked?" Liu Haifeng squinted his eyes in rest, not bothering to open them as he replied, "Twice." "Impressive. Aside from the shipment from the factory, I only managed to restock once. And look, I still have 7 or 8 popsicles left unsold." He pulled out a damaged popsicle and began to nibble on it. Those with less than appealing appearances were typically consumed by the 2 of them, especially on such a hot day, providing a perfect respite. Hearing the crunching sound, Liu Haifeng opened his eyes and took one for himself, relishing the cool treat that alleviated the heat. Business can be unpredictable, often relying on luck. When fortune smiles, sales flourish. Otherwise, well, you know. Lu Wang rolled his eyes in disagreement. "I believe our greatest disparity lies in our appearances. If I possessed your striking looks, I'd surely sell an extra box of popsicles, especially considering most of your stock is ice cream." Gazing at Liu Haifeng's still handsome face, he noted how, despite their prolonged exposure to the sun, he remained tanned while Liu Haifeng's skin stayed fair. It was truly disheartening to witness such a stark contrast. "What are you staring at?" Under Lu Wang's unwavering gaze, Liu Haifeng felt a twinge of discomfort. If it were a beautiful woman looking at him so intently, it might have been a different matter. He pondered how he might achieve such a fair complexion as Lu Wang's. "After all, we've been toiling under this blazing sun for days, yet I am the only one who is tanned. How is that fair?" Hearing Lu Wang's lament, Liu Haifeng couldn't help but chuckle, proudly stroking his own face. "What do you know? This is natural for me. You cannot envy it." Lu Wang felt a pang of disappointment, having hoped for some secret to this fairness, only to receive such a nonchalant response. He decided it was best to refrain from further conversation with this fellow, lest he find himself cursed with a shorter lifespan. Bored, he glanced around, noting that no one was paying attention to them, and began to count his money, eager to see how much he had earned that day. After organizing his coins, he moistened his fingers and began to murmur the total. "So, how much did you earn today?" Liu Haifeng inquired, curiosity piqued. After deducting the cost, I made 3 yuan and 70 cents. Surprisingly, I made more from the ice cream. Each one brings in 3 cents, which is a penny more than the popsicles." This reminded him of the issue of appearances. Thanks to his handsome face, Lu Wang always sold more ice cream, as young ladies frequently flocked to him. A fact apparent to anyone with discerning eyes. "Are you not going to count yours?" Lu Wang asked, pulling out the money he had earned from selling candied hawthorns. Liu Haifeng accepted it without glancing and stuffed it into his pocket, then handed a prepared 1 yuan note back to Lu Wang. Their time together had fostered a modicum of trust, and they were both aware of the earnings from the candied hawthorns. "What's the point of counting? I have a rough idea already. Why expend the effort? Besides, when we return home, your sister-in-law will want to tally the accounts. She enjoys counting money. So I shall leave that task to her." Holding the 1 yuan note, he hesitated but ultimately placed it in his pocket. Liu Haifeng was not one to be overly finicky. He preferred to remember such gestures of camaraderie. Yet, upon hearing about the accounting, Lu Wang felt a spark of interest. He too wished to keep track of his daily earnings. "Brother Feng, could you teach me as well?" "Oh, you wish to keep accounts too?" Liu Haifeng's interest was piqued by Lu Wang's enthusiasm. Lu Wang nodded. "Although I am uncertain of its purpose, if you do it, it must be beneficial. We may not be the brightest, but we can follow the wise. Hey, don't sell yourself short. There is no such thing as foolishness. I think you are quite clever. Since you have an interest in this, I shall share my insights with you. Keeping accounts has its advantages. For starters, by recording daily transactions, you can gauge the performance of your business and identify any losses." As they conversed, they took a break, and by the time they finished their chat, only 2 popsicles remained in Lu Wang's box. They each took one and leisurely made their way toward the bus station. Upon returning home, as he pushed open the yard gate and was greeted by the rich aroma of meat wafting through the air, he swallowed hard. casually placed the target under the grass shed, and headed toward the kitchen. Upon hearing a noise, Wang Qian, who was tending to the vegetable garden in the backyard, felt a pang of anxiety. She quickly grabbed a wooden stick and cautiously moved forward. Upon realizing it was Liu Haifeng, she sighed in relief. Observing his wife's furtive demeanor, Liu Haifeng was perplexed. "What is the matter? Why do you wield that stick? Do you suspect an intruder in our home?" He remarked with a hint of annoyance. "Who told you not to make a sound? We are the first house at the village entrance. I must remain vigilant." He set the stick aside. Noticing the tension on his wife's face, Liu Haifeng felt a stirring in his heart. Given that he was often away, leaving her alone, her concerns were understandable. It seemed prudent to consider getting a dog for protection and to alert them if someone entered the yard. "I see now that I have been remiss. However, living in constant fear is not ideal. What do you think about us getting a dog?" "A dog?" she echoed. "Yes, a fierce one, so I can feel more at ease when I am out." Upon hearing this, Wang Qian felt a flicker of excitement. That could work, but finding one might be challenging. Times have been good for only a couple of years. There are few families who can afford to keep a dog. Where would we find a puppy? Liu Haifeng waved his hand dismissively. "You need not worry about that. I will inquire." With his assurance, Wang Qian decided to let it go. After all, he usually mingled well and might have friends with relevant information. "I have prepared braised pork with plenty of chestnuts. Would you like to take some over now? It has been simmering for quite a while and is tender." After a moment of thought regarding the children from the two neighboring families, she hesitated before asking, "Should we send some to our neighbors?" Earlier in the afternoon, the children had lingered at the gate, only to be called back by their elder sisters. Liu Haifeng glanced at the pot and shook his head. "Let us not. Just a portion for the old house will suffice. There isn't much meat to begin with. If we share with my brothers, how much will be left for us? We can discuss it next time." "Very well, we shall save it for another time. Now, hurry and deliver the meat to your parents. We wouldn't want them to finish it all. Braised pork is best enjoyed hot." Wang Qian felt a surge of joy at the thought of not having to share with the neighbors. It wasn't that she was stingy. There was simply not much meat to go around, and they needed to ensure there was enough for themselves. "All right, you scoop a bowl now, and I will rush it over. After a long day, my stomach is already grumbling," Liu Haifeng said, patting his flat belly, swallowing hard at the tantalizing aroma of the braised pork. Hearing this, Wang Qian swiftly took action. "I will stir-fry a couple of vegetable dishes as well. My mother brought some cabbage this morning. How about sautéed vinegar cabbage? Whatever you wish, as long as it is made by you. Even boiled cabbage would be a rare delicacy." Liu Haifeng replied with a playful grin. Wang Qian shot him a mock glare. "Stop being silly and hurry up," she insisted, handing him a bowl. Yet, despite her words, she felt a warm glow inside. After all, who wouldn't he appreciate their culinary skills being praised? "Very well, I shall be back shortly," he said with a grin. "Do hurry. Dinner will be ready upon your return." As I stroll along the path, the chimneys of nearly every household in the village are exhaling wisps of blue smoke. The long summer days have prompted families to dine later than usual. "Where are you headed, madman?" inquires an elderly man wielding a hoe, evidently just returned from the fields. "Oh, Grandpa Wu, have you just come back?" "Indeed. What about you?" Upon catching a whiff of the enticing aroma wafting through the air, Grandpa Liu discreetly swallowed. This young fellow had only recently separated from his family, and during these off-seasons, he was indulging in meat. What a prodigal. "I've procured a bit of meat today to enhance our meals. I'm taking some to my parents at the old house." "Ah, you've changed quite a bit lately. Now you even show filial piety towards your parents. Just as your mother said, marrying a wife truly makes a difference." Liu Haifeng chuckled lightly, choosing not to engage further in the conversation, letting others speak of his past misdeeds. He was never one to care excessively about others' opinions. "Well, Grandpa Wu, I shall take my leave now. Dinner awaits at home. I must deliver this while it's still warm." With that, he strode ahead with long strides. Watching Liu Haifeng retreat, Grandpa Liu took in the lingering scent of meat, his face betraying a mix of envy and admiration. This young man, once so unrefined, seemed to have matured significantly since marrying. He now even understood the importance of honoring his parents. Upon arriving at the old house, Liu Haifeng did not knock, but instead stepped directly into the courtyard. Father, mother, Liu's parents, who had just prepared their meal but had barely begun eating, turned at the sound of his voice. They exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why their son had come. "What have you brought us?" Liu Haifeng announced, placing a bowl of braised pork at the center of the table. "Braised pork? Where did this come from?" His father's eyes sparkled with surprise as he beheld the dish. His mother frowned slightly, initially inclined to scold her son for being wasteful. But recalling a recent chat with her daughter-in-law, she swallowed her words. Let it be. Every generation has its own fortune. As long as he doesn't squander excessively. I shan't interfere. Where did it come from? Naturally, I bought it. It's been ages since we tasted meat. I've earned a bit lately and thought to treat ourselves. I had Qian prepare some braised pork and brought a bowl for you. Please, do savor it. The portion was modest, enriched with chestnuts, which, despite being frozen for quite some time, were surprisingly tender and delectable. Unable to contain his anticipation any longer, Liu's father swiftly grabbed a piece of the braised pork and, as he chewed, his face illuminated with pleasure. His mother, however, pursed her lips. Thinking back to when they had recently had a feast, it had not been long since, and now he was indulging again. If you're craving it, just say so. There's no need for all this pretense. Mother, you must try it too. Qian's cooking is exceptional. After tasting a piece, she couldn't help but nod in approval. The culinary skills of Liu Haifeng's family were indeed commendable. Have you eaten? Would you like to stay and join us? Liu Haifeng shook his head. No, Qian is waiting for me at home. I must return swiftly. After speaking, he turned and left. Seeing the old man relishing his meal made him feel even hungrier. Observing the hurried movements of the fourth son, Liu's mother shook her head, still exuding her usual impatience. Gazing at the bowl of braised pork on the table, she felt both a pang of longing and a sense of reflection. She had not anticipated that the first to enjoy such filial piety would be the fourth son's family. Previously, she had considered him unreliable. Yet it turned out that the one she deemed least dependable was living the most comfortably. That scoundrel. With a bit of money, he doesn't know how to save. Well, the fourth son has kindly brought us a treat. Just eat and stop grumbling. Liu's father, uninterested in overthinking, dismissed any qualms. His son was making money. What was wrong with enjoying barbecued meat? As he watched the old man devour his food with grease dripping from his mouth while trying to lecture her, Liu's mother felt her temper flare. What is wrong with me? Can I say a few words? Isn't it for their good? Enough. Keep your comments to yourself. I don't wish to argue with you. Today we have such a feast. I intend to enjoy a couple of drinks, she declared, rising to fetch some wine. He did not want to engage in a dispute, as she could always render him speechless, so it was best to avoid the confrontation. Drink. All you do is drink. Drink yourself to death. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Liu Haifeng found Wang Qian just placing 2 plates of stir-fried dishes on the table. I'm back. Great. Stop bustling about and sit down to eat. Otherwise, it will get cold. This braised pork should be enjoyed hot. It's tender and sweet. Perfectly paired with rice, a delightful experience. How was your day? Did anything interesting happen? Tell me, Wang Qian asked eagerly as they ate. She loved hearing her husband recount stories about life in the city, much like listening to a captivating tale, and she made it a point to inquire daily. With a smile, Liu Haifeng complied, recognizing that this not only strengthened their bond but also gave her a sense of involvement. Today, your husband certainly played the hero. While selling candied hawthorn at the market entrance, I encountered a thief. At that moment, we had a meal. And both of us were so full that we couldn't waste even the last drop of broth, which I mixed with rice. Chapter 72. Satisfying the appetite after finishing their meal, the couple felt too lazy to move, lounging in their chairs and savoring the delicious flavors they had just enjoyed. Wang Qian smacked her lips and murmured, if only every day could be like today. Hearing this, Liu Haifeng chuckled softly. Is this what satisfies you? You speak as if it's a rarity. Braised pork. Who in the village would indulge in such a feast on a regular day? If you wish for more, I'll visit Brother Su tomorrow to see if he has any available. If so, I'll buy some more. Noticing his wife licking her lips, her eyes filled with longing, Liu Haifeng felt a pang in his heart. In these times, most people had not experienced much comfort. Enjoying a meal of braised pork felt akin to a festive celebration. It was not that they could not afford it, but rather they had grown accustomed to frugality, reluctant to indulge. That won't do. Earning a little money is something we must save. Once we have enough, we can renovate 2 rooms at home. This way, if visitors from my maternal family come, there will be a place for them to stay, rather than just 1 room as it is now. Each time they visit, they can't stay long and have to leave in a hurry. While Wang Qian also desires to enjoy meat, she understands her priorities. The family's situation has only just begun to improve, and now is not the time for extravagance. Though braised pork is indeed delectable, life can be sustained without it. There are still many household items she has yet to purchase, and she has already spent quite a bit lately. Were it not for her understanding of her husband's character, her spending habits might have led to a confrontation in another household. Listening to his wife's chatter, Liu Haifeng remained unperturbed, having resolved in his mind how to proceed. Renovating the house was necessary, yet he did not wish to deprive himself of good food, especially for his wife. Since she has chosen to marry him, he could never allow her to suffer. Although their earnings are modest, indulging occasionally in meat to satisfy their cravings seems reasonable. As Wang Qian spoke, she suddenly recalled something. By the way, did they say anything after I sent a bowl of braised pork to the old house? Liu Haifeng shook his head. What could they say? They already know about our earnings. What is wrong with us having a bit of braised pork? It's not like we eat it every day. It's merely a treat now and then. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian sighed in relief, grateful that there were no harsh words exchanged. After these days, she had come to understand her in-laws better. They were generally kind and would occasionally lend her a hand. However, when it came to spending on food, her mother-in-law was quite frugal, often implying that the couple was extravagant and lacked understanding of how to manage their finances. By the way, my father has finished repairing the shed in the backyard. Would you like to take a look? Maybe later. I've just had a hearty meal. And after a long day's work, I'm feeling rather lethargic. All right then, it's up to you. Wang Qian was not surprised. She knew her husband well. After discussing some household matters and feeling less bloated, she began to tidy the table. Oh, by the way, this afternoon, Lu Sanwa and Lu Ergu from your village came looking for you. Since you weren't home, they left a message inviting you to drink at Lu Ergu's house tonight. At the mention of this, Wang Qian's expression soured. Her husband had been avoiding them. Yet these individuals persistently sought him out, resembling an unwelcome adhesive plaster. Despite her obvious disinterest, they acted as if they were blind to her cues, and their gazes made her uncomfortable and disgusted. Liu Haifeng raised an eyebrow. He had been dodging them for half a month. They had left messages during this time, but he had ignored them, preoccupied with earning a living. Who has time to mingle with such ruffians? However, maintaining this avoidance indefinitely was not a viable solution. He needed a pretext to dismiss them. As a respectable man engaged in earnest business, he did not wish to be entangled with such characters. All right, I understand. I will go take a look tonight. You're going? Wang Qian frowned, disliking those people and wishing to keep her husband away from their influence. Don't overthink it. They've come several times already, and since they live in the same village, it would be impolite not to visit at least once. This time, I seized the opportunity to find a reason to prevent them from incessantly bothering me. Wang Qian nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was high time we took such action. Despite our overt signals, they persisted in their relentless pursuit. Observing Wang Qian's indignant expression, Liu Haifeng found it quite amusing. After several days of indulging her with snacks, her cherubic cheeks appeared even more pronounced, and in her current state of irritation, she resembled a pufferfish. The sight of her tempting lips inadvertently led his thoughts astray. As Wang Qian spoke, she faltered, increasingly aware of the lascivious glint in his eyes. Fearing he might utter something inappropriate, she hurriedly gathered her utensils and retreated toward the kitchen. Watching his wife flee in disarray, Liu Haifeng chuckled heartily. Despite being married for quite some time, they still maintained an air of youthful shyness. Just a hint of bluntness from him sent her scurrying. After resting for a while, he decided to check on the backyard and discovered that the newborn bunnies had noticeably plumped up in just a few days. Their growth rate was astonishing. Little rabbits, hurry and eat. Grow quickly. I await your bounty, he mused. He then wandered over to the chicken coop, where the chicks gifted by his mother-in-law had been thriving for nearly half a month, their feathers having fully transitioned in color. Alas, I forgot to inquire about my own batch of chicks when delivering the meat earlier, he lamented. I must find time to check on them. Their well-being is critical for next year's livelihood. Meanwhile, at the Liu family homestead, Lu's mother was inspecting the eggs, igniting a candle to scrutinize the development of the embryos and ensure the temperature was adequate. After a lengthy examination, she removed 2 deceased eggs, sighing in regret and rubbing her eyes, lamenting her advancing age. Even a short period of strain left her weary. Having concluded his inspection of the hutches, Liu Haifeng strolled through the vegetable patch. Although the crops had only recently been planted, the radishes, cabbages, and greens were thriving, thanks to Wang Qian's diligent watering. He anticipated that the greens would soon be ready for harvest. During this busy period, he felt grateful for his parents' assistance. Otherwise, his wife alone would have struggled to cultivate the land. After meandering for a while, He informed his wife of his intention to venture out and meet Lu Wang. Drink less and return early tonight. Wang Qian cautioned him once more before his departure. Understood, he replied as he exited, summoning Lu Wang. And they made their way toward Niuer and Go's house. The sky had begun to darken, but fortuitously, the moon illuminated their path. Brother Feng, what is the occasion for the drinking invitation today? Lu Wang inquired, puzzled. Who knows? I've been trying to avoid them lately. Yet they persist in leaving messages at my home. After so many invitations, if I don't respond, who knows what those rascals will think? Liu Haifeng scoffed. To offer unsolicited kindness is either deceitful or sinister. In the past, these two would always make excuses to evade my invitations, yet now they are so eager to host. Clearly with some ulterior motive. Lu Wang had previously endured considerable bullying from these individuals. Although they often played together later on, his perception of them remained rather unfavorable. Well, speculating aimlessly serves no purpose. Shall we simply go and see for ourselves? In due course, the true intentions will become evident. Chapter 73, Not Going Ergo. Hey, come in. The door is unlocked. As he pushed the door open, four familiar faces from the village greeted him. Observing the disheveled room, Liu Haifeng reached out to hang the door curtain. Look at the state of this place. One would think you couldn't be bothered to let in some fresh air. This stifling atmosphere makes it difficult to see anyone, yet you all seem unfazed. Oh, we're all accustomed to it. It doesn't bother us. But you, after all the times we've invited you, only now do you decide to grace us with your presence? Lu Sanwa's face was filled with displeasure at this remark. Alas, I've been busy, Liu Haifeng replied nonchalantly, settling down into a chair. Lu Wang followed suit, having come merely to keep Feng Ge company. He was content to sit and eat, finding no inclination to engage in needless conversation. Crazy, I've heard that since you married, you've become quite compliant. Now you're out earning a living every day? What is this? Planning to support your family like the others in the village? Oh, who told you that? Pure nonsense. I am the head of my household now. I dictate what happens at home. I can command her to do whatever I please. After all, she isn't here, so I can say whatever I want. Haha, you're quite the braggart. Indeed, if I had a wife as obedient as yours, would you still be making excuses for not returning after we've invited you multiple times? I suspect you're merely being bossed around at home. Nonsense. Did you not hear what I just said? As the head of the family, I must take care of my household. You all know I've just split from my family, so I need to earn some money. Otherwise, I'd be left to starve. Huh, that sounds nice. But I reckon you're being forced by your wife to earn money. Lu Ergu wore a knowing expression. Truth be told, if I had a wife like crazy, I wouldn't mind braving the elements every day to earn for her. Just look at her fair skin and lovely figure. This remark came from a tall, slender fellow known to everyone as Shozi. Shozi's father was a village official, and they had a bit of money. His wife was decent, though her personality was rather fiery, and she often dressed in an eye-catching manner. The villagers would tease him, saying he was so thin because his wife had drained him dry. Enough of this. What did you all summon me here for? Hearing the foolish banter about their wives, Liu Haifeng's expression soured, prompting a change of subject. Liu Erga shrugged. What else could it be? We just wanted you to come and drink. By the way, you still owe us a round from last time. When will you make it up to us? I'll get to it when I have time. I've been quite busy lately, Liu Haifeng said. Pulling out cigarettes to share, taking one for himself, but not lighting it. What could you possibly be busy with? You just waste your days away. Listening to their banter reminded him of the last encounter he had with Hua Guo's group while carrying candied hawthorn. It seemed they had not informed his brothers about it. Crazy, are you selling candied hawthorn? Another person suddenly inquired. Just as I was pondering, someone asked. However, there is nothing shameful about this matter. After all, they have no knowledge of how much I truly earn. Ahu, how did you find out? My father went to the town that day, saw you, and returned to tell me. So is there any truth to it? Liu Haifeng nodded. Indeed, I am selling candied hawthorns. Now that I have separated from my family, I have no desire to farm, so I thought to venture into business. I spent a considerable sum in the black market to acquire some sugar and prepared some hawthorns. I can earn enough for 2 packs of cigarettes each day. It has been half a month since I started selling candied hawthorns, and it is only natural that someone spotted me. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Just 2 packs of cigarettes? Lu Sanwa was skeptical. From his understanding, this fellow surely was not being truthful. Why would I deceive you? You have no idea how expensive sugar is these days. I do not possess sugar coupons, and I have no connections at the supply and marketing cooperative, so I can only spend a fortune in the black market to purchase it. However, as you know, prices in the black market can be several times higher than those outside. Listening to Liu Haifeng, although everyone remained somewhat doubtful, they chose not to press further. Liu Ergu felt a bit disappointed. He had initially hoped to join in on the business venture. Why haven't you been playing a few rounds lately? Your luck was good. It was much better than toiling under the scorching sun with that contraption of yours. Hey, as the saying goes, 9 out of 10 bets end in loss. I do not always win. A few men were boasting and chatting, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Liu Haifeng had intended to leave soon, but Liu Sanhua insisted on pouring him drinks. Fortunately, whether in this life or the previous one, his tolerance for alcohol was commendable, which prevented them from having their way. Crazy fellow, hurry up and tidy up your business. Brother Hua is currently in need of people. He has announced that anyone who follows him can earn 100 daily. We have been brothers for so long. I will certainly not forget you in such a favorable situation. Trust me, come with me tomorrow to Liu Sanhua's. Having had a few too many drinks, Liu Sanhua spoke with a slight slur. Liu Haifeng frowned upon hearing this. Hiring people? Isn't that akin to recruiting thugs? Are we about to engage in some conflict? No, I believe my current life is quite satisfactory. I do not wish to partake in such a subservient role. As the saying goes, the underlings toil while the leaders revel. Why would I forsake a good life to serve as a pawn for someone else? Not going. Have you forgotten how Brother Hua took care of you in the past? He is in need of people right now. Do you lack even this bit of loyalty? Brother Hua often inquires about you. Is this how you repay him? I will forever remember Brother Hua as kindness. But I truly do not wish to live a life filled with violence and conflict. It seems as if I owe him something. I only patronize his establishment. Neither in debt nor causing trouble, yet it feels as though I am in his debt. Really not going? Liu Haifeng shook his head. Seeing the resolve on Liu Haifeng's face, Liu Sanhua felt a surge of anger. If he did not believe Liu Haifeng was capable, he would not even bother with this conversation. He truly thought too highly of himself. Bah! Noticing the tension in the atmosphere, Lu Wang interjected, Brother Feng, we have been out for quite some time. Shouldn't we head back? Upon hearing Lu Wang speak, Liu Sanhua immediately turned his ire toward him. What about you? Are you also going to say you're not going? Lu Wang scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. I heed the words of Brother Feng. If he goes, I will follow, but if he does not, then neither shall I. This statement infuriated Liu Sanhua immensely. After all his time navigating the underworld, few dared to disrespect him in such a manner. Were it not for boasting before Brother Hua, promising to recruit some capable hands, he would not have given these two imbeciles a second thought. Get lost, you ungrateful wretches. It is shameful that Brother Hua treats you so well while you repay him with betrayal. Leave at once, you are not welcome here. Upon hearing this, Liu Haifeng rolled his eyes, thinking who would care, and rose to leave, too disinterested to engage further. Just moments before, he had been inclined to reason with them. But now he could not be bothered. As the saying goes, a kind word to a damned ghost is futile. He remained unperturbed, believing that time would reveal all truths. As the two exited, Liu Sanhua could no longer contain his fury and smashed a bottle to smithereens. Hearing the commotion from within, Lu Wang's expression darkened, and he clenched his fists, preparing to storm in. His silence did not imply a lack of temper. Liu Haifeng held up a hand to stop him and shook his head. Don't get involved. If he wishes for trouble, let him be. What do you mean? Lu Wang asked, bewildered. Liu Haifeng remained silent and headed homeward, pondering to himself that if his memory served him correctly, a crackdown was certainly brewing. Causing trouble at such a time was tantamount to courting disaster. Brother Feng, what did you mean earlier? Lu Wang caught up with him. After all this time in business, do you not see the current situation clearly? Just wait and watch. Causing a ruckus leads to dire consequences. We need not lift a finger. He will reap what he sows. Enough about those fools. Let us return. We have matters to attend to tomorrow. Watching Brother Feng walk away, Lu Wang remained puzzled. What did he perceive? Why could he not grasp the meaning behind his words? Chapter 74. A chorus of agonizing cries upon returning home. Wang Qian was still awake, sewing under the dim light of a candle. I'm back. Why are you still awake? It's early. I can't sleep. Back so soon. I recall my mother saying you usually drink until midnight. We just had a few drinks, chatted, and I found it uninteresting, so I returned early. As he spoke, Liu Haifeng sat beside Wang Qian and pulled her close. Stop sewing. In the dead of night. Be cautious of straining your eyes in this meager candlelight. Wang Qian shook her body, resisting his embrace. Frustrated, she put down her work and pushed Liu Haifeng's hand away, exclaiming, Let go of me. It's sweltering hot. And you reek of alcohol. You're filthy. Hey, you little wench, are you rebelling? How dare you disdain your husband? Just watch. I will teach you a lesson today. With that, Liu Haifeng made a move toward her. Wang Qian quickly grabbed her collar and started to stomp her feet. Get out of here. You smell of smoke and liquor. No bathing. No bed for you. Let go of me, or I'll bite you. Hurry and wash up. Seeing his wife resist so vehemently, Liu Haifeng chuckled and released her. All right, I'll go wash up. Is that acceptable? I beg your patience, my dear. As I promised to cleanse you thoroughly, tonight, we shall engage in a passionate duel of 300 rounds, ensuring your utmost comfort. Alas, how shameless. Wang Qian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Her husband was perpetually frivolous, always indulging in playful banter. What do you mean by shameless? We are husband and wife. Is it not entirely natural to engage in such activities? You truly are something else, after all this time, still so reserved. Trust me, be a little bolder. Each time I request her to strike a pose, I must coax her for ages. Otherwise, she becomes so bewildered that she only complies out of confusion, which undeniably diminishes the joy of the encounter. Get lost. Hurry and wash up. Wang Qian glared with her beautiful eyes, her teeth gritting in frustration. Very well. It seems my wife can hardly wait. Just a moment. I shall be quick. With that, before Wang Qian could unleash her fury, Liu Haifeng swiftly exited the room. As Liu Haifeng was bathing, a sudden cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the neighboring residence. Ah, the incessant ruckus of sleep disturbance. I shall put an end to that mischievous little rascal. Oh, mother, I was wrong. Listening to the unmistakable voices of Aunt Lu and her nephew Liu Yu next door, Liu Haifeng couldn't help but grin, feeling a surge of amusement. Ever since relocating here, such uproar had become a regular occurrence, with Aunt Lu either scolding someone or the wails of her two nephews, Liu Yu and Liu Gui, filling the air, a veritable symphony of chaos. However, the sounds of their cries only lifted his spirits further, even prompting him to whistle a merry tune. Is this not more entertaining than a grand performance? Although the visuals were absent, the auditory spectacle vividly conveyed the extent of the turmoil next door. Oh, my poor nephew. After finishing his bath, Liu Haifeng, unencumbered by undergarments and leaving his dirty clothes for his wife to handle the next day, strolled into the room, relishing the sounds of distress from the neighboring household. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Qian paused her task, turned her head to glance, and then rolled her eyes. You truly have no shame, running around bare-bottomed. By the way, what is happening next door? What is there to be ashamed of? I am in my own courtyard, shielded by walls. And it is late at night. What's wrong with not wearing pants? As for the neighbors, let them be. They frequently create such disturbances. I merely listen, as if watching a play. With that, he leaped onto the bed and beckoned his wife with a playful gesture. My dear, it is getting late. We should rest. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian's face suddenly turned crimson, realizing her husband was a perpetual lecher, always fixated on such matters. I shall finish this sleeve before we sleep. Once completed, you can try it on to see if it fits properly, and I can make any necessary adjustments. Seeing the flush on his wife's cheeks, Liu Haifeng could hardly contain himself. His lack of trousers was intentional for ease of engagement. He swiftly pulled her onto the bed, disregarding her struggles, and began to undress her without hesitation. But my dress is not yet finished. Wang Qian attempted to stall for time. Liu Haifeng was resolute. We can finish it tomorrow. There's no need to strain your eyes at night. No need for that. I simply adore the sight of your dreamy eyes, my dear. What joy is there in extinguishing the light, leaving us in obscurity? As the long night unfolded, the sounds from within the room caused even the moon above to shyly conceal half its face. As dawn broke, the crowing of a rooster from a nearby household roused Liu Haifeng from his slumber. Blinking his bleary eyes open, he turned to glance at his wife, who lay peacefully beside him, a trace of tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. Filled with tenderness, he planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. Wang Qian, feeling the soft touch on her face, instinctively pushed aside, revealing her fair skin, particularly her alluring curves. After a night of rest, Liu Haifeng nearly succumbed to temptation once more. With a deep breath, he pulled the quilt over her, finally rising to get dressed. Stepping outside, he was greeted by the sight of the sun rising in the east. He stretched languidly and yawned before groggily heading to brush his teeth. As he washed up, he noticed the dwindling water supply in the barrel and pondered the necessity of digging a well. The summer heat was relentless, and with daily bathing, cooking, and personal hygiene. Even the most diligent individual would find it taxing. Of course, his inherent laziness played a significant role in this thought. He couldn't bear the thought of his wife fetching water, so the responsibility inevitably fell upon his shoulders. Having completed his morning routine, he grabbed 2 buckets and made his way to the communal well in the village. He encountered several villagers there, all greeting him with smiles. "Ah, Liu Haifeng, here to fetch water?" "Indeed, Aunt Shi," he replied. "Oh, isn't that Uncle Ma? And Sister Wei Ning is here as well." After several trips, he filled the large barrel at home. Considering that his wife had worked hard the previous night, he entered the kitchen, intending to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for her. By the time Wang Qian awoke, Liu Haifeng's lovingly prepared breakfast was already laid out on the table. Gazing at the spread, a smile crept onto Wang Qian's lips. Though her husband often acted erratically and indulged in late-night antics, his care for her was undeniable. Among the young men in their vicinity, who else would rise so early to cook? Liu Haifeng entered with the last bowl of congee and called her to wash up. Wang Qian approached playfully, rewarding him with a kiss before swiftly darting out of reach. "Hey, that little minx." Liu Haifeng licked his lips, a roguish grin spreading across his face. At breakfast, Wang Qian bit into a chive box, savoring the delightful flavor that made her eyes squint with pleasure. "This guy has such culinary talent, yet he keeps it hidden. How does it taste?" Liu Haifeng inquired. Wang Qian nodded enthusiastically, giving him a thumbs up. "If you had used leavened dough, the flavor would have been even better. A slight pan fry with oil would elevate it to another level." Liu Haifeng mused that his chive boxes could have been improved. "Dream on." Wang Qian shot him a playful glance. "Using oil would be too wasteful. This is perfectly fine. Although we are earning money now, we should still be frugal. Rest assured, it won't be long before I can provide you with whatever your heart desires," he assured her. "Thank you, dear husband. You truly are wonderful." Chapter 75. Lucky you are still human, Uncle Honey. Didn't you say you wanted to raise a dog? How is that going? Wang Qian asked, recalling some previous concerns. The thought of Liu Haifeng frequently venturing out without a guardian at home left her feeling somewhat uneasy. "What's wrong?" Liu Haifeng asked, sipping his congee. "Nothing much. Just curious." With certain matters lacking evidence, she didn't wish to burden her husband with unnecessary worries. "Ah, I have entrusted this matter to several individuals already. My father mentioned that the dogs in our brigade also have puppies, though it remains uncertain when they will give birth. All the dogs in our brigade are standard wolfhounds, and I was contemplating whether to wait a bit longer until the brigade's dogs have their litters, so I might acquire 2. The brigade? Will they actually part with them? In these times, no household possesses surplus provisions, and few are inclined to rear puppies, considering the considerable amount of food they require once grown. By the way, I forgot to inquire yesterday when I visited my parents. Do you know how the hatchlings are faring at my mother's place? It has been discussed, and estimating by the timeline, they should be hatching around now." Liu Haifeng nodded, relieved, as he had neglected this matter recently and feared his mother might have forgotten. The two then continued to converse about family affairs. After finishing their meal, Lu Wang arrived, and they began making candied hawthorn, boiling the last remnants of white sugar to coat the fruit. Liu Haifeng sighed, pondering how to procure more white sugar. "What's wrong, Brother Feng?" Lu Wang asked, perplexed by Liu Haifeng's early morning sigh. "What else could it be? We've run out of white sugar," Liu Haifeng replied. Aside from the 50 kilograms from Su Guangquan, they had managed to obtain a little more, but it was nowhere near sufficient to meet his consumption needs. It appeared that after today, the candied hawthorn business would have to be temporarily halted. "Oh, what shall we do?" Upon hearing of the sugar shortage, Lu Wang grasped the gravity of the situation. "What can we do? We'll have to make do without it. Aside from Su Guangquan, we have no other connections to procure white sugar." However, he began to ponder whether to seek connections at the supply and marketing cooperative, perhaps offering some gifts. Sigh. It's a shame that the candied hawthorn has been selling so well. Halting production would be a considerable loss. Lu Wang lamented, well aware of the profits he had earned from assisting in sales. Ceasing operations would result in a significant loss. Enough worrying unnecessarily. What is meant to be will be. We shall continue with our endeavors. If we cannot sell candied hawthorn, does that mean we can no longer survive? He said while patting Lu Wang's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Due to the limited amount of sugar, the candied hawthorn made today was modest, roughly 60 pieces. They did not count them precisely, but inserted a stick into each and planned to alternate carrying them to ease their journey. "Wife, I'm off." "All right. Take care on the road and be safe." "Understood." However, just as he stepped outside, he encountered a group of rambunctious children running toward him. Fourth uncle. Fourth uncle. They clamored, causing Liu Haifeng to feel slightly overwhelmed. Stop, stop, stop. What are you all doing? No school today? Typically, his little nieces were confined at home by their mothers to help with chores, while the slightly older ones had to attend school, so he rarely encountered them. What could have prompted their collective visit today? As the children noticed the candied hawthorn on Liu Haifeng's shoulder, their mouths nearly watered in anticipation. Fourth uncle. It's a holiday today. Didn't you know? Know what? Liu Haifeng secretly scoffed, as since he had stopped attending school, he had hardly bothered to remember which day of the week it was. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was distracted, Liu Yu reached out to grab a piece of candied hawthorn from Liu Haifeng's stick. Be careful not to reach out too much. These are meant for your uncle's business and cannot be shared with you. Uncle, please let us have a taste. The children pleaded in unison. You've been selling them for so long without telling us. Aren't we still your nieces and nephews? In the past, you always remembered us when there was something delicious. Now, with candied hawthorns, what are you doing? At that moment, Wang Qian emerged, having heard the commotion at the door and wondering if something was amiss. Hello, fourth aunt. The group of children chorused, and Lu Shi and Lu Huan rushed over to cling to Wang Qian's legs, beginning to act adorably. They knew fourth aunt was generous. Since uncle was unwilling to share, their only hope lay with her. Wang Qian looked at her two nieces, entwined like twisted dough, and with a sigh, glanced at Liu Haifeng. Can't you just give each of them one? You've been selling for so long. What harm would it do to let the little ones have a taste? Lu Gui, also approaching Wang Qian, gazed up at her with longing, drool escaping the corner of his mouth. Fourth aunt, I want to eat candied hawthorn. Seeing the adorable child, Wang Qian reached out to ruffle his forehead and shot a glare at Liu Haifeng. Hurry up. I can't believe you, as their uncle, are so stingy as to deny them 2 sticks of candied hawthorn. Liu Haifeng rubbed his nose. Is it just a matter of 2 sticks? 6 children means 6 dimes. Is it easy for me to earn a little money? Despite his reluctant words, since his wife had spoken, he could hardly oppose her wishes. With a heavy heart, he begrudgingly distributed 1 stick of candied hawthorn to each child before shouldering his basket and hastily departing, fearing that if he lingered, he might not sell any more for the day. Lu Wang, somewhat speechless, followed after him. Wang Qian rolled her eyes at Liu Haifeng's retreating figure, but as she observed the children each with a stick of candied hawthorn, she felt a pang of sympathy. Today was indeed a loss. 6 children meant 6 dimes. And with just 2 more dimes, they could buy a pound of meat from the supply store. Fourth aunt, you should have some too, Lu Jing said, noticing her aunt hadn't taken any and offered her own. As Wang Qian looked at the candied hawthorn raised before her, her momentary concern vanished. Oh, how considerate of you, little Jing. But Aunt won't have any. You all enjoy it. Liu Haifeng always saved her a stick after making them, and with the leftover sugary balls from the pot, she never lacked for treats. At first, she savored them daily, but over time, they became a bit tiresome. Seeing how quickly the children devoured their treats, she ushered them into the yard to play, also allowing them to help keep an eye on the house while she made her way to the backyard to feed the chickens and rabbits. I want to help too. Fourth aunt, can I feed the rabbits? Yes, fourth aunt, we can help. Can we pet the rabbits too? Meanwhile, Liu Haifeng and his companion carried a basket, feeling quite light, and their pace quickened considerably. Upon reaching the county town, Lu Wang went to wholesale ice pops, while Liu Haifeng wandered through the streets and alleys selling candied hawthorn. Of course, he couldn't miss the apartment buildings nearby, as there were many children there as well. A stroll around would surely result in selling a dozen or so. After meandering around the entrance of the elementary school a couple of times, I then strolled by the middle school before finally making my way towards the residential building. To my delight, I had already sold more than half of the candied hawthorn skewers I had brought today. Business was thriving indeed. Just as I arrived at the vicinity of the residential building, I encountered a woman hurrying towards me, cradling what appeared to be a sleeping child. Liu Haifeng instinctively cast a few glances her way. Chapter 76. Your child has lost a shoe. The woman noticed Liu Haifeng's scrutiny and hastened her pace, lowering her head. Wait, Liu Haifeng called out, but she feigned ignorance and continued walking briskly ahead. Witnessing this, Liu Haifeng felt increasingly perplexed. Could she truly be deaf, not hearing his call? As she approached, without a second thought, he reached out to stop her. Sister, what's wrong with the child? With no option for evasion, the woman halted, her face a shade of deep blue. What is your problem? Can't you see the child is suffering from heat stroke? I need to get to the hospital. Why are you stopping me? Heat stroke? Liu Haifeng's mind raced. He found this hard to believe. The child's complexion appeared normal, showing no signs of distress. Moreover, he recognized the child, who had purchased numerous candied hawthorn skewers from him before. If anyone was a loyal customer, it was this little one, perhaps due to a well-off family, always indulging in a skewer whenever he came around. However, the person commonly accompanying the child was not this woman, but rather a grandmother in her 50s. So, who was this woman? Yes, heat stroke. Move aside. I must get my child to the hospital, or it may be life-threatening, the woman exclaimed, her urgency palpable. Well, I have some medical knowledge. I could take a look at the child and perhaps offer some treatment, Liu Haifeng suggested, reaching out to take the child for a closer examination. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes filled with suspicion. She instinctively tightened her embrace around the child and stepped aside. How do I know you're not a charlatan? What if you worsen my daughter's condition? Step aside. I need to take her to the hospital. With that, she attempted to force her way around him. Liu Haifeng contemplated stopping her again, but the woman shot him a fierce glare. What do you want? Are you trying to abduct the child? If you continue to obstruct me and delay her treatment, will you take responsibility? She demanded, shoving past him with her shoulder and striding forward, exuding a sense of urgency. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Liu Haifeng disregarded her tone, pondering whether he had misjudged her. Should he not judge by appearances? Just because the woman looked sharp-tongued. Did it mean she was a child thief? Yet, what was her relation to the child? A mother? Surely not. The child, while not an exquisite beauty, had features that were at least proportionate, unlike the woman who clearly did not resemble her. Shaking his head, he initially intended to mind his own business. However, spotting a lone shoe on the ground, likely lost by the child earlier, he decided to pick it up and return it, as the woman had not ventured too far. Hey, your child has lost a shoe. The woman, clearly having heard his words, showed no signs of slowing down. In fact, she seemed to quicken her pace. Liu Haifeng squinted thoughtfully, deciding to pursue her. After all, she was a young customer of his, and given his suspicions, it was prudent to ascertain the truth. Even if it turned out to be a misunderstanding, a simple apology would suffice. However, if his instincts were correct, the implications could be dire. With his long legs propelling him swiftly while clutching a candied hawthorn stick, Liu Haifeng quickly caught up to her. Hey, miss, your child's shoe has fallen off. He called out. The woman did not pause, shooting him a venomous glare, her frustration boiling over as she began to curse. Get lost, you meddlesome fool. What do you want? You're delaying my child's treatment. Can you bear the responsibility for that? Excuse me, miss, but if you're taking your child to the hospital, shouldn't you be heading in the other direction? The hospital is over there. Why are you running this way with the child? Just then, a burly man in his 30s approached, his imposing figure exuding menace. What are you doing? Why are you blocking my wife? He pushed Liu Haifeng, who stumbled slightly, realizing the man's strength. Calm down. I'm not looking for trouble. Your child's shoe fell off. I'm just trying to return it, he explained, holding up the shoe for emphasis. Yet, his peripheral vision remained fixed on the woman, who continued her hurried pace, untouched by the unfolding drama. Observing the couple's actions and their complete lack of resemblance to the child, a sense of alarm began to sprout within Liu Haifeng. It was evident that the child had no connection to these two. Could it be a kidnapping? Or perhaps human trafficking? Such audacity, treating the public with utter disregard. What to do in this situation? The child was still in their possession. Would it be prudent to shout out? Would that endanger the child? Liu Haifeng, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, resolved to act quickly to secure the child. Just then, he spotted an acquaintance who had previously purchased candied hawthorns for her grandson, and an idea sparked in his mind. Aunt Liu, out shopping. Would you like me to bring back some candied hawthorns for your grandson? He exclaimed, feigning a casual encounter as he thrust the shoe into the burly man's hands. As the man instinctively reached to catch it, Liu Haifeng deliberately let it slip, allowing it to fall to the ground. Without giving the man a moment to react, he took off towards Aunt Liu, his speed catching the man off guard. Seeing Liu Haifeng barreling towards her, Aunt Liu was momentarily perplexed. She glanced around, realizing she was alone, and wondered why he seemed so familiar. You. Today, the candied hawthorns are being sold at a discount. Would you like to take a couple home for your grandson? He continued, maintaining his pace while chatting with her, all the while inching closer to the woman he had been pursuing. Discount? How much of a discount? Aunt Liu, intrigued by the prospect of a bargain, momentarily dismissed Liu Haifeng's odd behavior, thinking he must have mistaken her for someone else. The burly man failed to catch the shoe. Regaining his composure, He casually glanced at it, but chose to ignore it. Noticing Liu Haifeng had already darted a considerable distance ahead, he promptly turned and pursued him. The woman holding the child, upon hearing the hurried footsteps behind her, felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, as she listened to the conversation between the two men, her vigilance eased as she secretly exhaled, relieved to have seemingly shaken off this persistent nuisance. Liu Haifeng, with agile strides, dashed past Aunt Wang, who was just about to reach for her candied hawthorn skewers, disappearing like a gust of wind before her astonished eyes. "Hey, you!" Liu Haifeng, spotting the woman close at hand, wasted no time and swung his candied hawthorn towards the back of her head while simultaneously reaching out to grab the child. The burly man, trailing behind, watched this unfold with wide eyes, his teeth grinding in frustration at Liu Haifeng's meddling. Furious that this meddlesome scoundrel dared to disrupt their plans. "Stop! Senyang, be careful!" Hearing her companions shout, the woman instinctively turned around, only to see the rapidly approaching candied hawthorn, her eyes widening in terror just before it struck her squarely. With a resounding thud, a scream erupted from her lips, and the grip she had on the child loosened involuntarily. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Haifeng reached out, grasping the child's collar against the woman's firm chest, disregarding any potential pain he might cause as he forcefully yanked the child towards him. Without a second thought for the candied hawthorn, he scooped up the child and bolted away. Chapter 77. When heroes meet on a narrow path, running with a child was cumbersome, and to prevent the two pursuers from turning the tables, Liu Haifeng resolved to take the initiative. "Everyone, come quickly. There's a woman without clothes here. Help! There's been a murder. A child trafficker has snatched a child. Hurry!" Hearing Liu Haifeng's shameless exclamations, the burly man was nearly driven to the brink of fury, his teeth almost grinding to dust. However, surveying the sparsely populated street, anger surged within him, and daring thoughts arose. What if he was exposed? He had to seize this child today at all costs. As for that detestable little scoundrel, he would ensure that when he caught up with him, he would make him wish for a life of suffering. With a tug, he grabbed the woman who had been momentarily dazed by Liu Haifeng's candied hawthorn. "Senyang, get up quickly. There aren't many people around. We must pursue them immediately. There may still be a chance." Liu Senyang, shaken from her stupor, glanced at Liu Haifeng ahead, who was ranting and raving, nearly causing her to snort in anger. Wiping the syrup from her face, her fury intensified. "Stop talking nonsense. Let us chase after them." With that, she hurriedly took off, her short legs moving swiftly. Meanwhile, Liu Haifeng, sprinting ahead, heard footsteps behind him and turned to look, his heart sinking as he saw the burly man drawing a gun from his coat. Was he truly so brazen? Brandishing a firearm in broad daylight, was this man courting death? In an instant, Liu Haifeng snapped back to reality and, seeing nowhere to hide on the wide street, noticed a narrow alleyway ahead. Without hesitation, he plunged into it. Although the streets may capture the attention of many, the presence of a firearm renders one vulnerable to becoming a target. Moreover, amidst the gathering crowd, the likelihood of receiving assistance upon witnessing a gun is questionable. The greater probability lies in endangering others' lives. Before encountering the authorities, it is prudent to flee. As Liu Haifeng dashed into the alley, the disgruntled man, with a bullet chambered and ready to fire, cursed under his breath. "Damn it, that little brat. Had I known it would come to this, I would have drawn my weapon sooner." Casting a glance at the onlookers, fearful they would impede his pursuit, he raised his gun and bellowed, "Get the hell out of my way." The crowd, which had gathered to hear Liu Haifeng's ramblings, scattered in a frenzy, regretting that their parents had not endowed them with more legs. A woman was nearly at the alley's entrance when she heard the man's words behind her. Turning to see him standing in the middle of the road with his gun raised, she was nearly driven to exasperation by his foolishness. "What the hell are you doing? Who told you to draw your weapon?" The man, taken aback by her tirade, stammered, "Huh? Are you an idiot? Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and chase him. If the police arrive, we're all finished." At this moment, the woman felt a surge of frustration, questioning her decision to bring such a fool along. Oh, all right," he replied, hastily sprinting toward the alley's mouth, attempting to conceal the gun as he ran. This spectacle pushed the woman over the edge. "For heaven's sake, why are you hiding it now? You should have drawn it when it was necessary. Now that it's out, why put it away? How did I end up with such a moron?" Despite her insults, seeing the man follow her, she resolved to pursue Liu Haifeng without hesitation. Although the man felt irritated by her words, he understood that the child was of utmost importance. Therefore he gritted his teeth and hastened after her. Liu Haifeng twisted and turned through the narrow alley, ever mindful of his pursuers, unwilling to traverse any long paths for fear of a direct shot. He sought refuge, but, with the two hot on his heels, he dared not enter any home. Fearing a trap. Stop right there. If you run again, I'll shoot. Hold on, big guy. If you hand over the child to us, I can overlook what happened before. Liu Haifeng scoffed at the suggestion, thinking they must take him for a fool. With the situation having escalated to this point, halting would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, he felt a pang of regret for involving himself in such a mess. Wouldn't it have been better to simply sell his candied hawthorns? Now, one misstep could cost him dearly. At this juncture, he could only hope for the police. Many had witnessed the earlier events on the street, and he refused to believe no one would report it. All he needed to do was evade capture until the authorities arrived, and then he would be safe. Thus, he remained silent, focusing on sprinting forward, fearful that if he spoke, he might unleash his fury upon his relentless pursuers. It was best to keep a low profile and avoid provoking them further. Minutes passed, and the pursuit remained relentless. Liu Haifeng was on the brink of despair. Was this truly necessary? It was merely a child. After all, was such obstinacy warranted? Since there is no hope, it is better to pursue the next opportunity rather than relentlessly chase after oneself. However, upon hearing the footsteps, a peculiar sensation arises. Could it be that there is only one person? Where has the other gone? This thought tightens the heart, leading to a troubling speculation that perhaps the other individual is lying in wait. Just as the fear manifests, after turning a corner, he encounters a woman who had initially been cradling a child. Witnessing this, Liu Haifeng curses under his breath and, instead of evading, charges straight towards her. As the saying goes, in a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. Retreat is no longer an option. A burly man is hot on his heels, armed with a firearm. Anyone possessing a modicum of intellect would instinctively choose the woman ahead. Seeing Liu Haifeng approach without hesitation, the woman spits at his feet and swiftly draws a knife from her waist, bracing herself. "Damn it! Run!" he exclaims, determined to see just how far she can flee today. The sight of this scene ignites a fresh wave of frustration within Liu Haifeng. It feels as if there is no mercy to be found. With a fierce shout, he steels himself, maintaining his pace. As he collides with the woman, he deftly secures the child under his left arm, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick while using his right hand to deflect the incoming blade. Caught off guard, the woman is struck and sent sprawling. Ouch! Liu Haifeng feels a sharp pain in his arm, but has no time to linger. He clutches the child and bolts forward. Upon rounding a corner into a nearby alley, a loud bang erupts behind him. The sensation of debris striking his back nearly paralyzes him with fear. Had he been a second slower, the outcome could have been dire. His legs feel weak, and his arm throbs with pain, yet he presses on, driven by sheer instinct. Fortunately, having previously sold candied hawthorn here, he avoids running into a dead end. However, he must quickly reach the main street. While this side street offers temporary concealment, it is merely a stopgap. With two pursuers, if one were to ensnare him, it would be the end. Moreover, minutes have passed, and although the onlookers lack the courage to intervene, they likely possess the audacity to alert the authorities. Only by reaching the street can his life be safeguarded. Chapter 78. On the edge of life and death after navigating two more turns, the exit draws near. Yet, the footsteps behind him grow ever closer. With only a few steps remaining, a glance over his shoulder sends a wave of dread coursing through him. The burly man has raised his gun, aiming directly at him. Instinctively, he bends low, and with a deafening crack, a bullet explodes just above his head. Thank heavens it missed. Summoning every ounce of strength, he completes the final steps, bursting out of the alley and diving to the right. Another bullet follows, striking the wall at the alley's mouth. At this moment, Liu Haifeng is drenched in sweat, his legs trembling, not solely from exhaustion, but also from the terror of narrowly escaping death. He wonders whether it is sheer luck of this body or the marksmanship of the burly man that has allowed him to survive thus far. Just as he prepares to flee, a melodious voice reaches his ears. "Comrade, what's wrong?" Upon lifting his gaze, Liu Haifeng was met with the sight of 4 police officers brandishing handguns, hastily advancing towards him. Overwhelmed with emotion, he exclaimed, "Oh my heavens! At last, you have arrived. There is a man in the alley armed with a gun. Exercise caution." With that, he hastily retreated with the child in his arms, prioritizing their distance from the impending conflict. It was evident that a gunfight was imminent. Remaining nearby would be an act of sheer folly. The officers, upon hearing his urgent warning, harbored no doubts. They had been dispatched in response to a report and had only just arrived when gunfire erupted. At that moment, one officer shielded Liu Haifeng, while the remaining three, weapons loaded, cautiously approached the alley's entrance. The unfortunate assailant, frustrated by his failure to shoot Liu Haifeng, charged out without hesitation, only to be met by the three guns aimed directly at him. The officers, startled by the sudden appearance of the figure, acted without hesitation and fired their weapons. The sound of gunfire echoed, and the assailant fell to the ground, unable to utter a final word, succumbing to a pool of his own blood. As the threat was neutralized, the officers breathed a collective sigh of relief and began to encircle the area. Liu Haifeng, anxious that a woman in the alley might flee, raised his voice in warning. "Officers, there is still a woman in the alley. She is unarmed but possesses a knife. Please apprehend her before she escapes." Upon hearing Liu Haifeng's words, the officers acted decisively. They had already spotted the woman turning to flee, leaving one officer behind while the others swiftly pursued her. Witnessing this unfold, Liu Haifeng finally felt a sense of relief. Today's events had been utterly exhilarating. If such occurrences were to become frequent, he feared for his longevity. However, having stirred such significant trouble, he now hoped the police would swiftly capture the woman. After all, as an ordinary citizen, he could hardly withstand the wrath of an armed gang. Reflecting on his impulsive involvement, he felt a twinge of regret, wishing to chastise himself for meddling. What had he gotten himself into? He had provoked individuals who resorted to gunfire without a second thought, showing utter disregard for the law. At that moment, perhaps due to the tumultuous events or the realization that the danger had passed, the little girl in his arms opened her eyes. "Uncle, who are you?" Hearing the soft, innocent voice of the child brought Liu Haifeng a modicum of solace amidst his frustration. After all, he had saved an innocent girl. Regardless of his impulsive actions, what was done, and now was not the time for self-reproach. Considering the unfolding situation, he glanced at the officers, whose attention was wholly fixated on the alley. Liu Haifeng gently set the girl down and, seizing the opportunity, sprinted away, weaving through the crowd of onlookers until he vanished from sight. The little girl gazed in bewilderment, her mind still foggy from awakening. Why was this uncle running away? Emerging from the throng, Liu Haifeng wasted no time and hurried towards the health clinic. At that moment, his arm throbbed with pain, a long cut inflicted by the woman earlier. Fortunately, the wound was not deep, yet the loss of blood was concerning. He pondered how much meat he would need to consume to replenish his strength. After receiving treatment at the clinic, he gazed at his arm, now bandaged like a zongzi, and couldn't help but chuckle wryly. What a predicament this was. "Doctor, is this dressing a tad excessive? It's merely a surface injury, isn't it?" The elderly physician adjusted his glasses and replied with a chuckle. "Ah, comrade, do not be deceived by the depth of the wound. Its surface area is significant. Moreover, it is summer, and wounds are prone to infection. If not properly bandaged, who knows what might happen if the skin becomes necrotic? Indeed, comrade, one must heed the doctor's advice. There is a rationale behind such meticulous care." The nurse, captivated by Liu Haifeng's handsome visage, chimed in. "Such a charming young man should not have scars." "Exactly. It's wise to heed my counsel. By the way, I didn't get a chance to ask earlier. How did this happen?" Liu Haifeng let out a bitter laugh and raised his robust, bandaged arm. "What else could it be? Standing up for justice. I thought it was just a minor incident, but who knew the assailant was armed? Oh, quite commendable, young man. A noble spirit." The elderly doctor's interest piqued upon hearing the tale, while the nurse gazed at him with admiration, astonished that not only was he handsome, but he also possessed such commendable character, truly a hero of the people. After a brief exchange, noticing the crowd growing, Liu Haifeng inquired about dressing changes before departing the clinic. Feeling that if he lingered any longer, he would be the center of attention like an exhibit in a zoo. Standing on the street, observing the bustling crowd, he realized that the factories must have just let out, so he decided against rushing to the ice cream wholesale store. Instead, he adjusted his straw hat, which he had nearly lost on his earlier run, and resolved to return to gather information about whether the woman had been apprehended. A sense of unease gnawed at him, fearing potential retaliation if the police had failed to capture her. He contemplated avoiding this county in the future if she remained at large. After some anxious inquiries, he finally learned that during the incident, a man had lost his life and a woman had been arrested. A wave of relief washed over him. Thank heavens. The threat had been contained. The gravity of the crime, discharging a firearm in public, coupled with the current tumultuous times, would surely ensure she faced severe consequences. With his worries alleviated, he flexed his arm, finding it to be only a minor inconvenience, not hindering his mobility. Hence, he decided to make his way to the ice cream wholesale store. Since his injury was manageable, business should not be delayed. Having already lost half of his candied hawthorn skewers for the day, he could not afford to be idle. Moreover, he desired to keep himself occupied. After such an event, he feared that idleness would lead to overthinking. Upon arriving at the ice cream wholesale store, he noticed Lu Wang was absent, which spared him the need to concoct elaborate excuses to explain the wound on his arm. Ah, Brother Haifeng has arrived. Why are you so late today? Your brother inquired about you not long ago, didn't he? What happened to your arm? Ah, I appreciate your concern, Brother Xia. It's nothing serious. I merely took a tumble and grazed it on a stone. I just had to stop by the hospital for a bandage, which took a bit of time. Upon hearing Liu Haifeng's words, Zhou Shuqing's eyes flickered, yet he refrained from probing further. Their relationship was merely superficial. And although he sensed that the other was not being entirely truthful, he opted not to pursue the matter any further.